Chapter 1. Initial Pokémon. As the class bell rang, Li Gang groggily opened his eyes. When he saw his surroundings, his expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then to astonishment. Everything around him was so unfamiliar. Strange classroom, strange classmates, and even he himself felt strange. He had crossed over. Who am I? Where am I? I've crossed over. At this moment, Li Gang's mind was filled with questions. He remembered that he was working the night shift at the factory, tightening screws, that he was so tired in the middle of the night that he dozed off for a bit. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this place. He had no idea where he had crossed to or what his identity was because he had no memories of his original self. The Pokémon Mall has been opened. The initial Pokémon Paradise has been activated. Random initial Pokémon has been distributed. All Pokémon random Pokémon eggs have been distributed. Random move learning devices have been distributed, but a series of notifications rang out, and the next moment, a projection appeared in front of Li Gang, visible only to him, with the words Pokémon Mall written above it. The mall was divided into many sections, including Pokémon eggs, move devices, energy cubes, even entire trees, various stones, and more. Almost everything that existed in Pokémon could be found for sale here. Pokémon Mall? So, I've crossed over into the Pokémon world? Thank goodness this world isn't too dangerous, and I have a golden finger. I shouldn't do too badly in the future. No, maybe I can even rely on this golden finger to become a champion. Thinking of this, Li Gang's heart began to heat up as he eagerly opened the Pokémon Paradise. With a thought, Li Gang saw a beam of light appear before him. This light was like a spotlight on a stage, or sunlight streaming in through a window. It wasn't wide, but formed a portal-like shape. Through this portal, he could see a grassy plain where a red lizard with a flaming tail was happily rolling on the grass. Li Gang recognized it. It was a Charmander. Next to the Charmander was a giant bird's nest woven from straw, which held an egg with yellow lightning patterns on it. Li Gang didn't know what kind of egg this was, but judging by its patterns and color, it should be an electric-type Pokémon egg. Lin Xie, can come in now, you can sit next to Li Gang. The teacher's voice rang out from the podium. Initially, he didn't plan to pay attention. He was not in the mood to focus on class at all. However, it sounded like a transfer student was coming and would be sitting next to him, becoming his desk mate, so he temporarily stopped. Lin Xie? It seems there's no one by that name in any Pokémon works. Not a character. So I don't need to care. Li Gang shook his head and was about to continue studying the Pokémon Mall when he caught a glimpse of someone entering the classroom. This person had a black cloth covering their face and was holding a white cane. Seeing this, Li Gang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He felt that this image seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall why at the moment. Wait, Lin Xie? This person is called Lin Xie, and they're blind? This doesn't make sense. While Li Gang was in a daze, Lin Xie was already surrounded by a few classmates who walked over. Hey, Li Gang, from now on, Lin Xie will be your desk mate. Take care of him, shouted Li Yifei, who was helping Lin Xie with his backpack. This moment, Li Gang snapped back to reality. Yes, don't worry. Hey, what's wrong with you? You seem distracted. Li Yifei casually teased Li Gang and set down Lin Kai's backpack. This moment, Li Gang finally came back to his senses, and he realized that he hadn't crossed over into the Pokémon world at all, but into the world of slaying gods. What the hell? Why did I cross into the slaying gods world and get Pokémon? Can I use Pokémon to slay gods? Li Gang cursed in his heart, almost wanting to flip the desk in front of him. But soon he calmed down because he realized that things might not be as bad as he imagined. After all, in the world of slaying gods, the tallest person was right beside him, his desk mate. Not to mention, if he could build some good rapport, his future would be secured. Furthermore, after thinking carefully, Pokémon didn't seem weak at all. Even if they couldn't slay gods, they should have no problem dealing with ordinary mystical beings. Once he had more and stronger Pokémon, self-protection would definitely be more than enough. With this thought, Li Gang's mood settled down, and he looked at Lin Xie with a bit more enthusiasm. Although Lin Kai's eyes were still not very functional, his perception of the mundane divine realm was very clear, and he immediately sensed that Li Gang's gaze was somewhat unusual. Classmate, what's up? Oh, ahem. Lin Xie. Hello, Li Gang. Since we're classmates and desk mates, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Okay, thank you. Lin Xie nodded and smiled at Li Gang, who also revealed a big smile in return. All right, everyone, please turn to page 91 of your textbooks. Now we will discuss the history and challenges of modern Dacia. As the teacher's voice sounded, the class officially began. Most of the students listened attentively, including Lin Xie, but Li Gang didn't absorb any of it. He didn't even pay attention to what the teacher was talking about. He focused all his energy on studying the Pokémon Mall and Pokémon Paradise. Species name, Charmander. Individual name, none. Gender male. Level 12 pool. Experience points 0240. Attribute fire. Ability solar power. Moves scratch, tackle, growl. Ember, smoke screen, flamethrower. After several attempts, Li Gang finally succeeded in opening Charmander's information panel. When he saw the panel, he was pleasantly surprised because Charmander's strength was much higher than he had imagined, especially the word pool in parentheses next to the level, which undoubtedly corresponded to the pool realm in the Slaying Gods world. This meant that his Charmander already had the strength of the pool realm. Although the pool realm wasn't considered strong, this was an initial Pokémon. It could level up later. Chapter 2. Learning moves. The pool realm is much stronger than I imagined, right? Didn't they also give a move learning device? Let's use it on Charmander. As long as Charmander is strong enough, we can make a big move tonight. Li Gang knew that Lin Xie would encounter an attack from the Faceless Ghosts on the way home tonight. If Charmander could take down one or even several Faceless Ghosts, it would definitely gain experience. After making the decision, Li Gang took out the move learning device from his personal space in the Pokemon Mall. However, when he saw the move it could teach, he hesitated because the move was Heavyweight Punch. Hiss. Can Charmander learn Heavyweight Punch? This question popped into Li Gang's mind, but the next moment, a pleasant yet emotionless female voice echoed in his mind. Would you like to learn the move? Heavyweight Punch? It seems like it can be learned. Yes. Li Gang did not hesitate and immediately answered in a voice so soft that only he could hear it. The next moment, a rush of information flooded into his mind, deeply imprinting itself in his memory like it was carved by a knife. This was the method to use the million-ton punch. Damn it. Li Gang couldn't hold back and let out a curse. In that instant, the entire classroom fell silent. The teacher stopped lecturing and stared at Li Gang with an extremely grim expression. Li Gang. The teacher called out his name sternly. Li Gang's body trembled, and he instinctively stood up. Teacher, let me explain. Go stand at the back. Bubit. Li Gang left his seat and walked towards the back row, during which all his classmates were practically watching him at the same time. Li Gang could see that some classmates were merely observing, some were snickering, and others were secretly giving him thumbs up. All right, let's continue with the lesson. Once Li Gang stood next to the trash can at the back of the classroom, the teacher resumed the lecture. For the other students, what just happened was sudden and unexpected, but it was just a minor incident and did not waste much time. However, for Li Gang, it was completely different, because he had just learned the move of the sprite. He had learned the million-ton punch. Standing at the back of the classroom, he clenched his fists, feeling that this was not very reliable. He now doubted whether his fist could actually perform the million-ton punch. Even if he could use it, how much power could he unleash? The more he thought about it, the less confident he felt. Thus, he wondered if he could get a move learning device for his Charmeleon. He began searching in the Pokemon shop. However, the cheapest move learning device in the shop cost 300 shop points, and he only had 200 points, which he did not know where it came from, so he couldn't afford it. The only option was to buy a move blind box for 150 shop points, which could randomly yield a move learning device, but he wouldn't know what was inside until he opened it. After some hesitation, Li Gang decided to buy it anyway, as he had no other options. With a thought, a gift box-like projection appeared in front of him, and then this gift box emitted white light, which quickly faded away, revealing a prompt that appeared directly. In his mind, he obtained the move from the blind box. Big word explosion. Big word explosion. A glint flashed in Li Gang's eyes. He knew this move, it was a fire-type move, and had considerable power. Most importantly, if he remembered correctly, Charmeleon could learn this move. Looks like I'm lucky. Li Gang couldn't help but clench his fists, forcing himself to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise, trying to calm down. Would you like to learn the move? Big word explosion? Yes. Li Gang did not hesitate and chose to learn again. He then quietly observed Charmeleon in the Pokemon Paradise through the light screen, waiting to see how it would react. Then, a familiar sensation enveloped Li Gang, and memories reappeared in his mind, once again imprinting themselves. This was a usage method of Big Word Explosion. Damn, is this even possible? Li Gang was stunned. He could understand learning the million-ton punch, because Charmeleon was so small that it was reasonable it couldn't learn it. But what did it mean that he learned Big Word Explosion? He couldn't even spit fire. Li Gang's exclamation interrupted the teacher's lecture once again, and the teacher's face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Li Gang, go stand outside. Li Gang opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to explain, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only walk out of the classroom's back door in frustration. However, his frustration was not because he was punished to stand in the hallway, but because he had learned the move again. What on earth was going on? Li Gang thought about it, and felt that the problem might not be with him, but with Charmeleon. But he stepped towards the light screen, and the next moment, he surprisingly walked into a sunny meadow, standing beside Charmeleon. At the same time, a similar light screen appeared behind him, showing the scene of the school hallway. N.I. Charmeleon was startled to see the sudden appearance of a person, but then it happily ran over. Its steps were a bit wobbly, looking like a baby that had just learned to walk, still not very steady. Li Gang squatted down and placed his hand on Charmeleon's head. Charmeleon immediately affectionately rubbed its bald little head against Li Gang's palm. Charmeleon, from now on, we are partners. Please take care of me. And I. Charmeleon nodded vigorously, looking very happy. Successfully capturing Charmeleon, he could take it out of the paradise with a Pokeball. Li Gang's smile suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He finally understood why the move learning devices had been used on him. It turned out he hadn't captured Charmeleon yet. Since Charmeleon didn't belong to him, he naturally couldn't use the move learning device on it. Damn it. This is too much of a ripoff. Li Gang's smile drooped, and his face even showed an expression of deep regret. And I. Seeing Li Gang's sudden change in expression, Charmeleon looked a bit confused and even seemed to show a hint of distress. Li Gang's mouth twitched again, forcing a smile as he exchanged 20 shop points for a red and white ball and used 5 shop points for an energy cube in the shop. Chapter 3. First Battle. I'm fine. Here, Charmeleon, you must be hungry, right? Eat this, and then come inside. They'll take you out. N.I. Charmeleon happily held the energy cube with its little paws and opened its mouth wide, swallowing the energy cube in one bite, chewing it briefly before swallowing it down. Then, it used its short little paws to press the button on the red and white ball, turning into a red light and diving inside. Done. Li Gang let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to delay and quickly left the paradise, returning to the school's hallway. Fortunately, it was class time, and no one saw him suddenly disappear for a while and then reappear. With only 15 shop points left, he couldn't buy anything, and he didn't dare to release Charmeleon from the Pokeball. So during the subsequent time, Li Gang kept a low profile and didn't cause any trouble. As night fell. After evening self-study, Li Gang enthusiastically accompanied Lin Chia out of the school gate. Lin Chia did not mind this enthusiastic deskmate, as she could feel Li Gang's goodwill towards her. Chia, let's go back together. Yes. Let's walk together. Just as they reached the school gate, a group of classmates surrounded them. Lin Chia was a bit overwhelmed by such enthusiasm, but in the end, she accepted the goodwill of her classmates, allowing Li Yifei, Jiang Qian, and Wang Xiao to walk her home since. They were on the way to ask for Li Gang. He also wanted to say he was on the way, but the problem was that he had no idea where he lived, so he gave up the thought of walking together and chose to follow, at a distance. The four of them quickly walked to the old town. I am home. Am leaving, Wang Xiao said and walked into the alley. Did you smell something strange? Strange smell? Li Yifei sniffed hard. Just as he was about to answer, a piercing scream rang out from the alley. It was Wang Xiao's voice. Something's wrong. Li Yifei and Jiang Qian hurriedly ran in the direction Wang Xiao had left. Although Lin Chia couldn't see, he could clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius. After a brief moment of hesitation, he also followed suit. However, soon 4 disheveled figures burst out of the alley, and behind these 4 figures was a terrifying sight, a hulking figure on all fours, with a pale face and a long tongue dragging behind it, was a ghost-faced man. The ghost-faced man moved incredibly fast, and with a few leaps, it was about to catch up to the last runner, Wang Xiao. At that moment, a redandant white ball flew in from the distance and struck the ghost-faced man squarely in the face. The ball then opened, and with a flash of red light, a lizard appeared in front of the ghost-faced man. It stood just over half a meter tall, was entirely red, and had a small flame flickering on its tail. Charmander, use smokescreen. Li Gang's voice came from not far away. The little fire dragon did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and then suddenly exhaled. A large cloud of smoke spewed from its mouth, instantly obscuring the view of the ghost-faced man. Liang. The 4 of them were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Li Gang, but the next moment, a wave of joy surged in their hearts. They did not know what kind of strength Li Gang possessed, nor did they know if he could confront that terrifying monster. But at this moment, they felt like drowning people trying to grab onto anything that floated by, even if it was just a straw that couldn't support their bodies. You guys go first. I'll handle that guy. Li Gang stepped slowly in front of his classmates, facing their intense gazes. At that moment, Li Gang's image in their hearts instantly became immensely tall. Li Gang, what else do you want to say? At this time, the smoke was suddenly stirred up, and in the next moment, the ghost-faced man and the little fire dragon rushed out from the smoke simultaneously. Little fire dragon, use flamethrower. Li Gang quickly issued a new command, and the little fire dragon immediately opened its mouth to unleash a stream of flames. The flames were only the thickness of an arm when they emerged from the little fire dragon's mouth, but by the time they reached the ghost-faced man, Their diameter had expanded to 2 meters. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the ghost-faced man's body, and he let out a terrible scream as his massive figure struggled wildly. Wow, so powerful! Although Lin Chie couldn't see, his perception allowed everything to unfold in his mind. But at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned to look back. The other three instinctively followed suit, and fear reappeared on their faces as another ghost-faced man appeared behind them. Be careful. As soon as the second ghost-faced man appeared, it lunged at Jiang Qian, who didn't even have time to react. Lin Chie's face changed dramatically. He instinctively wanted to pull Jiang Qian back. However, in the next moment, a beam of golden light shot up from within him, and the approaching ghost-faced man was sent flying by this sudden burst of golden light. Is it coming again? This might be the predetermined outcome. Even with my small variable added, you will still awaken at this moment. At this moment, Li Gang was also drawn in by the aura emanating from Lin Chie, slightly turning his head, but not daring to look directly, as it was simply too dazzling. As the beam of light gradually dissipated, the ghost-faced man steadied himself and let out a roar before charging again. However, this time he changed his target, no longer attacking Jiang Qian, nor going after Lin Chie, who had just displayed immense power, but instead rushing towards Li Gang, who had already distanced himself from the other four and seemed somewhat isolated. Li Gang, be careful. Lin Chie's expression changed again as he quickly shouted to Li Gang, and he also took up his cane, wanting to help Li Gang. Although he was also afraid of the ghost-faced man, he understood clearly that the only one who could confront the ghost-faced man now was Li Gang. If Li Gang was ambushed and killed, then none of them would likely survive either, so he had to lend a hand to Li Gang. He absolutely could not let Li Gang die here. Li Gang was not too flustered when the ghost-faced man suddenly pounced on him. As he had already known that there would be a second ghost-faced man, he just didn't expect it to come directly at him. The ghost-faced man jumped high and, upon landing, appeared less than 3 meters away from Li Gang. With a push of its legs, it was already right in front of Li Gang. During this process, Li Gang was not idle. He turned his body, clenched his fist, twisted his waist, and pulled his arm back to prepare for the stance. At the moment the ghost-faced man lunged at him, he threw his punch. A million-ton punch. Bang! Li Gang's fist fiercely struck the chest of the ghost-faced man. With the sound of bones shattering, the ghost-faced man's chest caved in, and then this burly figure flew backward. During its flight, a large amount of blood spewed from the ghost-faced man's mouth, leaving an arc in the air. Chapter 4. Experience Points Dam. So fierce. In the distance, Zhao Kongsheng, who was about to come over to help, was completely stunned. But he wasn't the only one. Lin Chie and the others were also astonished. The only one who wasn't shocked was Li Gang. It wasn't that he wasn't surprised, but rather that he had no mood for surprise at the moment. After throwing that punch, his hand hurt a lot, and he even felt like the bones in his hand had fractured. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would probably be rolling on the ground, holding his hand in front of Lin Chie. The ghost-faced man, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get back up. Although it was on all fours, its body was swaying, clearly indicating that Li Gang's punch had inflicted significant damage. Big character explosion. Li Gang didn't give it a chance to breathe. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly exhaled, and crimson flames erupted from his mouth, forming a large character in the air that flew towards the ghost-faced man. Boom! The fiery character exploded upon contact with the ghost-faced man, sending a wave of high-temperature air sweeping through, along with the scattered remains of the ghost-faced man. Damn it! I can actually breathe fire? Li Gang himself didn't expect that he could actually use the big character explosion, and he certainly didn't anticipate that this move would be so powerful that a ghost-faced man would be blown to death, and in such a gruesome manner. However, at this moment, Li Gang felt his head was heavy, and his ears were buzzing. He really needed to rest. Defeated the enemy, gained 300 experience points, 100 store points. Li Gang's level has been upgraded to level 5, with a current experience value of 30,100. Accompanied by a pleasant yet emotionless voice ringing in his ears, Li Gang felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his dull brain suddenly became clear. At the same time, the buzzing sound in his ears also diminished significantly. The little fire dragon defeated the enemy, gaining 150 experience points and 100 mall points. Li Gang's level increased to level 6, with a current experience value of 80,200. Charizard gained 150 experience points, and before Li Gang could fully enjoy the feeling of leveling up, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. At this moment, the buzzing sound in his ears completely disappeared, and even the pain in his right hand diminished significantly, though it didn't vanish entirely. Hearing these notifications, Li Gang couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely pleased. Not only did he level up, but he also received 200 shot points. That is quite a reward. However, he didn't expect to reach only level 6 after leveling up consecutively. And it seemed that the experience required for him to level up was much greater than that of Charizard. Phew, it's over. Despite leveling up twice, Li Gang still felt very tired at this moment, not just mentally but physically as well. The great character explosion had consumed a vast amount of his mental energy, while the million-ton punch had drained a massive amount of his physical strength. He casually found a step to sit down on, and Charizard immediately ran over. Nini. Charizard grabbed Li Gang's pants with its little claws, showing a human-like concern on its face. Li Gang smiled and reached out to pat Charizard's forehead. I'm fine, not hurt. Just a bit tired. Are you hurt? Nini. Charizard flexed its little arm, striking a strong pose, shook its head, indicating that it was strong and not injured. Li Gang smiled again. Just as he was about to say something, a voice interrupted. Impressive, especially you, who managed to knock the ghost-faced man away with a single punch. But is your lizard okay? I can see its tail is on fire. Who are you? Li Gang could guess that the visitor was most likely Zhao Kongsheng, but he shouldn't know this person right now, so he feigned a look of doubt and vigilance. Nini. The little fire dragon sensed the vigilance in Li Gang's expression and immediately turned to face Zhao Kongsheng, adopting a defensive stance. Zhao Kongsheng ran his fingers through his hair from front to back and smiled, saying, hee, there's no need to be so wary of me. I'm not a bad person. In fact, those two ghost-faced people just now were our targets, and you just had the misfortune of encountering them. Moreover, you two are both possessors of the Forbidden Void. I can tell you about some things you don't understand. Zhao Kongsheng sincerely displayed his goodwill, and after a moment of contemplation, Li Gang nodded slightly. I can talk to you, but I left something over there, so I need to go get it first. No problem. Zhao Kongsheng readily agreed without thinking. Li Gang unzipped his jacket and covered half of the little fire dragon's body with it. Come back, little fire dragon. As Li Gang's words fell, the little fire dragon transformed into a red light and disappeared. To others, it seemed that the little fire dragon flew into Li Gang's body as a red light. But in reality, the little fire dragon simply entered the Pokeball inside the inner pocket of Li Gang's clothes. After doing this, Li Gang stood up and turned to Lin Xie. Xie, come with me. We'll be quick. Lin Xie was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted and nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll go with you. Watching the two walk away and turn into an alley, Zhao Kongsheng squatted down right where he was. He first took out a cigarette from his pack and put in his mouth, then fumbled around on his body until he found a lighter. As the flame rose from the lighter, he was about to bring it to the cigarette when he suddenly thought of something. Hiss! That kid's lizard tail is actually on fire. If he could join us, the Night Watchers, wouldn't I save on buying a lighter in the future? All right. That guy shouldn't be able to see us now. I'm getting ready to run. You can go back to find that person or go home for dinner. It's up to you. I'm leaving now. After greeting Lin Xie upon entering the alley, Li Gang didn't care about Lin Xie's attitude and quickly dashed into the entrance of another alley. Lin Xie was originally planning to escape at this opportunity as well, and since Li Gang ran first, he naturally had no reason not to run. Thus, he also ran, and the two split up, completely ignoring Zhao Kongsheng, who was left behind. Lin Xie was heading home, while Li Gang still didn't know where his home was. However, he wasn't without options. After leaving the community and arriving on the road, he looked around, and then his eyes brightened as he raised his hand to stop a taxi. Driver, over here. Li Gang sat in the passenger seat and handed his phone to the driver. At that moment, the address information from the delivery app was displayed on his phone. Chapter 5, Taking a Taxi. Back in school, Li Gang had thought about how he would get home. Initially, he thought of looking for answers on his phone, and eventually, he found the address on the delivery app. However, he didn't know how to get there, but that wasn't a problem. He just needed to take a taxi. The driver nodded and casually glanced at the address on the phone, but then his expression turned strange. Are you sure you want to go to this address? Huh? Is there something wrong with this address? Li Gang asked with some confusion. He was very certain that this address was his home because there was only this one address on his food delivery app, with no others. So the possibility of this address being someone else's for ordering food did not exist. No problem. This address is not far. The fare is 6 yuan. No problem. Li Gang didn't hesitate and immediately took out 6 yuan to hand to the driver. The driver accepted the money, his expression still quite strange. But he didn't say anything further and stepped on the gas. In the neighborhood, Zhao Kongsheng finished a cigarette, then lit a second one, and after finishing the second cigarette, he lit a third one. Once he finished the third cigarette, he finally realized something. Damn, did I just get played? Did those two kids run away? Damn it. Zhao Kongcheng threw the remaining cigarette, but to the ground, stood up, stomped it out, and then walked in the direction where Li Gang and Lin Chia had left. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Li Gang got out of the taxi, somewhat dazed, looking at the familiar old district, feeling a bit lost for a moment. "Wait, driver. You." Li Gang turned back to confirm with the taxi driver, but at that moment, the taxi had already sped away, and all he could see were the taillights fading into the distance. "So, my home is actually in this neighborhood. I got in a car here, and the taxi just took me for a random spin before coming back, and it charged me 6 yuan? Damn it, what a beast. Li Gang cursed under his breath with a sad face as he was about to find his home according to the door number. Just as he lifted his leg, he saw Zhao Kongcheng walking out from the neighborhood. Damn! Li Gang was startled and turned to run, but he saw Zhao Kongcheng, who naturally saw him as well. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng was holding back his anger, and seeing Li Gang, how could he let him escape? So he sprinted like a 100-meter dash and reached Li Gang's side, slapping his broad hand heavily on Li Gang's shoulder. "Hey kid, you guys are something else? Actually trying to play me." Li Gang's mouth twitched, forcing a very strained and unpleasant smile on his face. No, I'm just about to go back to find you, right? Otherwise, why would I still be here? Don't you think so? Zhao Kongcheng was slightly taken aback. He had been holding in a lot of frustration. But after hearing this explanation, he believed it. Li Gang was right. If the other party wanted to run away, they would have disappeared by now and had no reason to stay here waiting to be caught. But what about the other person? Wasn't he with you to get the stuff? Where did he go? Oh, you mean Chi? He went home to have dinner first. Conveniently, I know where he lives, and I can tell you his address. You can go find him, and I'll wait for you here. What do you think? Li Gang took a moment to calm down, and the smile on his face became a bit more natural. Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes and grabbed Li Gang's wrist tightly. "Do you really think I'm that easy to fool?" He said. "He's already gone home. Am I supposed to go to his house to catch him? No matter what, you have to come back with me." "Hey, you finally admit it, right? You're catching people. Let me tell you, that's illegal, do you know that? I'm a student. I'm still a minor. And I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. You're in serious trouble." Zhao Kongcheng ignored Li Gang's frantic shouting and dragged him along the road. After a while, Li Gang realized that yelling was futile and gave up, resignedly following Zhao Kongcheng. The two of them eventually arrived at the Peace Bridge, stopping in front of a very inconspicuous store with Peace Office written above the door. Li Gang knew that this was the base of the 136th team stationed in Songnan City. On the surface, it was an unremarkable office, but in reality, there was a hidden world underground. "We've arrived, let us go in." Zhao Kongcheng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Just as he was about to take out his lighter, he suddenly remembered something and nudged Li Gang's arm with his elbow. "Hey, what is up with that fire lizard of yours? It looks really cool. Is the fire on its tail real? Can it be used to light a cigarette?" Li Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhao Kongcheng as he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When he heard the first half of the conversation, he was thinking about calling out his little fire dragon to introduce it. After all, it was impossible to hide the existence of the little fire dragon, and with more and more Pokémon around him in the future, there was no way to keep it secret. It would be better to mention it early on. He had already thought of a reason. However, after hearing the second half of the conversation, he no longer wanted to call out the little fire dragon. Its name is Little Fire Dragon, not Fire Lizard. The fire on its tail is real fire, but I refuse to let you use it to light a cigarette. Come on, don't be so stingy. It's still fire whether it's burning or not, right? Borrowing a flame to light a cigarette won't affect anything, will it? Zhao Kongcheng said, chattering away with pointless remarks as he led Li Gang into the office. As soon as the door opened, 5 pairs of eyes immediately focused on Li Gang. "Oh, old Zhao is back. Why did he bring someone with him? Is this the divine agent?" The first to speak was Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain, while the others curiously examined Li Gang. However, after Wu Xiangnan took a few more glances at Li Gang, his brows subtly furrowed. He didn't sense the aura of a deity from Li Gang. While others might be unfamiliar with the aura of a deity, he was different. He had truly encountered deities and was very familiar with their presence. "No, that divine agent has run away. This is another Forbidden Void Awakener, a classmate of that divine agent. His strength is quite good. He knocked the ghost-faced man away with one punch, and he can also breathe fire." Zhao Kongcheng laid it all out about Li Gang, and Hong Ying, who was nearby, immediately brightened up at this. "Oh, can breathe fire? Is your Forbidden Void also fire? What kind of Forbidden Void is it?" Li Gang shook his head and chuckled. "No, my ability is not fire but summoning. I can summon beings from another world called spirits. As for breathing fire, it is actually just some power I obtain from the summoned beings." Chapter 6. Transaction Li Gang expressed the explanation he had long prepared, and the few people in the office exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Summoning a spirit? They had never heard of it. Perhaps it was a brand new forbidden entity that had never appeared before. Just as Wu Xiangnan was about to ask Li Gang if he could demonstrate, the office door was pushed open again, and Chun Mai, covered in blood, walked in. Captain? Captain, are you okay? Everyone in the room was shocked to see Chun Mai covered in blood, and Wu Xiangnan hurried over to support him, but was rejected. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, but the Ghost Face King got away. Chun Mai sighed, fatigue evident on his face. Then his gaze fell on Li Gang. Is he the agent of Michael? Oh no, Captain, he's not a divine agent. He's a classmate of the divine agent, and also a holder of forbidden entities. At that time, he was with the divine agent, and when the divine agent ran away, I could only bring him back first. Seeing Chun Mai's misunderstanding, Zhao Kongsheng quickly explained. After taking a moment to assess Li Gang, Chun Mai slightly nodded. Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes first. After saying that, he didn't care about Li Gang's reaction and directly walked into the inner room. Li Gang shrugged and casually found a stool to sit down. So, you belong to an official organization? Li Gang casually asked, and Wu Xiangnan turned his gaze away from the door where Chun Mai had entered, nodding at Li Gang. That's right, we are Night Watchman, Team 136 stationed in Songnan City, specifically responsible for handling mysterious incidents in Songnan City, like the ones you encountered before. Yes, I already know that. So can you tell me now why you brought me here? When Li Gang said this, his expression and tone were very serious, which made people sense his dissatisfaction. This was also something he deliberately displayed. After all, he was forcibly dragged here by Zhao Kongsheng. Normal people would feel some discontent in such a situation. After a moment of silence, Wu Xiangnan turned to look at Zhao Kongsheng, but Zhao Kongsheng completely ignored him, turning his head away as if he hadn't heard anything, which left Wu Xiangnan feeling a bit helpless. If old Zhao used any improper means to invite you here, then I, the vice captain of Team 136, apologize on his behalf. Of course, if you do not accept my apology, you can also request him to apologize to you. You're free to raise that. However, before that, we need to understand your situation a bit, since our team's responsibility is to maintain the stability of Songnan City. Whether it's a mysterious being or another forbidden entity, they pose a risk to stability. Therefore, I hope you can cooperate with us. We want to understand your situation and obtain some commitments from you. You can think of all of this as a form of reporting, which is necessary. Otherwise, we will have to take some measures against you and prevent you from posing any threats to Songnan City before any signs of danger appear. Wu Xiangnan's words made Li Gang raise his eyebrows involuntarily. He initially thought Wu Xiangnan would invite him to join the Night Watchers, but after thinking it over, he felt relieved. Although forbidden entity holders are relatively rare, they have not yet begun to understand themselves and do not know what their forbidden entities are like. Moreover, he had just subtly expressed his dissatisfaction, making it clear that extending an invitation in this situation would likely be unsuccessful. In that case, it would be better to first gather some understanding and assessment before deciding whether to extend an invitation and in what manner, as this would significantly increase the chances of success. All right, so what do you want to know? Li Gang shrugged, showing no signs of resistance, which made Wu Xiangnan secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He was worried that Li Gang, due to his previous dissatisfaction and being in a rebellious phase, might react strongly to his earlier words. It seemed, however, that nothing of the sort had happened. Let's wait for our captain to come out before discussing this. Within 2 minutes, Chun Muni, now changed into a different outfit, walked out of the room. On the surface, he appeared completely normal, but there was still a noticeable stench and blood odor lingering on him that belonged to the ghost-faced man. Sorry. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to shower. Hello, I am Chun Muni, the captain of Team 136. Chun Muni offered Li Gang a gentle smile as he sat down across from him. After Li Gang smiled back, he spoke first. Let me guess. What you really want to find is Chi Ye, the so-called divine agent you mentioned. Not me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present slightly changed their expressions. Even Chun Muni was no exception, but they quickly returned to normal. Why do you think that? I think this question should be directed at your subordinates. Or perhaps I should call them team members. Anyway, ask them what question they asked when they first saw me, and how Zhao Kongsheng responded. After a brief silence, Chun Muni smiled again. Indeed, you're not wrong. But since you were there at the time, you must have seen the towering beam of light. The reason we're looking for him is that we also saw it. Before that, we had no idea of your existence, so naturally, we didn't consider looking for you. Chun Muni's answer left Li Gang speechless. His response had no issues, but Li Gang initially just wanted to use this to open up the conversation, which had nothing to do with Chun Muni's reply. In that case, let's make a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? Chen Muni suddenly became curious. Li Gang smiled and said, you help me find a reasonable and decent reason to drop out of school, and also give me a college diploma, and I will help you absorb Chiye into the Night Watchers. How about that? The others in a room exchanged glances, never expecting Li Gang to propose such a deal. While Chen Muni was deep in thought, seemingly weighing something. I can help you drop out in a decent manner, but getting you a college diploma is impossible. I don't have that authority. However, if you want, I can arrange for you to directly enter college, and you can earn the diploma based on your own abilities. I'm not looking to go to college just yet. Please keep that option for me. If one day I decide to go to college, I will come to find you, and I hope you want to go back on your word. Chapter 7. Information all right. Then this matter is settled. Now we should talk about your situation. As he spoke, Chen Muni's expression turned serious, and Li Gang also restrained his expression, quietly watching the other party, waiting for what would come next. In order to ensure the stability of Songnan, we must conduct an investigation and assessment of you to ensure that you do not pose a threat to Songnan, and we hope you can cooperate. Your vice captain just told me this. So, what do you want to investigate? How do you plan to assess me? First, we need to confirm your void suppression level. Then investigate your background, and finally observe your daily conduct and demeanor to ensure you won't pose a danger to society. Li Gong nodded, putting his hand into his pocket and pressing the Pokeball located in the inner pocket of his clothes. With a flash of red light, Charmander appeared beside Li Gang. My ability allows me to summon creatures known as Pokémon from another world, but it's not just a simple summoning. They're my companions. As he spoke, Li Gang looked down at Charmander, who was still trying to understand the surroundings. However, after hearing Li Gang's words, it immediately nodded vigorously in agreement. Ni, Pokémon? Chunmai gazed intensely at Charmander, while the others curiously examined the suddenly appearing red lizard. Among them, Hong Ying was the most curious, her gaze fixated on the tip of Charmander's fiery tail. Can you ensure it won't go out of control? I'm sorry, I'm not doubting you or it. I just want to confirm, because its appearance is more closely associated with the mysterious. Li Gang frowned and gently rubbed the little fire dragon's head with his hand. Since you've already said such things, I feel my response is meaningless. Don't you observe me? Then confirm the answer yourself. I'm sorry, but this is a necessary process. Chen Mai could certainly hear the dissatisfaction in Li Gang's tone, but as he said, this was a necessary confirmation process, because the spirit was something he had never heard of before. Faced with something he had never encountered, which looked even more mysterious, he had to make certain confirmations. How about this? Aren't you fighting against the mysterious to maintain social stability? I have great respect for people like you, so I'm willing to show my sincerity. At this point, Li Gang paused and slowly raised a finger. Once a monster appears again in Songnan City, you can contact me. I can help you for free this time. After that, if you still want my assistance, we will need to discuss the price. This time, Chen Mai's brow noticeably furrowed, but in the end, he slowly nodded. All right, thank you. Please leave your phone number so we can get in touch with you in a timely manner. Li Gang nodded and took his phone out of his pocket. Just as he unlocked the fingerprint screen, he suddenly thought of something. How about you give me your phone number, and I'll call you now. That way, if I need to reach you for anything, I can, right? Sure. My phone number is. Chen Mai readily provided his phone number. Li Gang immediately entered it to dial, and after the call connected and Chen Mai's phone rang, he quickly hung up. In fact, this was not an attempt to get Chen Mai's phone number. He simply didn't know his own phone number and could only use this method to cover it up. All right, that should be fine, right? Saying this, Li Gang stood up, intending to leave, but then suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Speaking of which, you've been asking me all sorts of questions. And if I just leave like this, it feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? You should provide me with some proof in return, right? Aren't you an official organization? You should have some intelligence capability, right? So, within 3 minutes, if you can find out my basic information, then I'll acknowledge your capabilities. No need for 3 minutes. Your information is right here. Before Chen Mai could respond, Long Xian, who had been silent, spoke up and then handed a laptop to Li Gang, which displayed Li Gang's life history from birth to the present. Li Gang pretended to be indifferent as he took the laptop. He didn't look at the content on it, but instead scrolled straight to the bottom. Li Gang moved to Songnan City with his parents 4 years ago. 3 years ago, his parents passed away in a car accident. For the past year, he has been living off the savings and compensation left by his parents. He is currently studying in Songnan City. It's quite detailed. I'll give you some credit for that. Li Gang closed his laptop and handed it back to Long Xian, then looked at Chen Mai. If there is nothing else, I'll head back first. By the way, can you reimburse me for the fare? Also, I haven't had dinner yet. You guys brought me here. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? You have to cover the meal cost, right? Chimai nodded and then looked at Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng reluctantly pulled out a stack of money from his pocket. Just as he placed his hand on a 50 yuan note, Li Gang quickly grabbed the 100 yuan note beneath it. Thanks. I'll be off now. Little fire dragon, come back. With a flash of red light, little fire dragon disappeared. And by the time Zhao Kongcheng came to his senses, Li Gang had already run out the door. Hey, you brat. That was my money for buying cigarettes tomorrow. Damn it. Come back. Are you really going to eat 100 yuan worth of food? Zhao Kongcheng shouted at Li Gang. Although he was agitated, he didn't chase after him, but turned back to look at Chun Mai. Captain, why didn't you invite him to join us? I think this kid is pretty good. Chun Mai shook his head, leaning slightly back in his chair, fatigue clearly showing on his face. Our primary task right now is to bring the Seraphim agent into the Night Watch. We absolutely cannot let the Seraphim agent fall into the hands of the Ancient Gods sect. We don't know much about him yet. If we invite him and he declines, it could indirectly affect the Seraphim agent, which would be counterproductive. Since he is willing to help us with this matter, let us collaborate with him first, bring the Seraphim agent in, and during this process, we can deepen our understanding of him and further evaluate whether to invite him. After taking a taxi back to the community, Li Gang finally found his home following the door number. He unlocked the door to his house, which was quite spacious. The entire place was over 100 square meters, and living alone made it feel somewhat empty. The furniture and decorations were relatively complete, but clothes and socks were casually thrown on the sofa, making it look untidy. Chapter 8. Incubation. Is this my home? It looks pretty good. Li Gang muttered to himself and began to explore this unfamiliar house that belonged to him. Just as he was about to turn on the computer in the room to see what was inside, a familiar notification sound rang out. Charmander gained 100 experience points. Charmander leveled up to level 13, current experience points 10, 260. What's going on? How did Charmander level up? Li Gang was puzzled and hurried into the paradise to check what was going on. The time in the paradise seemed to be synchronized with the outside world, and since it was already late at night outside, it was also nighttime in the paradise. The little fire dragon had collected some small twigs from somewhere and lit a campfire. It looked a bit lonely here, with only the quiet spirit egg lying in the bird's nest to keep it company. Nini. When Li Gang entered, the little fire dragon's eyes lit up immediately, and it ran over to Li Gang with its short legs. Li Gang smiled and rubbed the little fire dragon's head, but still didn't know how it had gained its experience. Little fire dragon, did you do anything just now? Nini? The little fire dragon clearly didn't understand Li Gang's sudden question. It tilted its head, thought for a moment, and then pointed at the small campfire. Ni. It meant that it had just lit a campfire and hadn't done anything else. Li Gang glanced at the campfire and then at the little fire dragon. His mind filled with speculation. Could it be because the little fire dragon lit a campfire? No, that doesn't make sense. Lighting a campfire is far too easy for a fire-type Pokémon. If that could earn experience, then leveling up and evolving would be too simple. There must be another reason, one that even I, and perhaps the little fire dragon itself, do not yet know. Little fire dragon, let me stay here with you tonight. Li Gang stroked the little fire dragon's head and smiled as he said, Nini. The little fire dragon immediately brightened its big eyes upon hearing this. Nini. The little fire dragon nodded vigorously, looking very happy. Seeing this, a smile also appeared on Li Gang's face. Although he had already commanded the little fire dragon in battle before, and the little fire dragon was very obedient, Li Gang still wanted to deepen their bond. After all, they would be fighting side by side in the future. He had thought about taking the little fire dragon out for a sleepover, but looking at the flames on the little fire dragon's tail, he ultimately dismissed the idea, worried that the little fire dragon might accidentally set his house on fire while sleeping. After chatting with the little fire dragon for a while, Li Gang left the Pokémon paradise, took a mattress, blanket, and pillow from home into the paradise, and set up a simple bed. At first, he was worried that he couldn't fit the items inside, but he discovered that it was indeed possible. The paradise's portal, resembling a projection, acted like a real door that could directly accommodate things. After setting up the bed, Li Gang glanced at the egg still in the nest, shook his head, and casually bought an energy cube to give to the little fire dragon before he could no longer suppress his drowsiness. He lay down and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He had experienced too much today, mainly due to the heavy exhaustion from using the million-ton punch and the big character explosion, combined with being taken to the Watcher's outpost by Zhao Kongcheng without any rest. He was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to care about that egg. Nini. Nini Nini. In a daze, Li Gang felt something pushing him, and then he sensed a tingling sensation all over his body. with a slight tugging feeling on his hair, as if something was pulling his hair. What is going on? Is something wrong? The drowsiness quickly faded, and Li Gang opened his eyes in confusion. At this moment, the sky in the paradise was already bright, very blue, with clouds drifting by. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were occasional flashes of electricity in the air, and that tingling sensation was not an illusion. What the heck? What happened? Li Gang suddenly sat up and looked at the little fire dragon. Seeing that Li Gang had finally woken up, the little fire dragon immediately pointed with its short little finger at the egg that was still in the bird's nest. Li Gang followed the direction pointed by the little fire dragon and saw that the egg was swaying back and forth, with countless electric arcs leaping out of it. What? Is it about to hatch? But can a Pokémon egg make such a big commotion when it hatches? Boom! Just as Li Gang was confused, a lightning bolt, thicker than a water barrel, suddenly struck down and hit the egg directly, the intense lightning engulfing the entire egg and the nest that held it. Li Gang immediately got up, quickly picked up the little fire dragon, and backed away, creating distance from the egg. He still didn't know what was happening, but that didn't stop him from temporarily distancing himself to avoid danger. He was already prepared to leave the paradise with the little fire dragon at any moment. As the lightning gradually faded, Li Gang was surprised to find that this seemingly powerful lightning strike had not caused any damage to the lawn and the bird's nest, seemingly woven from dry grass, had not been destroyed by the thunder. Instead, it had turned silver white, and it seemed to be filled with immense thunder power. Crack! The shaking Pokémon egg cracked open a small fissure, which quickly spread, soon covering a third of its surface. Then a small piece of the eggshell broke off, and a sharp beak emerged from the egg. Li Gang's gaze had long been captivated by this scene, his eyes filled with both apprehension and anticipation. He was eager to see what kind of Pokémon would hatch from the egg that was causing such a commotion during the hatching process. The apprehension stemmed from the fact that this was the first Pokémon egg he had ever seen hatch, and he was unsure whether such a commotion was normal. If it was normal, then the Pokémon that emerged from this egg might just be an ordinary one. Li Gang's worries didn't last long as the bird beak continuously peeled off the eggshell, and a bird, entirely golden with feathers standing upright, like it was electrified, emerged from the spirit egg. The moment he saw this bird, Li Gang's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized this bird. There was no doubt, it was the Thunderbird, a divine beast. Perhaps because it had just hatched, the Thunderbird was still quite small at that moment. But as soon as it completely emerged from the eggshell, its body began to expand at a visible speed, quickly growing from the size of chick to that of a large goose, and it continued to grow larger. The clear sky had unexpectedly darkened, with a portion of it covered by dark clouds, and from time to time, lightning flickered within the clouds, as if rain were about to fall. A huge surprise surged into Li Gang's mind. He was just about to step forward to greet it, but the Thunderbird completely ignored him. With a flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of yellow lightning and dove into the thunderclouds above. Chapter 9. Forbidden Object, Thunderbird. No, what is going on? ISNT at my spirit? Why is it ignoring me? Moreover, I didn't hear the prompt for capturing the Thunderbird. So, does that mean the Thunderbird doesn't belong to me? Li Gang blankly looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, where lightning birds occasionally revealed themselves from the clouds. In the brief moments he could see them, he observed that the lightning birds seemed to be building their nests with lightning in the thunderclouds. And I. Seeing Li Gang in a daze, the little fire dragon tugged at the hem of Li Gang's pants with its claws, bringing him back to his senses. Oh no, it's fine. Let's go over and take a look. Li Gang forced a smile at the little fire dragon and then took it to the now silver-white bird's nest. He saw broken eggshells inside the nest, along with 6 feathers surrounded by electric arcs. Item: Broken lightning bird eggshell description. The lightning bird cannot perfectly control its powers during the hatching stage and occasionally releases massive amounts of electrical energy. To prevent this energy from dissipating, the eggshell of the lightning bird has strong insulation and stability, capable of completely locking in the electrical energy that the lightning bird emits. Even though it is already broken, its properties remain unchanged. Seeing this familiar panel description, Li Gang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this eggshell could still be a usable item, although he didn't yet know how to utilize it. He could tell from a description that this item could be used for lightning protection. It might prove to be effective when encountering mysterious beings skilled in using lightning. Then he turned his attention to the feathers, and a similar description appeared again. Item: Feather of lightning description. During the hatching stage, the lightning bird cannot perfectly control its powers and occasionally releases massive electrical energy. Its feathers can quickly absorb this energy and then channel it back to the lightning bird through their roots. However, if the feathers fall off prematurely, The absorbed energy cannot return to the lightning bird and instead is stored in the feathers. These feathers are filled with electrical energy, and if damaged, the stored energy will explode, causing immense destruction. Please handle with care. Wow, what a great find. Li Gang's eyes were fixed firmly on the four characters' huge destruction. He then turned his attention to the large, silver-white nest that seemed to be infused with a massive amount of lightning power. He had expected to receive an introduction again, but this time the anticipated introduction did not appear. No response. This is clearly something that can be utilized. Forget it. I'll study it later. Li Gang shook his head, took a moment to calm his emotions, picked up the eggshell, observed it briefly, and then carefully placed it on the grass outside the bird's nest. After that, he left the paradise and reappeared in his room. After a quick wash, Li Gang put on his empty backpack and went out. Of course, he wasn't going to school. Instead, he headed straight to the market in Sangnan City, and, as usual, he took a taxi. He planned to purchase some daily necessities and a large amount of emergency supplies to store in the Pokémon Paradise. In his view, the Pokémon Paradise was a huge storage space, and it would be a waste not to put something in such a large area. Li Gang spent several hours shopping in the market, purchasing a large amount of daily necessities and emergency food. He didn't find anyone to ship these items, but instead placed them in a corner of the Pokémon Paradise as he bought them, spending several thousand yuan in one go. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money at the moment. His original self's parents had died in a car accident, and he received over 1 million yuan in compensation. Although he couldn't access most of that money, yet since he wasn't of legal age, he could easily take out a few thousand yuan. By the time Li Gang finished shopping, it was already close to noon. He casually found a public restroom, slipped into a stall, and entered the Pokémon Paradise. Zapdos, there's no need to rush to build your nest. Why don't you come down and have something to eat first? Li Gang came to the bird's nest with a small pot he had just bought, which contained 3 energy blocks. However, he didn't come just to feed the birds. His main purpose was to collect the 6 feathers. To do this, he specifically bought boxes designed for storing jewelry, lined with soft sponge. When closed, the lids fit perfectly, ensuring that even if the boxes were dropped, the contents would remain undamaged. He bought a total of 6 boxes to store the 6 feathers separately. Ni. Li Gang was carefully collecting feathers when the little fire dragon happily ran over, tugging at Li Gang's pants with its small claws, looking up with its big, watery eyes. Li Gang smiled and bought another energy cube to give to the little fire dragon, casually petting its head. You eat this first. I'm still in the busy city area, and you would stand out too much. I'll let you out when I get home. Nini. The little fire dragon nodded happily and stuffed the whole energy cube into its mouth, chewing contentedly. Li Gang glanced at the sky, still covered with dark clouds, then looked at the energy cubes in the basin, shook his head, and turned to leave the paradise. After pretending to wash his hands in the public restroom, Li Gang exited and hailed a taxi by the roadside, returning to his residential complex. When he arrived at his doorstep, he was taken aback, as Zhao Kongsheng was actually squatting at his door smoking. Noticing the numerous cigarette butts on the ground, it was evident that the other party had been waiting for quite a while. What are you doing? Li Gang cautiously asked, and upon hearing the voice, Zhao Kongsheng's previously dazed eyes immediately came to life. He suddenly stood up and took a few big steps to stand in front of Li Gang. Why aren't you at school or home? Where have you been? Huh? Me? I went out to buy something. Is there something wrong? He could tell that Zhao Kongsheng was full of resentment at that moment, so he quickly changed the subject. Zhao Kongsheng didn't press the matter further. Instead, he reached into his chest and took out a document bag, handing it to Li Gang. This is what you wanted. Now you've officially dropped out, and you did it with dignity. Dropped out? That was fast. Li Gang was a bit surprised as he took the envelope and opened it. Inside was just a thin sheet of paper with the title leave of absence notice at the top. The reason stated was, Student Li Gang has been specially recruited for a National Key Confidential Project. A National Key Confidential Project? What project could it be? Li Gang asked with a puzzled expression. Zhao Kongsheng brushed his hair and waved his hand dismissively. This is just an excuse, otherwise, how could he explain it? You want to drop out and remain dignified. I can't just say you got caught for doing something wrong, right? Chapter 10, Rainy Night. Hey, that makes sense. Li Gang casually tucked the document bag under his arm. Then just as he was about to walk inside, he suddenly paused, as if remembering something, fixing his gaze intently on Zhao Kongsheng. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Zhao Kongsheng felt a bit uneasy under Li Gang's stare, as if the other person was looking at someone on the verge of death. Li Gang's serious expression suddenly relaxed, revealing a smile. Hey, it's nothing. I just happen to have something I want to show you. Wait a moment. Saying this, Li Gang went to the door, opened it with a key, and Zhao Kongsheng instinctively wanted to follow him inside. However, the next moment, the door slammed shut with a bang, almost crushing Zhao Kongsheng's nose. Damn, I'm here to deliver something to you, and you won't even let me in the house. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhao Kongsheng immediately shouted at the door. Before he could knock again, the door opened once more, and Li Gang appeared at the entrance. Unlike before, he was now holding a beautifully crafted jewelry box. Oh, sorry. I'm used to closing the door and forgot about you. Come in. Oomph. At least you're somewhat sensible. Zhao Kongsheng snorted coldly and entered the room, while Li Gang welcomed him with a big smile to the sofa. Come sit down and talk. All right, just get to the point. I'm quite busy and don't have time to waste with you. Hey, look at what you're saying. Do you think I have time to waste with you? I want to show you something good. Saying this, Li Gang handed the jewelry box forward. Zhao Kongsheng instinctively raised his hand to take it, but Li Gang didn't give it to him. He opened the box right in front of him. Inside the jewelry box was a golden feather, and arcs of electricity occasionally flickered across its surface. Just by looking at it, Zhao Kongsheng felt the air become tingling and numb, as if there were tiny currents invisible to the naked eye. Is this a forbidden item? Zhao Kongsheng looked at the feather in the box with a shocked expression. Then he looked up at Li Gang, his astonishment gradually turning into disbelief. He simply couldn't imagine that Li Gang would possess a forbidden item, and just by looking at it, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this thing. Li Gang nodded slightly and chuckled. That's right, it's a forbidden item, but it's a one-time use. I think you can sense the terrifying energy contained within it. It is currently in a balanced state, posing no danger. But once it is damaged, the balance will be broken, and the energy stored inside will explode in an instant, causing massive destruction. So what do you think? Are you interested? I can sell it to you for a lower price. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng's initial astonishment gradually faded. If it was a one-time use item, then its value would significantly decrease. Although he was still curious about where Li Gang acquired it, his level of surprise diminished. A one-time use item? That's right, a one-time use. So are you interested? Let me tell you, this is something I've kept in reserve. Zhao Kongsheng furrowed his brows, lost in thought. He instinctively took out a cigarette case from his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and was about to light it. But suddenly he realized something, looked around, and didn't light it. Instead, he just held it up to his nose to sniff. How much? Li Gang's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. It's a bargain, 500,000. Too expensive, 100,000. After all, this is a one-time use item, a consumable. Deal. Li Gang had no intention of bargaining with Zhao Kongsheng at all. He slapped his thigh and shouted that the deal was done, leaving Zhao Kongsheng completely stunned, staring at Li Gang in disbelief. Wait, are you trying to trick me? What are you talking about? Why would I trick you? Besides, my home is right here. If I trick you, I can't run away. Come on, give me the money. I'm ready for the transfer. Zhao Kongsheng put the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, took the jewelry box from Li Gang's hands, closed the box, then fumbled around in his pockets. Finally, he pulled out a few bills from his pants pocket. I'm not used to transfers. I'll pay a deposit of 100,000 yuan first. Take the items back with me, and I'll bring you the balance tomorrow. Li Gang stared at the money that Zhao Kongsheng had stuffed into his hand, also stunned. No way. Can 126 be considered a deposit? This is a big order worth 100,000. It's not like I have any more cash on me. Who goes out carrying 10 or 8,000 for no reason? Besides, I need to take this back and evaluate it first, then try to get a reimbursement, right? You're fine with it. Just remember to bring the money to me tomorrow. Anyway, I know where your base is. You can't run away. Zhao Kongsheng tucked the jewelry box into his pocket, took out a lighter to light his cigarette, inhaled deeply without rushing to exhale, and as he spoke, the smoke billowed out from his nostrils and mouth. Don't worry. You won't be short on money. I'm leaving now. Zhao Kongsheng waved his hand, opened the door, and left. Li Gang didn't get up to see him off. He sat on the sofa, staring at Zhao Kongsheng's departing figure, his expression gradually becoming serious. At night, the rain poured down heavily. Li Gang held an umbrella, with Little Fire Dragon beside him, and arrived in the old city. In front of him was an open space, very empty, with only a few signboards standing there, and the air was filled with a stench that even the rainwater couldn't wash away. This must be it. The boundaryless void has opened. I wonder if Lin Xie has already gone in. Let us go, Little Fire Dragon. Let us find a place to hide from the rain. Nini. Li Gang brought the Little Fire Dragon under a roof to avoid the rain. Although the Little Fire Dragon got a bit wet, the flames on its tail remained vigorous and did not weaken. Meanwhile, in the boundless void, Zhao Kongsheng held a straight knife, facing a burly, menacing monster with a powerful aura, the Ghost-Face King. Behind him stood a young man, Lin Xie. Rainwater slid down Zhao Kongqing's cheek, gathering at his chin before dripping to the ground. His expression was extremely serious, but there was no trace of fear. "Kid, listen to me. Leave now. I will buy you time," Zhao Kongqing urged Lin Xie, feeling the fatigue in his body. Lin Xie's eyes shone with brilliant golden light, and his expression was resolute. "I can't leave. I can help you." "Huh, you little brat. Since that's the case, then you better watch closely. I will look very cool next." After seeing Lin Xie's determined expression, Zhao Kongqing stopped insisting. Even the seriousness on his face faded somewhat. He then reached into his pocket, intending to take out a medal. But what he first touched was not the medal, but a jewelry box that was placed with it. Chapter 11. The Breath of the Gods. He pulled out the jewelry box without opening it, instead gently rubbing the surface with his hand. "This cost 100,000. I hope you didn't trick me." Zhao Kongqing originally planned to use the ghost god's guidance, but after feeling the jewelry box, he decided to try this jewelry box first. After all, if he could survive, who would want to die? They were already determined to face death, so trying it out wouldn't cost anything. "What is this?" Seeing Zhao Kongqing take out a jewelry box at such a critical moment, Lin Xie asked with some confusion. Zhao Kongqing smirked slightly, producing a faint smile. "This was sold to me by your classmate for 100,000. I don't know how useful it is, but now is a good time to try it." "My classmate? You mean Li Gang?" Lin Xie asked in surprise. Zhao Kongqing did not answer, only nodded slightly, and then he threw the jewelry box in the direction of the Ghost Face King. However, at that moment, he realized that his sense of direction had gone awry. His expression changed drastically, but it was too late to adjust, as the jewelry box had already left his hand. "Oh no, this is the Ghost Face's domain. The Ghost Face King's forbidden void." Zhao Kongqing had aimed the jewelry box at the Ghost Face King, but its flight path and landing point differed greatly from his expectations, landing quite far from the Ghost Face King. Zhao Kongqing's face turned ugly, but he did not hesitate. He immediately reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a button-sized device with a cover. As he opened the cover and pressed the button, the jewelry box exploded in a burst of flames. In the next moment, silver electric arcs leaped out, intertwining and coalescing into an expanding silver electric ball, which swept outward. At the same time, the already rainy sky seemed to resonate with the electric ball, rolling with lightning. At Lin Xie's home, Yang Jin, who was helping to clean the dishes, and the little black dog lying on the ground both looked toward the open space at the same time. Yang Jin's eyes glimmered as he peered through layers of obstruction directly at the expanding electric ball, his brows furrowing. "The breath of the gods, very faint. I would have noticed it if I wasn't close, but it is indeed the breath of the gods. How strange." The silver electric light shone on the Ghost Face King's face. The Ghost Face King never expected that the seemingly insignificant little box could unleash such power. It instinctively tried to dodge, but the powerful current had already spread up its legs and onto its body. It was a rainy night, the ground soaked with rainwater, and water conducts electricity. The Ghost Face King stiffened under the sudden onslaught of electricity, while on the other side, Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie were not faring any better. They were also electrocuted, their bodies numb and temporarily unable to move, only able to watch as the expanding electric ball engulfed the Ghost Face King. The Ghost Face King's body was submerged by the electric ball, and after the diameter of the ball reached about 10 meters, it exploded with a loud bang. However, the explosion did not mean complete disappearance. There were still visible tiny electric arcs in the air, and the rolling lightning in the sky had not yet calmed. "Huh, the 100,000 really didn't cheat me. It's a shame that if it had hit the Ghost Face King directly, this battle could have ended." Zhao Kongqing looked at the already fallen but still twitching Ghost Face King, unable to help but sigh. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill the Ghost Face King, but he had not yet regained the ability to move, making it impossible to deliver the finishing blow. As for Lin Xie, he was in an even worse situation. Although he was half a meter farther from the electric ball, his physical condition was not as good as Zhao Kongqing's. At this moment, he was sitting on the ground, his body twitching and spasming occasionally, unable to even stand, let alone deliver a finishing blow. Thus, this tense and dangerous encounter dramatically turned into a competition to see who would recover first. Under the eaves, Li Gang, who was waiting out the rain, suddenly saw the lightning rolling in the sky and the small electric arcs appearing in the air. He realized that Zhao Kongqing had likely used that feather. As the scene was too familiar to him, it was similar to when the lightning bird hatched, although the earlier spectacle was far greater. "Let us go, little fire dragon." Li Gang threw down the umbrella and quickly ran toward one of the signboards, with little Charizard following closely behind. Million-ton punch. Without hesitation, he struck the signboard with a punch, which looked like it was casually placed on the ground, but seemed as if it was welded to the ground, not flying away from the impact of the million-ton punch. Instead, it bent at an angle and fell to the ground. As the signboard fell, the boundary of the limitless space shattered, revealing the true scene of the open area, but the situation inside was completely different from what Li Gang had imagined. In Li Gang's mind, the situation within the barrier could be one of two scenarios. The first was that the feather had worked. Zhao Kongqing landed a hit, directly taking down the Ghost Face King, achieving the kill and successfully showing off. The second was that the feather had no effect, and Zhao Kongqing still had to use the Ghost God induction to take the Ghost Face King down with him. However, what he saw was the Ghost Face King lying on the ground, twitching, not dead yet, while Zhao Kongqing stood still, his expression alternating between relaxed and fierce. Lin Xie was sitting on the ground, his body twitching from time to time, as if electrocuted. What is going on? Did I come to the wrong set? A huge confusion surged in Li Gang's heart, but confusion aside, he still intended to take advantage of the situation. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the incapacitated Ghost Face King on the ground. Little Charizard, use tackle, then unleash flamethrower at its face. Knee, little Charizard shouted, leaping into the air, slamming its rounded, smooth head into the waist of the Ghost Face King, then opened its mouth and spewed out bright red flames. The flames engulfed the Ghost Face King, but couldn't completely consume it. The king's large size was one reason, and the heavy rain soaking the ground was another, severely suppressing the flames. Li Gang was not idle either. After seeing the jet of flames being suppressed by the bad weather, he immediately opened his mouth and shot out a flame. The flame formed a large character in the air before flying towards the Ghost Face King. During its flight, the character slightly shrank, but still landed steadily on the Ghost Face King. Chapter 12, Collecting Heads. With a loud explosion, the flames surged, but were quickly extinguished by the moisture in the air. After killing the Ghost Face King, Li Gang gained 1,500 experience points and 1,000 shop points. Li Gang's level has risen to level 10, current experience points, 201, 200. Charmander gained 500 experience points, and has risen to level 18, current experience points, 101, 000. Charmander learned the move, Flame Vortex. Charmander learned the move, Dragon Breath. Charmander learned the move, Fire Fang. Accompanied by the death of the Phantom King, a series of notification sounds rang in Li Gang's mind. Although these sounds were cold and devoid of any emotion, to Li Gang, they sounded like heavenly music. There is simply no other sound in the world that could be more pleasant to hear. In fact, picking up the Phantom King was not part of Li Gang's plan. It was a completely unexpected gain, and a significant one at that. His initial intention was merely to assist Zhao Kongqing, save him, and thereby gain the friendship of Team 136, so that he could join the fight against the Nantawa Serpent Demon, gaining experience points from the Nantawa Serpent Demon and those infected by it, and also receiving some money from the Night Watchers. As for whether saving Zhao Kongqing would prevent Lin Xie from joining the Night Watchers, he was not worried at all. Lin Xie's ability is causality. Although the random cause has already fallen asleep, the predetermined effect remains. He does not believe that the predetermined effect would not pay attention to the current Lin Xie. The causality between Lin Xie and the Night Watchers is profoundly deep. Even a divine being might not be able to sever it, let alone the life and death of an ordinary human. Even if Lin Xie is not currently joining the Night Watchers for 10 years, due to Zhao Kongqing's death, as in the original story, Li Gang believes he will certainly join the Night Watchers later for other reasons. This is the predetermined effect, regardless of how the process changes. The predetermined result will inevitably come. At this moment, Li Gang didn't think too much. As reality gave him a big surprise, he actually picked up the head of the Ghost Face King, and it was a huge head at that. The total experience points reached 3,000, and the mall points amounted to 1,000. This was definitely a huge gain for Li Gang at this moment. Li Gang imitated Zhao Kongqing, running his hand through his hair from front to back, then shaking his already soaked hair vigorously. With a bit of swagger, he smiled slightly at Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie. Hey, are you guys okay? Looks like I didn't come too late. Li Gang, what are you doing here? Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively asked this question. Then he recalled the way Li Gang had looked at him during the day, and how easily he had sold him such a powerful feather. A thought that seemed somewhat absurd floated into his mind. Did you already anticipate that I would encounter the Ghost Face King? Huh, what? I just happened to pass by and came to check it out after smelling something foul. Li Gang certainly wouldn't admit that he had read the script and knew that Zhao Kongsheng would encounter the Ghost-Faced King and even die at his hands. Therefore, he chose to play dumb. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Kongsheng to be so perceptive and notice it right away. Zhao Kongsheng fell silent, while Lin Xie stared blankly at Li Gang, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything at all. Li Gang maintained a smile on his face as he strode up to Lin Xie and extended his hand. Lin Xie instinctively grabbed the hand, allowing himself to be pulled up from the ground by Li Gang. "Thank you," Lin Xie finally spoke. He actually had a lot to say, but when all the words gathered at his lips, he only managed to utter these two words. "No need to be so polite. Have you forgotten? We are classmates, and we are even deskmates. Helping each other is what we should do, right? Helping each other." Lin Xie quietly mulled over the phrase. Suddenly, it seemed he had made a certain decision as he turned to look at Zhao Kongsheng, but he didn't say anything. Li Gang no longer paid attention to Lin Xie, but instead looked at Zhao Kongsheng with a teasing gaze, gently nudging him with his elbow. "Hey, old Zhao, you're not being very considerate, are you? You haven't even paid the final payment, and you're already using my stuff. Hurry up and give me the final payment." "Hey, you brat, I told you I would give you the final payment tomorrow, so I will. Do you think I would renege on my debt?" Zhao Kongsheng said seriously. "Tomorrow you can come to the peace office to get the money. I guarantee I'll give it to you, not a single cent less, and it will be cash." Zhao Kongsheng made a very solemn promise. Li Gang shrugged, was about to say something else when suddenly, footsteps splashing on the water approached with some urgency. The three of them instinctively turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw that Hong Ying had already brought people to support them. "It seems there's nothing for me to do here anymore, so I'll take my leave now." Li Gang shrugged and waved his hand at the two before turning around with Charizard and leaving. Zhao Kongsheng watched Li Gang and Charizard's departing figures, his expression gradually becoming serious, but he was soon interrupted by a shout. Old Zhao, are you okay?" Hong Ying ran over, shouting from a distance. Zhao Kongsheng turned to look at Hong Ying and waved his hand at her. "I'm fine. The Ghost-Faced King has already been dealt with." When he got home, Li Gang first dried Charizard's body with a towel before heading into the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. Then, both he and Charizard entered the Pokémon paradise. The time in the paradise was almost synchronized with the outside world, and it had already entered night there as well. Zapdos was still nesting in the thunderclouds, but the energy cubes in the bowl had all disappeared, indicating that Zapdos had come down from the thunderclouds to eat while Li Gang was looking. This was undoubtedly something to be happy about for Li Gang. He was worried that Zapdos would ignore him completely, but since it was willing to eat the food he provided, it meant there was a chance to get closer to it. As the saying goes, a short hand is soft when receiving something. He believed that as long as he kept feeding the bird, he might not only be able to tame Zapdos, but also have hope of asking it for help as a fighter in critical moments. With this mindset, Li Gang placed 3 more energy cubes in the bowl and gave Charizard one as well. Then he sat by the campfire that Charizard had lit, browsing them all while contemplating future matters. He currently had a total of 175 mall points, which seemed like a lot, but he still felt very poor. This was because the items he wanted to purchase were expensive, at least for his current assets. Chapter 13. So poor the items he planned to buy were a ghastly egg and the sunny day move. Li Gang wanted a Gung Ghost because it can hide in shadows and act as a guardian. Having a Gung Ghost as his protector will ensure much greater safety in the future. The sunny day move can enhance the battle power of his Charmander, which has the ability Solar Power, providing a 1.5 times boost in sunny weather. This move is definitely the most significant enhancement for Charmander at the moment, and he can use it to build a sunny team. However, he doesn't intend to teach this move to Charmander. He plans to use it himself. In Li Gang's view, since he already has Pokémon, he will definitely let them charge into battle when encountering mysteries. He has never heard of a Pokémon trainer who leaves their Pokémon behind to charge in a battle themselves. That would be foolish, right? Therefore, Li Gang's strategy is clear. He wants to learn auxiliary and defensive moves for himself and let his Pokémon charge into battle. This way, after defeating the mystery, he can also share in half of the experience points. However, in the Pokémon shop, a ghastly egg costs 1,000 shop points, while the sunny day move costs 800 shop points. Currently, Li Gang can only choose one of these 2 desired items. Without any hesitation, he directly chooses to purchase Sunny Day and clicks to learn it. The reason is simple. He cannot afford to raise a Ghastly right now. Raising a Ghastly involves more than just buying an egg, aside from needing an incubator and nutrients for hatching. Even if he lets the egg hatch naturally, he still needs to feed the Ghastly energy cubes every day. That is not the biggest concern, though. The most important thing is that as a ghost-type Pokémon, a Ghastly cannot be raised on a sunny grassland. The shop sells lands for parks, categorized by terrain. Whether it's mountains, rivers, or volcanic polar regions, all can be purchased. To raise a Ghastly, he would at least need to buy a piece of land suitable for ghost-type Pokémon. Ligang has his eye on a terrain labeled Graveyard Forest. The description states, even during the day, sunlight cannot be seen here, and the air carries a chill, making it a favored living environment for ghost-type Pokémon. However, the land in the shop costs 100 shop points per square meter. You can't just buy 1 square meter, right? That wouldn't even be a forest. Moreover, the newly hatched Ghastly will likely only be at the stage of Spectre, and it will require further training to gain combat ability. On the other hand, the boost from Sunny Day is immediately visible and tangible, with no subsequent conditions. What you buy is what you get. Sunny Day, with Ligang's low shout. Brilliant sunlight immediately pierced the darkness and spread over the grassland. The sunlight's range is not large, only about 10 meters in diameter. At the same time, Ligang can clearly feel his mental power rapidly depleting. With his current mental power at the initial stage, he can maintain Sunny Day for at most 5 minutes. If he were still at the Spectre stage, he might only be able to maintain it for a minute or just under 2 minutes. Nini, the sunlight shone on Charmander, and it instantly perked up, jumping to its feet. The flames on its tail swelled a bit and danced in the sunlight, as if it were leaping with excitement. Charmander, how do you feel? Ninini. Charmander clenched its little paws and nodded vigorously at Ligang. Ligang smiled and patted Charmander's head before ending the maintenance of Sunny Day, and the grassland quickly returned to night. All right, time to sleep. And Ligang walked over to his simple bed, just about to lie down when a familiar and pleasant notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. Little Charizard gained 200 experience points, currently level 18, with a total of 101,000 experience points. Ligang's motion to lie down paused, and he looked back at the little fire dragon with some surprise. However, the little fire dragon seemed completely unaware of what had just happened and was waddling over with its short legs, wanting to sleep with Ligang. And seeing Ligang looking at it like that, the little fire dragon made a confused sound. Ligang shook his head and smiled at the little fire dragon. It's okay. Let's sleep. The little fire dragon responded and crawled under the covers after Ligang lay down, but left its tail outside. If last time the little fire dragon suddenly gained experience when Ligang was not present, and he did not know what had happened, this time he was sure that the little fire dragon really hadn't done anything. The experience points just appeared out of thin air. Initially, he was undoubtedly shocked, but after a moment's thought, he figured out the key point. The reason was probably quite simple. This might just be the little fire dragon's natural growth. This process was like a person growing up little by little from childhood, except that the growth of a Pokémon was directly reflected in the increase of experience points. The next day, when Ligang woke up, he found that the energy cubes in the bowl had been eaten again. So he put 3 more in and also fed one to the little fire dragon. After washing up, he went out and bought 4 buns and a cup of soy milk for breakfast at the entrance of the community. Then he took a taxi to the Peace Affairs office. He was ready to collect a debt. After all, this was 100,000 yuan, not a small amount, and he believed that he had already shown enough sincerity to the night watchman, so this meeting would surely go more smoothly than the last time. After getting out of the car, Ligang pushed open the door of the Peace Affairs office directly. Ding! Welcome! Accompanied by a mechanical voice. The people inside the Peace Affairs office instinctively looked toward the door and saw Ligang, who had come early in the morning. Oh, it's you? Have you eaten? Do you want something to eat? At that moment, there were only 2 people in the Peace Affairs office, Zhao Kongsheng and Si Xiaonan, who were having breakfast and gnawing on buns. Zhao Kongsheng's speech was a bit muffled because he had a bun in his mouth. I've eaten, Lao Zhao. Did you bring my money? I'm here to collect a debt today. Ligang got straight to the point and directly stated that he was there to collect a debt. Zhao Kongsheng, whose cheeks were puffed up from the bowsy, quickly chewed a few times before grabbing the nearby drink and took a big gulp to swallow the food in his mouth. I know you're here to collect a debt. Don't worry, the captain has gone to the bank to withdraw money. He'll give it to you when he comes back. Wait a minute. Aren't you the one who owes me money? Why is your captain going to get the money? Ligang asked with some confusion, while Zhao Kongsheng took another bite of the bun, making his speech a bit unclear again. Wasn't that thing used in the battle against the Ghost-Face King yesterday? It was reimbursed by the higher-ups, and the money was deposited into the captain's account, so the captain went to withdraw the money. Chapter 14. The Predetermined Outcome. So that's how it is. How long has your captain been gone? When will he be back? Ligang sat down on the empty chair beside him and asked, while Zhao Kongsheng waved his hand and stuffed the half-bun in his hand into his mouth all at once. You've already dropped out of school and don't need to go anymore. What's the rush? Don't worry, The captain will be back in no more than half an hour. Just be patient for a while. That's good. Li Gang responded with a sound, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He was still very much looking forward to the upcoming 100,000 yuan, because he had learned that he only had a few thousand yuan available at the moment. His parents' compensation of over 1,000,000 yuan had all been deposited into a fund. When he was in school, the foundation automatically paid his tuition and provided him with a monthly living allowance until he turned 18, at which point he could freely withdraw the money from the fund. This was all arranged by the person in charge of handling the case, who was worried that a minor orphan like him would spend the money recklessly or fall victim to scams, as this was not a small amount. Li Gang strongly agreed with this approach, but for him now, it was somewhat uncomfortable. Ding! Welcome. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Zhao Kongcheng and Si Xiaonan had finished their breakfast. Suddenly, the prompt sound at the door rang out. Li Gang thought it was Chen Mai coming back with the money and immediately looked towards the door, only to find that it was not Chen Mai, but Hong Ying. What surprised Li Gang even more was that Lin Xie was actually following behind Hong Ying. Huh, Xie, what are you doing here? And you came with her. You two wouldn't. Li Gang skillfully left his words unfinished, and a knowing expression appeared on his face that any man would understand. Seeing this, Hong Ying immediately rolled her eyes, but before she could explain, Lin Xie spoke up first. I have already joined the Night Watchers and am currently staying at Sister Hong Ying's house. Oh, so that's how it is. On the surface, Li Gang appeared to be in a daze, but he was actually quite surprised. Although he was very certain that Lin Xie would join the Night Watchers, he thought that with Zhao Kongcheng still alive, Lin Xie's joining would be delayed, possibly until after the encounter with the Nantawa Serpent Demon. After all, if Lin Xie did not join the Night Watchers, he would have to continue going to school, which would inevitably lead him to encounter the Nantawa Serpent Demon. Or perhaps after facing the Ancient God sect. Given his identity as a divine agent, Lin Xie would certainly encounter the Ancient God sect. Once he did, he would come to understand the situation, and at that point, the likelihood of him joining the Night Watchers would be significantly high. However, what he didn't expect was that even with Zhao Kongcheng alive, the timing of Lin Xie joining the Night Watchers had not changed. This made Li Gang more acutely aware of the terrifying nature of predetermined outcomes. Neither the awakening of the mortal realm nor the timing of joining the Night Watchers had changed because of his arrival. The predetermined result still came to pass, and even the timing had not been altered by his presence. However, after a moment's thought, Li Gang felt relieved. Although he was a transmigrator, he had only been a mere state before. He had just upgraded to the Pool Realm after obtaining the head of the Ghost Face King yesterday. How could he possibly create ripples in front of a predetermined outcome? Li Gang, what's wrong with you? Lin Xie asked in confusion when he noticed Li Gang suddenly lost in thought. Li Gang came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. I was just a bit surprised. But since you have already joined the Night Watchers, then the promise I made to them is considered fulfilled, which is a good thing for me. Promise to the Night Watchers? What promise? Lin Xie was even more puzzled. Li Gang then directly told Lin Xie about his earlier promise to help him join the Night Watchers. Lin Xie was surprised that Li Gang had already established such cooperation with the Night Watchers, but despite the surprise, he had no particular thoughts on it. He understood the significance of his identity as a divine agent, so it was quite normal for the Night Watchers to strive to recruit him. And it was also normal for them to ask his classmates for help. Ding! Welcome! Another voice of welcome rang out. Everyone instinctively looked towards the door, and upon seeing the newcomer, Li Gang's eyes lit up. Chen Mai had arrived, and he was carrying a small safe. Oh, so you've arrived already. You're quite early. As soon as Chen Mai entered, he spotted Li Gang and greeted him with a light smile. Li Gang returned the smile with a beaming face. Of course, I have to be proactive about coming to collect my money. Chen Mai nodded, directly placing the safe on the table. After opening it, he took out 10 stacks of cash and handed them to Li Gang. This is your 100,000. The 100 plus from the deposit can be considered your appearance fee from yesterday. Well, that's not a small appearance fee. Li Gang happily accepted the money and stuffed it into the zippered pocket inside his clothing, while discreetly glancing at the safe. He noticed that there was still a lot of money in the safe, more than 100,000. After handing over the money, Chen Mai closed the safe and then sat down in the chair opposite Li Gang, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Next, I would like to discuss some other matters with you. I wonder if you have time? I have time, of course. What do you want to talk about? Just say it directly. Chen Mai nodded, his serious expression softening a bit compared to before. First of all, I want to thank you on behalf of the Night Watchers. Although you took the money, it cannot be denied that it was that feather that allowed Lao Zhao to survive. Without that feather, Lao Zhao would probably... Chen Mai didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Li Gang shrugged nonchalantly and glanced at Zhao Kongcheng beside him, smiling. No need to thank me. After all, I was just simply selling something. So I would like to ask, where exactly did you get that feather? According to the description, that feather was able to severely injure the Ghost Face King of the Chuan realm even when completely off target, and its power is at least equivalent to a strike from the Sea realm. This is not a force that someone at your level can control. As soon as these words were spoken, the relaxed atmosphere in the room instantly vanished, and the smile on Li Gang's face suddenly disappeared, but it quickly reappeared, this time with an even more relaxed expression than before. I've already told you what my Forbidden Void is. I can summon beings known as spirits from another world. And this summoning process is not simple. My consciousness must first go to the other world to communicate with the spirit. Only if the other party agrees can I successfully summon them. That feather was given to me by a spirit that refused to be summoned. They didn't want to be summoned by me, but knowing that it wasn't easy for me to make a trip, they sent me a few feathers. Chapter 15 Invitation. Li Gang spoke his premeditated nonsense without any psychological pressure, and Shinmai had no doubts about it, as if he had already anticipated Li Gang's response. Are you saying the other party gave you a few feathers? How many exactly? We're very interested in that, so we'd like to buy some from you. Li Gang was taken aback for a moment. He felt that Shinmai had actually been waiting for him after going such a long way around. There are 6 feathers. I sold one to you before, so there are 5 left. If you want to buy more, I can only sell you 3 at most. After all, I need to keep 2 for self-defense, right? Are there really 6? Good, then I hope to buy 3 more at the price of 100,000 each. What do you think? Saying this, Chunmai placed the safe from the table onto his lap and opened it in front of Li Gang, revealing the neatly arranged money inside. This time, Li Gang did not immediately agree but thought for a few seconds before nodding. No problem, I can sell you 3 more. In fact, Li Gang had never expected that Chunmai would want to buy feathers from him. Previously, he had been so eager to promote to Zhao Kongcheng mainly because he wanted to save Zhao Kongcheng's life. Making money was secondary. Moreover, he felt that such one-time items, even if their power was decent, the Night Watchers wouldn't be too interested. After all, Chunmai's assessment was equivalent to a strike from the Sea Realm. And there weren't too many Night Watchers in the Sea Realm, but not too few either. Spending 100,000 to buy a strike seemed unnecessary to Li Gang. Of course, if some weaker Night Watchers could hold a strike from the Sea Realm, that would indeed be a strong guarantee. The previous 100,000 was indeed very much needed by Li Gang, but now the 30,000 didn't seem as important to him. In comparison, he felt it would be better to hold onto a few more feathers, as his improvement required slaying the mysterious. However, Li Gang still agreed to the transaction for a simple reason. He had already fed the birds several times, and he felt that even if he couldn't find the lightning bird as a helper at this stage, asking the other party for 2 feathers should still be feasible. So he agreed. After all, he had a good impression of the people in front of him, and selling the feathers to them was also a guarantee for them. All right, then this transaction is settled. We will exchange money for goods at that time. The money is here, and you can come and take the money whenever you have the feathers. Saying this, Chunmai closed the safe, gently tapped the metal casing, and placed it back on the table. Then, with a suddenly serious expression, even more serious than before, he said, "Now, I officially represent the Night Watchers to extend an invitation to you. Are you willing to join the Night Watchers?" Li Gang's face revealed an unmistakable shock. Before coming here, he had considered that the other party might invite him to join the Night Watch, but after just finishing the negotiation, he thought they would not invite him anymore. However, just as that thought crossed his mind, the invitation came. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a bit puzzled. Why didn't you invite me first? Instead of making a deal with me first? Chunmai's serious expression faded significantly, replaced by a gentle smile. It's simple. If I had invited you first, and you agreed, then you might not be able to sell those feathers for this price. Li Gang nodded slightly, his confusion replaced by realization. Indeed, if I agree to join the Night Watch, then we would be comrades. In that case, I might not even want to accept payment. So you don't want me to lose money? Chunmai nodded calmly and explained, that is your possession, obtained at a cost. You have the right to sell it for a good price, and I also think this price is very fair. I have to say, you're truly a good captain. I think they would agree with my point of view as well. So what is your answer? Chunmai's face returned to seriousness, and even his gaze was sharper than usual. Li Gang did not meet Chunmai's eyes, but lowered his head to look at his own legs, seemingly in thought. Weighing his options, I heard that every member of the Night Watch has their own medal. Chunmai didn't know why Li Gang suddenly asked this, but he still nodded in response. It's not a medal, just a proof of identity. Can I see it? Chunmai was silent for nearly 2 seconds before slowly nodding. Sure. As he spoke, he took a medal from inside his clothing and handed it to Li Gang. Li Gang took it and saw that the front of the medal bore Chunmai's name, while the back had the phrase belonging to the Night Watch. If the dark night descends, I will stand before millions, sword drawn to the abyss, blood staining the sky. Li Gang stroked the words while softly murmuring them to himself. After finishing, he fell into a long silence. Everyone present looked at him, but no one spoke. And the room was enveloped in prolonged tranquility. I'm sorry, I can't do it. After a long time, Li Gang finally gave his response, handing the medal back to Chunmai. Chunmai took the medal and placed it back inside his clothing, his face showing no disappointment, still wearing that gentle smile, with even a hint of relaxation. Being a night watcher is not that easy. You can refuse. To be honest, I'm actually a bit happier because it means you will live longer than most night watchers. The Great Xia needs not only night watchers, but also people like you, as long as you can make good use of the power you hold. Thank you. Then if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll bring 3 feathers over this afternoon. After saying that, Li Gang didn't wait for Chunmai to respond and immediately got up to leave. The others all stepped aside. No one obstructed him, not even Lin Xie, who didn't say another word of persuasion. Ding! Welcome. With the sound of the prompt, Li Gang walked out of the peace office. Oh, what a pity. I really want to know how he managed to rub the fire into a big character. Hong Ying was the first to exclaim, and Chunmai shifted his gaze from the door to her. Even if he didn't join us, you can still ask him that question. After all, he indirectly saved old Zhao's life. Hey, true, huh? Xia, aren't you classmates? When will you invite him over for a meet? No problem, Sister Hong Ying. Lin Xie replied with a smile, while Zhao Kongcheng pinched a cigarette between his lips, pulled out a lighter, and lit it, taking a deep drag. Looks like my free lighter is out. Chapter 16. Can't do it after leaving the peace office. Li Gang didn't go home, but headed towards a market. Having taken a taxi to the market once, he already knew where it was. Along the way, Li Gang seemed somewhat distracted, appearing burdened with thoughts, but at this moment, he was alone, and no one would pay attention to his emotions. Although he had long anticipated that the Night Watchers might extend an invitation to him, he had never contemplated how to face that invitation, because he had never considered joining the Night Watchers. When he held the Night Watchers medal and looked at the words belonging to them, he imagined what it would be like to confront an overwhelming enemy, whether he would have the courage to stand against it, even to face death generously. After thinking for a long time, he concluded negatively. He believed that in such situations, his first thought would definitely be about how to protect himself and avoid risks. The reason was simple. He was a newcomer to this world, having just crossed over, without the memories of the original self, who was also an orphan. He had no ties in this world. To put it bluntly, he did not yet have a sense of belonging here. He truly could not bring himself to be the kind of person who would risk everything to protect this world. Before becoming a Night Watcher, if he ran away from an unbeatable enemy, it would be seen as a display of his capability, and no one would say anything. But if he became a Night Watcher, it would mean he bore an additional responsibility. When faced with an unmanageable enemy again, if there were people behind him that needed protecting, running away then would make him a coward, betraying the identity of a Night Watcher. Li Gang can help and protect ordinary people in this world as much as possible within his capabilities, based on his own values. However, he cannot sacrifice himself for the sake of others in this world. He is not that noble. In Li Gang's heart, the Night Watchers are a group of very admirable people, and he does not wish to lose this identity one day in the future. That's why he told Chunmai that he couldn't do it, because he really couldn't. Moreover, the Night Watchers are generally stationed in specific locations. If Li Gang were to join the Night Watchers, he would likely end up like Lin Xie in the original work, participating in training after resolving the Nantua snake demon incident, and then being assigned elsewhere. He might be reassigned back to Team 136 or to some other location, but without a doubt, he would have to be stationed in a certain city for a long time. This is something Li Gang absolutely cannot accept, as his way of growing is different from that of ordinary people. Both his own growth and that of his Pokémon are based on slaying mysteries. How many mysteries could he encounter by being stationed in a city for a long time? By then, not only would he struggle to grow quickly, but he might not even be able to afford to raise Zapdos and Charmeleon. He needs to know that just feeding the bird and the dragon costs him dozens of mall points every day. Not to mention, during the training period, he might run out of mall points. When Li Gang came to his senses, he found himself at the trading market. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then he focused and began to shop in the market. He mainly purchased items for wilderness survival, as well as some ready-to-eat dry food and emergency supplies. He had already made plans for himself. After resolving the Nantua snake demon incident, he would leave Sangnan City to seek out mysteries. In general, there are Night Watchers stationed in cities, so searching for mysteries in other urban areas would likely yield little success. Therefore, he planned to go to the outskirts of the city, to those sparsely populated areas adjacent to the city, where it would undoubtedly be easier to encounter mysteries. This is because the mysteries there are hard to find for the night watchers stationed in the urban area, and mysteries crave human presence. Knowing that there are formidable night watchers in the urban area, wandering on the outskirts of the city becomes a very good choice. This also means that Li Gang would be in a state of camping outdoors for most of the time in the future. So he naturally needed to prepare more wilderness survival items. After spending several thousand yuan, Li Gang returned home around noon. After resting briefly on the sofa, he entered the paradise to check the items he had just bought and see if he needed to feed the birds. However, just as Li Gang entered the paradise, the Zapdos, which had been quiet until now, suddenly let out a loud cry, and the dark clouds that had been hovering over the grassland began to churn. The Zapdos, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, swooped down from the clouds, heading straight for Li Gang. Small arcs of electricity jumped in the air around Li Gang. For a moment, he thought the lightning bird was going to zap him, causing his heart to skip a beat, and he even prepared to turn and run. However, in the next moment, a pink light illuminated beneath his feet, quickly forming the shape of an eye. What is this? Confusion flashed through Li Gang's mind. And before he could properly observe the eye, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking right in front of him on the eye pattern. The eye pattern instantly shattered, transforming into sparkling starlight that quickly dissipated into nothingness. After completing this act, the lightning bird made a swift turn and flew back into the thundercloud, with the small arcs of electricity in the air disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. What just happened? It was only at this moment that Li Gang regained his senses, but he still couldn't figure out what had just occurred. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, that seemed to be the pattern of an eye. Could it be the agent of Medusa? So did I unknowingly fall under a curse from Medusa's agent? Did the lightning bird sense the issue with me and intervene to help? After calming down, Li Gang quickly sorted out the situation. But then he had a new doubt. When exactly had he been targeted? Medusa's agents are not that strong right now. They couldn't possibly cast a curse from a distance. This means the other party must have approached him at some point, yet he had not sensed it at all. Li Gang quickly narrowed down the range. If someone could approach him without him noticing and cast a spell on him, it could only be in a crowded commercial market. So, I was cursed by Medusa's agent while I was at the commercial market? But why would I be targeted? Could it be because of Lin Chia? Yes, that is very likely. Li Gang quickly realized that the ancient god sect initially wanted to recruit Lin Chia, the divine agent, and since he was Lin Chia's classmate, if they controlled him, they could indirectly reach Lin Chia through him. Chapter 17. Communicating with the lightning bird, damn it. It's really hard to guard against. Li Gang couldn't help but curse, feeling both scared and relieved. He was thankful that the lightning bird had noticed the problem in time. Otherwise, he might have really been caught off guard. After all, he was still just a beginner in the pool realm. Essentially a little chick that could be easily crushed in front of the ancient god sect. Lightning bird, thank you for your help just now. Are you hungry? Do you want to come down and eat something? Even if you're in a hurry to build a nest, you still need to eat, right? Li Gang cursed. But his mood did not worsen. In fact, it improved. The reason was simple. The lightning bird had just helped him, which was significant for him. When the lightning bird first hatched, he couldn't gauge its strength. But later Chun Mai told him that a single feather from the lightning bird could unleash power equivalent to a strike from the sea realm. Moreover, the lightning bird itself held the title of a divine beast. Even if this lightning bird wasn't a true divine beast, its strength probably reached the human ceiling. The fact that such a strong being was willing to help him spoke volumes. Ni. Seeing Li Gang so excited, the fire dragon also came over and started shouting. After nearly half a minute, the thunderclouds began to roll again, and the lightning bird swooped down from the clouds, quickly slowing down as it approached the ground, finally landing slowly while flapping its wings. Lightning bird, are you hungry? Come, I have energy cubes here for you. Eat as much as you want. Thanks for your help just now. As soon as the lightning bird landed, Li Gang smiled and held out a basin containing 3 energy cubes. The lightning bird glanced at the basin, and arcs of lightning jumped around the metal basin. The basin was lifted by an invisible force and floated to the lightning bird's feet. At the same time, a somewhat childish voice, which couldn't yet be distinguished as male or female, echoed in Li Gang's mind. I sensed the evil and distortion of that power, and it was clearly malicious, which is why I acted. You don't need to thank me. To me, it was just a small effort. I just hatched and am eager to build my nest, needing a lot of nutrients, so consider this my gratitude to you. Saying this, the lightning bird looked down at the energy cubes in the basin, which were evidently a timely supplement for it. After hearing this, Li Gang wanted to suppress his smile, but he couldn't help but grin. You're too polite. After all, I watch you hatch. Taking care of you is the least I can do. Taking care of me? Hee hee. Do you know why I'm so eager to build my nest? The lightning bird's tone was clearly filled with disdain and dissatisfaction. Because the environment here is harsh for me. If I don't quickly build my nest, I can't even sleep soundly. The electric shock plains, Lightning Canyon, or Thunder Peak are good environments. Of course, if you can bring the Island of Thunder from the Three Saints Island over, I would be willing to enter your ball. A cough cough. So, just now, when you sensed malice from that power, does that mean I've already attracted the attention of someone with ill intentions? What should I do next? Li Gang really couldn't continue the previous topic with Zapdos, because he couldn't meet Zapdos' demands at the moment. The electric shock plains, Lightning Canyon, Thunder Peak, and even Three Saints Island are all available for sale in the Pokémon shop. The prices for the first three are 100 shop points per square meter, the same as other terrains, but Three Saints Island cannot be purchased by the square meter. It can only be bought as a whole island. And the price for one island is 1 million. Can't you run away if you can't win? This is the world of Pokémon, and creatures from other worlds cannot enter. As long as you're not one-hit killed, I believe you have a chance to escape. Since the other party just didn't go all out against you, the probability of them sneak attacking and killing you is very low. So you don't need to worry too much. Zapdos' response was not just a response. It also revealed a lot of information, and Li Gang keenly noticed this. You say this is the world of Pokémon? You seem to know something. Zapdos turned its face, locking eyes with Li Gang with its left eye. They stared at each other for a long time, and in the end, Zapdos nodded. I don't know a bit, but my knowledge is limited. I only know that you have the ability to move Pokémon and the space of the Pokémon world here, but that should come at a cost. Furthermore, you belong neither to the Pokémon world nor to the outside world. Beyond that, I don't know more. Do you really know? Then, Li Gang became excited all of a sudden. As a traveler, someone who didn't have much of a sense of belonging in this world, what he wanted most was undoubtedly to return to his original world. However, he had previously been completely in the dark, without any clues at all. Now that he had seen a lead from the lightning bird, how could he not be thrilled? But before he could fully express his excitement, the lightning bird poured a bucket of cold water on him. I've already told you everything I know. The only thing I know is that Lugia knows more than I do. If you have the chance to meet Lugia, perhaps you can learn what you want from her. Li Gang's mouth twitched, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Lugia was a first-level god that commanded the 3 legendary birds. Not to mention its high status in the Pokémon world. Even in the world of god-slaying, it was definitely a god-level being. It was said that Lugia could stir up storms lasting for 40 days with just a flap of its wings. Now, Li Gang found it difficult to meet even a single request from Zapdos, let alone Lugia. Ahem. Well, building a nest must be tough for you. Do you think this amount of energy cubes is enough? Should I add a few more? I can't promise anything else, but I have plenty of energy cubes. Zapdos didn't say anything more, flapping its wings and turning into a beam of golden light that flew into the sky. Along with it disappeared the 3 energy cubes from the bowl. Li Gang awkwardly scratched his cheek. Although he didn't get more information from the Zapdos, he was already quite satisfied. At least he now had a direction to work towards. And he also knew that beings from other worlds couldn't enter here. This meant that this place was his safe haven. Just like Zapdos said, as long as he wasn't ambushed and killed instantly, he could escape here. Chapter 18. Free Food. I still need a Pokémon that excels in healing. If possible, I also want a Miltank. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a large grassland? Plus, having the Pokémon occasionally drink milk could save some energy block expenses. Should I also raise a Tauros? After all, Tauros and Miltank make a great pair. Damn, why am I overthinking this? I'm broke as hell right now. Li Gang shook his head, tossing the large milk can and Kentaro behind him. However, a Pokémon skilled in healing was something he needed to consider seriously. Whether it was for himself or for future Pokémon, injuries were unavoidable during mysterious battles, and having a healing Pokémon was definitely essential. This priority could even be ranked at the very top. There were quite a few Pokémon skilled in healing, such as Chansey, Blissey, and Jigglypuff. But Li Gang's favorite was still Audino. A top-notch Audino could withstand attacks, deal damage, and heal, and it could also Mega Evolve. No matter who faced a top-tier Audino, it would surely give them a headache. Thus, Li Gang opened the Pokémon shop and found the egg of Audino. The price was as he expected, more expensive than Ghastly's, but not excessively so, falling within an acceptable range, requiring 3 500 shop points. Among ordinary Pokémon eggs, this price was quite high. Even a quasi-legendary egg only cost 3,000 shop points. However, Li Gang felt this price was reasonable because having milk means having a mother. After spending some time with his Charmander, Li Gang left the amusement park and set out again, this time heading to the pharmacy. Since he had already confirmed that the Pokémon amusement park was a safe house, he needed to stock up on some medicine before getting Audino. He prepared supplies for injuries, anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicines, as well as bandages. After buying the medicine, Li Gang returned to the Peace Affairs office at the Peace Bridge. Ding! Welcome! Li Gang pushed open the door of the Peace Affairs office and immediately saw 4 people inside. Chunmai, Zhao Kongsheng, Hong Ying, and Lin Xie. The first 3 were intensely and excitedly playing Do Di Zhu, while Lin Xie was wrapped in bandages, sitting on the edge of a chair in a somewhat awkward posture. Hey, Xie, what happened to you? Did you run into something mysterious? Have you resolved it? Do you need my help? Li Gang guessed that Lin Xie must have been training with Chunmai and got beaten up like this, but he couldn't let on about it. So he started to joke. Lin Xie gave Chunmai a resentful glance. His mouth twitched before he shook his head. No, it was either a mysterious encounter or I just tripped. I see. You too. Even though your eyes are fine now, you still need to watch where you're going, right? By the way, this is what you guys wanted. As he spoke, Li Gang placed 3 jewelry boxes on the table where Chunmai and the others were playing cards. Chunmai didn't open them to check, directly grabbing all 3 boxes in his hands. He then glanced at Hong Ying, who shrugged and walked into the deeper room, soon coming out with a safe. Here, there are 300,000 inside. You count it yourself. Li Gang took the safe, weighed it slightly, and didn't even take a glance inside. You all trust me, and I trust you without checking the goods, so there's no need to count the money. Hey, you really know what I like. Hong Ying smiled upon hearing this, lightly nudged Li Gang's chest with her elbow, and leaned a bit closer to him. Hey, let me ask you something. How did you manage to shape the fire into a big character? That's not an easy task. It requires a strong mastery of flames. Tell me about it. Li Gang didn't expect Hong Ying to suddenly ask him for advice. If it were something he could teach, he would definitely be willing to do so. But the problem was that this was not a skill that could be taught. This move is called Big Character Explosion. What? Hong Ying was a bit stunned and didn't even understand what Li Gang meant at that moment. I said, because this move is called Big Character Explosion. Come on, you kid. If you don't want to teach, just say so. Are you trying to tell me that calling it Big Character Explosion means you can shape the fire into a big character? Aren't you just fooling me? In fact, Li Gang was being very sincere when he said this. The reason the flame took the shape of a big character was that the technique he learned was called Big Character Explosion. However, Hong Ying thought Li Gang was just making excuses and not want to teach her. I'm being serious. Why don't you believe me? Li Gang shrugged his shoulders. Looking very helpless, Hong Ying pouted and subtly gave Lin Xie a glance. Lin Xie's mouth twitched. He wasn't very willing, but still stood up. Li Gong, Hong Ying is cooking tonight. Why don't you stay for dinner? Cooking? Her? Seeing Li Gang's doubtful expression, Hong Ying's face immediately darkened, and she puffed out her chest, almost bumping into Li Gang. What kind of look is that? Don't you trust my cooking skills? Of course I trust. Who wouldn't want a free meal? I'll take that meal. Li Gang readily agreed, and Hong Ying's expression finally relaxed. Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng spoke up from the side. Hey, kid, where's that lizard with the flaming tail? Can you let it out for us to see? Li Gang didn't know why Zhao Kongsheng was so interested in the little fire dragon, but he nodded and took out a Pokeball from the inner pocket of his clothes. In fact, there was currently no Pokémon in this Pokeball. The little fire dragon was still in the Pokémon paradise. However, when the Pokeball was taken out, the entrance to the Pokémon paradise appeared in front of Li Gang as well. The little fire dragon inside the paradise immediately transformed into a red light and flew into the Pokeball, but this red light was only visible to Li Gang. Come out. The Pokeball opened, and the little fire dragon emerged from it as a red light. Nini. Li Gang was in such a hurry to bring himself out that little fire dragon thought there was going to be a fight. It looked around but found no enemies. Only familiar faces. Hey, come, little fire dragon, sit down, don't be shy. As soon as he saw little fire dragon, Zhao Kongsheng's face was filled with a smile. He personally took a small stool and placed it beside little fire dragon, signaling it to sit down. Little fire dragon was completely confused about the situation and could only cast a questioning glance at Li Gang. After receiving a nod from Li Gang, it finally sat down on the stool. Your name is Little Fire Dragon, right? Is the fire on your tail real? Zhao Kongsheng squatted in front of Little Fire Dragon, asking with a big smile. Little Fire Dragon didn't understand why this person in front of it was so happy, but it still nodded and lifted its tail. Zhao Kongsheng's smile became even more pronounced as he continued. Then can you lend me some fire to light a cigarette? Chapter 19. Bleeding Li Gang twitched the corner of his mouth, and he opened his mouth to speak. However, before he could say anything, The little fire dragon had already wrapped its small claws around its tail and presented the flame at the tip of its tail towards Zhao Kongcheng, clearly indicating its agreement. Ah, you really are a good child. Zhao Kongcheng happily brought the cigarette he had in his mouth closer to the flame, took a deep puff, and completely lit it. Hey, I have to say, this cigarette lit with the fire is indeed different from one lit with a lighter. It has a bit of sunny flavor. Li Gang rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say that Zhao Kongcheng was just talking nonsense, he suddenly thought of something. The little fire dragon's ability was solar power, so perhaps there really was a hint of the sun's essence in the fire on its tail. Old Zhao, you finally succeeded in your scheme. Are you satisfied now? Although Li Gang somewhat believed that Zhao Kongcheng had indeed absorbed a bit of the sun's essence, he couldn't help but speak up. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled and stood up. Hey, you can't say it like that. What do you mean my scheme succeeded? Look, me lighting a cigarette didn't have any impact on it, right? And I wasn't talking nonsense just now. I really did taste the essence of the sun, but it was only that one puff when I lit the cigarette. The rest was normal. If Li Gang had only somewhat believed it before, he was now completely convinced that Zhao Kongcheng really had tasted the essence of the sun. However, he was very curious about what the sun actually tasted like. Nonsense. Then let me ask you, what does the sun taste like? Li Gang pretended not to believe and rolled his eyes, but Zhao Kongcheng did not argue with him. Instead, he pinched his chin and began to think very carefully. Well, how should I put it? It's not a specific taste, but a feeling, you know? It feels like being bathed in sunlight. Why don't you try it yourself? I'm a rough person and really can't describe it well. Saying this, Zhao Kongcheng took out a cigarette and offered it to Li Gang, but Li Gang did not take it. He was not a smoker. No need. I'll just soak up some sun tomorrow, and I'll know no need for this thing. Hey, then I save a cigarette. Zhao Kongcheng did not insist and immediately put the cigarette back in the pack. At this time, Hong Ying had also leaned over, reaching out to touch the smooth head of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon just looked up with its big eyes at Hong Ying and did not shy away. Seeing this, Hong Ying's smile grew even wider. Li Gang, what is it called? Little fire dragon, you should know that, right? I'm not asking that. Doesn't it have a more specific name? Little fire dragon should be its species name, right? Just like we're all humans, but I'm called Hong Ying and you're called Li Gang. Doesn't it have its own name? Li Gang was taken aback for a moment. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked this question. Now, being asked by Hong Ying, he began to seriously consider whether to give the little fire dragon a name of its own. Let's call it Nini, Little Fire Dragon. What do you think? Ni. The little fire dragon was initially stunned, but then it nodded vigorously. Almost at the same moment it nodded, a notification sound rang in Li Gang's mind. Species name, Little Fire Dragon. Individual name, naming successful. Individual name changed to Nini. By the time Li Gang finished eating at the Peace Affairs office, the sun had already set. He didn't take a taxi, but walked back to digest his meal. As Li Gang left the main road and entered a small path, his footsteps suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a strong smell of blood wafted out, and at the same time, blood began to seep out from the walls on both sides, as if the walls were bleeding. The blood was thick and dark, not bright red. Little fire dragon. Ni. Li Gang didn't hesitate and immediately released the Charmander. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around, the Charmander's body tensed up, and the flames on its tail flickered as it prepared for battle. Blood seeped out in increasing amounts, but instead of spreading further, it gathered together, forming a large pool. Then, this pool of blood began to bubble as if boiling, and an unknown creature resembling a human, wrapped in boiling dark blood, crawled out from the pool. Following it were a second, a third, and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, 5 humanoid monsters crawled out of that pool of blood. Charmander, use flamethrower. Li Gang didn't dare to wait for more monsters to crawl out, and quickly commanded the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon, already prepared, didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately opened its mouth to unleash flames. The flames began to expand the moment they left the little fire dragon's mouth. And since this was a narrow path, the flames filled the entire alley, leaving no room to dodge unless the opponents could fly. Sizzle. Just as the flames were about to engulf those humanoid monsters, a harsh sound of evaporation suddenly rang out. The humanoid monsters did not attempt to dodge. Instead, they surged forward with a wave of blood to meet the flames. As the flames collided with the blood wave, the blood was evaporated, emitting a piercing sound while also producing a large amount of red steam. Li Gang's expression changed slightly. He wasn't sure if the steam would be harmful after being inhaled by someone. Little fire dragon, use dragon breath. Li Gang issued another order, and just as the Charmander stopped spewing flames, It took a deep breath and then sprayed out even more forcefully. The visible breath erupted from its mouth, creating a strong wind in the alley that blew the red steam high into the sky. At that moment, Li Gang finally realized that there were not just 5 monsters in front of him, but a full 10. There were so many. Li Gang was secretly startled, but he did not panic. From the recent performance of these monsters, it was clear they had not reached the Chuan realm. At most, they were at the Pool realm. At this moment, they seemed to be in a state of rigidity within the dragon breath, not continuing to stir up the blood tide. Now's the time. Use the flame vortex. Li Gang seized the opportunity to issue another command, and the little fire dragon, which was breathing out fire, unleashed flames that were even larger than before. The flames instantly engulfed the 10 monsters and formed a vortex that shot up into the sky, with a large amount of red steam swirling within it. Nini defeated the enemy. Li Gang gained 1,000 experience points and 666 shot points. Nini gained 1,000 experience points and leveled up to 19, with a current experience of 101,200. Nini defeated the enemy. Li Gang gained 1,000 experience points and 666 shot points. Li Gang's level has risen to 11. Current experience points 201, 500. Nini gained 1,000 experience points. Nini defeated an enemy. Li Gang gained 1,000 experience points and 666 shot points. Nini gained 1,000 experience points and leveled up to 20. Current experience points 8, 103, 400. The spitting flames gradually subsided, and Li Gang's breath caught in his throat. At this moment, his gaze towards these monsters changed. They were not just monsters, they were simply experience points and shot points. Chapter 20 Evolution. The previous fire vortex only killed 3 monsters but gained a total of 6,000 experience points and 1,998 shot points. If all were killed, it would be like a windfall. However, what made Li Gang even happier was yet to come. The little fire dragon, which had stopped spewing flames, was enveloped in a white light, and at the same time, a notification sound echoed in Li Gang's mind. Nini has met the evolution conditions. Nini species name is changing. Individual name, Nini. Species name change successful. Species name little fire dragon changed to fire dinosaur. Nini learned the move, split. Nini learned the move, fire punch. Nini learned the move, dragon tail. Species name, fire dinosaur. Individual name, Nini. Gender, male. Level, 20. Experience points, 8, 103, 400. Attribute, fire. Characteristic, solar power. Moves, scratch. Tackle, growl, ember, smokescreen, flamethrower, fire vortex, dragon breath, flame fong, split, fire punch, dragon tail. Carney. The voice of the fire dinosaur was much deeper and richer compared to the little fire dragon, as if it had instantly grown from a youth to a middle-aged man. Fire dinosaur. Show your strength. Let me see it. Carney. Li Gang did not issue any further orders, instead allowing the fire dinosaur to act freely. The fire dinosaur had already reached the Chuan realm, while the monsters in front of him were confirmed to be at the Pool realm. Having just fought, Li Gang had a certain understanding of these monsters and was not worried at all that the fire dinosaur would lose. The fire dinosaur was naturally more irritable than the little fire dinosaur, and now that it had just evolved, it was full of energy. As soon as Li Gang finished speaking, the fire dinosaur charged forward. Connie. The fire dinosaur rushed up to a monster, raised its claw, and struck down hard on the monster's head with a move called split. Puff. The claw hit the monster's head, delivering a tremendous blow that caused the monster to disintegrate into a pool of filthy blood. However, Li Gang did not hear the experience gain notification sound. The pool of filthy blood quickly surged and rushed towards the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur sidestepped to avoid it, and the surging blood reformed into a human shape, indicating that the previous attack had not had any significant effect. Connie. The fire dinosaur was undeterred. This time, it clenched its fist and smashed it towards the monster. The monster, seeing the fire dinosaur's fist coming towards it, showed no intention of dodging, believing that the previous split move had proven ineffective and this punch would be the same. However, just before the fire dinosaur's fist was about to make contact with the monster, an incredibly intense red flame suddenly erupted from the fire dinosaur's fist. It was the flame fist. Boom! The flame fist hit the target, producing a massive explosion, and the flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire monster. Nini defeated the enemy, gaining 1,000 experience points and 666 mall points. Li Gang's level has risen to level 12, currently with 5,202,000 experience points. The fire dinosaur gained 1,000 000 experience points. The fire dinosaur from Chuanjing instantaneously killed a mysterious creature from Qijing with one strike, which was unexpected for Li Gang. However, these mysterious creatures had actually already been injured, so strictly speaking, this cannot be considered the first strike. Upon seeing their companion die, the remaining 6 mysterious creatures no longer remained silent and immediately joined forces to unleash a nearly 2-meter-high wave of blood towards the fire dinosaur, aiming to drown it in one go. The fire dinosaur did not retreat, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. It took a deep breath, its belly swelling up, and then suddenly spat out a jet of flames. The crimson flames mixed with a hint of blue shot from its mouth and collided with the wave of blood. The piercing sound of evaporation rang out again as a large amount of red steam rose, quickly evaporating the blood wave. The flames first enveloped the group of monsters, then transformed into a vortex rising into the sky. This time, the flame vortex was nearly twice as large as the one produced by the little fire dragon, with a much higher temperature, and the color was no longer simply red, but also included some blue. And I killed. Li Gang's level has risen to level 14, currently with experience points of 3, 204, 500. The fire dinosaur's level has risen to level 21, currently with experience points of 44, 105, 500. With the remaining 6 mysteries all being killed, Li Gang's level shot up to level 14, and the fire dinosaur leveled up again. Most importantly, he earned several thousand maul points. Each mystery provided 666 points, and with a total of 10 killed, Li Gang received a total of 660 maul points. For Li Gang at this moment, these maul points are definitely a huge amount. Fire dinosaur, well done. I'll give you extra food when we get back. Connie. Li Gang jumped up happily, and the fire dinosaur also looked very happy, quickly walking towards Li Gang. Wanted to give him a hug. However, at that moment, a round of applause suddenly erupted, accompanied by a woman's voice. Oh my, you really are impressive. I thought these 10 filthy blood demons would be enough to exhaust your mental energy, but it seems you all look quite energetic. Li Gang was startled and instinctively turned around to see a woman with an excellent figure, charming features, and a pair of vertical snake pupils had appeared at the mouth of the alley without him noticing. She was holding a white porcelain bottle in her hand, which was not just for any purpose. Snake woman. Li Gang recognized the identity of the visitor in an instant. Without a doubt, the newcomer was definitely a representative of Medusa, a member of the ancient god sect, known as the Snake Woman. Who are you? Although Li Gang recognized the visitor, he pretended not to know and asked warily. Connie. The fire dinosaur quickly walked to Li Gang's side, staring fiercely at the Snake Woman, showing no intention of hiding its hostility. The Snake Woman first glanced at the fire dinosaur, then shifted her gaze to Li Gang's face, smiling charmingly. Homie, you can call me the Snake Woman. To be honest, your pet is stronger than I expected. However, after taking down 10 filthy blood demons in one breath, it must have consumed quite a bit of energy. Oh, no need to rush. I still have more here. You two better give it your all. I am very much looking forward to the look of despair on your faces when you face me after exhausting your mental energy. Just thinking about it excites me. The Snake Woman hugged her shoulders with one hand, her body shivering slightly, then slowly tilted a porcelain bottle in her other hand. A thick, dark red liquid flowed out of the bottle, quickly spreading across the ground and bubbling up like it was boiling. A humanoid monster made entirely of filthy blood slowly crawled out from the viscous blood. This scene left Li Gang stunned, and seeing his expression made the Snake Woman even more pleased, her smile becoming even more radiant, though it carried a hint of distortion. Chapter 21. Double Windfall. She had come to Sangnan this time to make contact with Lin Chia, trying to draw him into the ancient god sect. Then she set her sights on Li Gang, Lin Chia's classmate. She wanted to first make Li Gang her slave, and then have him create an opportunity for her to meet Lin Chia. At that point, whether to recruit or kill would depend on her mood. To achieve this, she specifically gathered dozens of filthy blood demons whose weakness was fire. Of course, the reason she could find so many was mainly because they were all in the same pool at the time. To prevent the target from being killed by the filthy blood demons, she even only released half of them. The goal was to set things up so that the released filthy blood demons could be killed by Li Gang, while Li Gang would also be sufficiently exhausted. She thought 10 was just the right amount. However, Li Gang and the fire dinosaur's strength exceeded her expectations, and they managed to deal with the 10 filthy blood demons with relative ease. But that was fine. She still had more filthy blood demons on her. This time, she would release all the remaining filthy blood demons. She wanted to watch as Li Gang exhausted his mental energy to deal with these filthy blood demons. She wanted Li Gang to crawl at her feet, kiss her toes, and become her slave. Just thinking about it excited her, especially after seeing Li Gang's dumbfounded expression. She could no longer hide her pleasure. However, little did she know that Li Gang's dumbfoundedness was entirely due to surprise. The arrival of 10 filthy blood demons was already akin to a windfall for him. And now, the snake woman was telling him that there was not just one pie falling from the sky, but two. How could he not be happy? Once he learned that all these filthy blood demons were sent by the snake woman to consume him, in his eyes, she was like an angel delivering experience and shot points directly to him. For a moment, he even mistook the light from the street lamp at the alley's entrance for the holy light rising from behind the snake woman's head. It was simply too beautiful. But beauty aside, what Li Gang was thinking more about at this moment was, could killing a divine representative yield experience points and shot points? How many experience points and shot points could he gain? Before today, he would never have had such thoughts because he was well aware of his own capabilities. But now he felt that there might just be an opportunity. Li Gang was very clear that although the snake woman was currently a divine agent, she was merely at the pool realm, while he himself was also at the pool realm and the fire dinosaur had already advanced to the river realm, thus being at a higher level than the snake woman. Although the snake woman's ability to teleport made things a bit tricky, and she had a sea realm bodyguard by her side, if handled properly and with enough luck, there was still a chance. Purchase telekinesis technique successful. Learn telekinesis? Yes. Accompanied by Li Gang's silent response, the usage method of telekinesis immediately surged into his mind in the form of memory. His decision to purchase telekinesis was not a spur-of-the-moment choice. He had actually considered learning this technique beforehand because the power levels in the god-slaying world were divided based on the strength of mental power. The strength of the telekinesis technique was directly related to the user's mental power, so this technique was undoubtedly well-suited for the god-slaying world and was also powerful enough. Previously, he had been too poor to afford it, and compared to other necessities, the telekinesis technique could only be considered a semi-luxury, thus having a lower priority. However, now that he wanted to take down a divine agent with teleportation abilities, the telekinesis technique was undoubtedly necessary. So he spent 800 shot points without hesitation to buy this technique. A bright sunny day, with Li Gang's low shout, sunlight suddenly pierced through the night and fell upon the earth. Centered around Li Gang, a radius of 12 meters was enveloped in brilliant sunlight, transforming the dark sky above him into blue skies with white clouds. Within that 12-meter range, time seemed to jump from night to noon. Connie, the flames on the fire dinosaur's tail, surged up and then retracted again, although they returned to normal size. The flames twisted and danced as if being blown by the wind. Fire dinosaur. Quick battle. Eliminate the enemy. Use the flame vortex with all your strength. Connie, the fire dinosaur, took a deep breath, its belly noticeably swelling like it was pregnant, and then it suddenly spat out a torrent of red and blue flames from its mouth. The sudden high temperature distorted the air around it. Feeling the scorching heat burning her skin, the snake woman's vertical snake pupils suddenly constricted, and her figure vanished. The next moment, she appeared behind Li Gang, but she did not step into the area covered by sunlight. She still hadn't figured out what this sudden sunlight was all about, so she dared not tread into it lightly. A massive flame vortex, larger than before, engulfed the 10 filthy blood demons just released by the snake woman. With only the pool realm and a weakness to fire, these demons had no chance to struggle against the flame vortex released at full power by the river realm fire dinosaur with a 1.5 times boost, and they were instantly evaporated by the extreme heat. Nini killed the enemy, gaining 1,000 experience points, shot points 666. Nini gained 1,000 experience points. Nini killed. 10 filthy blood demons were killed simultaneously, and the notification sound began to flood Li Gang's mind. Li Gang's level has risen to level 16, with a current experience of 205, 500. Nini's level has risen to level 23, with a current experience of 23, 107, 700. Nini has learned the move, Hot Wind. Joy surged in his heart, but Li Gang did not forget his biggest goal. He did not hesitate and turned back to face the snake woman. Charizard, use tackle. Connie. Charizard suddenly turned around, its speed skyrocketing, lowering its head and charging towards the snake woman. The snake woman's expression turned cold, and she immediately drew a short blade resembling a poisonous fong from her waist, aiming it at Charizard's head. Charizard, dodge, then use Dragon Tail. Connie. Charizard swiftly dodged to the side to evade the strike of the short blade, then swung its tail towards the snake woman's waist. The snake woman's pupils constricted, and her body suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing deeper in the alley, creating a distance of about 10 meters from Charizard. Now, Charizard, unleash Flamethrower with all your might. Kanikaka. Charizard did not hesitate, inhaling deeply, and as its belly swelled and then deflated, a high-temperature flame with a hint of blue shot from its mouth, reaching the snake woman in an instant. The snake woman felt the scorching heat and instinctively wanted to use her snake eyes to teleport away. However, at that moment, a faint blue light suddenly illuminated her body, causing her to stiffen, interrupting her teleportation. Chapter 22. Late reinforcements. What? The snake woman's expression changed drastically as she instinctively looked towards Li Gang's direction, but all she could see was the rapidly expanding flames in front of her. Unable to see that at this moment, Li Gang's eyes had already shone with brilliant blue light. Got it. As he watched the flames engulf the snake woman, Li Gang couldn't help but smile, but the next moment his smile froze. As the flames gradually dissipated, a person stood in front of the snake woman, and in front of this person was an invisible but tangible shield, which blocked the high temperature of the flamethrower. Wind? Li Gang's expression suddenly darkened. The person who could appear at this moment to save the snake woman was undoubtedly Han Xiaoyan, a powerful figure in the Sea Realm. The moment Han Xiaoyan appeared, Li Gang understood that it was no longer possible for him to take down the snake woman. However, he wasn't worried about what Han Xiaoyan could do to him. He definitely couldn't fight him, but all he needed to do was to slip into the Pokémon Paradise. So what if you, Han Xiaoyan, are in the Sea Realm? Can you enter the Pokémon Paradise? Even if you could, so what? I still have a Zapdos in the Pokémon Paradise. The Sea Realm is indeed still too strong for Li Gang at this moment, but in front of Zapdos, it would only be worth a feather. I really didn't expect that the two of us beginners in the Pool Realm would attract a figure from the Sea Realm. What? Are you a bodyguard? Han Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, sizing up Li Gang, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. The air in the alley began to flow rapidly as the temperature, raised by the continuous flames from the Charizard, quickly dissipated. Since you know I'm in the Sea Realm, why are you still so calm? Do you have something to rely on? Who knows? How about you give it a try? Li Gang shrugged indifferently, his face showing a calm demeanor. But his spirit was already tense. At the same time, the entrance to the Pokémon Paradise, resembling a light gate projection, had already appeared less than half a meter behind him. He could step back and directly enter the Pokémon Paradise. I really want to know what other trump cards you have, but unfortunately, today is not the time. Saying this, Han Xiaoyan looked up at the sky. At first, Li Gang thought Han Xiaoyan was looking at the sunlight above him, but soon he felt something as well and looked up at the sky. You guys made too much noise. The night watchman is already coming. We need to retreat. Damn it. The snake woman glared at Li Gang fiercely but did not oppose it, allowing Han Xiaoyan to place his hand on her shoulder. Then a strong wind lifted the two of them up, quickly leaving the area. Li Gang let out a sigh of relief, ending the maintenance of the clear sky. Although he couldn't take down the snake woman, he was already very satisfied because the gains from tonight had far exceeded his expectations. The little fire dragon had evolved into a fire dinosaur, breaking through to the Chuan level, and he had leveled up several times himself. Moreover, he had earned more than 10,000 Mall points. He originally had just over 300 Mall points, but after this battle, he had directly reached 12,837 points, even after deducting the cost of purchasing psychic moves. Describing it as becoming rich overnight was completely justified. Footsteps approached from a distance, and Li Gang turned to look towards the entrance of the alley. Soon, he saw Chun Mai coming in with Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, and Si Xiaonan. The boundaryless space had already been deployed, but the battle was over, and they had clearly arrived a bit late. When the four of them saw the large patches of dried blood on the ground and the lingering smell of blood in the air, everyone except Chun Mai couldn't help but frown. Li Gang, what happened here? Chun Mai quickly walked up to Li Gang and asked in a low voice. Li Gang shrugged and casually patted the head of the fire dinosaur, which had already grown over a meter tall. It's nothing serious, just got ambushed. Some guy called the snake woman set up an ambush here with 20 mysterious beings. Oh, according to that snake woman, those mysterious beings seem to be called the corrupted blood ghosts. I've taken care of all the mysterious beings. But the snake woman was taken away by a guy with a forbidden void ability related to wind. I couldn't catch them. Ambushed 20 mysterious beings? Hong Ying's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. They had only thought that a mysterious event had occurred here, and that Li Gang had just happened to run into it. They never expected it to be an ambush, and that the other side had brought in 20 mysterious beings all at once. Li Gang nodded in response, and before he could speak, Chun Mai beside him furrowed his brows deeply. You encountered someone from the ancient god sect? That's right, and although that guy ambushed me, it seems the ultimate goal wasn't me, but rather Chie. That guy wants to take me as a slave and then have me approach Chie. Unfortunately, she's too arrogant. A mere Pool Realm person actually thinks they can take me as a slave. Li Gang shook his head with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm and disdain. However, Chunmai did not relax his brow upon learning that the snake girl was only at the Pool Realm. Instead, his frown deepened. Who took the snake girl? Chunmai continued to ask. Li Gang did not hide the truth, saying, the Sea Realm seems to be called Han Xiaoyan. His abilities are related to wind. I was actually ready to run, but you guys arrived just in time and scared him off. A Sea Realm, huh? Chunmai's frown tightened even more, a clear character beginning to form on his forehead. The others fell silent upon hearing Sea Realm. The strongest in the entire team, 136, was only at the Pool Realm, so the sudden emergence of a Sea Realm naturally brought pressure. Captain, what should we do? Si Xiaonan was the first to break the silence, asking. Chunmai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, gradually relaxing his tightly furrowed brow. I will report this matter immediately. Since the other party is targeting Chie, we must protect Chie well. If it's just a Sea Realm, it's not impossible to fight back. That's right. Who dares to lay a hand on our little brother Chie? I'll poke a few holes in him. Hong Ying was the first to chime in, and Wu Xiangnan and Si Xiaonan's expressions gradually softened as they nodded in agreement, their faces growing resolute. Then, all their gazes fell on the fire dinosaur. Hiss, Li Gang, I remember your lizard. Nini isn't that big, and its shape and color have changed. This isn't Nini, right? Li Gang smiled and reached out to pat the head of the fire dinosaur. That's Nini, didn't I just say that? I was ambushed by 20 mysterious foes. And it was Nini's evolution at a critical moment that allowed us to win. Chapter 23, Sharing Intelligence Evolution. It can still evolve? Si Xiaonan instinctively asked, her big, bright eyes wide open. Li Gang nodded and glanced down at the fire dinosaur, which slightly raised its head, putting its short claws on its hips. Yes, evolution. This is a unique trait of Pokémon. Nini is no longer a little Charmander. It has evolved into a fire dinosaur. It's truly incredible. It looks so much stronger now, visibly stronger. Si Xiaonan squatted down slightly, wanting to touch the fire dinosaur, but as she raised her hand, she hesitated and put it down. She could clearly feel that the fire dinosaur in front of her was very different from the previous little Charmander. If the little Charmander was like a lit candle, the current fire dinosaur was like a torch fueled by oil, with not only increased firepower, but also higher temperatures, making it less inviting to approach. Chunmai scanned the blood-stained surroundings, and the brows that had just relaxed slightly furrowed again. Ying, contact Old Zhao and have a logistics team come over to handle the battle traces. We'll head back for now. We can talk when we get there. Yes, Captain. Hong Ying immediately responded seriously. Li Gang shrugged helplessly, knowing he wouldn't be able to go home for the time being. So, not long after leaving the Peace Affairs office, Li Gang followed Chunmai and the others back to the office. When they returned, Ling Xian and Lin Chie, who had stayed behind, were surprised to see the captain come back so soon after saying there was a mysterious event. Captain, didn't you say there was a mystery? Why are you back so quickly? Where's old Zhao? Ling Xian instinctively asked, while Lin Chie noticed that Zhao Kongcheng, who had gone with them, hadn't returned. Chunmai first nodded at Ling Xian, then turned to Lin Chie. Old Zhao is behind. He needs to collect the notice board and contact logistics to handle the battle traces, so he'll be a bit late. This matter has been resolved. But it wasn't a mysterious event. It was an ambush. Ambush. Lin Chie was startled and immediately looked at Li Gang with a questioning glance. Li Gang nodded and helplessly smiled. Yeah, this time it was an ambush by the ancient god sect aimed at me. Chie, you could say I stepped on a landmine for you this time, so you should thank me. Stepped on a landmine for me? What do you mean? Lin Chie was a bit confused, and Li Gang explained what he had said to Chunmai earlier. Lin Chie's expression immediately darkened. He hadn't expected to be targeted so quickly, and even by a strong opponent from the Sea Realm. Hey, little Chie, don't worry. Sister will protect you. Seeing Lin Chie's expression, Hong Ying stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder in a carefree manner, but Lin Chie was knocked to the ground by the slap. Ouch. Sister Hong Ying, can you be gentler? I'm not fully healed yet. Didn't you see I can only sit on half the chair now? How can I withstand that? Huh? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. Come on, let me help you up. The captain is really too heavy-handed. Hong Ying awkwardly helped Lin Chie up, and the previously tense atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Ding! Welcome. Not long after, the shop door was pushed open, and Zhao Kongsheng entered, carrying the notice board on his back and holding a piece of paper in his hand. Captain, look at this. It was found by the logistics team while cleaning the battlefield. As soon as he entered, Zhao Kongqing shouted, then placed the paper on the table. Everyone looked over and saw that it depicted an eye, a snake's eye. What is this? Chumai asked. Zhao Kongqiang explained while taking off his backpack. We found this on the wall of an alley while cleaning the battlefield. At first, we thought it was just simple graffiti, but then we found several more. And I started to suspect something was off, so I drew this pattern to show you. Chumai nodded and turned to Li Gang, who was comfortably sitting in a chair drinking tea. He glanced at the paper and immediately understood the situation. That's one of the Snake Woman's abilities. She can teleport between these eye patterns. In other words, she can instantaneously move from one eye to another, which is quite a troublesome ability. You all need to be careful when you encounter her. Teleport? That's indeed a tricky ability. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. Such abilities involving space were indeed too troublesome. However, they also thought about how Li Gang managed to gain the upper hand against such an ability, especially after defeating 20 mysterious foes from the Pool Realm, and their gazes toward Li Gang changed significantly. Li Gang sensed the change in the gazes of those around him, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. After taking a big sip from his teacup, he stood up, since old Zhao had returned. It meant that this matter was essentially over. Now, let me share my plan. I intend to leave Songnan City overnight. Leaving Songnan? And leaving overnight? Why? Lin Shiyi was the first to ask, his tone tinged with excitement and dissatisfaction. Li Gang glanced at Lin Shiyi before continuing towards Chun Muyi. The Snake Woman is a twisted character, vengeful and unforgiving. She suffered a loss in my hands this time, and she definitely won't let it go easily. If I leave Songnan City so openly, there is a high probability she will come after me. Han Xiaoyun, that Sea Realm, is the Snake Woman's bodyguard. Since the Snake Woman just lost to me, it's clear she can't defeat me. Therefore, if the Snake Woman comes to take revenge, Han Xiaoyun will likely follow. This way, it will buy you enough time. And if the Snake Woman doesn't come personally, but sends Han Xiaoyun after me, then you will have the opportunity to find and eliminate the Snake Woman while Han Xiaoyun is not by her side. No, I disagree. This is too risky. You yourself said that Sea Realm will definitely be there. I can't let you face him alone. During this time, you will stay in Songnan obediently and are not allowed to go anywhere. As soon as Li Gang finished speaking, the others were still in shock and hadn't come to their senses. Chun Mai immediately refused sternly, and the others, having regained their composure, all looked at Li Gang with astonished expressions. Chapter 24. A perfect reason. Li Gang faced the serious Chun Mai and simply sneered. Chun Mai, have you been the captain for too long and gotten used to bossing others around? I'm not a night watchman. Why should I listen to you? You. Chun Mai was momentarily speechless. Lin Chia stepped forward, blocking Li Gang. Then I'm going with you. All right, Chia. Their target is you in the first place. If you come with me, what is the point of me drawing them away? Just don't complicate things, it's settled. I'm leaving. After saying that, Li Gang strode towards the door. Han Ying and Zhao Kongqing quickly exchanged glances, intending to hold Li Gang down from either side. However, as soon as they raised their hands, a faint blue light emerged from their bodies, and their movements immediately froze, as if an invisible hand had grasped them, making them unable to move. Although the force holding them wasn't very strong, Han Ying managed to struggle free with a slight effort. They had already lost the best opportunity to catch Li Gang. Ding! Welcome! As the prompt sound rang out at the entrance, Li Gang had already walked out of the office. You brat, come back. The blue light faded from Zhao Kongqing, and he anxiously shouted towards the door, instinctively wanting to chase after him. But as soon as he lifted his leg, he noticed that Chun Mai hadn't moved. Captain, what should we do? That guy is too impulsive. We have to bring him back. Chun Mai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions. Have you forgotten his response when I invited him to join the Night Watchman? And those feathers, he must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such risks. Besides, as he said, he is not a Night Watchman. I can't command him. Let us not even talk about whether we can bring him back. Even if we do, then what? I'll report this matter to headquarters immediately. If the medium— Chun Mai didn't finish his sentence, shook his head, and turned to enter a deeper room. Too much had happened tonight. He needed to report to the Night Watchman headquarters immediately. On the other side, as soon as Li Gang left the peace office, he immediately ran towards the nearest exit out of Songnan. He didn't choose to take a taxi to the edge of Songnan City and then leave on his own. He wanted to leave in a bold manner. He wanted to see if he could lure out the Snake Woman. Leaving Songnan was something Li Gang had planned for a long time. He knew very well that the number of mysteries within Songnan City was very limited. If he didn't leave Songnan to hunt in the wild, He wouldn't even be able to afford to raise lightning birds or fire dinosaurs, let alone level up by fighting monsters. So he had to leave and actively seek out mysteries. His previous plan was to leave after the Nantawa snake demon incident, as he had very few Maul points at that time, and he was reluctant to give up the experience points and Maul point from the Nantawa snake demon. However, after tonight's events, he changed his mind and decided to leave Songnan immediately. The reason was simple. First, the Nantawa snake demon was actually quite important to Lin Chia. It was better not to steal that kill. He had just earned over 10,000 Maul points, so he didn't mind losing those points from a Nantawa snake demon. Second, this was an almost perfect excuse. As a holder of the Forbidden Void and officially recognized as a holder by the Night Watchman, staying safely in one city wouldn't raise any issues from the Night Watchman. In fact, if he helped solve their problems, he might even receive a reward. But if he wanted to leave for another city, that would be another matter. After all, the Night Watchman had to consider the overall situation. A holder of the Forbidden Void who hadn't joined the Night Watchman was, in any case, an unstable factor. If he wandered around carelessly, it would inevitably raise the Night Watchman's suspicions. However, if he had a perfect reason, it would be different. Li Gang now held such a perfect reason to protect the members of the Night Watchman team in Songnan City, to protect his classmates, to protect the divine agent that the Night Watchman valued greatly. He was putting himself at risk and actively drawing away the strong members of the ancient god sect. With this reason, no one could find fault with him. Therefore, Li Gang decisively left Songnan City. Of course, Li Gang had his own reasons for being able to do this. Although Han Xiaoyun was a Sea Realm expert, someone he couldn't currently contend with, he knew that Han Xiaoyun's Forbidden Void was the Great Wind Disaster. This Forbidden Void wasn't ranked very high, and it made a lot of noise when used. As long as the situation was off, he could just dive into the Pokémon Paradise and not worry at all. Moreover, even when he was at home, he had been sleeping in the Pokémon Paradise at night, so there was no possibility of being ambushed while he was asleep. After 2 major shopping sprees, he had stocked up a large amount of supplies in the Pokémon Paradise, enough for him to last over 6 months. Li Gang ran wildly down the street. Although he was still not fast enough to outrun cars, his speed was already beyond that of an ordinary person. All the way, Li Gang was very cautious, on guard against the strong winds that might suddenly rise or beautiful women that might emerge from dark corners. However, after nearly an hour of frantic running, he had left the city and reached the suburbs without encountering any pursuers. Phew, I'm exhausted, and they didn't catch up. I guess I'll spend the night here. Li Gang stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stepped into the Pokémon Paradise. Kani, the Charizard had already lit the campfire, and upon seeing Li Gang enter, it immediately stood up, looking extremely excited. Li Gang smiled, sat down next to the campfire, and then he could no longer suppress the laughter in his voice. Charizard, this time we really hit the jackpot. Kani, seeing Li Gang so happy. Charizard was also very happy. Here, this is for you. Li Gang bought a piece of charcoal from a mall and handed it to the fire dinosaur. The charcoal was about the thickness of a finger, and carrying it could increase the power of fire-type moves, although the boost wasn't significant. However, it cost 1,500 Maul points. The fire dinosaur, Kani, happily took the charcoal, sometimes holding it up to examine it closely, and other times sucking on it curiously. Li Gang smiled and didn't intervene. Now it's my turn to spend. Li Gang excitedly rubbed his hands together, then refocused his attention on the Pokémon shop. Almost all's Pokémon Egg buy. Ghastly's Pokémon Egg buy. Pokémon Egg Incubator buy. Pokémon Egg Hatching Nutrient buy. Eevee's Pokémon Egg buy. Chapter 25, almost Dolly Gang bought 3 elf eggs, as well as an elf incubator and hatching nutrient solution in one go. His Maul points dropped by more than half, leaving him with only 5,787 points. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided not to sell the large milk and eggs anymore, as he really couldn't afford to raise them. The elf incubator is reusable, but the nutrient solution is a one-time use. Li Gang first placed the egg of the Cherubi into the incubator. The reason for choosing to hatch the Cherubi first is that it has always been a helper for Nurse Joy in the Pokémon series, known for its gentle nature and ability to take care of other elves. Hatching it first would allow it to help care for the subsequent elves. After setting up the incubator, Li Gang casually ate some instant food and then sat by the campfire to open a map of the Great Xia that he had purchased in advance. I'm here now. If I want to go to the capital, I need to head north. All right, I'll take this road. I can catch fish along the river on the way. I can't just eat dry rations all the time. Does that mean I need to get a water-type elf too? Originally focused on researching the route to the capital, Li Gang's thoughts drifted a bit. He quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss that idea from his mind. It's not that a water-type elf is bad. In fact, having one is quite necessary. As for why he's going to the capital, that's obviously because it's full of mysteries. Among the entire Great Xia, the capital city is the place with the most mysteries. However, those mysteries abide by rules and don't dare to cause chaos on a large scale. For Li Gang, this is also a form of protection. If he were to provoke some powerful mystery in the capital, as long as he hides in the Pokémon paradise, someone would naturally come to clean up the mess. Furthermore, once he becomes stronger and wants to venture into the mist, having a water-type elf will be essential. After all, how many mysteries exist within Great Xia? If we're talking about a lot of mysteries, there are definitely more in the mist. But that time is still too far away, even if it's necessary. There's no need to rush, at least not right now. The main reason is that Li Gang currently has no more resources to raise a water-type elf. Raising an elf isn't just about buying an egg and hatching it. To raise a water-type elf, there needs to be water, right? He can't possibly raise one on the prairie, can he? This leads to the need to buy land. Although he still has more than 5,000 mall points left, he would need to buy some terrain suitable for Gyarados after it hatches. 1 square meter costs 100 mall points, and even if he only buys 10 square meters, that would still cost 1,000 points. He really doesn't have the money to purchase ocean terrain. Well, maybe he could evolve EV in a Vaporeon later. After thinking for a moment, Li Gang came up with a compromise solution, but quickly dismissed it. He bought the EV egg because raising an EV doesn't require purchasing new terrain. It's fine to raise it on the prairie. Later, he could evolve EV into Leafeon or Flareon to form a Sunny team with Charmeleon. If he were raising a water-type elf for future exploration in the mist, it would have to be a larger, faster swimming type, like Lapras or Milotic. Vaporeon is too small and can't carry anyone. In the end, it all comes down to the fact that I'm too poor. Li Gang lay on his back, looking at the thunderclouds above him that flickered from time to time. He shook his head, got up, and placed 3 energy cubes in a bowl for the lightning bird, then handed one to the fire dinosaur, and after a moment's thought, handed over another one. 3 days later, Li Gang walked upstream along the cement embankment by the river, accompanied by the fire dinosaur. Under the scorching sun, Li Gang was feeling a bit overwhelmed and had to drink water from time to time, but the fire dinosaur was quite energetic, occasionally diving into the grass. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, and the fatigue on his face was instantly replaced by surprise. Fire dinosaur, come back quickly. The almost doll is about to hatch. We're going to have a new companion. Tabby and I? The fire dinosaur poked its head out of the grass, looking a bit dazed. But the next moment it saw that Li Gang had already stepped into the light gate of the Pokémon paradise. It hurriedly jumped out of the grass and rushed in after Li Gang. Inside the paradise, the hatching machine that had been quietly sitting on the prairie suddenly lit up with white light. Then, the Pokémon egg inside the hatching machine cracked open, and a burst of white light erupted from it. This white light quickly expanded, stretched, and grew larger, eventually transforming into a Pokémon about the same height as the fire dinosaur. The Almost Doll has hatched. Species name, Almost Doll individual name, none gender, female level, 3, lamp, experience points, 0-30 type, normal ability, regeneration moves, pound, helping hand. Life due as soon as the figure of the Almost Doll appeared. Li Gang eagerly checked its panel information. The newly hatched Almost Doll was only level 3 and had a limited number of moves, just 3, but remarkably, one of those moves was a healing move, Life Due. Tabby and I? The newly hatched Almost Doll looked a bit confused, not knowing where it was, but the next moment, a smiling face appeared before it, an uncontrollable smile. Welcome, Almost Doll. From now on, we will be companions. Saying this, Li Gang reached out his hand towards the Almost Doll. Tabby and I? The Almost Doll tilted its head, filled with confusion, clearly not understanding the current situation. However, as Li Gang was the first person it saw upon hatching, it naturally felt a sense of closeness to him, so instinctively reached out its hand. Tabby and I successfully captured the Almost Doll. You can use a Pokeball to take the Almost Doll out of the Pokémon paradise. Got it. Li Gang was overjoyed, and the smile on his face grew even wider. CHB Doll, you just hatched. You must be hungry, right? Come, come, come. I have something delicious. He immediately exchanged an energy cube from the shop and stuffed it into the CHB Doll's hands. The CHB Doll, with its 3-fingered hands, held the energy cube and didn't quite understand what it was at first. However, upon smelling the aroma emanating from the energy cube, it couldn't help but open its mouth and take a bite, its eyes lighting up, and then it took another bite. Connie, gah! The fire dinosaur beside them saw that the CHB Doll had food and immediately started shouting. Li Gang then stuffed another energy cube into the fire dinosaur's hands. You have one too. You have one too, Fire Dinosaur. For now on, you are the big brother. So take good care of your little sister. Connie Connie. Connie Connie. The Fire Dinosaur stuffed the entire energy cube into its mouth, then raised its head slightly, put one hand on its hip, and the other in a fist to thump its chest, as if to say, "Leave it to me." Chapter 26. Together we strike. Li Gang smiled, and turned again to look at the doll. I need to give you a name too. How about calling you Tada? Li Gang is actually quite bad at naming. Otherwise he wouldn't have so hastily named the Fire Dinosaur Nini. He thought that the newly born Almost doll would be easy to please, but after a moment of thought, the Almost doll shook its head. Tabunai, Tabunai. Clearly, the Almost doll rejected this name, and Li Gang did not hear the successful naming prompt. How about Bubu? Tabunai. The Almost doll shook its head again, this time with a more resolute refusal. Li Gang scratched his head and tentatively asked, how about Nai Nai? Tabunai. This time, the Almost doll finally nodded, and the familiar prompt sounded in Li Gang's mind. Species name, Almost doll. Individual name successfully named. Individual name changed to Nai Nai. Great. Almost doll. From now on you'll be called Nai Nai. Let's go out for a walk. But before that, I need to hatch another egg first. With that, Li Gang placed the EV egg into the incubator. Although he was really hoping for a gum ghost, he chose to hatch the EV first because EV can be raised directly on the grassland, while Ghastly requires purchasing land. It's like paying a fee online, knowing that it's a payment that must be made and cannot be delayed, and having the money on hand but still wanting to wait until the last day to pay. Li Gang is currently in this mindset, fully aware that the terrain is something that must be purchased, and this money is definitely going to be spent. It's still wanting to delay until the last moment. In summary, it's simply because he is too broke. Come on, almost there, kid. Come in here, I'll take you out. Li Gang handed the newly purchased Pokeball to the Almost doll. The Almost doll looked at the ball and then at Li Gang, its eyes curving into a smile as it reached out to press the button on the ball, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the ball. After leaving the amusement park, Li Gang released the Fire Dinosaur and the Almost doll. The Fire Dinosaur excitedly tugged at the Almost doll and rushed toward a nearby patch of grass. Connie, 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 Connie. Tabunai Kanika. Connie, Connie. The Fire Dinosaur signaled for the Almost doll to stop, then dove into the grass. When it emerged, the Fire Dinosaur was holding a four-legged lizard. Connie, Connie. The Fire Dinosaur presented the lizard to the Almost doll, but the Almost doll backed away while waving its hands, not wanting the gift. The Fire Dinosaur was undeterred, tossing the lizard aside and pulling the Almost doll forward, always wearing a smile. Now, the Fire Dinosaur finally had a companion. A companion. Li Gang originally just wanted to casually express his feelings, but after saying that, he began to feel a bit uncomfortable inside, because he was now all alone. The lone boy and his two Pokémon walked along the riverbank for another 2 days. The concrete riverbank was gone, returning to nature, with most of the surroundings filled with grass and thorns, making it difficult to progress. Several times, Li Gang had to use his psychic power to forcibly part the grass. The Charmeleon had calmed down a lot and was no longer running around wildly. Tabunai, 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 Taboo. When they reached a patch of grass that resembled a muddy area, the doll Pokémon suddenly shouted, and Li Gang and Charmeleon immediately stopped. What's wrong, doll Pokémon? Tabunai, Tabunai. The doll Pokémon shouted and gestured, while Li Gang furrowed his brow. Are you saying there's a strange sound ahead? It might be dangerous? Tabunai. The doll Pokémon nodded emphatically, showing a worried expression. Li Gang relaxed his brow and smiled slightly at the doll Pokémon. It's okay. Since there's danger, we won't go over. Charmeleon, blow some hot wind ahead. Connie. Charmeleon nodded, took a deep breath, and forcefully exhaled. A high-temperature airflow mixed with sparks shot out from Charmeleon's mouth towards the muddy ground ahead, rapidly turning the green grass yellow and dry, and the mud quickly dried and hardened. The hot wind blew for nearly 3 minutes, transforming the wetland into cracked, dry earth as if it had been in drought for months, yet nothing unusual happened. Connie? Charmeleon looked at the doll Pokémon in confusion, and the doll Pokémon's ears twitched as it pointed in a certain direction with its little hand. Tabunai, Connie. Charmeleon understood the doll Pokémon's meaning and took another deep breath. This time, the exhaled air was not hot wind but high-temperature flames mixed with red and blue. The flames landed on the already dry and cracked ground, causing it to turn white and red, as if placed in a furnace. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the next moment, the land engulfed in flames exploded. Beneath the hard ground was black and foul-smelling sludge, which seemed to come to life, writhing and quickly gathering to form a not-so-round sphere. The surface of the sphere exhibited patterns due to the different fluidity of the sludge in various parts. resembling facial features, twisted and grotesque. There really is something? When Li Gang saw the mysterious thing emerge, he was surprised. However, before this, he was willing to believe that the doll Pokémon was genuine in its warning. After all, the doll Pokémon was a hearing Pokémon, and having excellent hearing was one of its characteristics. Since it heard unusual sounds, there must be something unusual, though that unusual thing didn't necessarily have to be mysterious. Tabby, seeing that Charmeleon had indeed found the mystery under its guidance, the doll Pokémon raised its head, hands on its hips, looking incredibly proud. All right, Charmeleon, stop for now. As the surface of the sludge mystery began to harden and was about to run out of life, Li Gang quickly called for a stop. Connie? Charmeleon obediently stopped, but was very puzzled, unable to understand why Li Gang suddenly called for a halt. Now, doll Pokémon, charge in and use Pound. Tabby, Connie? Both the doll Pokémon and Charmeleon were startled, but the doll Pokémon quickly adjusted its mood. Tabby, the doll Pokémon ran up with its short legs and swung its small hand at the already hardened mud ball. With 2 slaps, some debris fell off the surface of the mud ball. Good. Charmeleon, you charge in 2 and use Flame Punch. Connie. Chapter 27. Falling from the sky, Charmeleon charged in at a speed far surpassing the doll Pokémon, swinging its fist down hard at the mud ball. The flames exploded at the moment of impact, completely shattering the mud ball and roasting it dry. Nini has defeated the enemy and gained 121 experience points. Received 102 shot points. Nini gained 130 experience points. Current experience 24407,700. Nini gained 55 experience points. Nini leveled up to level 4, current experience 2540. Although the notification of gained experience and shot points rang out, Li Gang was not very happy, and the reason was simple. It was too little, and it wasn't evenly distributed. Even though the doll Pokémon had contributed, it ended up receiving the least experience points. You've worked hard, let's keep going. Connie, Tabby, Charmeleon and the doll Pokémon didn't think much of it. After receiving praise, both Pokémon were very happy and continued to follow Li Gang. As time passed, the sun gradually set, but Li Gang did not stop. Instead, he continued forward with his flashlight. Since they didn't need to worry about food or shelter and were not tired yet, they decided to cover more distance. Nini gained 50 experience points. Nini leveled up to level 5, current experience 3550. Nini learned the move, Sleep. The doll Pokémon suddenly gained experience on its own, which brightened Li Gang's eyes. He knew that the doll Pokémon had grown. Not bad. You even learned a skill, though it's not that useful. Hey, Charmeleon, it seems you haven't grown for a long time. Have you been slacking off lately? Connie, walking behind Li Gang and holding up its tail to light the way for the doll Pokémon. Charmeleon paused for a moment, looking up at Li Gang in confusion. Li Gang smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a casual remark." Li Gang waved his hand, ready to move on from the topic, but his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly looked up at the sky. It seemed that the Charizard also sensed something and followed Li Gang's gaze. The doll didn't feel anything, but its ears twitched as if it heard something. So strong, and it's coming this way. Damn. Li Gang's eyes lit up with blue light, and he and his 2 spirits were immediately enveloped in blue fluorescence. Then they flew up into the air. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, followed by 7 golden figures wearing cloaks and hats descending from above, landing in front of this black shadow. Damn it. I only had half my meal to deal with you. I must ask Commander Yi for a half-month leave when I get back. As soon as the 7 figures landed, one of the golden-haired figures shouted, "Then that leave request will have to be submitted by you." A male voice immediately responded beside her, causing the golden-haired woman to freeze for a moment, then abruptly turn her head to look at the 1 person and 2 spirits floating in the air. What is that? Quickly, bring it down. Upon hearing this, another woman immediately ignited with golden flames, and these flames quickly coalesced into the shape of a bird, ready to rush into the sky. However, before that could happen, another boy in the team reached out to stop her. Wait, that person. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Hiss, I remember now. That seems to be Li Gang mentioned by Commander Yi, right? That's the name. Commander Yi specifically said we should try to take care of them if we encounter them. Huh? Is that so? Looking at that person with some surprise, the person immediately rolled their eyes at the golden-haired woman. Yes. Ahaha cough. Then, since that's the case, let's ask him to come down, or I'll go over personally. Saying this, the golden-haired woman actively walked towards Li Gang, waving at him when she was about 20 meters away. Hey, you don't need to be so nervous. We are the Night Watchmen of Daxia, Team Phoenix. We mean you no harm. You can come down. Li Gang had already suspected these people were Team Phoenix when they descended from the sky, as it was the most likely scenario. But hearing them introduce themselves made him unable to contain his excitement. Because the primary duty of Team Phoenix is to clear out the mysteries that have smuggled into Dacia through the fog. Since they could smuggle into Dacia, they must be powerful enough. If he could hitch a ride with Team Phoenix, he might gain a lot of experience points and shop points for free. The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Gang became. Thoughts of going to the capital and looking for mysteries along the way were all thrown aside. Without any hesitation, he immediately descended from the air. Hello, my name is Li Gang. This is my fire dinosaur Nini, and this is my chubby doll Nana. Upon hearing that the person in front of her was indeed named Li Gang, the golden-haired woman's smile became even more radiant. Hello, my name is Xia Simeng, and I am the captain of Team Phoenix. Connie, Tabby and I. As soon as the fire dinosaur and the chubby doll landed, they also greeted Xia Simeng, who immediately focused her gaze on the chubby doll. Wow, what is this thing? It's so cute. Hee hee, I should have introduced it already. It's called Nana, a chubby doll. Nana? Nice name, but chubby? Chubby compared to what? Li Gang's mouth twitched slightly as he suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and tried hard to maintain a smile. The name of his race is Almost All, which doesn't mean they're similar to anyone. Oh, so that's how it is. A bit strange, but it doesn't matter. It's very cute. Tabby and I. Receiving continuous affirmations from Xia Simeng, the Almost All was very happy as well. Li Gang reined in his smile and asked us, so, how'd you guys end up here? And why did you come falling from the sky? This question should be for me to ask you, right? How did you end up here? I heard that to protect your classmates who joined the Night Watch, you took the initiative to act as bait to draw away the followers of the ancient god sect. By all accounts, you've been away from Songnan for so many days. If you haven't encountered an attack from the ancient god sect, it means your bait failed to lure them, so you should have gone back. How did you end up wandering here instead? Xia Simeng mentioned the most logical situation. But Li Gang left Songnan specifically to level up by fighting monsters, so of course he couldn't go back. If he did, he probably wouldn't have another chance to leave before the miracles in Songnan disappeared. Well, I'm not sure if the ancient god sect people have enough patience, and besides, I wouldn't be much help if I went back. It's better to wander around outside. Who knows, I might clear away some mysteries. Chapter 28. The Great and Sacred Follow-Up Attack. That's a good idea. Hey, I heard you didn't join the Night Watch. Hee hee. There's no rule that says you can't clear mysteries if you don't join the Night Watch. If it's within my capability, I'm very willing to do so. Not bad. You have the right mindset. How about joining our Phoenix squad? Although you're still a bit unqualified right now, I believe your growth won't be slow. And you can join as soon as you reach Chuanjing. What do you think? Li Gang was slightly taken aback. He never expected that Xia Simeng would invite him to join the Phoenix team. For a moment, he was indeed a bit moved, because special teams do not need to be stationed in one place. And the main responsibility of the Phoenix team is to eliminate the mysteries that have crossed over from a mist into the Great Xia territory. There are plenty of opportunities to fight monsters, even to the point that it could be described as very busy. However, he was only moved for that brief moment. And the reason was simple. He really did not want to join the Watchers. If he wanted to hunt mysteries, there were plenty of opportunities. But if he joined the Watchers, there would be no way to withdraw. I think I'll pass. I currently have no intention of joining the Watchers. Oh, that's too bad. I was thinking that you were the classmate of that Seraphim agent, and you left Songnan this time to help him. If you joined the Phoenix, we would have a great chance of getting him to join us too. But since you're unwilling, then forget it. After being rejected, Xia Simeng did not push further. Just gently waved her hand. Li Gang's lips twitched. He nearly rolled his eyes on the spot. Just a moment ago, he thought Xia Simeng was interested in his talent. But it turned out she was just using him to lure Lin Chie. All this time, Lin Chie was the main character. So now you should tell me, how did your Phoenix team end up here? Li Gang suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and asked, what happened? Xia Simeng patted her forehead, looking as if she had just realized something. Right? I forgot to tell you about this. There's actually no special reason. We were chasing a mysterious creature and just happened to track it down here and kill it. Look, the body is right there. Saying this, Xia Simeng turned around and pointed to the huge figure. Li Gang looked over and saw a creature that had the body of a bear but small bat wings, which were only about the size of the bear's forelimbs. It looked completely incapable of flying, but based on how it had just fallen from the sky, it was clear that this bear could fly. Those tiny bat wings were not just for show. It's dead? This is a mysterious creature that the Phoenix squad had to chase down with 7 people. It must be at least a Wu Liang level, if not higher. If it still has a breath left, wouldn't it be great if I could deal the finishing blow? However, Li Gang only asked out of curiosity and didn't hold much hope. Yet, Xia Simeng's next words filled him with joy. It seems like it still has one last breath. We were just about to send it off and report this to headquarters. Really? Can I go take a look? This bear should be a very powerful, mysterious creature. I've never seen anything like it before. Can you let me see? What am I thinking? No problem. Go take a look. No need to rush. We can take this opportunity to rest. I didn't even finish my meal while hunting this bear, and now I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xia Siming readily agreed, and Li Gang immediately thought about taking the fire dinosaur and the almost doll with him. But just as he was about to take a step, he remembered something. By the way, is anyone injured? The almost doll is very good at healing. If you have any injuries, it can help you. Healing? It's good at healing? Xia Simeng was surprised and began to scrutinize the almost doll from head to toe. The almost doll, under her gaze, felt a bit shy and lowered its head, but soon lifted it again, striking a reliable pose. Tabunai. Hey, perfect. We do have someone injured, so it's a bit of hassle for you. Tabunai. The almost doll smiled and nodded, mimicking the fire dinosaur's earlier gesture by patting its chest, as if to say, leave it to me. Xia Simeng led Li Gang over, with the fire dinosaur and the almost doll following behind. Then Xia Simeng pointed to a young man who looked quite gentle. It's him. He was slapped while chasing this bear and broke the bone in his left hand. Can you heal him? Tabunai, Tabunai. The almost doll patted its chest and walked over to the man. The man, looking at the almost doll, which was much shorter than him and resembled a rag doll, seemed a bit dazed. But in the next moment, the almost doll raised its hands and droplets of water flew out from its palms, landing on the man's broken hand. The man immediately felt a significant reduction in pain, and his weak hand gradually regained strength. Clearly, his hand was being healed, and at this speed, it would take more than 10 minutes for it to return to normal. Wow, Captain, it's healing me, the man exclaimed, and the others gathered around to see. Xia Siming proudly raised her head and puffed out her not-so-sturdy chest. Of course. How about that? Impressive, right? But Captain, what does its ability have to do with you? Why are you so proud? Go away. Go gather firewood. We have to spend the night here. The man shrugged and didn't say anything else. Just went to collect firewood. Meanwhile, Li Gang and the fire dinosaur had approached the bear. Fire dinosaur, use heat wind with all your might. Karnika. The fire dinosaur didn't hesitate for a second and immediately opened its mouth to unleash a high-temperature wind mixed with sparks. The hot wind swept over the bear, engulfing it completely, and also covered a large area of the ground around it, causing the grass to wither quickly and the earth to crack and dry up. The fur on the bear curled and carbonized under the hot wind, but the effect was not very pronounced. The level of carbonization was quite low. Captain, what is he doing? One member looked at Li Gang and the fire dinosaur attacking the bear and was puzzled. Xia Siming was equally confused. I don't know. Could it be that he's trying to strip the bear's fur to eat the bear meat? But that's a mysterious creature, not an ordinary bear. Can that be eaten? Ugh. If you ask me, I don't know. Maybe it can be eaten? Chapter 29. Asking for leave, the members of the Phoenix Squad suddenly began discussing whether the mysterious bear was edible or not. While Li Gang and the bear's potential for any unexpected events didn't concern them at all. This bear was a Wu Liang-level mysterious creature, and Li Gang was just a pool-level fighter, reportedly just recently promoted, so it was impossible for him to do anything they couldn't handle. As long as he didn't get killed by a single slap from the bear. They were not worried about that, because the bear had already been beaten down to its last breath, in a state between unconsciousness and semi-consciousness, and it had completely lost its ability to resist. The hot wind blew for more than 10 seconds, and aside from slightly carbonizing the tips of the bear's fur, it had no other effect, which left Li Gang a bit frustrated. However, he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to pick up something valuable. At the same time, he had overheard the Phoenix Squad members' earlier conversation and realized that they didn't have any negative thoughts about his sudden attack on the bear, which made him even more eager not to miss this chance. It was sunny day. Li Gang gritted his teeth and made up his mind, unleashing the clear sunny day skill. In an instant, brilliant sunlight pierced through the darkness and fell upon the earth, covering an area of 15 meters around Li Gang. The members of the Phoenix team, who had been discussing whether the mysterious bear meat was edible and how it tasted, suddenly fell silent, all staring at Li Gang in astonishment. Li Gang ignored the gazes of those people. His mind was filled with the thought of killing the bear and completing his great and sacred act of revenge. Charizard, one more time, use Heat Wave. The flames on Charizard's tail surged up dramatically, flickering violently as if blown by a strong wind. It opened its mouth again and unleashed a heat wave filled with sparks, while Li Gang took a deep breath and spewed out flames. The flames gathered in the air, forming a large character, and then, under the influence of the heat wave, rapidly expanded. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. This character swelled to more than 3 times its original size before crashing heavily onto the bear's head. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound, the flames swept and spread. And these flames were wrapped in a heat wave, igniting it directly. The original heat wave transformed into a massive fire, sweeping away into the distance. Fortunately, the path of the flames led to a wide river ahead. Li Gang collaborated to kill the enemy, gaining 1665 experience points and 1833 shot points. Ni collaborated to kill the enemy, gaining 1544 experience points. Nine collaborated to kill the enemy, gaining 1121 experience points. Nine's level increased to 12. Current experience points, 54260. Nine learned the skill, Round Eye. Nine learned the skill, Sacrificial Charge. Nine learned the skill, Healing Wave. Wow. Li Gang opened his mouth, initially intending to curse, but before he could, one of the members of the Phoenix team cursed first and quickly walked up to Li Gang. Hey, what was that about just now? Did you just summon the sunlight? Can you make the sun and moon switch places? What is your forbidden void? The person bombarded Li Gang with a series of questions, leaving him momentarily speechless and causing the curse he was ready to unleash to get stuck in his throat. Huh? Oh, no, it was just summoning a beam of light. It just looks nice. It's not about switching the sun and moon. If it were, the range wouldn't be so small. My forbidden void is. Li Gang then recounted the story he had told Chen Mai, explaining that his forbidden void summoned creatures from another world called spirits, and that both the fire dinosaur and the almost all were summoned as well. As for that light, it was a special summon that enhanced certain spirits. After hearing the explanation, the members of the Phoenix team gradually calmed their astonishment. At that moment, the member who had been sent to gather wood returned, and they set up a campfire next to the mysterious bear. 2 members of the Phoenix team went to the river to catch fish, while the rest sat around the campfire, with Li Gang the fire dinosaur, and the almost all also sitting by the fire. Ga. The fire dinosaur occasionally poked the burning firewood in the campfire with its flaming tail, causing the wood to crackle. Each time this happened, the fire dinosaur would laugh joyfully. In contrast, the almost all was much more obedient, just staring with wide eyes at the dancing flames in the campfire, watching intently as if searching for some kind of secret within. Meanwhile, the 5 members of the Phoenix team were pushing the responsibility back and forth. Captain, you should do it. This is something the captain should handle. Oh, you all know I'm not good at this, Lao Kong. You do it. Xia Simeng handed a special satellite phone to the person called Lao Kong, who immediately pushed the phone aside. No, Captain. I think it's better if you handle this personally. If you can't do it, we definitely can't. How can I ding. Before Xia Simeng could finish her sentence, the phone in her hand suddenly rang, and all 5 of them fell silent. Xia Simeng raised her finger to her lips to signal for silence, then visibly swallowed before pressing the answer button. Hello, left boss. Yes, this is Xia Simeng. Oh, it's already resolved? I was just about to report this to you. I didn't expect you to call first. It's like we have a telepathic connection, right? No, left boss, we just went through a fierce battle, and some members are injured, plus we're missing 1 member. It's urgent. All right, I understand. Okay. We'll head over as soon as possible. After hanging up, the somewhat stiff smile on Xia Simeng's face faded, and she slowly stood up, turning to face the other 4. I'm sorry. I couldn't get a leave, and left boss asked us to go to Qinghe town immediately. It seems there's a strong mystery there that the local watchman can't handle. Since we're close, we need to deal with it. And that mystery seems to be connected to the outside world. Oh, it's fine. We're used to it. Since that's the case, let us pack up and get ready to go. No one blamed Xia Simeng. They all understood that special teams had to act quickly when facing mysterious events. There was no waiting for a few days to rest. All right. Xia Simeng's mood didn't improve much even after being comforted by her teammates. She still felt somewhat down and sat back down. Chapter 30. Busy Phoenix on the opposite side of the campfire. Li Gang felt a stir in his heart. There's a mystery. Although he didn't want to join the Phoenix team, if he could hang out with them for a while and pick up some mysteries, wouldn't that be great? Thinking of this, Li Gang's gaze towards Xia Simeng immediately became heated. He felt his eyes getting warm, very warm, because the campfire was burning brightly. Not just his eyes, but his entire front body felt hot. Are you guys going on a mission? Huh, yes. I originally wanted to take a leave, but unfortunately, luck was not on my side. Not only did I not get the leave, but I also have to work overtime. Once the helicopter arrives, we'll have to leave. Can I go with you? Li Gang asked eagerly, and Xia Simeng was taken aback. She never expected Li Gang would suddenly ask this, but she decisively shook her head. No, you're not a member of the Phoenix team, and we're not going on vacation. We're going to confront something mysterious and very dangerous. We can't even ensure our own safety, so we really don't have the extra energy to take care of you. No need to take care of me. I can protect myself, and my doll is quite good at healing. I don't think you would refuse to have an additional healer in the team, right? Besides, you know that I'm being hunted by the ancient god sect. I'm still a citizen of Daxia, after all. You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? Xia Simeng fell silent, lost in thought, while the others looked indifferent, showing no intention of making a decision for their team leader. Actually, we really don't lack a doctor in our team. You might not know, but I'm Athena's agent, and I'm quite skilled at healing too. Hiss, but you're right, we can't just stand by and watch. How about this? You come with us to Qinghe Town, and once the situation in Qinghe Town is resolved, the Phoenix team will escort you back. This way, we can use this excuse to ask Commander Yi for leave. Oh, Captain is a genius. Captain is amazing, truly worthy of being the captain. The other members, who were initially reluctant, brightened up at the last sentence, and Xia Simeng proudly lifted her head, sweeping away the previous gloom. Of course. Just look at who I am. I'm the captain of the Phoenix team. Li Gang really wanted to roll his eyes at the people across the campfire. He could see that the members of the Phoenix team were all thinking about how to take leave. However, he ultimately held back, as the other party had finally agreed to let him tag along. As for the matter of sending him back later, he wasn't very worried. After all, his goal was to go to Shangjing City. As long as he expressed his desire to go to Shangjing, the Phoenix team would either leave him behind or take him straight there. It was highly unlikely they would force him to return at Songnan. In their view, whether Li Gang was in Songnan or not was not important. Moreover, as someone with the ability to manipulate the void but who had not joined the Night Watchers, Li Gang was considered a more unstable factor in Shangjing, where the headquarters of the Night Watchers was located. If any trouble arose, the Night Watchers would be able to respond immediately, which was much better than in Songnan. Soon, the two who went fishing returned, having caught over 10 fish, the smallest of which weighed more than a pound. That was definitely enough to eat, so Li Gang also got 2 fish, while the Fire Dinosaur and the Nearly Doll each got 1. After the Fire Dinosaur and Nearly Doll finished eating their fish, Li Gang gave them each a piece of energy cube and then took 3 more pieces to give to the Nearly Doll, whispering a few instructions. Tabunai. The Nearly Doll nodded vigorously while holding the energy cube with both hands and walked to the side. After just a few steps, it vanished before everyone. The Nearly Doll returned to the Pokémon Paradise. As Pokémon, they could directly enter the Pokémon Paradise as long as Li Gang opened the door. However, to come out of the Pokémon Paradise, they had to rely on Pokeballs, which Li Gang had tested before, confirming what Zapdos had said. The Pokémon Paradise belonged to the world of spirits. Only spirits could enter. Where did the Nearly Doll go? When the Nearly Doll disappeared in front of the members of the Phoenix team, they naturally couldn't help but ask. Li Gang had already prepared his explanation. Didn't I say? They are spirits, summoned from another world. Since they were summoned from another world, they can naturally return there. The Nearly Doll has gone back. But as long as I summon it again, it will appear once more. Oh, so that's how it is. Summoning type manipulation of the void is really different. The members of the Phoenix team had no doubts about Li Gang's explanation. They were not very familiar with his abilities anyway, and the recent events aligned with the information they had received and Li Gang's previous claims about his own abilities, leaving no gaps in the overall understanding. A few minutes later, accompanied by a loud, buzzing sound, a helicopter slowly descended. The strong wind extinguished the campfire and blew it away. Then a soft ladder dropped from the helicopter. Let us go, set off. With a command from Xia Simeng, all members of the Phoenix team stood up. Instead of climbing the soft ladder, they each leaped into the helicopter engulfed in flames, leaving only Li Gang and the Fire Dinosaur to clamber up the ladder. Once Li Gang entered the helicopter, it quickly flew off in one direction. In just over half an hour, the helicopter arrived at its destination, hovering over a small town. At that moment, the entire town was shrouded in darkness, with all the streetlights extinguished, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. As soon as the Phoenix team landed, the local Night Watchers came to greet them. Hello, I am Xia Simeng, the captain of the Phoenix team. Hello, I am Lu Qingquan, the captain of Team 588. Here's the situation. This town has been mysteriously affected, and the people here have become very strange. They have turned gloomy, violent, and bloodthirsty. We can only temporarily incapacitate and isolate the entire town's population. Once the situation is resolved, we will wake them up and erase their memories. Before that, Team 588 will keep an eye on them, but we hope you can solve the mystery here as soon as possible, preferably before dawn. Once dawn breaks, people will start moving between towns, and we will need a larger-scale memory wipe. No problem, leave it to us. Chapter 31. Turn on the lights, Xia Simon confidently patted her chest, looking ready to take on the task. After the captain of Team 588 expressed his gratitude, he immediately left to oversee the people who had been gathered. The town was not large, but it had over 2,000 residents. And with only a few members in the station team, watching over thousands of people was not an easy task. Phoenix team, follow me into the town, Xia Siming shouted with great enthusiasm, and the members of the Phoenix team, along with Li Gang, the fire dinosaur, and the nearly doll who had been summoned back after feeding the birds, stepped into the town that had already been mysteriously affected, needing to incapacitate and isolate all its residents. Tabunai, Tabunai. As soon as they entered the town, Li Gang felt that the atmosphere around them was strange, as if something invisible was lurking in the surrounding darkness. The nearly doll, with its keen hearing, fearfully grabbed the hem of Li Gang's clothes. Li Gang gently patted the head of the almost doll and smiled slightly at it. Don't worry, it's fine. If things get bad, just run to the amusement park, okay? Tabunai. The almost doll nodded, and its fear was clearly alleviated. Kanika and I, Gah! Compared to the almost doll's fear, the fire dinosaur was much bolder. It wasn't scared at all, and, seeing how frightened the almost doll was, acted very much like an older brother. It patted its own chest with its little paw, indicating, I will definitely protect you, so don't worry. With double the comfort, the almost doll's emotions finally stabilized, and a smile returned to its face. Captain, what do you think? I feel this place is very strange, and that mysterious thing hasn't come out directly, which is quite unusual. Li Gang could sense the eerie darkness around him, and naturally, the Phoenix team felt it too. One of the members couldn't help but speak up. Xia Siming frowned slightly, her expression appearing somewhat serious. Indeed, if the mysterious entity actively came out to attack us, it would be easier, but if that thing wanted to hide, it would be troublesome. As this town is not small, we can't just flatten the place, can we? Xia Siming, I warn you if you dare to do that. Just wait for Commander Yi to assign you to carry bricks. I won't accompany you then. One of the members was startled and no longer referred to Xia Siming as captain, directly calling her by name. Xia Siming wasn't angry. Instead, she waved her hand awkwardly. I was just joking. Come on, let us go into the house and take a look. To divert the member's attention, Xia Siming casually pointed to a room. It was an old wooden house, even somewhat tilted overall, looking like it had been uninhabited for a long time, belonging to the abandoned houses in the town. Although everyone felt there was no need to enter such a house, they all knew it was Xia Siming trying to change the topic. They also knew that her previous words were a joke, so no one took it seriously, and they all followed Xia Siming's lead, entering the dilapidated house with a broken door, and Li Gang naturally followed suit. He was originally there just to gain experience and points in the shop, so he had to stick with the group. Once inside, as expected, aside from the dust-covered broken furniture, there was nothing else in the room. Everyone was just trying to give Xia Siming a way out, casually looking around, and now that they had seen everything, they were about to leave. However, at that moment, something strange happened. Almost everyone simultaneously heard an eerie sound of footsteps, which sounded like leather shoes stepping on concrete, very crisp. Even stranger, the sound came from directly above them. Almost all of them looked up at the ceiling upon hearing the footsteps, but all they saw was the damaged roof, with holes that even allowed them to see the stars in the sky outside. The state of the roof was such that it was like it was raining heavily outside while it was drizzling inside, and it was impossible for it to support someone walking on top, let alone producing the clear sound of shoes on concrete. There's a problem. Xia Siming's expression changed, and golden flames suddenly surged around her, making her look like she was about to break through the roof to take a look, but she was pulled back by a nearby member. Captain, wait a minute. The member then turned to Li Gang. Li Gang, quickly, turn on the light. Huh? Oh, all right. At first, Li Gang didn't understand what the person meant by turning on the light, but after a moment, he realized they wanted him to use Sunny Day. He had come to gain experience, and he was just worried about not having a good reason to get involved. Now that the other party was asking him to act, of course, he wouldn't refuse, so he immediately used Sunny Day without hesitation. Brilliant sunlight pierced through the darkness, showering down from above and enveloping the entire wooden house. 3 members of the Phoenix team almost rushed out of the house the moment the sunlight fell, and then they saw a shadow standing on the roof bathed in sunlight. A very dark shadow, like ink spilled on the ground and spreading out. Captain, attack! One person outside shouted, and the already prepared Xia Siming immediately transformed into a stream of golden flames soaring into the sky. The golden flames instantly engulfed the shadow, which visibly collapsed and dissipated in the golden flames. However, Li Gang did not hear the prompt for gaining experience from defeating an enemy. What's going on? Could that not be the real body? Although Li Gang was inside the house, he could see the process of the shadow dissipating through the large hole created by Xia Ximing's ascent at that moment. He was sure that the shadow had indeed been eliminated, but since there was no prompt, it meant that the opponent had not truly died. Bang! The already dilapidated wooden house finally collapsed completely under Xia Ximing's impact. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The collapse of the wooden house stirred up a large cloud of dust, covering the few people inside with dirt. But Li Gang had used his telekinesis to separate the dust, protecting himself, the fire dinosaur, and the doll. Tap, tap, tap. Top, top, top. Top, top, top. Before the few of them could emerge from the ruins, a multitude of chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed around them, all sounding like leather shoes on concrete. The cacophony of footsteps converged as if a large group of people in leather shoes were walking back and forth on the concrete, some coming closer, some moving away, all in a disordered and hurried manner. Chapter 32. An unexpected helper the shadow that had just been eliminated seemed to have triggered something else hidden in the darkness. Those things began to stir and wander in the shadows. Playing tricks. Xia Ximeng snorted coldly, her golden flames becoming even more vigorous as she wanted to continue her attack. However, the illumination range of the sunny day was limited, and those hiding in the darkness seemed to intentionally avoid the sunny area, making it impossible for Xia Ximeng to discern where the enemy was, thus preventing her from launching an attack. Li Gong, can you expand the range a bit? It would be best if you could light up the entire town. Then I could find the mysterious entity. Xia Ximeng shouted to Li Gang below, but all she received in response was Li Gang rolling his eyes. Big sister, how can you say such things? I'm just at the pool realm. Don't you think your request is a bit excessive? Then try to expand it as much as possible. Xia Ximeng suddenly remembered that Li Gang was only at the pool realm, and her previous request was indeed a bit demanding. However, Li Gang shrugged his hands, revealing a helpless expression. No way, this is the maximum range I can maintain, and even with this range, I can't hold it for long. At most, I can keep it up for 6 minutes before I have to turn off the lights. Forget it. I really shouldn't have expected anything from a pool realm. Xia Ximeng shook her head and organized her thoughts. The flames on her body surged and expanded, with the golden firelight rapidly spreading around her. The intense heat swept out, causing the dilapidated wooden house directly below Xia Ximeng to start smoking and blackening before suddenly igniting spontaneously. I can't believe it. Xia Ximeng, we're fine. Li Gang is still here. Do you want to burn him to death too? A member of the Phoenix team shouted up into the air, preparing to rush into the fire to rescue Li Gang, only to find that Li Gang had already burst out of the flames himself. Not only him, but the fire dinosaur and the doll also rushed out together, with all three of them covered in a faint blue light, as if the flames were repelled by an invisible force, creating a path for them. If it were genuine Phoenix fire, it wouldn't be pushed aside by just a thin layer of telekinesis. But the fire here was merely ordinary flames from wooden boards igniting under high temperatures. Even now, Li Gang could easily create a path through the flames while maintaining the sunny day. Originally wanting to retract the Phoenix fire, Xia Ximeng saw that Li Gang had already left the range of the flames, so she no longer held back. Not only did she not retract it, but instead allowed the flames on her body to burn even more fiercely. Meanwhile, the other members of the Phoenix team also ignited with golden flames. One member's flames transforming into a gigantic fire phoenix that circled in the air, appearing incredibly spectacular. Connie, the fire dinosaur, feeling the temperature of the phoenix fire in the air, became somewhat excited, and the flames on its tail expanded as if it wanted to compete with the phoenix fire. But now the fire dinosaur was far too weak compared to the Phoenix team. Nini gained 100 experience points. Nini gained 100 experience points. Nini gained 100 experience points. The 3 consecutive prompts rang in Li Gang's mind, all reminders of the fire dinosaur gaining experience, which surprised him while also making him realize that this time, the fire dinosaur had indeed been stimulated by something. 7 groups of phoenix flames illuminated nearly a quarter of the town in the air, and on the rooftops, shadows were revealed by the firelight, igniting in golden flames as soon as they were illuminated. Chirp! At that moment, a high-pitched bird call suddenly rang in Li Gang's ears. His first reaction was that the sound came from the Phoenix team in the air, as there was indeed a fire phoenix swirling above. However, he quickly realized something was wrong, because the bird call did not come from above. Before Li Gang could think further, the gate of the Pokémon paradise unexpectedly opened automatically. Through the gate, Li Gang saw a bird, completely golden, with feathers standing upright as if frizzed, diving down from the thunderclouds, heading straight for the gate. However, it was ultimately blocked by an invisible force at the entrance and could not truly come out. Even so, it did not give up trying to interfere with the outside world. The pair of bird eyes peered out through the gate of the Pokémon paradise, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, the gaze of the Zapdos changed, and the black pupils reflected the light of lightning. At the same time, Li Gang felt something in his arms vibrating. He hurriedly lifted his clothes and saw that it was a jewelry box, the one containing the Zapdos feathers. To prevent any accidents, Li Gang had always kept the last 2 Zapdos feathers on him. At this moment, one of the jewelry boxes containing the Zapdos feathers was actually showing signs of movement. Without needing to think, he knew that the movement of the Zapdos feathers was definitely related to the Zapdos. He did not hesitate and immediately opened the trembling jewelry box. The feathers that should have been quietly lying in the box were suddenly blown into the air as if caught in a gale. A large amount of silver-white lightning gushed out from the feathers, not spreading out, but instead forming the shape of a bird, a gigantic bird entirely made of lightning. This bird had a wingspan of over 3 meters, and the golden feather was currently positioned on the head of the silver giant bird. Chirp! The silver giant bird let out a high cry in the air, flapping its wings and flying straight in one direction. Fire dinosaur! Doll, hurry up and follow. Li Gang followed without thinking. Although he didn't know why the lightning bird suddenly took action, since it wasn't targeting the Phoenix team. It must be going after that mysterious entity. The members of the Phoenix team were momentarily stunned by this sudden situation, but they quickly reacted and all followed suit. The silver-white giant bird's speed wasn't very fast, seemingly waiting for someone to catch up behind it. However, it soon accelerated, and the silver lightning lit up the front, revealing a mass of darkness to everyone following behind, a shapeless, continuously changing and twisting darkness. This mass of darkness was originally lurking on the roof of a single-story building. As the silver-white giant bird approached, it suddenly disintegrated, first transforming into countless black shadows that scattered, then quickly gathering in the air as if trying to escape directly. Almost all. Use round eyes. Charizard. Use flamethrower. Seeing this, Li Gang no longer hesitated, since the mysterious entity had already appeared. If he didn't let the 2 Pokémon attack now, they might not even get an assist, regardless of whether these moves would be effective. He just needed them to hit the opponent and get an assist. Chapter 33. Harvest Tabunai. The almost doll's large eyes widened, and a faint pink light flowed in its pupils. At the same time, a faint pink light flashed over the massive black shadow, clearly indicating that the move hit. But it had no substantial effect. Meanwhile, Charizard unleashed flames, the thick flames shooting up like a pillar into the sky, striking the darkness squarely. The spot that was hit visibly contracted but quickly restored, showing that it also had little effect. Before Almost All and Charizard could continue their attacks, the silver-white giant bird directly crashed into the darkness. The silver-white giant bird disappeared, and the darkness began to churn violently, with silver lightning flickering on the surface. The escaping darkness suddenly froze, losing its ability to act for a short time. The next moment, a blazing golden flame descended from the sky, completely engulfing the mass of darkness. The darkness dissipated layer by layer in the flames, leaving only a figure resembling a human, with wings on its back and feet like bird claws, breaking free from the flames and trying to escape into the distance. Oof, wanna run? Not a chance. Xia Simeng snorted coldly, her tone filled with disdain. The entire Phoenix team then sprang into action, surrounding and intercepting the shadow. Although it was nighttime, which was advantageous for the shadow, the Phoenix team, as a special team among the Night Watchers, could even hunt down Klein-level mysteries. This shadow, however, was merely in the infinite realm and was even among the weaker ones. If it were daytime, it would likely have been killed by now, with no chance of escape at all. Almost all. Use round eyes again. Charizard. Use Heat Wave. Tabunai. Karika. Almost all once again widened its eyes, and the pink light swirled in its eyes. At the same time, the surface of the humanoid shadow also glowed with pink light. This time, perhaps because the humanoid shadow was already heavily injured or due to the lack of those dark barriers. The pink light did not disappear, but instead had a real effect on the humanoid shadow, slightly slowing its movements. Although the change was minimal and the effect could be described as poor, it still had some impact. Charizard's heat wave erupted. The already scorching wind ignited by the Phoenix flames, and the hot wind, carrying the golden Phoenix fire, rushed towards the humanoid shadow, enveloping it once again. Well done. One of the Phoenix team members shouted immediately upon seeing this, and then several figures charged directly into the golden flames. Nini participated in defeating the enemy, gaining 521 experience points. Nini's level increased to 24, current experience points 76, 828, 800. Li Gang gained 215 experience points, and 422 mall points. Li Gang's level has been raised to 17, with a current experience of 17,006, 400. Nai gained 154 experience points, raising her level to 16, with a current experience of 531, 200. Nai learned the move, Light Wall. A series of notification sounds rang in Li Gang's ears, which made him feel both surprised and somewhat regretful. The notification clearly stated that it was Charmeleon that participated in defeating the enemy, and only then did Li Gang benefit from it. Moreover, the amount of benefit seemed to be determined by the contribution made during the enemy's defeat. Charmeleon's heat wave undoubtedly played a significant role just now, so it received the most experience, exceeding 10,000. In contrast, the doll that only used 2 round eyes received just over 2,000 experience, less than 1/5 of Charmeleon's. Furthermore, Li Gang had reason to suspect that if this mysterious big head had been defeated solely by him, the total experience would definitely exceed 50,000, if not more. Unfortunately, his current strength was too weak to gain more. This also made Li Gang reconsider his plan to follow the Phoenix team for experience, as the big head had already been taken by others, and there were many things he couldn't do in front of the Phoenix team. Rather than that, it would be better to go to the capital early to hunt the mysterious creatures. Several figures landed, and Xia Siming directly landed in front of Li Gang, slapping him on the shoulder. "Not bad, kid. Hey, what was that Thunderbird just now? Don't try to fool me. I saw it. That bird flew out from you. I didn't realize it. You have quite a few secrets, huh? Even though you're just at the pool realm, that Thunderbird has already reached the sea realm." Li Gang no longer maintained the clear sky, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. He took out the last jewelry box from his pocket and opened the lid. The Thunderbird was actually just a feather. "Didn't I say that my ability is..." "So," Li Gang repeated the words he used to fool Zhao, Kongsheng, and Shenmai. Xia Simeng and the members of the Phoenix team suddenly realized and began to curiously examine the feather in the jewelry box. "Hey, can I have a feather?" Xia Simeng suddenly hugged Li Gang's shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy. Li Gang quickly closed the lid of the jewelry box, fearing that Xia Simeng would suddenly reach for the feather inside. "This is only equivalent to a strike from the sea realm. It's of no use to you. Moreover, under normal circumstances, this thing can only be thrown like a firecracker, causing it to self-destruct and explode. It can only transform into that kind of Thunderbird under specific conditions. So it wouldn't be useful for you, right?" This time, Li Gang wasn't lying. Normally, this feather would only serve as a firecracker. As for those specific conditions, it required the Thunderbird to act personally. "Is that so? Then that's easy. You just need to teach me how to activate it." Li Gang rolled his eyes and directly stuffed the jewelry box back into his pocket. "I said, sister, this is the last talisman I have left for my life. Can you really bear to take it away? Isn't that a bit unfair? Hey, look at what you're saying. Fine, let's forget it." Xia Siming released Li Gang's shoulder. They were just a bit curious about the feather and wanted to study it. It didn't hold much significance for them, since it was just a strike from the sea realm. However, for Li Gang, it was indeed a trump card. Since Li Gang had already said this, she naturally wouldn't press further. "By the way, since the matter here has been resolved, we can escort you back to Cangnan. Don't worry, your assistance in solving the mystery here counts as a great achievement. Even Commander Yi won't refuse. Hey, you should be secretly pleased. You're the first person we've escorted from the Phoenix team. How does that feel? Isn't it glorious?" Chapter 34. Generous Commander, huh? Back to Cangnan? But I want to go to Shanjing. The expression on Xia Siming's face, which was originally proud, suddenly froze. You said you want to go where?" "To Shanjing. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Li Gang looked at Xia Simeng, who seemed to have lost her ability to manage her emotions, with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why she was reacting so strongly. The Phoenix team said they would escort him. Going to Cangnan was an escort, and going to Shanjing was also an escort. Moreover, the Phoenix team should have reported back to Shanjing after handling the mysterious incident, which would have been convenient. Why was Xia Simeng reacting so dramatically? You. What are you going to Shanjing for? You should go back to Cangnan." Xia Siming's voice became somewhat sharp due to her overwhelming emotions, and Li Gang was even more bewildered. "What am I going back to Cangnan for? I've already dropped out, and I have no relatives in Cangnan. Besides, I'm already being targeted by the ancient god cult. and I could very likely be attacked by their powerful members. The night watchman stationed in Songnan are only at the realm of Chuan. What use would it be for me to go back? Of course, I need to go to Shanjing. That's the headquarters of the night watchman, where there must be powerful night watchmen stationed. If I'm in Shanjing, the ancient god cult definitely wouldn't dare to make a move on me, right? Xia Siming's lips trembled a few times, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, she couldn't get any words out. Initially, she thought about trying to persuade Li Gang to change his mind and return at Songnan, which would allow the Phoenix team to have some leisure time under the guise of escorting him, or even take a few days off in Songnan. However, Li Gang's earlier words completely blocked all her attempts to persuade him. Yes, he was being targeted by the ancient god cult. Going to Shanjing was a means of seeking refuge. As a night watchman, how could she possibly say something like "don't go seek refuge"? If Li Gang were just an ordinary void holder, there might have been some room for maneuvering in this situation. But Li Gang left Songnan to help the night watchman draw away enemies, to protect classmates who had already joined the night watchman, and to safeguard the divine agents that the night watchmen were focusing on. Now, Li Gang had even assisted the Phoenix team in resolving a rather tricky, mysterious incident. If Xia Siming dared to take action at this moment, resulting in Li Gang getting into trouble, the higher-ups of the night watchman would surely be furious. This would be a serious violation of the night watchman's principles. You. Cough, cough, cough. After struggling to say something for a long time, Xia Siming was finally so exasperated that she began to cough. Li Gang's words not only deprived the Phoenix team of a chance to take a break, but also practically bound them. If Li Gang hadn't said those words, the Phoenix team could have easily parted ways with him right there. But now that Li Gang had spoken, what could the Phoenix team do? They could only escort Li Gang to Shanjing. There was no way they could leave it behind here or on the road. Otherwise, if Li Gang were attacked by the ancient god cult on the way, who would be responsible for that? Li Gang never expected that his impromptu excuse would put pressure on the Phoenix team. Now, he was filled with confusion, as not only was Xia Siming reacting strongly, but the other members of the Phoenix team were also hesitant to speak, their expressions strange, and even their gazes towards Li Gang had changed. Did I just say something wrong? Even the most slow-witted person should realize that there was definitely a problem with what was just said. Yet no one answered Li Gang at that moment. Xia Siming calmed down, raised her hand to signal Li Gang to hold on, and then took out her phone. Wait a moment, I need to make a call. Huh? Oh. Li Gang nodded, while Xia Siming turned around, facing away from Li Gang, slightly bent down, and brought her phone to her ear. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, is that you, Commander Yi? It's resolved. Yes, I'm reporting on this matter. By the way, we also ran into Li Gang on the way, the one from Songnan City. That's right, yes. No, he wants to go to the capital. He said he is being targeted by the ancient god sect and feels unsafe staying in Songnan City. He wants to go to the capital to hide. Huh? But our Phoenix team is quite busy. Could you give us a day off? Really? Wow. As expected of Commander Yi. Much more generous than old Zhua. Don't worry. We'll make sure to complete the mission. After hanging up the phone, Xia Siming, who had been frowning before, suddenly had a change of mood, even lifting her head higher. Hey everyone. Now, I, your captain, am announcing the next mission. The task is to escort Li Gang to the capital, and then we will get a day off. This was promised personally by Commander Yi. No way. Really? Captain. Yeah. Since when has Commander Yi been this generous? He is actually giving us a day off? Right, this can't be a trick, can it? The members of the Phoenix team were first surprised and then expressed their doubts. Clearly, they had been taken advantage of in this regard before. Xia Siming raised her head even higher and waved her phone. You can rest assured about this. I have a recording this time, so no one can back out. Then what are we waiting for? Captain, let us go quickly. Yeah. Captain, hurry up and contact the helicopter. Let us leave right away. Under the urging of the members, Xia Siming immediately contacted the helicopter. The helicopter, which had gone far, quickly flew back and landed directly. Li Gong, still a bit dazed, was urged by the members of the Phoenix team to board the plane. Fire Dinosaur and Nearly Doll didn't need any urging and quickly followed Li Gang onto the plane. The plane took off, heading straight for Beijing. Hurry up. Can't you fly any faster? At this speed, how long will it take to get to Beijing? Captain Xia said, clearly impatient. Let's be honest. I've never seen you this eager before. This is already the third time you've urged me, and this is the fastest I can go. If you think it's too slow, why don't you fly yourself? Aren't you a phoenix? The helicopter pilot couldn't take it anymore and responded. Xia Siming pouted but stopped urging further. Although all members of the Phoenix team inherited the Phoenix bloodline and possessed flight capabilities, this ability, similar to using forbidden techniques, consumed their physical and mental energy. They couldn't fly for long periods like real birds. It was fine for fighting but when it came to traveling, both speed and endurance were inferior to a helicopter. Chapter 35. The delivery has arrived actually. I'm also curious. Why are you in such a hurry? Finally, Li Gang couldn't help but ask. Xia Ximing's attitude towards Li Gang was clearly much better than towards the helicopter pilot. Didn't Commander Yi grant us a day off? The sooner we get you to Beijing, the more vacation time we have. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Li Gang instinctively wanted to say, just because of that. But he held back because he already knew how strong the obsession with vacation was among the Phoenix team. With the helicopter flying at full speed, Li Gang was sent to Beijing airport before dawn. Before getting off the plane, he let Fire Dinosaur and Nearly Doll return to the paradise. Li Gang, thanks to you. We have this day off. Consider it a favor from the Phoenix team. If you ever need help, just let me know, and I'll try to help you. As the helicopter circled and took off, Xia Ximing stuck her head out and shouted at Li Gang over the buzzing sound. Li Gang smiled, held his head high, waved his hand at Xia Ximing, and nodded. Only then did Xia Ximing pull her head back in. After leaving the airport, Li Gang saw a row of taxis parked by the roadside. Without thinking much, he almost instinctively got into one, to a nearby hotel. Okay, hey, why aren't you going home? Going to a hotel instead? The taxi driver casually asked as he started the car, which surprised Li Gang, but looked at the driver in disbelief. How did you know I'm from Beijing? Well, if you were a tourist, you'd definitely have luggage coming out of the airport. That's a good point. Actually, I just had a fight with my family. I went to the airport to take a photo to trick my family into thinking I'm leaving Beijing, but in reality, I just want to find a hotel to hide. Although Li Gang was talking nonsense, his logic was coherent enough that the driver didn't suspect him. The driver nodded in understanding, sounding somewhat emotional. You look about the same age as my son. He's in his second year of high school this year and has a bit of stubborn temper. No matter what you argued about with your family, you'll have to go back eventually, right? It's better to reconcile with them sooner. Living outside is just wasting money. Isn't it? I'll tell you, the hotels near the airport are very expensive and the service quality isn't great. I'll take you to a farther place. The hotels there are much cheaper. Really? Thank you, uncle. Li Gang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh that there are still many good people in this world. More than an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of Tall Hotel. The fare is 185. I'll charge you 180. Li Gang paid the fare, got out of the car, and looked at the hotel in front of him with a bit of confusion, his brows gradually furrowing. This doesn't feel right. Something must be off. I don't seem to need to stay at a hotel. Haven't I always stayed in the amusement park? Why do I need to stay at a hotel? Why did I listen to him and sit in the car for another hour? I even paid 180 for the fare. Even if it's a bit far from the airport, it shouldn't be this far, right? Damn it, what a beast. A beast. He scammed me out of 180 bucks for the fare. Why the hell did I even get in the car? Li Gang's face fell as he cursed while walking into the hotel. Although he could indeed choose not to stay at the hotel and stay in the amusement park instead. There was a problem with the park. There was no water for bathing or washing clothes. Previously, when he was on the road by the river, he could wash up in the river, but now those conditions were gone. Since he was already at the hotel entrance, he decided to go in and stay. After all, he had hundreds of thousands on him and wasn't short on money for a hotel stay. After spending $200 to get a single room, Li Gang arrived at room 402. The room was very clean, and feeling a bit tired, he sat down on a chair to rest for a moment. He then prepared to take a shower first, then go to the amusement park to wash the dirty clothes he hadn't cleaned, and finally rest. However, just as he was about to get up to do that, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Li Gang thought it was a hotel staff member and didn't think much of it. He casually replied and was about to open the door. He didn't expect to get a response before opening it, but immediately from the other side of the door came a reply. Your takeout has arrived. Takeout? Li Gang's footsteps halted, and he looked at the door in disbelief. For a moment, he even considered not opening it, but reason told him that it would be pointless not to. After all, they would eventually come knocking. He just didn't expect them to arrive so soon. Li Gang helplessly shook his head, walked to the door, turned the doorknob, and opened the door. Standing outside was a man dressed in a yellow battle suit, wearing a yellow safety helmet with a small windmill on it. Li Gang deduced that this man was likely Lu Wuwei, a genuine human ceiling. What surprised Li Gang even more was that there was someone following Lu Wuwei. Did you deliver this by mistake? I didn't order takeout. Although the other party had already come to his door, Li Gang still wanted to make one last struggle. However, it was evidently futile, as Lu Wuwei directly lifted the takeout bag in his hand and handed it to Li Gang. Not a mistake. Someone ordered takeout for you. This is sour and spicy noodles. Saying this, without caring about Li Gang's reaction, he shoved the bag into Li Gang's hands. When Li Gang looked inside, there really was a bowl of sour and spicy noodles. All right, my delivery is done. Remember to give a good review. With that, Lu Wuwei turned and left, leaving Li Gang face to face with the other person who had come with Lu Wuwei, both momentarily speechless. You order me sour and spicy noodles? Li Gang couldn't withstand the atmosphere and spoke first. Upon hearing this, the person's face finally showed a hint of a smile, and the tension in the air eased. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? But you should at least tell me who you are, right? What if you're a bad person, putting on this act to break in and rob me? If I let you in, wouldn't I be in a very passive position? If this gets out later, people will laugh at me for easily letting a criminal in just for a bowl of spicy and sour noodles, right? Ha! You really are an interesting little guy. The smile on the person's face deepened suddenly, and at that moment, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. Then let me introduce myself first. I am the captain of the Night Watch Team 006 stationed in Shangjing City, Xiaopingge. Chapter 36. I want to gain experience. Bai Wuheng, Hope Ning Yi. Li Gang knew very well that if he wanted to hunt the mysterious in Shangjing peacefully, he couldn't avoid Xiaopingge, the White Wu Chang of Shangjing City. The reason why the mysteries in Shangjing could remain compliant was entirely because Xiaopingge was there to keep them in check. The mysteries in Shangjing were not inherently law-abiding. Rather, those who broke the rules had already been dealt with by Xiaopingge. He had been contemplating how to approach Xiaopingge and had already come up with a preliminary plan, which was to use his connection with Chunmai. After all, Chunmai and Xiaopingge used to be collectively known as the Black and White Wu Chang, and their relationship was quite good. This connection was sufficient for hunting some mysteries. But unexpectedly, before he could reach out, Xiaopingge had taken the initiative to come to him, and even used Lu Wuwei to do so. I didn't expect you to know me, but it makes sense. After all, Chunmai called me after learning you were coming to Shangjing and asked me to take care of you a bit. It's normal for you to know me. So, are you not planning to let me in? Huh? Oh, please come in, please come in. Upon learning the other party's identity, Li Gang's attitude immediately turned 180 degrees. After all, he needed something from the other party. How could he afford to be negligent? Xiaopingge entered the room, casually glanced around, and then sat down in the chair where Li Gang had been sitting. Li Gang, after closing the door, sat on the bed beside it. There was no choice. This was a single room, and there was only one chair. Did you come to see me for something? After sitting down, Li Gang asked tentatively, but Xiaopingge raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Gang with some surprise. Chunmai said on the phone that you don't speak very nicely and asked me to be a little more forgiving, but you don't seem to be as he described. Well, that depends on the person, doesn't it? Chunmai is from Chuangjing. He gets angry sometimes, but you're much better than him. What if I annoy you, right? Huh. You're not hiding it at all. You can directly say depends on the person. All right, since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. The reason I came to find you, besides Chunmai, is that I need to remind you of a few things. I've heard about your Forbidden Void. It can summon creatures from other worlds. You need to be careful about this. You can't let those strange creatures you summon appear in public view, as it would cause chaos. Also, you must keep a close eye on those things. If the creatures you summon lose control and attack ordinary people, I will take direct action to suppress you and send you to the Fasting Center. You may not know what the Fasting Center is, but it's better for you not to know too much about it. Xiaopingge's tone was relatively gentle during the first half of his statement, but it became serious in the latter half. Li Gang understood very well that this was the Night Watchman's bottom line, which absolutely could not be crossed. If one day his spirit really lost control and attacked ordinary people, the Night Watchman would certainly take action against him, and no one would be able to protect him then. I know this. While I was in Sangnan, Chunmai told me similar things. There's no need for you to emphasize it again. That's good. Since the topic has been brought up, I should be leaving. As he said this, Xiaopingge prepared to get up and leave. Li Gang naturally would not miss this opportunity and quickly got up to call him back. Wait a minute. Just wait a moment. I still have something. What else do you have? Xiaopingge looked back at Li Gang with confusion, and Li Gang immediately put on a smile. You know I'm in Shangjing to hide from those lunatics from the ancient god sect. But hiding like this isn't a solution, right? I need to continue getting stronger, so I won't be afraid of those crazies anymore. Therefore, I want to ask, are there any places in Shangjing where mysteries appear? I want to train myself. Originally just slightly tilting his head, Xiaopingge turned completely to face Li Gang after hearing this, and his eyes began to carefully inspect Li Gang up and down, as if he had only then fully recognized him. Interesting, you're quite an interesting guy. Looking for mysteries to train yourself. Aren't you afraid of dying at the hands of the mysteries? Of course I'm afraid. That's why I'm asking you. I believe you wouldn't introduce me to a mystery that I definitely can't handle. Just wait. In a few days, I will have someone send you a map. But when the time comes, don't be scared out of your wits. The mysteries in Shangjing are much more than you think. After leaving this remark, Xiaoping no longer paid attention to Li Gang and strode out of the room. Much more than I imagined? That's great. Li Gang's mouth curled into an uncontrollable smile as he took a step forward, entering the paradise. Charizard and the chubby doll were by the campfire, and the thunderclouds that covered half the prairie were still rolling in the sky. Li Gang glanced up at the thunderclouds, but did not see any indication that the Zapdos was about to appear. Although he wanted to ask Zapdos why it had suddenly attacked earlier, it wasn't urgent, and it wasn't really important, so he didn't call out to it in the middle of the night. After placing 3 energy blocks in the basin, Li Gang tidied up the dirty clothes that hadn't been washed and left the paradise with Charizard and the chubby doll. As soon as the chubby doll came out, it pounced onto the soft bed in the room, looking very pleased. Seeing this, Li Gang just smiled. When he saw that Charizard also wanted to jump up, Li Gang quickly used his telekinesis to stop it. Charizard, you can't roll on the bed. What if you catch fire? I can't afford to pay for that. Charizard looked a bit disappointed, but nodded nonetheless. Li Gang shook his head helplessly and simply handed over the hot and sour noodles that had been delivered earlier. Do you want to eat this? Charizard had never seen anything like hot and sour noodles before. It had always eaten energy blocks. However, upon smelling the tangy and spicy aroma, it instinctively swallowed. Charizard. All right, you can have it. Charizard. Li Gang smiled as he handed the hot and sour noodles to the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur opened the package and tilted its head, drinking nearly half of it in one go, and after a brief chew, it wanted to take another big bite to finish the rest. But then it suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the almost all beside it. Connie? Tabby Connie. In the end, the fire dinosaur gave the remaining half of the hot and sour noodles to the almost all. Compared to the fire dinosaur, the almost all ate much more elegantly. It not only took small bites, but even used chopsticks. This was something Li Gang had never expected, as the almost all had only 3 fingers, making it normally difficult to hold chopsticks. Yet the almost all managed to hold them steadily. Chapter 37, Entangled. Li Gang ignored the 2 elves, took his dirty clothes, and entered the bathroom to wash them. Meanwhile, the almost all unexpectedly returned the sour and spicy noodles it had just eaten a few bites of the Charmeleon, and then quickly followed Li Gang into the bathroom. Tabby and I? Almost all. Are you going to help me wash clothes? Tabby and I, to Bun. Okay, then let's wash together. It was completely unexpected for Li Gang that the almost all would, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Truly worthy of being the Pokémon that helps nurse Joy in the Pokémon series, as it knows how to take care of people, which is completely different from Charmeleon. After washing the clothes, Li Gang didn't hang them in the room, but instead hung them in the paradise. He had previously bought a rack that could not only dry clothes, but also sunbathe quilts. After spending some time with Charmeleon and the almost all, Li Gang left the paradise and lay down on the bed in his hotel room, although he had already gotten used to living in the paradise. Since he was staying at a hotel and had spent money on it, not sleeping would be a waste. Therefore, Li Gang chose to sleep in the hotel room instead of the paradise. Tonight was also a tiring night for Li Gang. He and T felt completely relaxed before, but now that everything was done, once he lay down on the bed, exhaustion surged over him. He slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness quickly fell into a deep sleep. Top, 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 top. In a half-dreaming state, Li Gang heard heavy footsteps, as if someone was walking on concrete floors in leather shoes. Damn it, why is someone upstairs walking around at this time of night? Li Gang was awakened by the sound of footsteps. Normally not one to be easily irritated in the morning, he couldn't help but curse at that moment. He was already very tired, and now this happened. He barely opened his eyes and tried to sit up, but at that moment, he realized the room was very quiet and there were no footsteps at all. In fact, the soundproofing of this hotel was quite good. Even if he pressed his ear against the wall, he couldn't hear any noise from the neighboring room. Something was off, very off. Li Gang suddenly realized something, quickly reached out to feel around the bedside, and turned on the bedside lamp. He looked at the thick carpet laid on the floor of the room and fell into silence for a moment. Since his room was carpeted, it meant that the other rooms in the hotel were definitely carpeted as well. Even if someone was indeed wandering around in the middle of the night wearing leather shoes, it wouldn't make that kind of noise. The problem lies with me. Li Gang quickly realized the key to the problem, and his expression turned somewhat grim. He lay back down, closed his eyes, and gradually emptied his mind. Then he heard that crisp sound of footsteps again, sometimes coming closer and sometimes drifting away, directly resonating in his brain as if something was pacing back and forth inside his head. Damn, am I being haunted by something dirty? No way. This is unacceptable. Isn't that the same sound of footsteps I heard in that town? The mysterious shadow in that town has been dealt with, but the footsteps have latched onto me instead. Now Li Gang was completely panicked. He didn't even bother to get dressed, suddenly threw off the covers, and ran into the Pokémon paradise in his pajamas. Zapdos! Zapdos! Help me. You have to save me this time. I've been feeding you for so long. You can't just stand by and watch me die. As soon as Li Gang entered the Pokémon paradise, he shouted at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, his voice betraying an undeniable panic, clearly stimulated by something. Connie? Tabby, the Charmeleon and the doll-like Pokémon, who were about to fall asleep on the grass, were all awakened by Li Gang's shout. Both Pokémon looked bewildered, not knowing what Li Gang was up to. Boom! A dull thunder sounded from the rolling thunderclouds, as if even the clouds were displeased with Li Gang. Soon, Zapdos flew down from the thunderclouds, its aura appearing somewhat irritable. The feathers around it were frizzed out, surrounded by visible electricity, as if it was ready to strike at any moment. A young voice, still unable to distinguish between genders, yet sounding extremely annoyed, echoed in Li Gang's mind. I just finished making my nest and was getting ready for a good sleep, and you're here, shouting. What do you want? Clearly, Zapdos was in a terrible mood at that moment. It had been making its nest since it hatched, and after so long, it finally completed it. Tonight, it could finally get a good night's sleep, but Li Gang had to come along and shout at such a critical moment. Zapdos, please help me. I'm being haunted by something dirty, that shadow monster from before, the one you also attacked. Now, every time I close my eyes, I can hear the sound of dress shoes. I must be entangled with it. That thing isn't dead yet and is now after me. What should I do? Li Gang did not retreat just because Thunderbird was unhappy. Instead, he spoke candidly and got straight to the point, which could help resolve the issue quickly and allow him to rest sooner. Thunderbird cast its extremely sharp gaze at Li Gang, and he immediately felt as if his entire being was being seen through by that gaze. At that moment, he felt he had no secrets left in front of Thunderbird. This is not a big deal. Rather, it is a good thing for you. That thing has already been killed, and what remains on you is just a bit of residue. You can try to harness this power, or you can attempt to separate it. I suggest you choose the latter, as your compatibility with this power is not very high. In comparison, that ghost egg would be more suitable for this power. Mastering it? Separating it? How do I do that? Li Gang looked at the Zapdos with a puzzled expression. He understood what Zapdos meant, but he had no idea how to proceed. I'm not sure, but you could try holding the ghastly egg while you sleep. The ghastly egg resonates more with that power, and perhaps that power will enter the ghastly egg on its own. Will that work? You don't have to do that. After half a month, or even longer, that power will dissipate, or it might be completely absorbed by you. Zapdos' tone had become somewhat impatient, and just as it was about to take off after dropping that remark, Li Gang quickly called out to it. Thanks for your help earlier. You also played a part in defeating that shadow monster. Is there anything you want? I can buy it for you. Chapter 38. Eevee Zapdos paused its wing beats and turned back to Li Gang, its youthful voice ringing in Li Gang's mind. You don't need to thank me. The reason I intervened was simply because I despise the aura of that thing. I'm not helping you. I'm just removing something I loathe. Therefore, I don't need you to buy anything for me. To me, those are Thunder Shot Plane, 30 square meters. Without waiting for Zapdos to finish, Li Gang stated his gratitude, causing Zapdos' voice to abruptly stop. After a few seconds, it resumed, then so be it. With that, Zapdos flapped its wings and flew back into the thunderclouds. Li Gang didn't delay and immediately spent 3,000 mall points to purchase a 30 square meter Thunder Shot Plane terrain. The area of the Pokémon paradise expanded, and a square patch of land suddenly appeared at the edge of the grassland, bare with only dirt and stones. No grass at all. The sky over this land was gloomy, and thunder would occasionally strike down onto the ground, making it look very dangerous. Previously, Li Gang didn't have a clear assessment of the size of the Pokémon paradise, but now, with the 30 square meter Thunder Shot Plane for comparison, he could roughly estimate that the area of this grassland in the Pokémon paradise was about 500 square meters. The dark clouds that had been covering a small part of the grassland slowly drifted into the air above the Thunder Shock Plane, merging perfectly with the original thunderclouds above the Thunder Shock Plane. Li Gang didn't feel heartbroken for spending 3,000 mall points. On the contrary, he was very happy. Because the Zapdos had taken advantage of him, he believed that as long as he remained persistent, even if he couldn't afford the Island of Thunder, Zapdos would eventually obediently enter his Pokeball. It was just a matter of time. Connie. The fire dinosaur and the doll-like Pokémon ran over to ask Li Gang what had happened. Li Gang smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Sorry to disturb you. Go to sleep, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Connie. The two Pokémon indeed felt sleepy and didn't continue to pester him. They immediately returned to where they had been lying down to sleep. Li Gang picked up the ghastly egg next to the incubator, took one last look at the EV egg inside the incubator, and left the paradise, returning to his hotel room. Holding a ghastly egg that was even larger than an ostrich egg, Li Gang crawled back into bed, feeling anxious. He closed his eyes again. The strange footsteps echoed in his mind once more, but this time the sound was noticeably quieter and continued to fade, as if the person walking in leather shoes was moving away and would not return. After sensing the change in the footsteps, Li Gang's heart finally settled down, and he unknowingly drifted into a dream. To his surprise, Li Gang slept soundly during this nap, and when he woke up, before he opened his eyes, he had not heard that strange footsteps again. Clearly, that lingering power had been absorbed by the ghastly egg, just as Zapdos had said. Phew, what a false alarm. What a false alarm. You're the first Pokémon that can help even before hatching. You will definitely become a very powerful Pokémon in the future. Li Gang smiled as he patted the egg of Gaisai, holding it as he returned to the paradise. After placing the egg down carefully, he first fed the bird, the fire dinosaur, and the almost all before leaving the paradise again. After washing up, he went downstairs for breakfast. He bought a few buns and a cup of soy milk from a street vendor near the hotel, then returned to the hotel and sat down on a sofa in the lobby to quietly eat his breakfast. While eating, Li Gang suddenly paused, and a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Without finishing the bun, he immediately got up, went to the front desk to pay for another day's stay, and quickly walked to the elevator to return to his room. After finishing all the buns in a few bites, he immediately entered the paradise. In the paradise, the almost doll and the fire dinosaur were already gathered around the incubator, where an EV was sitting there somewhat dazed. The newly hatched EV clearly didn't know where it was, but the almost doll was kindly and patiently communicating with it. Species name, EV individual name, none gender, female level, 3 experience points, 30 type, normal ability, adaptability moves, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, EV, you finally hatched. That's wonderful. Li Gang quickly walked to the incubator and put his smiling face right in front of EV. EV was startled by Li Gang's sudden appearance and instinctively leaned back in its seated position. Tabun tabun. The nearby Stuffle immediately comforted EV upon seeing this. And only then did EV relax its tense body and actively reach out its paw towards Li Gang. Good job, Stuffle. After giving a thumbs up to the almost doll in his heart, Li Gang smiled even more brightly as he held EV's paw. Successfully capturing EV allowed him to take it out of the paradise with a Pokeball. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Li Gang's smile became even brighter, and he immediately bought an energy cube and placed it in front of EV. From now on, we will be companions. How about calling you Boo? EV didn't care about the name at all. Upon smelling the aroma of the energy cube, it scooped it up with its 2 paws and started eating eagerly. Species name, EV. Individual name, set successfully. Individual name changed to Boo. The name Boo, which was rejected by the almost doll, was successfully assigned to EV under Li Gang's persuasion with the energy cube, which made Li Gang very satisfied. At least this way, he, who was bad at naming, wouldn't have to rack his brain for another name. Alright, now comes the main event. After EV finished eating the energy cube, Li Gang announced seriously, and both the almost doll and Charmeleon looked at him in surprise. However, Li Gang paid no attention to the 2 Pokémon. He first placed Jengar's egg into the incubator and poured in a bottle of new incubation nutrient solution. First up is you, Charmeleon. To reward you for your brave battle earlier, I have decided to purchase 10 square meters of volcanic terrain for you. After saying this, Li Gang ignored Charmeleon's reaction and directly purchased the 10 square meters of volcanic terrain. This volcanic terrain was not adjacent to the electroshock plane, but located on the other side of the prairie. Connie? Connie. Feeling the pleasant aura of the dragon, Charmeleon immediately became excited, and Li Gang smiled at this sight. Go on, take a look at your new home. Connie. Chapter 39. The map is here. Charmeleon dashed towards the volcanic terrain. Though it was called volcanic terrain, in reality it was just a hot, red wasteland with no flowing lava, a place difficult for ordinary people to endure. But for Charmeleon, this was the most comfortable place. Alright, now it's your turn, almost all. Tabby and I. Seeing that Charmeleon had gotten a new home, the almost doll immediately became excited, its big eyes full of anticipation as it looked at Li Gang. This time, Li Gang's mouth twitched a bit, showing some heartache, and then he suddenly produced an item in his hand, a headband, a momentum headband. Its effect is that the wearer has a 10 chance to withstand fatal damage, and although it only has a 10 chance, this item cost Li Gang 4,000 mall points, which is why he felt heartache. However, Li Gang felt it was quite necessary, because once the almost doll displayed powerful healing abilities in battle, as long as the enemy wasn't foolish, they would definitely prioritize targeting the almost doll. Having such an item would serve as a safeguard. However, the 10 probability was indeed a bit low. If he could, Li Gang would have preferred to buy the Momentum Sash for the almost doll, which has a 100 activation rate, but that item costs 50,000, which is far beyond what Li Gang could afford right now. He could only settle for the headband for now. After giving the headband to the almost doll, it did not wear it on its head, but instead tied it around its left arm. Then Li Gang purchased 10 square meters of graveyard forest terrain, and finally, he spent 3,000 mall points to buy the Protect move. If we talk about one of the best defensive skills in Pokémon, that would definitely be Protect. This move can directly block one of the enemy's moves in Pokémon games, and here, it can also block one enemy attack. Of course, there is a limit. As a Pool Realm Li Gang, using Protect would only block a full force attack from a River Realm opponent, but that is already quite strong. Of course, while Protect is strong, it is also very expensive. Among all moves, its price ranks quite high. Last night, Li Gang had over 13,000 mall points. And after this round of spending, he only had 2,917 left, not even enough to cover the leftover from last night, which made Li Gang exclaim that money really doesn't last long. After explaining a couple of things to the almost doll in the paradise, Li Gang put Eevee back into the newly bought Pokeball and took it out of the paradise. Neither the almost doll nor Charmeleon could appear in public view. Although both Pokémon did not look fierce, they were not very realistic and could cause some disturbances. However, Eevee could be directly in public view. Even though its color and fur were a bit peculiar, it truly resembled a fox. While there are fewer people raising foxes as pets these days, there's still some, so even if Li Gang took Eevee out shopping, there wouldn't be any problems. Furthermore, since foxes are canids, if necessary, he could dress up Eevee to disguise it as a dog when going out. Eevee, I'll take you shopping later. Li Gang placed Eevee on the bed, planning to rest for a while before taking it out for a stroll, as he would soon be hunting for mysteries in the capital city. Eevee responded with a sound and began to curiously observe the unfamiliar room. Just as Li Gang was about to go to the bathroom, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? I'm coming. Li Gang thought it was the cleaning staff coming to clean, so he didn't think much of it and went directly to the door to open it. However, what appeared in front of him was not the imagined cleaning lady, but a girl who looked even younger than him. Who are you? Li Gang's first reaction was that this person had knocked on the wrong door, but he quickly realized that the girl in front of him was looking at him with an unusual gaze, clearly scrutinizing him. Are you Li Gang from Songnan? The girl questioned directly. Li Gang raised an eyebrow, realizing that she had not knocked on the wrong door, but had specifically come to find him. I'm Li Gang. And you are? I'm here to deliver something to you. You really have quite the status. To have the team leader personally ask me to deliver something to you. As she spoke, the girl took out a folded map from her pocket and handed it to Li Gang. He instinctively took the map and then had a thought, guessing the identity of the person in front of him. Are you a divine agent? He was almost certain that this person should be Cupid's agent, Li Zhenjin. But of course, he couldn't say it so plainly, so he pretended to be uncertain and made a broader guess. The girl looked visibly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. How do you know? Hey, my brother is also a divine agent, so I can sense your difference. What should I call you? My name is Li Zhenjin. What do you need the mysterious distribution map of Shangjing City for? You're not planning to cause any trouble in Shangjing, are you? Li Zhenjin stared at Li Gang with a suspicious look, trying to find a clue on his face, but Li Gang was completely confused. What is this? What trouble? Didn't Shaping tell you? No, the captain is very busy. He only asked me to bring you this picture and didn't say why. Very busy? That's true. Li Gang quickly guessed the reason. The mysteries in Beijing City were numerous, and even though the vast majority followed the local rules, there were occasionally some reckless mysteries. This was when Team 006 would be called upon. Considering the timing, Yuan Gang should have already gone at Songnan, which meant that the team leader, Xiaopinga, would naturally be even busier. This should also be the reason for Li Zhenjin's arrival. Li Zhenjin was not yet a night watcher and did not have the responsibilities of one, so she had more free time. Having her deliver items would not delay Team 006. What else could it be? Li Zhenjin saw Li Gang looking somewhat dazed at first, but he only spoke halfway, which made her unable to help but ask. Li Gang shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. It's nothing. I asked Xiaoping for this picture to hunt the mysterious and sharpen myself. Sharpen yourself? You want to use this picture to kill the mysterious? That's very dangerous. Don't you know? You're not a night watchman. Why do you want to do this? Li Zhenjin's eyes widened slightly, looking at Li Gang with some astonishment and surprise, while the two looked at Li Jinjin with strange expressions. Who said that only the night watchman can kill the mysterious? Can't ordinary people kill the mysterious? Chapter 40. Take me with you. But they all. Li Jinjin instinctively wanted to say something, but in the end, she still forced herself to hold it back. She bit her lip, seemingly having made a certain resolution. I also want to kill the mysterious one. What about taking me with you? Take you with me? What level are you at now? Li Gang asked this, but his scrutinizing gaze seemed to say, Are you kidding me? This immediately made Li Jinjin feel a surge of anger. Don't underestimate me. I can reach the pool realm soon. Oh, so you're at the lantern realm? No way. I can't take you with me. Just kidding. I don't even have confidence in myself. How can I bring you along? If something happens to you, Shaping would just throw me into Yamahal, right? No way, no way, no way. Li Gang, who never intended to take Li Jinjin along from the very beginning, directly rejected her, shaking his head like a rattle drum. You, don't underestimate me. I am the representative of the gods. Do you believe I can shoot you with an arrow? Huh, I don't believe it. Li Gang shrugged nonchalantly, and upon seeing this, Li Jinjin gritted her silver teeth even tighter. She suddenly stepped back, reached out into the empty space in front of her, and a bow appeared in her hand. She quickly drew the bow, and an arrow with a heart-shaped tip materialized on it. As she released her hand, the arrow shot straight at Li Gang. The distance between them was less than 3 meters, making it impossible for Li Gang to dodge in time. Li Jinjin's thoughts were very simple. She shot an arrow at Li Gang, hoping that he would fall in love with her. That way, she could propose that he take her along to hunt for the mysterious, and he wouldn't object. As she watched the arrow land on Li Gang, however, the outcome she had hoped for did not occur. The arrow seemed to disappear without a trace, as if it had fallen into the sea like a mud ox, seemingly having no effect at all. What are you doing? Suddenly attacking me? Do you want to fight? Li Gang put on a fierce expression, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. However, he was secretly relieved that he had just learned to defend himself. It wasn't that he was immune to Li Jinjin's arrow of false love, but rather that he used his defense to block the attack, creating the illusion that the arrow had no effect. You. How come you're fine? What? Are you disappointed that I'm okay? Do you really wish I'd been shot dead by your arrow here? Li Gang's tone became increasingly unfriendly. Li Jinjin opened her mouth, but didn't know how to respond for a moment. All right, since you specially brought me the map, I'll forgive you this time. You can go now. As he said this, Li Gang was about to close the door, but Li Jinjin quickly stepped forward to block it, preventing him from shutting it. Wait a minute. I still have something to say, but I don't think you have anything to say. Li Gang is a boy, has a higher strength level and age than Li Jinjin, giving him an absolute advantage in power. Therefore, even though Li Jinjin has tried her best, her little face flushed, she still couldn't stop Li Gang from closing the door. With a click of the lock, the door was shut, and Li Jinjin stood outside in a daze, momentarily unable to react. Phew, that was close, really close. I can't afford to take on a divine agent at the threshold. If something goes wrong, Xiaoping would eat me alive. After closing the door, Li Gang wiped his forehead in fear and let out a long sigh of relief. Bui. As the witness to the whole situation, Evie expressed a naive question. Li Gang sighed and sat down by the bed, gently stroking Evie's fur. It's fine. Let's wait a bit. We'll go out once that little girl leaves. Bui. Evie had no objections. For it, the whole world was unfamiliar, so it didn't make much difference whether they went out or not. Bang, bang, bang. Less than 10 minutes later, the door was knocked on again. And this time the knocking was distinctly different. Rather than knocking, it was more like banging on the door. TSK. They really are persistent. Li Gang helplessly scratched his head and walked to the door, intending to dissuade Li Jinjin from outside. However, when he got closer to the door and looked through the peephole, he realized that the person knocking at the door was not Li Jinjin, but the cleaning lady holding a broom. A cleaning lady? Not Li Jinjin? Is it really that intimidating for a cleaning lady to knock on the door these days? Li Gang's head was filled with question marks, but he didn't delay and immediately opened the door. Before he could speak, the cleaner spoke first. What's wrong with you? Kid, do you know that what you're doing is against the law? Huh? What? Li Gang was completely confused and didn't understand what the cleaner was saying. Then he noticed that Li Jun was making faces at him behind the cleaner. Acting dumb? Are young people really this shameless nowadays? Look at that poor girl. I'm telling you, if you don't take responsibility, I'll call the police right now. What? Annie, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Now that things have come to this, you're still pretending, aren't you? That poor girl. All right. Annie, I was wrong. Please stop talking. I know I was wrong. Although Li Gang still didn't know what had happened outside his door in the past 10 minutes. One thing he was sure of was that this matter definitely involved Li Jun. Instead of arguing with the cleaner here, he might as well go directly to find Li Jun. So, Li Gang turned back and gave Evie a glance, then left the room. The cleaner shot Li Gang a fierce glare, but didn't say anything more and went back to her job, starting to clean again. What exactly did you say to the cleaner? Li Gang approached Li Junjun and directly asked, but at that moment, Li Junjun's gaze was entirely fixed on Evie standing by Li Gang's feet. Is this little fox yours? It's so cute. Can I pet it? Li Junjun's eyes sparkled as she squatted down, pretending to reach out and touch Evie. Although Evie had just hatched and everything was unfamiliar to it, it knew one thing. The female human in front of it did not have a good relationship with its trainer and had even attacked its trainer moments ago. Therefore, it had no good feelings towards this female human. Seeing her about to touch it, Evie immediately stepped back, hiding behind Li Gang's feet, only sticking its head out to watch her warily. Evie, it warned Li Junjun with a hostile look. Li Junjun's hand, which was raised, paused in midair as she looked at Evie with uncertainty. Is it not a fox? Chapter 41. Running and chasing Li Gang did not answer Li Junjun immediately. Instead, he bent down and picked up the Evie. Its name is Bu, and it is my companion. You can think of it as a fox. But it isn't Evie. Evie, what is that? Li Junjun's surprise was replaced by confusion, but Li Gang didn't have much desire to explain. Instead, he was very concerned about how she had just realized that Evie was not a fox. How do you know Evie isn't a fox? It's simple. I've seen foxes raised by other people. The sound they make is very similar to that of dogs. Both make a woof woof sound, but it might be because that particular fox grew up with dogs. Regardless, a fox definitely wouldn't make the sound it just did. Oh, I see. All right, I understand. I'll have Evie pay attention to that. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. You take care. Li Gang waved his hand at Li Junjun, then quickly turned around and walked briskly toward the elevator, fearing that if he slowed down even a bit, he would be caught. However, this tactic clearly had little effect, as Li Junjun immediately followed him without a second thought. Wait for me. I'm going with you. Hearing this, Li Gang, who was initially walking fast, immediately broke into a run, opting not to take the elevator but heading straight for the stairwell. Seeing this, Li Junjun quickly followed suit, and the two rushed down the stairs and out of the hotel, sprinting down the street. Stop right there. Why are you running? I won't do anything to you. Li Junjun ran while shouting at Li Gang, which caught the attention of passersby on the street, and made a few young men who were ready to help stop in their tracks. At first, the bystanders thought this was a chase after a thief, but soon realized the situation was not what they expected. Yes, you won't do anything to me, but I'm afraid of what your family might do to me. Please don't follow me. I'm begging you, okay? No way. They won't take me on their missions, and I finally found someone who could take me along. What's wrong with you taking me with you? One more person means one more helper, right? I thank you. If Xiaoping finds out I took you along, he would tear me apart. I'm begging you. Please don't bring trouble to me, okay? Why not? Why can he tear you apart? Why can you go, but I can't? Is there any reason for this? Li Junjun's persistence in following Li Gang is not only because Li Gang is going to slay the mysterious beings, but also because, like her, Li Gang is not a Night Watcher. She has always been well protected and is not included in the Night Watcher's missions. When she sometimes applies to join, she is often rejected with the excuse that she is not a Night Watcher. Now, Li Gang is also not a Night Watcher, but he can go to slay the mysterious beings, which makes Li Junjun feel very unbalanced, especially after Li Gang said, "Who says only Night Watchers can kill the mysterious beings?" It really struck a chord with her. That's why she is determined to follow him. She wants to prove herself to her family that she can also slay the mysterious beings like they do. Why did he tear me apart? You should ask him. Why are you asking me? And right now, you're the one being unreasonable, not me. The two of them sprinted down the street for over half an hour. At first, Li Gang thought that as a boy with the strength of a pool realm, he would definitely have better stamina than Li Junjun, who was just a lamp realm girl. But now he was almost out of breath, and Li Junjun was still keeping up with him, even closing the distance between them. At this rate, he would be caught in no more than 5 minutes, so he decisively stopped when he reached a construction site with very few people around. Stop, stop, stop. Hold on a second. Oh my, I can't go on anymore. How do you have such good stamina? Li Gang sat down on the cement pipe at the construction site, panting. He looked at Li Gang with some concern, and Li Gang patted its head, smiling and shaking his head. I've been training with the Night Watcher since I was little, so this little distance is nothing to me. Although Li Junjun was also panting, her complexion was much better than Li Gang's. Clearly, her words were not unfounded. Having grown up in Team 006 and treating it as her home, considering the members of Team 006 as her family, even though she hadn't specifically trained. She regularly participated in daily training with the team members, making her physically much stronger than Li Gang, who was only half-hearted about it. So let's be reasonable here. I really can't carry such a heavy pot. You are a divine agent, and I truly don't dare to take you with me. If you really want to follow me, then don't make it difficult for me here. Go back and talk to Xiaopinga. If he agrees, I'll take you with me. How about that? Li Zhenjin opened her mouth, wanted to argue a bit more, but she also knew that Li Gang was indeed in a difficult position. Making things harder for him wouldn't lead to a better outcome. However, if she were to go to Xiaopingu about this matter, she already knew the outcome without needing to think. Was there really no better solution? Li Zhenjin's attitude softened as she tentatively asked. Li Gang shook his head without thinking. No, I really can't do this. Just let me off the hook. We have no grudges in the past and no enmity recently, right? Produce. You shot an arrow at me in the hotel, and I didn't pursue it, did I? Well then, Li Zhenjin, in a state of extreme reluctance, eventually nodded. Only then did Li Gang let out a long sigh of relief. All right, then you should head back quickly. I need to familiarize myself with the terrain first. Li Zhenjin still looked reluctant, but in the end, she nodded and turned to leave so decisively that even Li Gang was a bit surprised. However, he no longer had the mood to analyze Li Zhenjin's thoughts. He just wanted to take a good rest. During the more than 10 minutes of rest, Li Gang kept looking at the mysterious distribution map of Shangjing City that Li Zhenjin had sent him. Although it was called a distribution map, it was actually just an ordinary map of Shangjing City, but this map had many circles drawn on it by someone, with annotations inside, each circle indicating how much mystery there was and what level the strongest one was. Additionally, a large date was written in the most prominent blank area at the top of the map, accompanied by a note stating when the map was created, indicating that it could only be used as a reference, as mystery is not static, it is dynamic and can move. Li Gang studied for more than 10 minutes and finally set his sights on the eastern suburbs of Shangjing City. Chapter 42, Eastern Suburbs. There were two reasons for this choice. First, the eastern suburbs were relatively close, so he wouldn't have to travel far. Second, it was a suburban area with sparse population, so even if there was a commotion, it wouldn't affect ordinary people. Third, the mysteries gathered in the eastern suburbs were not very strong, mainly consisting of pool and river realms, and leading these mysteries were two sea realm mysteries. Although the sea realm mysteries were still too strong for Li Gang at the moment, he could always retreat into the Pokémon paradise, and as long as he could maintain his moves, even if he provoked a sea realm mystery, he wouldn't miss the chance to escape into the Pokémon paradise. After making the decision, Li Gang felt relieved and lightened up, so he headed towards the nearest market with EV. This time, he chose to follow the map and didn't take a taxi. For some reason, Li Gang gradually developed a certain resistance to taking taxis, unless absolutely necessary. He felt it was better not to take one. After all, it wasn't far, so he treated it as a walk. Upon entering the market, Li Gang first went to the pet section, planning to pick out some small clothes and accessories for EV. He had already thought up a reason. He would say that EV was a fox he raised, but he was afraid it would be too conspicuous to take a fox out shopping, so he wanted to dress EV up as a dog. The pet shop staff had no suspicions at all. Instead, they kept praising EV for being beautiful and having soft fur, then began to promote a series of pet supplies, such as dog shampoos, teeth cleaning toys, snacks, and nutritional products. In the end, Li Gang only bought some snacks, and that was because EV showed obvious desire when it smelled those snacks. As night fell, Li Gang arrived in the eastern suburbs of Shangjing, followed by Charmeleon and Stufful, while EV lay on Li Gang's shoulder. This place was still too dangerous for the newly born, level 3 EV. Normally, EV shouldn't be involved, but if EV didn't participate, it wouldn't be able to gain experience quickly and naturally wouldn't be able to become stronger. So, Li Gang simply carried EV with him, looking for opportunities to see if he could let EV gain some experience. For a level 3 EV, even a little experience would be quite a lot. If he could gain some more, reaching level 10 and breaking through to the pool realm would be quick. Stufful, did you hear any strange sounds? Right now, Li Gang's most reliable partner was Stufful. Although Charmeleon was the strongest in terms of combat power, when it came to locating mysteries, Stufful was definitely more adept. Stufful moved its ears, which also stirred the tendrils on its ears. Tabinai. After listening for a moment, Stufful pointed ahead, indicating that there was a mystery not far ahead. Let's go. Everyone be careful. Charmeleon, it's your time to shine. You're the big brother and need to protect your two little sisters. Connie. Connie. Li Gang's words were like encouragement. The fire dinosaur immediately raised its head, thumping its chest with its little claws, as if it wanted to beat its chest until it was swollen. At the same time, the flames on its tail became lively, swaying and jumping as if blown by an invisible breeze. Tabunai. After walking less than 100 meters, the almost doll suddenly issued a warning and pointed to the sky. Li Gang and the little fire dragon instinctively looked up and saw several small black dots in the dark sky that had appeared at some point. These dots were very difficult to detect under the cover of night, and if it weren't for Li Gang's keen eyesight and the prior warning, he might not have noticed them at all. Fire Dinosaur. Connie. Without needing Li Gang to give further instructions, it had already taken a deep breath before he called its name. As the fire dinosaur's belly inflated and deflated, a blazing flame, red with a hint of blue, erupted from its mouth. The flame was fist-sized in front of its mouth, but once it shot into the sky, it was thicker than a water tank, and the end of the flame spread out, dazzling like fireworks. Under the illumination of the firelight, Li Gang finally saw what was flying in the sky. It was a group of large blackbirds with a wingspan of nearly a meter. These birds had pitch-black feathers, but their eyes were like peculiar blue sapphires, clear and bright. However, their chests were exposed with white bones, and there was no flesh on their chests, only a pile of white bones. If these birds were lying on the ground instead of flying in the air, no one would think they were alive. Instead, they would believe they had been dead for a long time, their flesh decayed, leaving only bones and feathers behind. Wah, wah, wah. Those birds emitted cawing sounds like crows and seemed to be stimulated by the firelight, diving straight down from the sky towards the fire dinosaur, trying to stop it from continuing to breathe fire. Tabunai. Without needing Li Gang to give an order, the almost doll took a step forward, its eyes wide open, shining with pink light. At the same time, all the diving birds were enveloped in pink light, their speed visibly slowing down. Kanikaka. The fire dinosaur closed its mouth, and the flames shooting into the sky disappeared. But the next moment, it opened its mouth again, and even more intense, hotter, and more violent flames shot out. The flames twisted in the air, forming a swirling vortex that enveloped all the birds. Nini defeated the enemy, gaining 212 experience points and 201 shot points. Nini gained 241 experience points. Nine gained 203 experience points. Nini defeated the enemy, gaining 215 experience points and 202 shot points. Nini leveled up to 25, current experience 576-10000. Nini learned the move, Big Word Explosion. Nine leveled up to 17, current experience 381-1500. A series of prompts immediately rang in Li Gang's ears. At this moment, the fire dinosaur had taken down 7 birds. Although each bird's experience points and shot points were not much, they added up to a significant amount. Most importantly, both the fire dinosaur and the almost doll leveled up, and the fire dinosaur also learned Big Word Explosion. The only regret was that EV couldn't gain any experience. Zong, dong, zong. However, before Li Gang could contain his joy, the ground suddenly shook, clearly the sound of some heavy object moving. Chapter 43, Yellow Cow. Tabunai. As a hearing Pokémon, the almost doll immediately determined the direction of the sound, turned to face that direction, and took a defensive stance with a serious expression. Seeing this, Li Gang's expression also became grave. Although the fire dinosaur had just proudly taken down 7 mysterious creatures, there would be a price to pay for that. The mysterious creatures in Jing City followed certain rules. They would not actively provoke humans. But the human side also needed to adhere to an unspoken agreement and not act recklessly. Now, Li Gang had broken that agreement. If he had quietly taken down those 7 mysterious creatures, everyone could have acted as if nothing had happened. The problem was that the fire dinosaur had been too conspicuous, with its towering flames and fiery vortex being far too obvious in the night. Li Gang's high-profile display of killing mystics here is bound to provoke a reaction from the ruling mystics of this area. If they don't respond at all, how can they continue to maintain control? Therefore, as the rulers here, they must teach this disruptor a lesson. A massive figure gradually appeared in front of Li Gang. It was an enormous yellow bull, over 6 meters long from head to tail and nearly 5 meters tall from hoof to back. Just standing there, it was larger than a bus, not to mention its well-developed muscles, sharp horns, and nostrils that seemed to be exhaling steam. Gulp! Even though Li Gang had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he couldn't help but swallow nervously upon seeing such a creature. He didn't believe his defenses could withstand a charge from this bull. In the office of the captain of Team 006 in Beijing, Xiaopinga had just finished a busy day and was leisurely sitting in his chair drinking tea, ready to relax. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. "Come in." After taking a sip of tea, Xiaopinga casually set down his cup and turned to look at the door. It opened, and a night watchman walked in. "Captain, Li Gang has gone to the eastern suburbs." "Oh, he's gone to the eastern suburbs? I thought he would head to that abandoned factory. After all, the environment there is terrible. Even the mystics disdain it. The strongest mystic there is only from the river realm, but the eastern suburbs have mystics from the sea realm. Does he really dare to venture into sea realm territory as a mere pool realm? Interesting. So, Captain, should we send someone to keep an eye on him?" The man asked hesitantly. Xiaopinga narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. "I mentioned that Li Gang sold a disposable forbidden object equivalent to a sea realm strike, totaling 4 items. How much do you think that kid has left? Can he really use those forbidden objects to defeat a sea realm mystic?" The man lowered his head, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered for a while. "If it were just one sea realm mystic, I think there's still a chance, but there are more than one sea realm mystics in the eastern suburbs. And there are quite a few river realm mystics as well. For someone from the pool realm, river realm mystics are also formidable opponents. I'm not optimistic about him." "If even you aren't optimistic about him, do you think he's a fool or a reckless madman?" Xiaopinga continued to ask. This time, the man didn't hesitate and immediately gave his answer. "No, he was ambushed by the ancient god sect in Sangnan, but still managed to fight back. After analyzing the situation, he felt that the night watchmen in Sangnan weren't strong enough to protect him, so he came to Beijing. A person like that can't possibly be a fool or a madman. Indeed, you also think he is neither a fool nor a madman. So why did he choose to go to the eastern suburbs, knowing there are sea realm mystics there? He must have some other support that makes him feel he can retreat unscathed even against multiple sea realm mystics." The man first nodded in realization, then frowned in thought. But he is just a pool realm, and moreover an orphan, with no backing. How did he obtain this support? And if his support allows him to escape unscathed against more than one sea realm mystic? Why did he leave Sangnan to come to Beijing to evade the ancient god sect? As soon as these words were spoken, the office fell silent. Xiaopinga's fingers tapping on the armrest stopped. Why indeed? What could be the reason? Xiaopinga also couldn't figure it out and couldn't help but mutter to himself as he thought, furrowing his brows tighter the more he contemplated. He instinctively picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Just then another figure rushed in from outside. It was a female night watchman. "Captain, Zhen is missing." Puffed. Xiaopinga had just taken a sip of tea and hadn't swallowed it yet when he sprayed it all out in shock, looking at the female night watchman in disbelief, losing his previous calm demeanor. "What did you say?" "Captain, Zhen is missing." "Hiss, that girl. I'm going to find her." Saying this, Xiaopinga no longer cared about the 2 people in the office and quickly left, his figure disappearing into the night. Moo, accompanied by an angry roar from the yellow bull, its enormous nostrils exhaled white steam, and the whole bull charged towards Li Gang and his group like a high-speed steam locomotive. Attacked together, quick and decisive, Li Gang did not hesitate or retreat, and immediately made a decision. Tabinai, the almost doll, took a few steps forward first, its eyes wide open, and a pink glow immediately lit up on the yellow cow. The speed of the yellow cow instantly decreased by nearly a third. Li Gang also did not hesitate. His eyes shone with a blue light representing psychic power. The yellow cow, already covered with a layer of pink light, now had another layer of blue light, further reducing its speed. At this moment, the yellow cow's speed was less than half of what it was just now. Tabinai, the almost doll, raised its hands and pushed forward, and a completely transparent wall, yet clearly visible, appeared in front of the yellow cow. The already slowed yellow cow crashed heavily into the wall, which emitted a sound of unbearable cracking, but did not shatter directly. Instead, it was pushed back by the yellow cow, leaving deep scratches on the ground, and the soil on the other side of the wall continued to pile higher. A sunny day, Li Gang raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The brilliant sunlight immediately pierced through the darkness and shone down, covering a radius of 17 meters centered around Li Gang. Gatani ga. The flames on the tail of the fire dinosaur suddenly surged up under the sunlight. It took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled, spewing out crimson flames from its mouth, forming a large character in the air that flew towards the yellow bull. Chapter 44. A final struggle, the big character explosion. The size of the fire dinosaur's big character explosion was more than twice that of Li Gang's spray, and even when facing the enormous yellow bull, it did not appear small. Boom! The big character explosion exploded with a loud bang after passing through the light wall, and the scorching shockwave swept outwards, with the intense firelight appearing incredibly dazzling in the night. Without much communication, Li Gang and the fire dinosaur charged towards the yellow bull simultaneously. At this moment, The yellow bull looked somewhat tragic. Its head bore the brunt of the big character explosion, with some areas mangled and bloody, some parts charred black. And other areas that should have been bloodied were instead burnt. Li Gang and the fire dinosaur arrived in front of the yellow bull almost simultaneously. Li Gang suddenly stopped, bent his legs slightly, leaped high into the air, twisted his waist, and swung his arms, pulling back his fist, and then striking out fiercely. 1 million-ton punch. The fire dinosaur also leaped high, then came down, twisting its body in midair, its flaming tail whipping towards the already bloodied face of the yellow bull. Dragon tail. Bui. Eevee also seized this rare opportunity, flinging its front paw forward, inexplicably throwing a handful of sand it somehow obtained into the yellow bull's eyes. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two dull thuds, the enormous body of the yellow bull crashed down, and a mysterious creature from the Sichuan region was taken down just like that. Enemy defeated. Gained 1285 experience points. Gained 1452 shot points. Ni gained 1280 experience points. Nai gained 1176 experience points. Nai leveled up to level 18. Current experience points 571700. Boo Boo gained 164 experience points. Boo Boo leveled up to level 6. Current experience points 4460. Boo Boo learned the move, Quick Attack. Hurry. Run to the city. Almost forgot. Could you please help me heal my hand? Li Gang was not happy after defeating a mysterious creature from the Chuanjing. Instead, he was very anxious and issued a retreat order. Tabunai, the doll-like figure, raised both hands and pointed in the air at Li Gang's right hand. A light pink wave then rippled through the air, and Li Gang's hand, which had been cracked and broken from delivering a 1 million-ton punch, began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. Li Gang dispersed into a sunny day, with Charizard leading the way. Almost a doll was helping Li Gang heal, making it hard to run, so Charizard directly picked up Almost a doll and sprinted ahead. However, they were still a bit slow. The surrounding air suddenly became scorching, as if they were suddenly placed in the volcanic terrain that Charizard loved. There was no time left. Prepare for battle. Li Gang's expression was somewhat grim, but he didn't lose his composure. The fire dinosaur gently set the Almost doll down and began to be on guard. Although the Almost doll was focused on helping Li Gang treat his hand, its ear with tentacles was constantly shaking up and down, causing the tentacles on its ear to twist in the air. Tabunai. The Almost doll was the first to issue a warning, simultaneously ending its treatment of Li Gang. Li Gang's hand was not completely healed, but it was no longer a hindrance to movement. At least he could eat with chopsticks without any problem. However, he couldn't throw a punch, and he definitely couldn't use the 1 million-ton punch, or he'd have to go to the hospital for a cast. Carni. Kadnika. The fire dinosaur suddenly darted to the side of the Almost doll, and the next moment, the ground in that direction suddenly melted, turning into scorching red magma. The area of the magma quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a small pool nearly 2 meters in diameter. In the pool, a ribbon fish, as thick as a water bucket and over 4 meters long, jumped out. The surface of the ribbon fish erupted with extreme heat, making the already warm, late autumn night feel even hotter. The ribbon fish quickly fell back down, landing on the ground, which began to melt rapidly, turning into scorching magma. The mysterious aura of the sea realm was indeed different. Its mere appearance caused a change in the environment. Li Gang squinted at the ribbon fish while pinching the nape of the EV on his shoulder, casually tossing it in front of him. The EV traced a parabolic arc in the air, but disappeared before hitting the ground. He sent the EV back to the paradise, facing the mystery of the river realm. He could still have the EV find a way to gain some experience, but facing the ocean realm was too much of a stretch. After all, the EV was just a newly born Pokémon, and even a slight bump might be too much for it to handle. To be safe, it was better to put the EV in the paradise first. Roar. The ribbon fish let out a beast-like roar, and as it opened its mouth, a heat wave surged forth, accompanied by a foul smell. Li Gang was vigilant about the ribbon fish, and his frown grew tighter because it was evident that this ribbon fish was of the fire attribute. The highest level and output on his side was the fire dinosaur, which was also a fire attribute. This meant that the fire dinosaur would not gain any advantage in the upcoming battle due to the attribute, and both he and the nearly comparable doll were in the pool realm, significantly lacking against the mysterious sea realm. Therefore, Li Gang only had two choices, either to run away directly or to learn the moves on the spot and fight this mysterious creature. After a brief hesitation, Li Gang chose the latter. He knew very well that if he ran away now, he wouldn't be able to return to the eastern suburbs for a while, as he would inevitably have to face this ribbon fish. Since he had to face it anyway, it was better to give it a shot first. If he couldn't win, he could still run away later. Moreover, the moves he purchased were not limited to a one-time use. Even if he didn't win this time, the moves he learned wouldn't disappear and could still be used in the future. Successfully purchased the Rain Dance move, successfully purchased the Icy Wind move, successfully purchased the Ice Beam move, successfully purchased the Swords Dance move, successfully purchased the Dragon Dance move, successfully purchased the Dragon Pulse move. Moves learned. Rain Dance moves learned. Icy Wind I has learned the move. Ice Beam and I has learned the move. Dragon Dance and I has learned the move. Swords Dance and I has learned the move. Dragon Pulse. Li Gang directly bought 6 moves in one go, spending 100 mall points. He used up all the remaining mall points and the points he just earned from killing that mysterious creature in Chuanjing, leaving him with only 783 points. If he weren't worried about possibly losing and needing to escape without money for energy cubes afterward, he wouldn't have kept his 783 points and would have bought another move. Fire Dinosaur. I'll help you buy time with the doll. You seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Connie. The Fire Dinosaur learned 3 moves at once and realized that Li Gang had high hopes for it. It nodded heavily, then without daring to delay, began to perform an intense, mysterious, and powerful dance. This was the Dragon Dance. Chapter 45, Dance. Fire Dinosaur. Seeing this, Li Gang immediately put his hands together, fingers interlocked in front of his nose, adopting a prayer posture. Centered around him, in a radius of 17 meters, it suddenly began to rain, pouring down in heavy rain and storms. The prayer for rain was successful. The originally aggressive ribbonfish displayed clear astonishment and confusion on its face. It thought that as soon as it appeared, it would be met with fierce attacks from the opponents. However, as a formidable being from the sea realm, it was not afraid of a combination of 1 from the river realm and 2 from the pond realm. It had come this time to deal with these troublemakers who disrupted the harmony. But upon seeing it, one opponent inexplicably began to perform a shamanic dance, while another started praying to the heavens. What kind of ritual is this? A ritual in the face of a strong enemy? Confusion arose in the ribbonfish's mind, but it quickly snapped back to reality as the heavens did not favor them, and it suddenly began to pour heavily. Roar! The ribbonfish let out an angry roar, opening its mouth to spew forth a foul-smelling, scalding breath. As this breath exited, it was mixed with numerous bright sparks, but after flying a short distance, these sparks were extinguished by the rain, turning into a gray-white substance resembling volcanic ash. The temperature of the breath also dropped significantly after evaporating a large amount of rainwater. Freezing wind. Li Gang stopped praying, spread his arms wide, as if embracing an invisible wind. In the next moment, a bone-chilling cold wind swept out from behind him. As the cold wind passed through the raindrops froze into countless tiny ice crystals. The wind, mixed with these small ice crystals, collided with the breath of the ribbonfish, starting to merge and offset each other, resulting in a surprisingly even match. This astonished the ribbonfish. Although the previous strike was just a casual hit, it was still an attack from the sea realm, and it was surprisingly neutralized by a human from the pool realm. In reality, Li Gang did not easily deflect the ribbonfish's attack. He used 2 techniques and achieved the effect specifically by employing learned counter techniques. Roar! Li Gang's relaxed demeanor while using the frost wind completely enraged the ribbonfish. The ribbonfish swam upward for a short distance and then opened its mouth again, this time spewing forth not breath, but a thick, crimson liquid resembling lava. Tabunai! Without needing Li Gang's command, the almost doll-like figure raised its hands forward again, and a semi-transparent wall appeared out of thin air, blocking the lava. Hiss! The lava emitted a piercing sound of evaporation upon contact with the light barrier, and the light wall was melted away with little resistance. However, the lava lost its momentum and fell directly to the ground. The characteristic of this attack was its extreme high temperature, containing little kinetic energy. However, this did not mean that the attack was easily neutralized. After falling, the lava began to spread outwards, forming a lava lake at a visibly rapid pace, even with heavy rain pouring down and a biting cold wind blowing. This process could not be halted. Retreat. Li Gang did not increase his efforts to stop the expansion of a lava lake. Instead, he decisively chose to retreat and distance himself from the lava lake. Li Gang and the almost doll quickly retreated, while the fire dinosaur danced and backed away at a slightly slower pace. Suddenly, the fire dinosaur stopped dancing, accelerated sharply, caught up with Li Gang and the almost doll, and then began dancing again after reaching a safe spot. This time, Its dance was still intense, but no longer mysterious, filled only with high spirits of battle. It was a sword dance. Fire Dinosaur, can't you dance a little faster? How long are you going to keep dancing like this? By the time you finish, the food will be cold. Li Gang looked up at the ribboned fish in the sky, which had already begun to change, and couldn't help but urge Fire Dinosaur. Dance faster. The Fire Dinosaur immediately picked up the pace. Connie, 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 Connie. Stop complaining. The opponent is from the sea realm. We don't have much time. Hurry up. Connie, Connie. The Fire Dinosaur's speed increased even more, and beads of sweat began to seep from its skin. The sword dance was shorter than the dragon dance, and with the Fire Dinosaur speeding up, it quickly finished the sword dance. However, without any pause, it began to perform the fierce and mysterious dragon dance. As Li Gang watched the patterns on the surface of the ribbon fish circling above the magma lake spreading more and more, he noticed that the temperature emanating from its body was rising as well. Li Gang realized that the opponent was losing patience and was about to unleash a powerful move. We can't wait any longer, Cha Bao Dal. Let's go all out together. Tabinai. Cha Bao Dal responded and charged toward the ribbon fish, with Li Gang closely following. Both their eyes sparkled with determination as they sprinted, and the surface of the ribbon fish glowed with pink and light blue hues. Tabinai. As they got closer, Cha Bao Dal suddenly stopped, opened its mouth, and unleashed a pale blue beam with white edges. This beam carried an extreme low temperature, instantly freezing the rainwater in its path. This was the frozen beam. Li Gang also stopped, spreading his arms again as the biting cold wind swept out once more. A freezing beam enveloped the ribbon fish, instantly freezing it into a block of ice. However, even within this block of ice, the ribbon fish's transformation did not stop, and the ice was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no more than 3 seconds, the ribbon fish would break free. At that moment, a cold wind mixed with tiny ice crystals blew in, slowing the melting of the ice block, cooling the surface of the magma lake, and also slowing the transformation process of the ribbon fish. This extended the time he could by from less than 3 seconds to nearly 5 seconds. The second dragon dance of the Fire Dinosaur finished, followed by a second sword dance. The continuous high intensity and accelerated dancing made the Fire Dinosaur a bit breathless. But its dancing speed did not slow down. In fact, it even quickened a bit. It knew very well that this was the most time Li Gang and the doll could buy for it, and it had to finish the dance quickly. 5 seconds was not long, and even under the biting cold wind, the ice block melted quickly. At the same moment, the ice melted. Hot red magma seeped out from the surface of the ribbon fish's skin. This magma did not drip down, but instead covered the surface of the ribbon fish, clearly indicating that it was preparing for close combat. Before engaging in close combat, it wrapped itself in magma, which not only increased its destructive power, but also enhanced its defensive capabilities, making it a very useful close combat ability. Got me. The second dragon dance finally finished, and the Fire Dinosaur immediately called out to Li Gang. Without any hesitation, Li Gang stopped maintaining the freezing wind and pointed upwards. Chapter 46. Overlevel kills sunlight pierced through the darkness and shone down from the sky. The brilliant sunlight refracted through raindrops, creating dazzling rays of light, and a faint rainbow bridge could be seen in the sky. Got me. The flames on the Fire Dinosaur's tail suddenly surged. This time, the flames were more vigorous and volatile than ever before. Karnai Kar. The Fire Dinosaur tilted its head back and took a deep breath, its belly swelling up. Then it suddenly exhaled. This time, it was not a flame that spewed out, but a visible shockwave. This was the Dragon Wave. The shockwave slammed into the ribbon fish like a giant hammer, sending it flying. In the process, the magma covering its body exploded away. Karnai. The flames on the Fire Dinosaur's tail surged again, this time not just growing larger, but sweeping outward, wrapping the entire body of the Fire Dinosaur in flames. The Fire Dinosaur comprehended a move, flashing flame charge. Damn, comprehended a move? Li Gang couldn't help but curse when he heard the prompt. This was the first time he had heard such a prompt, but no one could respond to him. At this moment, the Fire Dinosaur, wrapped in flames, dashed out at a speed that left afterimages, heading straight for the descending ribbon fish. The previous dragon wave was strong, but it was still within the ribbon fish's tolerance for damage. As long as it adjusted its posture slightly in the air, it could stabilize its body and not fall to the ground. The only regret was that its ability to disable was interrupted. To use it again, it would have to recharge, and clearly, there was no time for that now. A ball of intense flame quickly arrived beside it, and a tail swept out from the flames. Boom! The flaming tail exploded upon hitting the ribbon fish. engulfing it in flames instantly. Before the flames subsided, the fire dinosaur struck down with a hand chop on the ribbonfish's head. This was the cleavage move. The ribbonfish was knocked out of the flames and crashed heavily to the ground. The flames in the air suddenly contracted, quickly gathering towards the descending fist of the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur's fist came crashing down on the ribbonfish's head. The flames that had already contracted exploded once again, mixing with the shockwave and sweeping outward. This was the fire punch, an enhanced version of the flame charge. This hit was far more brutal than the previous two. The ribbonfish was knocked into a daze, nearly losing consciousness, and for a moment, it lost its ability to think. The fire dinosaur naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth. And then those teeth were covered with a layer of fire, a layer of flames condensed into a covering. The fiery teeth bit fiercely into the ribbonfish's throat, piercing its skin, and the flames ignited the ribbonfish's flesh from within. Before its consciousness returned, the ribbonfish opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. At that moment, two figures rushed over, Doll and Evie. Seeing that the fire dinosaur had succeeded, Li Gang immediately took Evie out of the paradise with a Pokeball. Doll and Evie, one using a body slam and the other using quick attack, collided hard with the ribbonfish's head. Evie, after colliding with the ribbonfish, was instead knocked back and sat on the ground, shaking its head and feeling a bit dizzy, but at that moment no one cared about him. Li Gang quickly rushed over. "You better die now. Million-ton punch." Li Gang gritted his teeth and nearly shouted the name of the technique through clenched jaws. Then his fist landed on the head of the ribbonfish, and in the next moment, blood splattered, mixed with fragments of bone. His hand was shattered. Hiss! The intense pain made Li Gang gasp, and at that moment, not just his entire arm trembled, but his whole body shook. It was unbearable. He killed the enemy, gaining 3,887 experience points and 4,757 shot points. Li Gang's level has increased to level 18, currently with 19,637, 500 experience points. Nini gained 5, 215 experience points. Nine Eye gained 2, 154 experience points, and Nine Eye's level increased to level 19, currently with 7, 352, 000 experience points. Bubu gained 656 experience points, and Bubu's level increased to level 11, currently with 100, 120 experience points. Bubu learned the move, Quick Star. Bubu learned the move, Mud Throw. As his level increased, Li Gang felt the pain in his hand significantly diminish, and the trembling of his body stopped. He looked down and found that the broken bones had healed about 80, but the torn flesh had not yet healed. However, this was already good enough. At least he didn't have to go to the hospital for a cast. Hey, truly worthy of the mystery of the sea realm, a bountiful harvest. Oh dear, I almost lost. Li Gang fell to the ground, unable to hold back his gasp for breath. Before him, Charizard had already sat down, and without a doubt, it was the most exhausted among them. Everyone else had leveled up and restored some stamina and mental energy through the upgrade, except for it. This was our limit. If we didn't manage to take down this mysterious creature from the sea this round, we would have to flee. Fortunately, this battle was the most challenging and extreme for Li Gang, to the point where he had put himself on the line. As he said, if this round of outbursts didn't take down this elusive creature, he would have to consider retreating, because both he, Charizard, and the nearly exhausted Doll were already at their limits. Aside from Eevee, which hadn't consumed much energy, the one in the best condition at that moment was the nearly exhausted Doll. Li Gang had a broken hand, and Charizard was completely drained. The nearly exhausted Doll approached Li Gang, ready to crouch down and treat his hand injury. Seeing this, a smile immediately appeared on Li Gang's face. However, the Doll had only crouched halfway when it suddenly froze in mid-action, sharply looking in one direction where there was a patch of sparse trees. Tabunai, tabuni. Connie? Connie. The nearly exhausted Doll sensed danger, and Charizard, who was sitting on the ground, forced itself to stand up, alerting to that direction. Li Gang's expression darkened involuntarily. "We can't fight anymore. We need to retreat and regroup." As he spoke, the entrance to the Pokémon paradise appeared beside Li Gang. Just as he was about to instruct a few Pokémon to go in, a gust of cold wind swept over. This wind itself was not cold, but seemed to penetrate flesh and blood, directly blowing into the internal organs. Not only Li Gang, but also Charizard, the nearly exhausted Doll, and Eevee couldn't help but shudder when the wind passed over them, all feeling a chilling sensation. Chapter 47. Conveniently, Li Gang no longer hesitated and immediately got up to enter the paradise. But at that moment, a huge phantom appeared above the forest. A massive and eerie palace. On the plaque of the palace were written several large, somewhat unclear characters. Yama Hall. Huh. Li Gang stopped in his tracks, and the originally open gate to the paradise disappeared. Connie? Tabby and I? The two fairies were ready to leave with Li Gang, but suddenly the gate to the paradise was closed, leaving them both puzzled. However, Li Gang smiled. Don't worry, it's not an enemy. Almost all. Could you please continue to help me heal? It still hurts. Saying this, Li Gang sat down again. Although Tabby and I still felt uncomfortable in the surrounding atmosphere, it was willing to trust Li Gang. Since Li Gang said it wasn't an enemy, it would believe that it was not an enemy. Thus, almost all began to release healing waves onto Li Gang's hand. Clap, 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 accompanied by a round of applause. Xiaopinggu walked out from the woods, followed by Li Junjun, who was hanging her head like an eggplant hit by frost, and further back, more than a dozen mysterious beings of various sizes. What a spectacular battle. I really didn't expect you, a pool realm, to actually kill a sea realm mysterious being. Li Gang looked at Xiaopinggu, then at Li Junjun behind her, and had a guess in his heart. In such a large night watchman's post, not even a divine agent of the light realm was being watched. Did she manage to escape? Xiaopinggu's smile suddenly froze, and Li Junjun, who had been hanging her head, lifted it up with a surprised expression, looking at Li Gang. You, cough. How did you know? The high-level persona that Xiaopinggu had painstakingly built was shattered in an instant. Li Gang's mouth twitched twice, barely managing to suppress a smile. Just a guess. She chased me down 8 streets during the day, so she definitely wouldn't give up easily. Xiaopinggu shot a glare at Li Junjun, but then showed a helpless expression. This girl is usually spoiled. Not talking about this, let's talk about you. Is this the creature you summoned using the forbidden void, called Spirit? That's right. How is it? Pretty impressive, right? Xiaopinggu didn't answer immediately, but instead pinched his chin, looking back and forth at the fire dinosaur and the almost all. Finally, his gaze fell on Li Gang's hand and the healing fluctuations being released by the almost doll, raising his eyebrows. I have to say, when I first received the intel, I thought the spirit you summoned would be quite terrifying, but it seems pretty cute now. Terrifying? What intel did you receive? How could terrifying be associated with a spirit? The intel said that the spirit you summoned has a red, mysterious appearance, can breathe fire, and its tail is on fire. Doesn't that sound terrifying? Li Gang opened his mouth, but didn't he know how to explain, because just hearing the description seemed quite terrifying. If that dinosaur's image were associated with a carnivorous dinosaur like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it would be even more frightening. So you came over yesterday to warn me? It's part of my duty. I had no choice. Xiaopinggu shrugged, not denying it. Li Gang nodded in understanding and then shifted his gaze to the group of mysterious beings further back. In any case, thank you for holding them off for me. If they had joined the battle just now, I probably would have had to run away. It was just a casual thing, no need to worry about it. As he spoke, Xiaopinggu waved his hand, and the dozen or so mysterious beings were immediately dragged into the Hall of Yama by an invisible force. No matter how they roared or struggled, they couldn't delay the process. Li Gang's eyes widened in shock. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something, but his expression seemed somewhat dazed, as if his soul had been captured along with that group of mysterious beings and taken to the Hall of Yama. Huh? What's wrong with you? Noticing Li Gang's strange behavior, Xiaopinggu asked in confusion. Li Gang's dazed face finally showed a slight recovery. His eyes moved slightly to look at Xiaopinggu. You killed them all? Yes, I killed them all. Otherwise, what would be the point of leaving them alive? I can't just let them go, can I? Li Gang opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Looking lost and forlorn. Those were all my experience points, my mall points. If you kill them all, what am I even working hard for in the east suburbs? You're really good at this. Li Gang's heart was bleeding. There were only 2 mysterious beings in the eastern suburbs, and now he had killed one of them. As long as he rested for a night, he could come back, and with the 3 elves clearly becoming stronger, killing the other sea-level mysterious being wouldn't be too difficult. At that time, he could directly wash the eastern suburbs in blood, gaining a massive amount of experience points and shot points. However now, with a wave of Xiaopinggu's hand, all his experience points and shot points were sent to the underworld. Xiaopinggu noticed that Li Gang's emotions were deteriorating little by little and couldn't help but worry. Although Li Gang was not a night watchman, anyone who could kill mysterious beings without harming ordinary people was someone who could unite others. Now Li Gang is just a pool-level being, could take down a sea-level mysterious being. As long as he didn't meet an untimely end, the Great Xia could potentially gain another top-tier combat power in the future, which was very important. Are you okay? I can see that your emotions aren't right. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Almost there, little doll. Help me a bit. I want to stand up. Little Doll raised its hands to support Li Gang, allowing him to push himself up. Charizard. At this moment, Charizard also walked over. Somewhat worried about Li Gang's condition, Li Gang took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. It's fine, Charizard, you should go back and rest. You are the main combat force tonight. As he spoke, Li Gang opened the entrance to the Pokémon paradise again. Charizard nodded and walked in. And from Xiaoping's perspective, it looked like Charizard took a couple of steps forward and suddenly disappeared. He wasn't surprised, as he already knew from the information that the Pokémon were summoned from another world by Li Gang, so they could naturally return to that world. During this process, Li Gang was also observing Xiaoping. Seeing that Xiaoping showed no signs of abnormality, it was clear that even he, a Klein, hadn't detected the entrance to the Pokémon paradise, which gave Li Gang more confidence in it. Chapter 48. In the car, Little Doll, EV. Do you want to go back and rest too? Little Doll shook its head and pointed at Li Gang's hand. Although the wound on Li Gang's hand had almost healed after treatment, it still hurt when he moved it. It wasn't fully healed yet. Eevee jumped onto Li Gang's shoulder and rubbed its furry head against Li Gang's cheek. They didn't want to return to the paradise yet. I think you need a rest too. Why not take my car back? Xiaoping smiled. As he spoke, the phantom of the underworld gradually disappeared, and then, to Li Gang's astonishment, a small car appeared in the clearing outside the woods. Can I even park a car in this underworld? Li Gang was very shocked. He had never thought that the Yama Palace could have such a function. As Xiaoping walked toward the car, he explained, although the Yama Palace is dangerous and will extract the souls and refine the spirits of the beings drawn in, the car is not alive. That made a lot of sense. I was left speechless. Come on, get in the car. Xiaoping sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, poked his head out and shouted. Li Jinjin puffed out her cheeks, and although she was reluctant, she walked over to the car, opened the back door, and sat inside. Li Gang's original plan was to fight the mysterious beings in the eastern suburbs, and whenever he got tired or injured, he would directly enter the paradise to rest. After recovering, he would continue into the paradise until he had cleared all the mysteries in the eastern suburbs. To prepare for this, he had specially bought more supplies at the mall in Shanjing, even including pots and pans. However, the mysteries in the eastern suburbs had already been dealt with by Xiaoping Ge, so there was no longer any need for him to stay there. He approached the car and opened the door. Shibuduo doll, you go in first. The Shibuduo doll, having never been in a car before, happily agreed and climbed inside, while Li Gang followed closely behind, holding EV. Li Jinjin, the almost doll, and Li Gang were sitting in the back seat of a car that could comfortably fit 3 people. It didn't feel crowded at all, and because the almost doll was small, only about the size of a child, there was still quite a bit of extra space. The image of the almost doll was already close to that of a plush toy, which was quite appealing to girls. Li Jinjin had long wanted to touch it, but she hadn't had the opportunity earlier. Now that the almost doll was sitting right next to her, she naturally wouldn't miss this chance. Can I touch you? Although Li Jinjin really wanted to reach out directly, she couldn't bring herself to do so when looking at the adorable almost doll. Instead, she cautiously made the inquiry. The almost doll had crescent-shaped eyes and nodded at Li Jinjin. Although Li Jinjin didn't understand what the almost doll was saying, she knew the meaning of the nod. Great, you're so cute. Li Jinjin hugged the almost doll tightly, burying her head into its embrace and twisting around. The almost doll did not reject this intimate interaction. It simply patted Li Jinjin's head gently with its little hand, showing no signs of struggle. Bui, bui, bui. Upon seeing the almost doll allow this bad person to be so close, Eevee immediately reminded it. The almost doll was startled by Eevee's words. Tabunai, bui, bui, tabunai. The almost doll was frightened by Eevee's words and suddenly began to struggle. Li Jinjin, who was eagerly hugging the doll, could naturally sense the change in the almost doll and its rejection of her. She didn't dare to forcefully hold on to it and had to let go, looking at Li Gang in confusion. What happened to it? Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? Oh, it's nothing. Do you remember when you shot an arrow at me in the hotel? Eevee saw that arrow, so it thinks you're a bad person. Just now, Eevee told this to the almost doll, which is why the almost doll now thinks you're a bad person too. What? How could this happen? Li Jinjin widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at the almost doll, seeking confirmation, and then she saw the almost doll move a little towards Li Gang, creating some distance between itself and her. Although the movement was small, the meaning was quite clear. What? How could it be? Wait, can you understand what they are saying? In the moment before, Li Jinjin had been a bit dazed, but suddenly realized something and asked Li Gang. Li Gang was taken aback. Well, if I had to say I understand, it's not entirely accurate. I can't translate every single word they say, but I can grasp the meaning of what they're trying to express. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, I see. I kind of understand. Li Zens, then suddenly seemed to lose all her strength, slumping back in her seat. Tonight, she had sneaked out just to have the gang take her along. But as soon as they reached the eastern suburbs, she was caught by Xiaopinga. She was initially feeling quite down, but after hugging the almost doll, her mood had improved significantly. However, now she was identified as a bad person by Yibu, and the almost doll wouldn't let her hug it anymore, causing her mood to suffer a second blow. Li Gang shook his head and did not comfort Li Jinjin. He really couldn't help her and didn't want to. It wasn't that he enjoyed seeing others suffer, but the only way to make Li Jinjin feel better was to agree to take her along in future actions. Not to mention that he didn't want to take her along in the first place. Even if he changed his mind, they were currently in Xiaoping's car. And it was Xiaoping who was driving. If he dared to agree, Xiaoping would probably drive the car straight into the underworld and then kick him out of the car. After being free from Li Jinjin's entanglement, the doll-like creature continued to treat Li Gang's hand, while Abu jumped from Li Gang's shoulder into his arms, curling up into a restrained position. The entire interaction between the two people and the two spirits was observed by Xiaoping through the rearview mirror. He remained silent throughout, seemingly trying to lower his presence. And during the process, he was observing, thinking, and assessing. Now that both the people and the spirits had calmed down, a smile appeared on his face as he glanced back at Li Gang. "Where are you going? Do you want to check out my team 006? Li Gang, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, immediately perked up upon hearing this. "Huh? No, that's not necessary. Just take me back to the hotel, the one from before." Chapter 49, Abandoned Factory, all right. The hotel was not far from the eastern suburbs, just over 10 minutes by car. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Li Gang first let the doll-like creature and Abu enter the amusement park before getting out of the car. "Take care." Xiaoping casually waved his hand out of the car window, not caring about Li Gang's reaction, and stepped on the gas to drive off. Li Gang didn't mind and quickly entered the hotel. "Should I get a car ready too?" The amusement park's entrance doesn't seem too big. Can a car fit in?" It should be fine. If cars can't get in, how will large Pokémon come and go in the future, right? It should definitely be fine. But if I buy a car, I can't drive, and I don't have a driver's license. Ugh, why didn't I learn to drive in my past life? As he went upstairs, Li Gang's thoughts wandered aimlessly, and he finally sighed deeply, dismissing the idea of buying a car. Not being able to drive was just one reason. The main reason was that after Charizard evolved, it would be able to fly, and he could ride the dragon. By then, he wouldn't need a car. Buying a car would cost at least 100,000 to 80,000, which wasn't worth it. Back in his room, Li Gang took a shower and entered wearing pajamas. "Connie, Tabunaboi." As soon as Li Gang arrived at the paradise, 3 sprites greeted him, and he responded with a smile. He then sat down cross-legged and began searching through them all, pondering and hesitating as he searched. In the end, he spent 1,000 mall points to purchase a 10 square meter water terrain. This time, the terrain was no longer distributed in a square shape, but formed a small creek that was half a meter wide and 20 meters long. The plains were located to the north of the central grassland in the paradise, with volcanic terrain and graveyard forest terrain side by side on the west side of the central grassland, and this creek flowed on the south side of the central grassland. At first, Li Gang thought the water in the water terrain would be stagnant, but to his surprise, it was flowing water. The water appeared out of nowhere on the east side of the creek, and flowed to the west side before disappearing again. Finally, there was water. Hiss, does this mean I can plant some vegetables or something here? Or raise some fish? No, raising fish probably won't work. Live fish shouldn't be able to come in, but seeds should be able to come in. Upon seeing the creek and the flat grassland, Li Gang's thoughts suddenly began to wander, and he started to seriously consider planting vegetables in the paradise, not feeling that there was anything wrong with it. After feeding all the sprites, Li Gang ate some instant emergency food himself, and then left the paradise, lying down on the hotel bed. The next day, early in the morning, Li Gang checked out of the hotel and went straight to the mall with Evie. After purchasing some seeds for fruits, vegetables, and farming tools, he went to the furniture store and bought a bed, sofa, coffee table, and other items. Then he planned to buy some appliances, trying to create a comfortable living environment in the paradise. He even began to consider building a house in the paradise. However, he soon stopped his tracks because he realized a very tricky problem. There was no electricity in the paradise. In the paradise, as long as the entrance was opened, his phone could get a signal and access the internet normally, but there was no electricity inside. He couldn't possibly run an electrical wire into the paradise. That wasn't realistic. As Li Gang couldn't stay in one place forever, nor could he keep the entrance to the paradise open all the time. How about getting a diesel generator? No, That would be too silly. I need to get a generator for electric-type sprites. Yes, that's it. I already have sprites. Why would I need a diesel generator? Li Gang immediately made up his mind and began searching in the Pokémon shop. However, after looking around, he couldn't find anything related to electric-type Pokémon generators. What? There's really nothing? In that case, I'll have to think of a way with a night watchman. EV, who had been quietly lying on Li Gang's shoulder, noticed that he suddenly stopped and was mumbling to himself about something it couldn't quite understand, and curiously asked. Li Gang shook his head and chuckled lightly. It's nothing. Just suddenly thought of something. Come on, let's head back for now, and we'll continue hunting tonight. EV. Li Gang led EV into a deserted alley by the street, then entered the paradise. After a short rest, he began cultivating by the creek. He first dug a patch of land, then scattered seeds in sections, and finally watered them. With this approach, as long as the seeds sprouted, he could proceed with transplanting and cultivation. Li Gang was somewhat confident about farming. After finishing this task, he started planting other things on the grassland, determining where to build houses and what buildings to construct next to them. He made a rough plan for everything. Although there were no labor or materials available to start construction, it didn't stop him from dreaming of a beautiful future, especially since he had nothing else to do. At night, Li Gang took his Pokémon to an abandoned factory, perhaps due to some mysterious presence and intentional planning by the authorities. There weren't many buildings around the abandoned factory, making it a development zone with few people nearby. Let us go in and take a look. Be alert. You don't want to get ambushed, he said. The doll-like Pokémon responded, its ears twitching in readiness. Li Gang pushed open the severely rusted but unlocked door and walked in. This used to be a toy processing factory, primarily producing plastic toys. Even though the factory had been abandoned, it was still filled with a lot of old plastic waste. These plastics were of various kinds and were clearly brought directly from a recycling station. The haphazard piles of plastic made the surrounding environment look very dirty and chaotic. This is not good. If a fire breaks out, everything could catch fire. Looking at the abandoned factory filled with plastic, Li Gang's brows gradually furrowed. His main Pokémon was Charizard, and if Charizard accidentally ignited the plastic here, the fire would be hard to control. Moreover, burning plastic releases pungent toxic gases, which would be harmful to both Li Gang as a human and a Pokémon. Charizard, if we encounter enemies later, try not to use fire. We can't let this place catch fire. Connie? Connie. Charizard was momentarily stunned, then nodded to indicate that it understood. Chapter 50. The mysterious old man Tabianai. After walking for a while, the Duskull suddenly issued a warning. Li Gang, Charizard, and even EV became serious. To date, Duskull's warnings had never been wrong. Duskull, where's the enemy? Tabianai. Duskull pointed to a small room on the side, which was a small bungalow next to the factory. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what the small bungalow was used for anymore. Anyway, it was an abandoned factory. Charizard, go for it. Li Gang chose not to enter the room. Since he already knew there were enemies inside, he decided to take action directly to seize the initiative. Connie. The fire dinosaur unleashed a dragon pulse, and a visible shockwave struck the small house, which had been idle for a long time and was somewhat dilapidated. The house first cracked inch by inch, then collapsed with a loud rumble, raising a large cloud of dust, which was then dispersed by the subsequent shockwave. A tall figure, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing tattered long clothing, with thin, wrinkled skin and numerous age spots, appeared in Li Gang's line of sight. Although the creature looked like an old man, it was hard to see how someone could be here alone at night, wielding a pickaxe to dig in the ground, making it seem anything but normal. Were you? Li Gang opened his mouth to ask, but the old man remained unmoved, continuing to dig into the ground. Each time the pickaxe struck, it made a sharp clanging sound. However, strangely, the cement floor was not damaged by the seemingly sharp pickaxe. Again and again, no matter how many times the old man dug, the cement floor showed no signs of harm. This bizarre situation made Li Gang even more certain that the old man was definitely not human, because even a 2-meter-tall adult, let alone a child, will be able to easily damage the cement floor with such a pickaxe. Even if the pickaxe simply fell to the ground, it would leave a mark on the cement. Not going to answer? Then I'll just have to kill you. Li Gang made a threat, and the old man finally stopped digging. He slowly and stiffly turned his head to look at Li Gang. It was a face of an old man, a normal old man's face, except that what should have been a pair of eyes was replaced by 2 dark holes, very dark, as if no light could enter. He. Don't be in a hurry. The pit will be dug soon, very soon. The corners of the old man's mouth curled up, revealing a kind smile, but it gave off a very awkward feeling, as if something was hidden within. Wee. Ibu seemed to be stimulated by something, suddenly becoming restless. At that moment, Li Gang also realized something, his expression darkening as he immediately raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A sunny day? The sunlight that should have pierced the darkness did not come down, and the surroundings remained in darkness, even darker than before. Charizard, can you feel the sunny day? Li Gang's expression became somewhat unpleasant as he looked at the fire dinosaur, which shook its head, the flames on its tail flickering slightly. Connie. No? Huh. I didn't expect us to be hit first. Is this the mysterious, forbidden void? Attack. Take him down. Li Gang no longer hesitated and immediately issued the combat orders. The fire dinosaur and the almost doll sprang into action. The fire dinosaur charged directly at the old man, while the almost doll opened its mouth and unleashed a freezing beam. The freezing beam hit the old man first, but he was not frozen. Instead, the beam passed through him and struck the ground, while the old man's figure gradually faded and disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. Although the old man was gone, the sound of the pickaxe striking the concrete floor did not fade away. The sound seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to determine its exact location. Retreat. Li Gang no longer hesitated for a moment and immediately opened the entrance to the paradise. The fire dragon and the doll face showed hesitation, but in the end, they obeyed Li Gang's command and quickly rushed into the paradise, with Li Gang and Eevee following closely behind. Once inside the paradise, Li Gang immediately turned back to look at the entrance, which reflected the situation outside. At that moment, the outside was shrouded in thick darkness, which was different from the darkness of night. It was like a dense black fog, and one could truly see the darkness swirling. How strange. Wasn't it said that there was only the mystery of the Chuanjing here? Is this really Chuanjing? Li Gang's abrupt withdrawal was because he had realized that this mystery was far from simple. It definitely couldn't just be the mystery of the Chuanjing. They had clearly fallen into the other party's trap. If it were merely the Chuanjing, it was unlikely that Chabu Duo would have had no prior awareness, especially since the sound of the other party digging was so obvious. Normally, it would be impossible for Chabu Duo to miss it. Therefore, Li Gang judged that the other party was at least a mysterious figure from Haijing. If it were a relatively reckless Haijing, Li Gang and the elf could have had a chance to kill it. However, the other party's abilities clearly leaned towards the bizarre, and they had already lost the initiative, even falling into the other party's trap. The situation had become passive, and under these circumstances, there was basically no chance for a comeback. Thus, hiding in the paradise was the safest option. He was not worried about being trapped in the paradise. He had stocked up a large amount of supplies there, and staying for a year or so would not be a problem. Moreover, he believed that he was always within the sight of the Night Watchers of Shanjing. To the outside world, his hiding in the paradise would look like a sudden disappearance, and the Night Watchers of Shanjing would definitely react. At most, within a day or two, or even a shorter time, the Night Watchers would take action. At the very least, they would send someone to check, and they would naturally notice the anomalies in the factory. However, what Li Gang did not know was that there was no need to wait a day or two. At that moment, the Night Watchers had already detected the anomalies in the factory area. At this moment, Xiaopinggu personally led a team to the outskirts of the factory area, followed by 2 other Night Watchers, 1 male and 1 female. Captain, the boundaryless void has been set up. Are you going to take action yourself? The female Night Watcher asked. Xiaopinggu squinted and looked up, not at the factory area completely shrouded in black mist, but at the diminishing light above the black mist. The light fell from a higher altitude, tearing through the night but failing to penetrate the black mist, only reluctantly shrinking, as if the night sky was slowly healing its wounds. Is that Kid Li Gang inside? The female Night Watcher opened her mouth but did not speak further. Seeing this, the male Night Watcher quickly took over the conversation. Captain, we were just clearing out the mysterious figures escaping from the factory area and didn't pay much attention, but he should have already gone in. This is at least a Wuyang-level mysterious figure. Li Gang is only in the pool realm, and that black mist is obviously the domain of that mysterious figure. The Night Watcher did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already clear. Xiaoping Ji's expression darkened, yet he said nothing more and strode toward the black mist. Clearly, he intended to take action personally and eliminate this restless, mysterious figure. If yesterday in the eastern suburbs, it was Li Gang who first broke the tacit agreement and instigated the slaughter, this time it was this mysterious figure that first broke the rules, Xiaoping Ji's rules. Not to mention that Li Gang was now trapped inside, uncertain of his fate. Even if there was no one inside, Xiaopinggu would still personally take action to eliminate this mysterious figure because it had not only boldly appeared but had also released a forbidden void, set traps, and created such a large mass of black mist. Fortunately, it was night, People from a distance could not see it. If it were daytime, it would probably cause the entire city to lose its memory for a while. If this matter could not be quickly quelled with a thunderous method, Xiaopingji's prestige would greatly diminish, and even those mysterious figures who ostensibly adhered to the rules but were actually waiting to act could take the opportunity to cause chaos. This was something that Xiaoping absolutely could not allow. Huh, testing me? It seems I haven't made a move in a long time. Xiaoping snorted coldly, and in an instant, a chilling wind blew, gradually manifesting a vague palace behind him. The encroaching black mist began to sway and dissipate under the influence of the wind, revealing the covered factory area. An old man over 5 meters tall, draped in a robe seemingly made of condensed black mist and wielding a gigantic pickaxe, emerged from the black mist. The old man did not retreat upon seeing Xiaoping. Instead, he grinned maliciously, as if waiting for Xiaoping's arrival. As the black mist diminished, more hidden things became visible. Figures made of dirt and stones, even mixed with a large amount of cement, each holding weapons, their faces stiff. Clearly all puppets of the old man. Xiaoping raised his head, squinting at the old man, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up. Yet his face bore no smile, only coldness. So it's a newly promoted Klein. But do you think you can win against me? Naive. The Klein aura belonging to Xiaoping suddenly erupted, and a white shadow flew out from the Yama Hall behind him. This was his forbidden void, by Wu Chang. In the paradise, just as Li Gang was about to lie down on the soft grass and think about how to continue planning, he suddenly saw the fire-breathing dragon rushing over in a hurry. Connie. What did you say? There's movement outside? So soon? Li Gong, who had just sat down, immediately jumped up, while Chabu Duo, who was grooming EV, also stood up. EV quickly climbed onto Chabu Duo's head. Let's go. Let's take a look. Li Gang never expected the changes to come so quickly. In his estimation, it would take at least another half a day, which is why he felt relaxed and casually looked for something to do. As a result, only a few minutes had passed. Arriving at the entrance of the amusement park, which had never been closed, he looked outside and saw that the darkness that had been drifting before had vanished. What he saw were countless humanoid figures, all armed and rushing in the same direction, clearly having encountered an enemy. Were the night watchmen already here? And had they already engaged with that mysterious entity? That was too fast, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go. No matter who is fighting the mysterious being, I, Li Gang, will help out. Experience points and shop points. Here I come. Li Gang led a group of elves out of the paradise, without any hesitation. He immediately raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A bright sunny day. The sunlight once again pierced through the night, and this time it was not blocked, truly descending and enveloping an area. Karnika. Without needing Li Gang's command, the fire dinosaur immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a visible shockwave, shattering numerous humanoid figures in its path. Nini killed an enemy derivative, gained 50 experience points, gained 35 Maul points. Nini gained 50 experience points. Nini killed an enemy derivative, gained 50 experience points, gained 35 Maul points. Nini gained 50 experience points. The fire dinosaur took down over a dozen humanoid figures in one go. But the experience points and Maul points gained were minimal, and the prompt clearly indicated that what was killed were not real enemies, but rather derivatives created by the enemies. Don't hold back. Attack together. Kill as many as you can. At this moment, Li Gang's eyes turned green. Although the experience points and Maul points from single derivative were low, the sheer number was overwhelming. All around him were humanoid figures, densely packed with at least hundreds. If they could take them all down, the experience points and Maul points would be quite substantial. Most importantly, they were not strong and could be easily defeated. In Li Gang's view, this was free experience points and Maul points. Karnika, Tabinai Bu. The three elves also realized the weakness of these humanoid figures and rushed out without hesitation under Li Gang's command. The humanoid figures were like paper in front of the fire dinosaur and the doll, easily shattering upon contact. Only EV was a bit less efficient, but a few more hits could also quickly take one down. Just as Li Gang was about to join in to kill, he suddenly froze, staring intently in one direction. That was the place where the fire dinosaur had just killed. After the humanoid figures were shattered, the debris did not disappear. Those were real soil and stones. And some humanoid figures, after being broken, emitted wisps of black gas. This black gas would linger in the air for a while before re-entering the soil and stones. And then a new humanoid figure would be born. Could this mean infinite respawns? Nini killed. Nini leveled up to level 26. Current experience points to 113. 000. Nini killed. Nine-Eye leveled up to level 20, current experience points 123, 500. Nine-Eye learned the move, Ice Punch. Nine-Eye learned the move, Destruction Beam. Buble leveled up to level 12, current experience points 32, 140. Chapter 52, The Uncertain Reaper. In no time, all three elves had leveled up, with the most significant increase being the doll, which reached level 20. This meant that its strength had risen from the pool realm to the river realm. And not only had its realm improved, but it also learned 2 moves in one go, one of which was the powerful Destruction Beam. Li Gang's level has risen to 19, with a current experience of 218,600. Although Li Gang is just standing still and hasn't actually made a move, his level has still increased. At this moment, Li Gang even wishes this could last forever. There is simply no time more exhilarating than now. However, reality is clearly impossible, as Li Gang has already seen the old man who is currently engaged in battle with Xiaopinggu and is at a disadvantage. TSK, why is Xiaopinggu personally here? Are you, as the captain of Team 006, that idle? Can't you let your subordinates handle it first, and step in only when they can't manage? Wouldn't that make you seem even more powerful, and allow you to shine in front of others? Although due to distance and size issues, Li Gang only sees the mysterious old man and cannot see Xiaopinggu. The massive shadow of Yama is simply too iconic. One doesn't even need to guess that it's Xiaopinggu. Come on, Grandpa with the pickaxe. You can't die here. As he watched the huge mysterious old man have an arm forcibly torn off by Xiaopingji's by Wu Chang, Li Gang finally couldn't hold back and shouted out. Li Gang's shout was definitely sincere, and he didn't dare to delay. He immediately joined the grass-cutting action, even temporarily purchasing and learning the Earthquake moved to harvest the clay figurines more quickly. The power of Earthquake wasn't very strong, but its wide range and apparent extra effectiveness against the clay figurines made of stone and soil made it quite useful. Both Xiaopinggu and the mysterious old man were momentarily stunned after hearing Li Gang's shout, especially Xiaopinggu. Ever since Li Gang came out of the paradise and unleashed the clear sunny day, he had noticed Li Gang and confirmed that both he and the summoned spirit were fine, which made him very happy. After all, in his eyes, Li Gang had great potential, and it would be a pity if he were to perish here. But what was that just now? That kid was actually cheering for the mysterious old man, telling him not to die. This couldn't be tolerated. So, Xiaopinggu intensified his attack, and with a flash of white, Bai Wu Chang severed another arm of the mysterious old man, sending the arm and the pickaxe it was holding flying into the air before crashing down heavily. Hiss! Fire dinosaur. Almost all. Don't worry about the small fries. Let's go all out and take down that old man. Seeing the mysterious old man's hand severed, Li Gang realized that the old man was bound to meet his end today. Since that was the case, how could he not take the opportunity to gain some experience? Connie. The fire dinosaur immediately turned direction and unleashed a dragon pulse at the giant mysterious old man in the distance, while almost all didn't hesitate to charge up and then released a golden beam of destructive energy from its mouth, which was the destruction deathlight. The dragon pulse first hit the old man's back, causing him to stagger, and then the follow-up destruction deathlight struck the back of the mysterious old man's head, making his body sway dangerously close to falling over. What's going on? Wasn't this kid just shouting for that mysterious old man not to die a few seconds ago? Why did he suddenly attack? Xiaopinggu, already suspicious, was even more confused at this moment. This was definitely not following the script. However, he quickly began to speculate. Could it be that this kid was deliberately shouting like that to lower the mysterious old man's guard and successfully execute a sneak attack? Quite possible. Indeed, very clever. Although the tactic was somewhat low level, it had to be said that it was effective. Once he understood the key, Xiaopingji's doubts dissipated, and he couldn't help but nod in approval for Li Gang in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Gang was entirely focused on gaining experience. Seeing that both spirits' attacks hit but didn't seem to have much effect, he unhesitatingly issued another command. Keep attacking. Don't stop. Hit him hard. Fire dinosaur. Breathe fire. Don't worry about burning anything here. The night watchman will reimburse us. Li Gang's attack command was almost shouted out, and this naturally fell into Xiaopingji's ears, making his mouth twitch. Both the fire dinosaur and the almost doll detected the urgency in Li Gang's tone and immediately increased their attack frequency. The fire dinosaur began to unleash a series of fire blasts, while the almost doll alternated between freezing beams and destructive death rays. Even the old man, mysterious and at the Klein realm, was getting beaten into a sorry state, his face twisted and furious. The large number of puppets that had initially surged towards Xiaopinggu, intending to use a swarm tactic to trouble him, mostly changed direction and rushed towards Li Gang instead. The black mist that had been dispersed by the sinister wind suddenly surged back, seemingly wanting to cover this area again. The old man's severed hands, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly turned into soil and quickly merged with the earth. Then, new hands, identical to the previous ones, grew out from the broken shoulder of the old man. The old man picked up the pickaxe that had fallen to the ground and charged straight towards Xiaoping Ge without any hesitation. Is this all you can do? Truly just a pawn pushed out for a trial, pitiful and sad, facing the old man, who was charging at him as if preparing for a desperate fight. Xiaoping Ge curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Suddenly, the somewhat illusory Yamahal behind him became much more solid, seemingly gaining some sense of reality, as if it had truly descended upon the earth. Several thick, semi-transparent chains extended from the Yamahal, directly binding the old man's hands, neck, and waist. A tremendous pulling force came from the chains, trying to drag the old man into the Yamahal. The old man roared in anger, struggling wildly to break free. However, in the next moment, a white shadow flashed by, and the old man's head was sent flying high into the air. His struggling motion suddenly froze, and he no longer struggled, being quickly pulled into the Yamahal. Experience gained for participating in the kill: 22, 152, Maul points, 26, 760. Li Gang's level has been upgraded to level 21, currently with experience points of 687, 612, 000. Nini has gained experience points of 45, 670, and has reached level 30. Currently with experience points of 79, 125, 000. Nini has met the evolution conditions, and its species name is being changed, and its attributes are being modified. As Fire Dinosaur reaches level 30, a white light of evolution shines upon it, and its body begins to expand, stretch, and change in the glow. Chapter 53, Crying Out Loud Individual Name. Nini, species name change successful. Species name Fire Dinosaur has changed to Fire Dragon individual name. Nini, attribute change successful. Attribute Fire has changed to Fire. Flying Nini has learned the move. Earth Throw Nana has gained experience points of 18, 452, and has reached level 24, currently with experience points of 29, 847, 900. Nana has learned the move. Reflect Wall species name. Fire Dragon individual name. Nini gender. Male level. 30, C. Experience points. 79, 125, 000 attributes. Fire. Flying ability. Solar power moves. Scratch, tackle, growl, ember, smokescreen, flamethrower, fire spin, dragon breath, fire fong, slash, fire punch, dragon tail, heat wave, overheat, dragon dance, swords dance. Dragon pulse, blaze kick, earth throw species name. Almost doll individual name. Nana gender. Female level. 24, river, experience points. 29, 847, 900 attributes. Normal ability. Regenerator moves. Pound, assist. Healing wish, sleep, round eyes, takedown, heal pulse, light screen, ice beam, hyper beam, ice punch, reflect wall with the mysterious death of the old man. All the puppets stopped moving, and it seemed that they lacked crucial support, collapsing into ordinary stones and dirt. Whoa, old man, how could you die? Why didn't you run? You knew you couldn't beat Xiaoping Ge. Why did you still go up? Li Gang looked at the enormous human head that had been thrown away and fell to the ground, turning into soil, and he burst into tears on the spot. It was as if those shattered and collapsed human figures were not just puppets, but also his heart. This was a mysterious entity that could almost infinitely produce derivatives. If he could raise it, wouldn't that mean he would have unlimited experience points and shot points? But now, his dreams of freedom with experience points and shot points were dragged into the halls of Yama and turned into a pile of yellow earth. You died so tragically. Ooh, how could you just die like this? Don't die. Come back. Li Gang cried harder and harder, getting more and more upset. Tabunai, Tabunai, Tabunai. Although it was unclear what suddenly happened to Li Gang, the doll seemed to sense his sadness. It hurried over, wanting to comfort Li Gang, but didn't know how to start, as it didn't even know why Li Gang was crying. All right, stop crying. That mysterious one is already dead. What are you still acting for? Xiaoping Ge had come over at some point, and upon seeing Li Gang sobbing loudly, thought he was still acting. So he chuckled and tried to persuade him a bit. Li Gang stopped crying, looking at Xiaoping Ge with a complicated expression. Last night, it was Xiaoping Ge who casually revealed the mystery of the eastern suburbs, and today it was Xiaoping Ge who killed this mystery that could infinitely produce derivatives. Although he knew it was Xiaoping Ge's duty as a night watchman, it couldn't stop his heart from aching. What kind of look is that? Why are you looking at me like this? It's nothing. I just feel that you are truly a diligent night watchman. Huh. After all, I am the captain. No matter what, you put in a lot of effort dealing with that mystery. It was a climb-level mystery in you. Wait, you've been promoted? Xiaopinggo looked at Li Gang in surprise, realizing that Li Gang had actually been promoted from pool level to river level. Yes, you might not believe it, but just now I watched that mystery die right in front of me. I felt immense sorrow in my heart, and so I transformed that sorrow into strength. And I was promoted. Can you be promoted just because of great sorrow? Is there such a saying? Wait, why did you feel sorrow when that mystery died? You had no mercy when you let your two spirits take action just now. I don't want to answer that question. Li Gang seemed to be sulking, turning his head to the side and refusing to look at Xiaopinggo. Although Xiaopinggo didn't quite understand why. He didn't intend to get caught up in such trivial matters. He first shrugged his shoulders, then suddenly his expression became serious. Right? I suddenly had a premonition. I felt that this mysterious sudden attack was not a coincidence. In the upcoming period, Shangjing City might not be peaceful. I think your training should end here. Otherwise, if you get trapped next time, the rescue might not be timely. Not a coincidence. Li Gang was initially taken aback, but then suddenly realized something, and his brows gradually furrowed. I understand now. Oh, I thought you would object, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. It seems you have also sensed something? No, I'm just simply taking advice. Li Gang shrugged and denied that he had any guesses about the matter. Xiaopinggo fell silent for a moment, clearly somewhat unconvinced, but he did not press further and instead changed the topic. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect you to be able to hold on here for so long. That's a climb-level mystery. How did you manage to last? I certainly have my methods, but the main reason is still good luck. That guy doesn't seem to be intentionally targeting me, and hasn't focused too much attention on me. Besides, you arrived just in time. Xiaopinggo not only didn't doubt Li Gang's explanation, which he himself saw as full of loopholes, but instead nodded in agreement. That's right. That guy's target has always been me. Well, if there is nothing else, can I leave now? Leave? Where are you going? Xiaopinggo raised an eyebrow, looking at Li Gang with some surprise. Li Gang shrugged and picked up the EV that had come to his feet. Of course, I'm going back to sleep. You told me not to mess around during this time, so I can only go home and sleep. Xiaopinggo rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and then nodded. All right, you've worked hard tonight. Do you need me to drive you? No need, I can walk back myself. Charizard, Togepi, you guys go back first. Roar. Tabby and I. After Charizard and Togepi responded, they entered the Pokémon paradise. Li Gang smoothed Eevee's fur, was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and turned back to Xiaopinggo. Hey, Xiaopinggo, you said I contributed this time, so that counts as a merit, right? Can you help me get something? Get something? What? Don't just say anything. We Night Watchers have our own rules. Oh, it's not anything sensitive. Can you help me get a generator? A generator? Xiaopinggo exclaimed in surprise, even leaning forward slightly. Chapter 54 Shopping at the Supermarket. Yes, a generator, but not an ordinary one. I need one that can directly withstand high-intensity electric shocks and then store the electrical energy. Electric shock? Electricity? Are you talking about a lightning energy collector? What do you need that for? Initially just asking casually, Li Gang didn't expect Xiaopinggo to actually be able to get it, and his eyes immediately lit up. Of course, to generate electricity. Just tell me if you can help me get one. That thing is indeed not sensitive, but it's very impractical and in limited supply. After all, thunderstorms don't happen every day, and even if there's a thunderstorm, the lightning doesn't strike where you want it to. I can help you get one, but it will take some time since these things are really scarce. All right, then it's settled. Li Gang was worried that Xiaopinggo would have a change of heart, so he left with a quick remark. Xiaopinggo watched Li Gang's departing figure and shook his head helplessly before turning back along the path he came. Bui! The EV nudged Li Gang in his arms and called out to him. Li Gang couldn't help but pat its head. All right, let's go to the supermarket. Tonight is a big harvest. Let's celebrate well. Although the old man was mysteriously killed by Xiaopinggo, Li Gang only received experience points for participating in the kill and some mall points, but it was still enough to be considered a big harvest. His Charmeleon reached level 30 and evolved into a Charizard, while he and his almost identical doll also reached the Chungjing level. The mall points skyrocketed to 34,810. Although Eevee didn't get to eat meat, it did get some soup, reaching level 15 and learning 2 moves, Last Resort and Shadow Ball. Describing it as a bountiful harvest would not be an exaggeration. At the supermarket, Li Gang bought a huge amount of hot pot ingredients. He planned to have a hot pot dinner with his Pokémon tonight. Since he wasn't sure if all the Pokémon could handle spicy food, he specifically bought 2 types of broth, One was the regular red oil chili broth, and the other was a fresh and fragrant soup base. Li Gang pushed a small cart of hot pot ingredients next to the beverage aisle, preparing to pick out some drinks. After some selection, he ultimately settled on cola. Just as he reached out to grab it, he suddenly felt something and instinctively turned his head. At the end of the shelf, a woman with an alluring figure and stunning looks, with long hair cascading down, appeared. Li Gang recognized her. She was the snake woman from the ancient god sect. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the snake woman, Li Gang was not flustered but rather intrigued. He was now at the river realm, while the snake woman was merely at the pond realm. Furthermore, there was a fire dragon at the sea realm in the paradise. Even if the snake woman had brought Han Xiaoyan with her, he could still fight her and even win. Moreover, this was the capital. If the Night Watch knew that people from the ancient god sect had arrived, not just the snake woman, but even the entire sect would struggle to escape. After all, the human pinnacle Yi Fan was stationed at the Night Watch headquarters. The snake woman approached Li Gang with a charming smile, swaying her waist. "Me? Of course. I'm here to find you. I've found myself increasingly interested in you. Come be my slave, how about it?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of moisture, looking incredibly endearing. As she drew closer, Li Gang could even smell the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her. "Oh, a slave? If you were on your knees in a maid outfit begging me, I might consider taking you as my slave." "Hee, you really have a way with words." The snake woman was not angered by Li Gang's response. Instead, she laughed sweetly, and her eyes glowed with a faint purple light, making her even more enchanting and alluring. Li Gang also smiled, his eyes becoming hazy as if enchanted by something, having fallen into the trap of the snake woman. However, his smile suddenly vanished, and the haze in his eyes completely receded, replaced only by coldness. He reached out and grabbed the snake woman's chin, forcing her to look up at him, his cold expression gradually taking on a hint of mockery. "I have to admit, you are truly a lunatic." The smile on the snake woman's face froze, her allure vanished, replaced by astonishment and confusion. "You're fine? Why are you fine? Huh? Trying to make me let my guard down and petrify me like this? I have to say, you're too naive, or rather, you're too confident in your figure and looks. If you were wearing a maid outfit and kneeling in front of me, you might actually have a slight chance. What do you think? Want to give it a try? I really have a thing for that." Li Gang's smile gradually brightened, but the snake woman's expression grew increasingly gloomy. With a darkened face, she suddenly leaned back, wanting to retreat, but at that moment, she realized that her body could not move, as if it were being gripped by an invisible large hand. Li Gang's eyes had unknowingly lit up with a faint blue glow, and at the same time, a similar blue light enveloped the snake woman. "Damn it, let me go." The snake woman struggled again, but still couldn't break free. Her expression gradually twisted, and her hair moved as if caught in an invisible wind, twisting and writhing in the air like snakes. "Hey, I didn't expect to catch a member of an ancient god cult while just shopping at the supermarket. A divine agent, no less. How much do you think you're worth to the Night Watchers? If I hand you over to them, what kind of benefits will they give me?" Li Gang's smile grew brighter, and in his eyes also became more intense. However, the snake woman's expression became increasingly grim as she struggled harder, trying to break free, but it was still futile. With her current strength at the pool level, she could not escape the mental control of Li Gang, who had already advanced to the river level. A pattern resembling a snake's pupil gradually appeared beneath the snake woman's feet, glowing faintly as it attempted to envelop her. However, in the next moment, Li Gang directly grabbed the snake woman's neck, lifting her off the ground and moving her outside the pattern. "You, let go of me." The sensation of suffocation made the snake woman instinctively raise her hand to grasp Li Gang's hand, but despite using all her strength, she could barely lift her hand and had no power left to push Li Gang's hand away. "Actually, I'm more curious about what will happen if I kill you than taking you to the Night Watchman for a reward. After all, I believe taking your corpse to the Night Watchman for a reward would yield the same result." As he spoke, Li Gang increased the pressure of his grip, and the feeling of suffocation intensified. The snake woman's face turned red from the lack of oxygen. At that moment, Li Gang suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. He turned around sharply and saw a man cloaked in a hooded robe, holding a short knife. The man's skin was very pale, almost sickly white. Chapter 55. They have arrived, let her go. The man spoke in a somewhat hoarse, deep voice. Li Gang squinted as he assessed the person before him. This man felt stronger than Han Xiaoyan, meaning he was at least at the sea level, but only slightly stronger than Han Xiaoyan, so he had not reached the boundless level. "Huh, you say let go, and I let go? Wouldn't that make me look bad? What, do you want to fight me here?" You better think it through. This is Shangjing. Once you make a move, do you think you can leave alive? Buzz. The man was not intimidated by the threat. Without hesitation, he swung the knife, which emitted a buzzing sound. A massive blood-red blade light expanded in front of Li Gang, clearly indicating that this blade light was the man's forbidden virtual. Li Gang's expression changed, and he immediately collided sideways, barely dodging the knife by crashing into the shelf. However, even so, the blade's aura directly pierced through the entire supermarket aisle, creating a huge opening in the wall that led directly outside. Damn, you're ruthless. Are all of you from the ancient god sect this crazy? Li Gang couldn't help but curse. He really didn't expect that the ancient god sect would dare to act in the capital. This was the capital, after all, where even an ordinary-looking delivery person could be a powerhouse. They actually made a move, and in a supermarket with a relatively high population density at that. Let her go. The person did not respond to Li Gang, but repeated what he had just said. Li Gang was somewhat speechless, but he still didn't let go. Evie, you go back first. Evie first poked its head out from Li Gang's collar, glanced outside, then suddenly burrowed out of Li Gang's clothes. As soon as it landed, it was ready to enter the paradise, but suddenly thought of something and turned back to push the shopping cart, shoving the cart along with all the hot pot ingredients into the paradise. This made Li Gang's lips twitch involuntarily. Although it was already evening and there weren't many people in the supermarket, the noise from the collapsed shelves and the split walls was too loud. A group of staff members immediately ran over after hearing the commotion. Hearing the footsteps, Li Gang couldn't help but frown and immediately turned to dash towards the crack in the wall. He wasn't worried that the staff would figure anything out after witnessing the fight. After all, the Night Watchers would make sure these people lost their memories of this event. He just didn't want ordinary people to be affected. Stop. Seeing Li Gang actually running away with the snake woman, the person immediately chased after him. Li Gang purposefully led the person to a remote area, while the person closely followed behind. Soon, Li Gang brought the person to the outside of an old neighborhood, which was relatively secluded compared to the previous place, with hardly any pedestrians on the road and even fewer streetlights than in other areas. It was a sunny day. As soon as Li Gang stopped, he immediately raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The brilliant sunlight tore through the darkness and fell down. This time, the sunlight directly covered a radius of 50 meters centered on Li Gang, shining down like a spotlight cast by a deity from above. Li Gang didn't even summon the fire dragon. Using the sunny weather wasn't to give anyone a boost, but to signal Team 006, letting them know that something was wrong here. He believed that after 2 operations, everyone in Team 006 knew that he could summon sunlight. In the eyes of the Night Watchers, this had already become one of Li Gang's trademarks, and now it was night. With such a wide area of sunlight shining down, almost everyone in the city could see it. Next, let's guess how long it will take for the Night Watchers to arrive. After all, this is the capital, the headquarters of the Night Watchers, and there are at least 2 human powerhouses in this city. It's just uncertain whether you can escape by then. The black-robed man, who was originally prepared to strike again, stopped his movements. His body was enveloped in red light, and then his body actually merged with the red light, turning into a puddle of liquid. This puddle twisted in the air and then directly flew away, quickly merging with the darkness and disappearing from sight. Li Gang was taken aback, still somewhat in shock. He never expected the other party to retreat so decisively, even abandoning their companion, the snake woman. Just as he was puzzled and surprised, he felt something unusual in his hand. When he focused his gaze, he saw that the snake woman he had grabbed suddenly collapsed, transforming into several intertwined snakes. These snakes flicked their tongues and twisted their bodies, then all opened their mouths to bite Li Gang's hand. But the next moment, a layer of blue light enveloped the snakes, freezing them in place. Looking at the captured snakes, Li Gang's brow furrowed tighter, not because he was worried about how to deal with them, but because he didn't understand what the ancient god sect was up to and why they would pull such a stunt. Although the snake woman and another member of the ancient god sect had just made their moves, he could tell that neither of them had much desire to fight. Otherwise, how could a member who was at least at the sea realm only make one attack from start to finish? So, they just wanted to tell the Night Watchers in Beijing that they were here? But that didn't make sense. After all, there was Wu Wei, a top-notch tracker here. The Night Watchers could find them no matter where they hid in the corners of Beijing. There was no way to escape. Wasn't this just handing themselves over? The fact that the ancient god sect has developed to this point proves that they are not fools. At least the decision-makers are not. They wouldn't do something so suicidal. Therefore, the appearance of the ancient god sect must have a reason and a purpose. The more Li Gang thought about it, the more he felt there were many doubts in this situation. However, he did not forget to remove the bright sunny day technique, as it was too conspicuous at night. Accompanied by the sound of an electric scooter's throttle, Lu Wu Wei, dressed in a yellow battle suit and wearing yellow safety helmet, appeared in front of Li Gang. Seeing the newcomer, Li Gang couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelid. After all, this was a genuine human top-tier expert. What's going on? Making such a big commotion? Lu Wuwei stopped the scooter and casually pulled out 2 cups of milk tea from the back seat of the vehicle. He inserted a straw into one cup and brought it to his mouth, while handing the other cup to Li Gang. Li Gang instinctively accepted the milk tea, then looked somewhat surprised. Are we really stealing takeout like this? Is that okay? Hey, no worries. These 2 cups of milk tea were ordered by Li Jinjin. You should know her. I'm just delivering them. Oh, I see. Li Gang felt relieved of his psychological burden, inserted the straw, and took a hard sip. Chapter 56 Witness. So what happened here? Lu Wuwei had a friendly attitude and didn't carry the air of being the top human. Li Gang recounted everything that had just happened, while Lu Wuwei listened, sipping his milk tea, and eventually furrowed his brow. This doesn't make sense. How dare the ancient god sect send someone to the capital? Where do they get the guts? Besides, even if they came to the capital, what could they do? It wasn't just Li Gang who couldn't understand. Even Lu Wuwei was puzzled. However, that didn't stop this top human from taking some action. The person you mentioned is called Snake Woman, right? All right, I'll send her a takeout. I want to see what they're up to. With that, Lu Wuwei took a pen and a takeout order from his pocket, writing Snake Woman on the order. All right, I'm off. Just as Lu Wuwei was about to drive away, he was stopped by Li Gang. Wait, don't rush off. There's still something else. Something else? What is it? Well, during the fight, just now, the supermarket wall got damaged. Just to clarify, it wasn't me who broke it. It was that ancient god sect person who slashed it. If they come to me for compensation, wouldn't that be unfair? But you can't make me pay. I'm just a delivery guy. How can I afford to compensate you? All right, I'm leaving now. Lu Wuwei tossed out that line and drove away without caring about Li Gang's reaction. Watching the taillights of the electric bike fade away, Li Gang opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Then I'll leave too. Who cares about all that? Li Gang curled his lips about to leave, but then raised his eyebrows and turned to look at a shadow in the community. In the shadow, he could vaguely see a person who also noticed Li Gang's gaze but did not flee. Instead, he mustered the courage to step out from the shadow. This was a burly man with clearly defined muscles. Even though the temperature was already quite low and most people would be wearing long underwear, he was only dressed in a thin sleeveless shirt. The most striking feature on this man was his right arm, exposed to the air, which was tattooed with a fierce dragon. Li Gang completely did not recognize this person, and even searched his mind to confirm that this person had never appeared in the original work of Slaying the Gods. Who are you? Finally, Li Gang couldn't help but ask, and just then, the person suddenly plopped down and knelt on the ground. You are the legendary immortal, aren't you? Please take me as your disciple. What? Li Gang was stunned on the spot, and for a moment, he couldn't even react. Please, immortal, take me as your disciple. I also want to be like you, eliminating demons and upholding justice. Seeing that Li Gang did not respond, the person quickly repeated his request and added some descriptions. Li Gang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, a strange sound suddenly erupted. Immediately, a slight drowsiness surged into Li Gang's mind. However, this drowsiness was not strong. He didn't even need to make an effort to resist it to avoid falling asleep. But the burly man was completely unable to resist it, rolling his eyes back and collapsing onto the ground, fast asleep. Li Gang then realized that this should be the dream whisper used by the night watchman to erase the memories of ordinary people. Just now, too many people had seen Li Gang's sunny day, so this time the range of the dream whisper needed to be quite large. However, this was not a problem for the night watchman. Sigh, you might as well go into the dream to exorcise demons and uphold justice. It probably won't work in reality. Li Gang shook his head and slightly used his telekinesis to sense the surroundings, only to find that no night watchmen were coming. The whispers from the recent dream were entirely played through speakers set up in various places. Clearly, the entire capital city had long since made the necessary arrangements, allowing for immediate awareness of a region's memories even in the absence of night watchmen. Since there were no night watchmen arriving, Li Gang was glad to avoid further trouble. He shook his head and prepared to leave, looking for a deserted corner to enter the paradise. However, at that moment, the burly man who had already gone to sleep unexpectedly got back up. Li Gang's first reaction was that the time for the dream whispering had come, and the memories had been completely erased. However, as soon as that person got up, they sprinted towards Li Gang at 100-meter dash speed, bent their legs, and with a thud, knelt down again, deeply bowing to Li Gang. Immortal, please take me as your disciple. What the heck? You, what's wrong with you? I'm not an immortal. You've got the wrong person. Li Gang quickly jumped back, avoiding the bow. Goodness, the person in front of him looked much older. And who knew if bowing would shorten his lifespan? Moreover, this person was clearly not simple, as he had not been affected by the dream's whispers that erased memories. Immortal, please stop pretending. I just saw you point at the sky, and night turned into day. And that woman you just grasped has turned into a snake. Immortal, may I ask how old you are this year? Is that woman the legendary snake demon? Stop, stop, stop. Hold on a second. I'll say it again. I'm not an immortal. I'm just an ordinary person. You can get up now. No need to kneel. Not an immortal? Really not an immortal? The man was taken aback at first. Then suspicion appeared on his face. And finally, he seemed to understand. So that's it. You're not an immortal, but someone with special abilities. Just like those super-powered individuals in movies and TV shows, right? Oh, I should have thought of that. Big brother, no. Little brother. I also want to learn superpowers. Can you teach me? This isn't something you can just learn if you want to. It mainly depends on talent. Li Gang's face was full of helplessness as he waved his hand and tried to bypass the big man to leave. However, the big man stood up and blocked Li Gang's way once again. I have talent. I have a lot of talent. A few days ago, I met a fortune teller who told me that I am not a creature of the pond, and that I will soon encounter a noble person in the near future, which will allow me to soar to great heights and be priceless. Look, haven't I encountered you, this noble person now? This shows that the fortune teller is very accurate. Those fortune-telling things are all lies. You've been deceived. We should believe in science. We can't trust such mysterious things. But little brother, you have special abilities. Yet you want me to believe in science? Isn't that a bit unconvincing? Maybe that old fortune teller has special abilities too? Perhaps he just predicted it correctly? Just accept me. From now on, you will be my big brother, and I can be your little brother, okay? The big man pretended to kneel down, and Li Gang's eyelids twitched immediately. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and a layer of blue light enveloped the big man, causing his movements to freeze instantly. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him, leaving him unable to move at all. Chapter 57. Eating hot pot together, sensing the strange feeling in his body. The big man was surprisingly delighted. Truly, it is a special ability. Just tell me, how can I become your follower? I really want to learn. The big man had a sincere expression, but Li Gang felt somewhat exasperated. However, he did not leave immediately because this big man indeed had something special about him. After all, the dream whispering just now did not erase his memory, which meant that this big man either had extraordinary mental power or was simply an awakened void seeker, though he himself had not realized it. Then, tell me, why do you want to be my subordinate? What do you want to learn special abilities for? In the end, Li Gang calmed down and decided to ask first. He definitely would not accept such a disciple. But if this person truly had something special or had indeed awakened the void, as long as his character was not bad, he could recommend him to join the Night Watchers. As they spoke, Li Gang also stopped his telekinesis, feeling his body regain freedom. He then asked the core question, and the big man immediately stood up straight, tilting his head slightly upwards and looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Naturally, to punish the wicked and eliminate evil, to uphold justice. As men, standing between heaven and earth, how can we be idle? We should strive for a bright future and achieve great accomplishments, to be sung by future generations. Li Gang's lips parted slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched, momentarily unable to speak. After a while, he finally regained his composure. Cough. Very good. A great ambition. So you just said you have talent. Can you tell me what exactly that talent is? Of course. The big man flexed his arm, tightening his well-developed muscles. I can kill a cow with 3 punches. How about that? Is there anything else? Well, the fortune teller said I watched as the big man was about to steer the conversation back to fortune-telling, and I quickly raised my hand to interrupt him. Stop, stop, stop. Don't talk to me about fortune-telling. How about this? I can introduce you to a specialized institution later, where there are people with special abilities. If you really have talent, they should take you in. Really? That's great. Then, little brother, can you leave a contact number? That way you can reach me anytime. And also Lu Dabiao, have a bit of a reputation in Beijing City. So if you need help with anything inconvenient, you can also find me. All right, you can take down my number. My number is... Li Gang gave out his phone number, and Lu Dabiao quickly took out his phone to note it down. Then he dialed the number, and after confirming that the call went through and Li Gang's phone rang, he hung up with a big smile on his face. Hey there, little brother. It's not too late. How about you come over to my place? I can treat you to a meal. No need, I've already eaten. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Li Gang was really impatient. He waved his hand, no longer paying attention to Lu Dabiang, and left on his own. This time, Lu Dabiang did not try to stop him again, but watched Li Gang's figure until he suddenly disappeared, just like that, into thin air. Oh my, truly worthy of being a superpower user. I will definitely be that powerful in the future too. Lu Dabiang sighed and happily ran into the community. Back in the paradise, Li Gang felt very tired, emotionally drained. As he tidied up the pots and prepared to make hot pot, he replayed the events of the night in his mind. A sense of urgency surged in his heart, but when he tried to analyze it carefully, he couldn't determine where that urgency was coming from. In the end, he thought of Lu Dabiang. TSK, better to leave him to the night watchman to deal with. Li Gang shook his head vigorously to throw out the messy thoughts in his mind and focused on preparing the hot pot. He wasn't worried that the night watchers would ignore Lu Dabiao's matter because he wouldn't really recommend Lu Dabiao to join them. Instead, he would directly inform the night watchers that there was a loose end in tonight's dream whispers and then hand over Lu Dabiao's phone number to them. The night watchers would definitely handle the situation. If they confirmed that Lu Dabiao was a forbidden void possessor, along with Lu Dabiao's positive attitude, inviting him would be highly probable, which would mean Li Gang had successfully made a recommendation. On the other hand, if Lu Dabiao had not awakened the forbidden void and his own abilities were insufficient to meet the criteria for joining the Night Watchers, then they would inevitably carry out further and deeper memory erasure on Lu Dabiao. By then, Lu Dabiao would naturally forget about tonight's events and wouldn't come looking for trouble. Fire-breathing dragon. Is the fire ready? Roar. Li Gang casually shouted, and the Charizard immediately responded. When it comes to starting a fire, Charizard is quite skilled, as it almost every night lights a bonfire in the park. Even if they aren't having hot pot tonight, it would still start a bonfire. Charizard carefully placed a rack over the bonfire, while Li Gang used his psychic power to put the water-filled dual pot on top, first adding the broth. Once it boiled, he began to add the ingredients, and during this process, he had already prepared dipping sauces for himself and each Pokémon. Eat. With Li Gang's command, all the Pokémon started to eat, and they had all learned to use chopsticks, thanks to the training from the doll. Zapdos, do you want to come down and have some too? Eating energy cubes is nutritious, but it's good to change things up occasionally, right? Not long after starting to eat, Li Gang shouted toward the sky above the thunderclap plains, but there was no response from the thunderclouds. He wasn't discouraged and continued eating with the Pokémon. After a while, he tried shouting again, and this time the thunderclouds finally reacted. As the thunderclouds rolled, Zapdos flew out and landed beside Li Gang. It first looked at the boiling pot, then at the Pokémon happily eating, and finally fixed its gaze on Li Gang. I don't need to eat this. Just give me energy cubes. Come on, change it up a bit. Just give it a try. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. You can eat energy cubes anytime, right? Come on, don't be shy. Charizard, move your tail a bit to make some room for Zapdos. Roar. Although Charizard had already broken through the sea level, it didn't dare act up in front of Zapdos. As soon as Li Gang spoke, it immediately moved its tail aside and even shifted a few steps to the side, creating a spacious spot for Zapdos. Zapdos was initially hesitant, but with Li Gang's enthusiastic invitation and Charizard making room, and mainly because it was really hungry since Li Gang hadn't put any energy cubes in its bowl tonight. The hot pot smelled so good, then I'll give it a try. Chapter 58, The Visitor, Loki. That's right, that's the spirit. Do you eat spicy food? I'll go get you some dipping sauce. Let me tell you, having more people eat hot pot together makes it taste better. Come on, don't be shy. I bought a lot of ingredients, so eat freely. Li Gang placed the prepared dipping sauce bowl next to the lightning bird. The lightning bird first looked at its own claws, then imitating the other spirits, it tried to pick up a piece of meat from the pot with chopsticks, dipped in the sauce, and put it in its mouth. Then it picked up a piece of cabbage, a garlic sprout, a slice of lamb, and a piece of beef. Before long, the lightning bird was eating quite comfortably, completely blending into the atmosphere. Li Gang, who had been watching the whole time, was grinning from ear to ear. This was a huge improvement. The reason he chose to have hot pot in the paradise was mainly for the lightning bird. After all, he really couldn't afford Thunder Island, but having such a divine beast that he could only watch was something he couldn't accept. So he chose a roundabout strategy. First, building a good relationship with the lightning bird, and in the future, if he encountered trouble, he could then ask the lightning bird for help. As long as the lightning bird agreed once, wouldn't that lead to more cooperation? At the same time that Li Gang and the other spirits were enjoying hot pot. In the headquarters building of the Night Watchers, Yi Fan's office was suddenly pushed open. Zhuo Qing. What happened? The person who opened the door to Yi Fan's office was Zhuo Qing, who had a somewhat grim expression and hurried steps, clearly having encountered something serious. Commander, Mr. Lu is here. Lu Wuwei is here. Take me to him quickly. The arrival of Lu Wuwei made Yi Fan realize that this matter was probably significant. So he quickly got up to meet Lu Wuwei. However, in the next moment, Lu Wuwei appeared at the office door, and his face looked equally grim, even more so than Zhuqing's. No need. I'm already here. Yi Fan, I feel that something big is about to happen. Lu Wuwei got straight to the point. And seeing the equally serious expressions on Zhuqing and Lu Wuwei's faces, Yi Fan's expression immediately turned serious. What's going on? I just tracked down the serpent woman from the ancient god sect. Guess who I found? Yi Fan didn't respond, but his expression subtly changed, and he signaled Lu Wuwei not to keep him in suspense. Lu Wuwei's tone involuntarily lowered. I tracked down the god of trickery, Loki. What did you say? Loki is in Shangjing? Even Yi Fan, the commander of the Night Watchers and the pinnacle of humanity, couldn't maintain his composure at this moment and shouted out loud. Lu Wuwei nodded, his expression becoming even grimmer. That's right. Loki is with the people from the ancient god sect. However, that Loki seems a bit weak. I suspect it's a doppelganger he created with trickery. But even if it's just a doppelganger, his sudden appearance in Shangjing is probably... Lu Wuwei didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Yi Fan seemed to suddenly realize something, and his expression instantly became extremely grim. Calculating the time, the 10-year mark is approaching. Xiaoping Gu just told me that the mysterious occurrences in Shangjing have become somewhat restless. This matter is likely related to Loki. He wants to drag a human peak into Shangjing. Are you saying it's related to Shiva's grievance? As a human pinnacle, Lu Wuwei was privy to many confidential matters. Although Yi Fan didn't say it explicitly, he immediately grasped the key to the issue. Yi Fan nodded slowly, pacing to the window, gazing out at the brightly lit Shangjing city. We need to think of a way to deal with Loki, otherwise it will probably be a huge problem. But Loki is in the city. Once we act, the entire Shangjing city might not be able to hold up. His presence here means he calculated that we would hesitate to act out of fear of collateral damage. And even if that is just a doppelganger, is still a deity, and eliminating it won't be easy. Yes, after all, it's a deity. Yi Fan sighed and sat back down in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose with his thumb and index finger, deep in thought. Lu Wuwei and Zhuqing stood in place, not speaking, quietly waiting for Yi Fan to finish his contemplation, while they themselves were also thinking of ways to solve the problem. Do you think we can come up with a way to lure Loki away? Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke up. Lu Wuwei and Zhuqing exchanged glances but shook their heads in unison. Loki came to Shangjing to hold back the peak here. Even if he does nothing, when the time comes, we must leave a peak in Shangjing as a precaution. How could he be easily lured away? Oh, that's true. So what's going on with the ancient god sect? Where did this group of mice, who only dare to hide in the shadows, get the courage to come to Shangjing? Yi Fan, unsure of how to handle Loki, changed the topic. Lu Wuwei shook his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. From the current situation, the two people from the ancient god sect should be collaborating with Loki. Perhaps Loki is using those two, combined with his trickery, to quietly arrive in Shangjing without anyone noticing. If I hadn't gone looking, Loki could have hidden in Shangjing even longer. Fortunately, I discovered him. If he had hidden a little longer and suddenly appeared when the time was near, we would have been caught off guard. At least now, we still have time to prepare. With Lu Wuwei saying this, Yi Fan's brow furrowed again, deep in thought, and the more he thought, the tighter his brows became. If Loki's target is indeed Shiva's grievance, then his focus must not be on Shangjing, but on Sangnan. Perhaps this doppelganger of Loki is even weaker than we imagine. Those two from the ancient god sect might be the key. What if we can lure those two away? Would Loki's doppelganger have to leave as well due to a lack of key elements in his trickery? At that point, we might have a chance to eliminate him before he causes significant damage in Shangjing. That might not work. After all, he is the god of trickery. Even if there was a possibility for that at first, he could still make changes with new tricks. However, we could try it out. Trying one T cost us anything. If it doesn't work, we can always act forcefully. All right, let us try it first. Zhuqing, this matter is up to you. Yi Fan did not let Lu Wuwei handle it, but assigned it to Zhuqing. Although Lu Wuwei was the pinnacle of humanity, Zhuqing was better suited and more experienced in handling matters that required thought. Chapter 59. Consumption and Calculation. Lu Wuwei had no objections to this and was very much in agreement. Zhuqing nodded immediately without hesitation. Okay, I'll get ready. Also, this matter will probably require Li Gang's cooperation. Li Gang had already encountered the Serpent Woman when in Sangnan, and she suffered a loss at his hands. This time, she also appeared before Li Gang first, indicating she has a certain fixation on him. If Li Gang can cooperate, the plan will be much easier. All right, let's do it this way. Also, ensure Li Gang's safety. After Li Gang and the group of elves had eaten and drunk their fill, they began a new round of spending. He first spent 1,000 mall points to widen the creek by another half meter, making it 1 meter wide and 20 meters long. Then he spent 2,000 mall points to purchase 20 square meters of volcanic terrain for his Charizard, and also spent 500 mall points to buy a 5 square meter hot spring. The price of this hot spring was the same as that of regular terrain, but there were prerequisites for purchasing it. One had to first have volcanic terrain and place it adjacent to the volcanic terrain. Li Gang then bought 2 more incubators, along with a Magikarp egg and a Gyarados egg. For the water-type elves, Li Gang chose Magikarp. Although Magikarp was a bit ugly, its evolved form, Gyarados, was quite different. Gyarados was large enough to ride and was beautiful, with a decent strength that made it not weak among water-type elves. It was a functional elf with only one drawback. It was relatively difficult to evolve. However, this wasn't a big problem since the Magikarp egg was quite cheap, costing only 400 mall points. Even if this Magikarp couldn't evolve into a Gyarados, having it in the Paradise would still add some vitality. The same applied to Gyarados, as its egg was even cheaper, costing only 380 mall points. If these 2 fish could be cultivated, they would become a good combat force. If not, they could serve as ornamental fish and accompany future water-type elves. After that, he spent 3,000 mall points to purchase a Larvitar egg. He did not buy another incubator because, based on the previous experience with the 2 eggs, he believed that the ghastly egg should hatch in a couple of days, and he could use that incubator to hatch it, so there was no need to buy another one, especially since he didn't have that many eggs to hatch. It was time to raise some cows. After thinking for a moment, Li Gang decided to buy a Miltank egg for 900 points. He didn't even plan to take the Miltank out of the Paradise, intending to keep it in the 500 square meters of grassland in the Paradise to produce milk. Finally, Li Gang bought a Squirtle egg. After all, cultivating Magikarp and Gyarados wasn't something he had much confidence in, so he naturally needed to prepare for both possibilities. A Squirtle was undoubtedly a good choice, as it could be normally cultivated, and once it evolved into a Blastoise, it could also be ridden and had decent defense. If both Magikarp and Gyarados were raised successfully, they could form a rain team with Squirtle since Li Gang could summon rain himself. In fact, Li Gang now had enough mall points to buy more elves, but he didn't do so because he didn't have the ability to cultivate many elves at once. He needed to proceed step by step. Moreover, the tens of thousands of mall points he currently had weren't considered a lot. After all, a Zapdos required 1,000,000 points for an island, and that was quite a long way off. Furthermore, since his Charmeleon had evolved into Charizard, he needed to consider its Mega Evolution, which cost 100,000 points for a Megastone and the same for a Keystone. Not only Charizard could Mega Evolve, but also Pokémon like Togepi, Gengar, Blastoise, and even possibly Gyarados, all of which would add up to hundreds of thousands. In addition to Mega Evolution, there were also Z moves, which required Z Crystals. The price of Z Crystals wasn't as high as Mega Stones, but it wasn't cheap either, costing 80,000 points, which also added up to hundreds of thousands. Then there were Gigantamax, Terrestrialization, and so on. As a trainer with dreams, how could he not want to have mythical and legendary Pokémon? Their prices were not something that tens of thousands could handle. The more he calculated, the more he felt that the tens of thousands of mall points he had were very little, and that his funds were quite limited. No, I can't calculate any further. If I keep calculating, I feel like I will have to beg for money. I should go out and change my mood. Togepi, please keep an eye on these eggs for me. After Li Gang greeted the doll-like figure, he left the amusement park and came to the street. Not long after, a familiar burly man appeared in front of Li Gang. It was Lu Dabiao from last night. Little brother, you're really still around here. Lu Dabiao's face immediately broke into a big smile upon seeing Li Gang. Li Gang slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that he still had this matter to deal with. What are you doing here? Hey, look at what you're saying. I live nearby. Of course I'm here. By the way, little brother, I was just about to go find that fortune teller to have my fortune told again. Do you want to go together? Let him tell your fortune too? I'll pass on that, but you must remember, what happened last night absolutely cannot be disclosed. The organization I mentioned is a confidential one. If you spill what happened yesterday, that would be leaking secrets. Although you haven't joined yet, leaking secrets before joining can lead to deductions during the interview. Lu Dabiao, who had been all smiles, suddenly looked shocked and then solemnly nodded. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. I definitely won't leak secrets. So, when can you introduce me? Don't worry, someone will contact you soon. No need to rush. Li Gang originally wanted to say that he had already informed them and that there would be results soon, but the words changed at the tip of his tongue. He realized that he had no means to actively contact the Night Watchman, and he could only passively wait for them to come to him. What if he said that? And Lu Dabiao wanted to seek confirmation. So he changed his words. Anyway, as long as he mentioned Lu Dabiao, this fish that slipped through the net, to the night watchman, they would definitely find Lu Dabiao in the shortest time possible. Chapter 60, Noble Person. That is good, so you see you. Li Gang thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, then I'll go with you. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do right now. Hey, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Let's go. Get in the car. Lu Dabiao waved his hand grandly, looking incredibly confident. Li Gang thought he would be taken in some luxury car, but instead, he ended up in a tricycle. And not even an electric one, but a pedal-powered one. It was already severely rusted, and at a glance, it was clear that this tricycle was at least 5 years old. Are we really going like this? Don't worry, it's not very far, and besides, I'm just getting some exercise. Riding a tricycle is good for your health. It's what they call, aerobic exercise. Yes, that's the term. Is that so? Li Gang's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything more. In just over 10 minutes, Lu Dabiao arrived at the destination, which was under an arch bridge. An old man wearing sunglasses was sitting in front of a table with a tablecloth covered in writing, and there were some items that looked very old, but might have been from last week. Hey, Old Wong, I'm here again. The divination you did for me last time was really accurate. You said I would meet a noble person, and I really did. Look, it's this one. This is my noble person. Lu Dabiao called out to the man he referred to as Old Wong before pointing to Li Gang, who was getting out of the car. Old Wong, wearing sunglasses, lowered them a bit, widened his eyes, and leaned forward to get a better look at the newcomer. Oh, ISNT this young Master Lu? Are you here to do divination again? Huh. Yes, the last time you were right, so I'm here again. This time, I mainly want to inquire about marriage fate, and also to introduce my noble person here. Noble person? Old Wong turned to look at Li Gang, and this time he took off his sunglasses to observe closely. His scrutinizing gaze made Li Gang frown, but before Li Gang could say anything, Old Wong suddenly exaggeratedly stepped forward a few paces and approached Li Gang. Oh my, this young master is truly an extraordinary person. Hey, truly worthy of Old Wong. Let me tell you, this young brother is indeed an extraordinary figure. He... Cough. As Lu Dabiao's mouth was about to spill more, Li Gang quickly cleared his throat, and Lu Dabiao realized he had said too much and quickly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Old Wong's eyes twinkled, and he broke into a radiant smile. I see this young brother is indeed remarkable. Today I, the old man, will simply offer you a divination for free. How about that? Free? No chari? Although Li Gang had already defined this old man as a complete fraud in his mind, he still became a bit interested upon hearing it was free. After all, if it was free, why not take it? Of course, no charge. Since I said it's a gift, then it's a gift. Oh, what do I need to provide for the divination? Do I need to give my birth date and time? Oh no, that won't he do. Young brother, you can't do that. Li Gang was just asking casually, as he recalled that divination usually required birth dates and times. But he didn't expect Old Wong to react so strongly. Why is that? Oh, the fate of this young brother is quite extraordinary, truly priceless. If you reveal your birth date and time, and I start divining, it could bring about a backlash. Wow, that sounds serious. So how do we proceed? The more Li Gang listened, the more he felt that the old man in front of him was just a con artist, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Just then, Old Man Wong opened his mouth to say something, but a sudden horn sounded, and several people instinctively turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw an electric vehicle with a man and a woman on it. The man was dressed in a yellow combat uniform and wore a yellow helmet, while the woman was holding a cup of milk tea in one hand. Lu Wei, Li Jinjin. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Gang was instantly stunned. Is this human ceiling really this free? Looking for me so diligently? And what is going on with you? Li Zunzhen, please take care of the delivery. Lu Wei stopped the electric vehicle and shouted towards Li Gang. Then Li Zunzhen, who was sitting behind, got off the back seat and walked towards Li Gang, which startled him quite a bit. What the hell? Lu Wei, what are you doing? Are you sending Li Zunzhen to me like a delivery? If Xiaoping Ge finds out, won't he strangle me? He may not be able to beat you, but he can beat me. You won't get me killed. What are you talking about? Your delivery is this. You still want this girl? What a beautiful dream. Before Lu Wei could explain, Li Jinjin spoke first, handing one of the cups of milk tea in her hand to Li Gang. He instinctively took the milk tea and then froze again. You specially ordered delivery and had Lu Wei bring it. It can't just be to treat me to a cup of milk tea, right? You have something to discuss with me? Well, but there is someone else looking for you. As she spoke, Li Jinjin turned to look behind her. Li Gang instinctively followed her gaze and saw a man coming around the corner from a distance. Who is that? Li Gang asked in confusion, and Li Jinjin's expression suddenly became serious. He is called Zhuqing, and he is. Li Jinjin was really about to introduce herself, but upon seeing two ordinary people next to Li Gang, she stopped again. However, there was no need for Li Jinjin to introduce, as Li Gang already knew who had arrived. Zhuqing, the director of the Night Watchers Special Operations Department, one of the high-ranking members of the Night Watchers, and the future commander of the Night Watchers. Night Watcher cough. All right, I understand. I'll go over now. Oh right, this person, he heard the dream whisper last night, but it seems it didn't affect him. You handle this, and don't take that old man's words too seriously. He's just a con artist. After saying this, Li Gang no longer paid attention to the others and walked towards Zhuqing. The high-ranking member of the Night Watchers is looking for me. Is there something you need? When he reached Zhuqing, Li Gang didn't beat around the bush and directly inquired. Zhuqing smiled slightly, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he waited for a moment. During this process, Li Gang could clearly feel that an invisible force seemed to envelop and seal off his surroundings, making everything around him incredibly quiet. With not a single passerby in sight, feeling the changes around him, Li Gang's brows furrowed tightly. Even conversation required something akin to a boundary-less space for concealment, which clearly involved certain secrets. But he wasn't even a Night Watcher, so what kind of secrets could he discuss with a high-ranking member of the Night Watchers? Chapter 61. Invoking the Divine. What does this mean? This may come as a surprise to you, but the Night Watchers need your help now, so please lend a hand. What the heck? Li Gang momentarily doubted whether there was something wrong with his ears. A high-ranking Night Watchman, someone at the level of a half-step human ceiling, was now standing in front of him saying that the Night Watch needed help from someone from Chuanjing. It must be noted that this was a statement made by a high-ranking Night Watchman, which essentially represented the attitude of the entire Night Watch. You. Wait a moment, hold on, did I just hear something wrong? You said the Night Watch needs my help? I'm just a Chuanjing, and a recently promoted one at that. Did you come to the wrong person for help? What can I do for you? Help us summon the gods. Who? The gods. Sorry, I had a bad stomach last night, and suddenly have a bit of stomach ache, so I'll take my leave now. Li Gang didn't even think about it. He immediately covered his stomach and turned to leave. What a joke. As a person from the Sichuan region, how could he possibly attract a deity? That's not attracting. That's just asking for death. Li Gang wanted to leave, but at this moment, the surroundings had already been sealed off. Although Li Gang was clearly walking and the things on both sides of the road were retreating, the distance between him and Left Qing remained unchanged. We will ensure your safety, and regardless of whether it is successful or not, the Night Watch owes you a favor. You can make a reasonable request to the Night Watch. Can I refuse? Li Gang instinctively countered with a question. But he knew in his heart that the other party used this method to prevent him from escaping, clearly not wanting him to refuse. However, to his surprise, after a long silence, Zhuqing actually nodded. You can refuse. You're not a Night Watchman, so I can't force you to do anything. Li Gang stopped in his tracks and remained silent for a long time before turning back to look at Zhuqing. The two of them locked eyes for a moment. And ultimately, Li Gang sighed and sat down on a low step by the roadside. Go ahead and explain what is going on. Initially, Li Gang didn't want to hear anything at all, but now he found he had no way to leave in the usual manner. And Zhuqing's earlier attitude was sincere enough. He decided to listen to the specifics first. Seeing that Li Gang's attitude had changed, a smile appeared on Zhuqing's face, and he showed no pretensions as he sat down right next to Li Gang. The deity you need help summoning is Loki. He is the god of mischief from Asgard. Mr. Liu discovered last night that he has already arrived in the capital, but it's not his true form, just a projection. Loki? He's in the capital? Li Gang stared wide-eyed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Zhuqing had anticipated Li Gang's reaction upon learning this information, but she never expected this kind of response. Moreover, judging by Li Gang's reaction, he seemed to have some understanding of Loki. Have you heard of Loki? Huh. Oh, what's there to not have heard of? It's a mythological story. You can find it online. True, based on our judgment, Loki's avatar should have used someone from that ancient cult to silently infiltrate the capital. His purpose for coming to the capital is most likely not destruction, but rather to restrain us. As long as he is in the capital, we must keep a powerful opponent against him here, which will pose a significant hidden danger in the near future. Therefore, we must eliminate Loki before that happens. But even if it's just an avatar, he's still a god, and fighting in the city would cause great destruction. So, we need to lure Loki out of the city and have a decisive battle with him in the suburbs to eliminate him. After hearing the explanation, Li Gang slowly nodded. Deep in thought, he understood clearly that the near future Zhuqing mentioned probably referred to the time when the miracle of Sangnan disappears, and Loki's target is Shiva's resentment. If Loki could indeed use an avatar to restrain a human powerhouse in the capital, the chances of his success would greatly increase. At the same time, Li Gang finally understood why the snake woman and another person appeared so boldly last night. Just as he had speculated earlier, their appearance was to inform the night watchmen that they had arrived and were present. With the protection of Loki's avatar, they had no fear of being taken down by the night watchmen, who were now already wary of making a move. What do you need me to do? Seeing that Li Gang's attitude seemed to have improved somewhat, Zhuo Qing's expression relaxed a bit as well. I haven't thought through the specific operational details yet, since I'm not even sure if you will help. I need to confirm that you will help before considering the specifics, right? But the general plan is for you to lure the snake woman and her companion to the suburbs. We suspect that Loki's avatar might have certain limitations. If the snake woman is lured to the suburbs, Loki might follow, at which point our commander, Mr. Liu, along with the sword saint Daxia, will join forces to quickly eliminate Loki's avatar. If Loki's avatar does not have such limitations, we will have no choice but to act in the city. Even if it causes significant destruction, we must eliminate this hidden danger. Zhuo Qing's tone was very firm as she spoke. Li Gang nodded slightly and then thought of another possibility. What if your judgment is wrong, and what comes to the capital is not an avatar, but Loki's true body? After all, he is the god of trickery. What if he makes you think he is an avatar as part of his deception? Zhuo Qing showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, which then turned to appreciation. She also nodded slightly, acknowledging Li Gang's speculation. What you said is indeed a possibility, and not a small one. However, it's not a problem. If it really is Loki's true body that comes to the capital rather than an avatar, it would not be a bad thing for Daxia, but rather a good thing. Although our 3 top combat powers may not be able to kill him, they can severely injure him. At that time, the situation would improve significantly. But you just need to know this. After all, you're not a night watchman, and some of the things I've told you are only known to the higher-ups of the night watchmen. I can't share more. Li Gang nodded, indicating that he no longer had any doubts. Then he assumed a contemplative expression. As for whether to agree or not, I still need to think about it a bit longer. It won't take too long. I can give you a response before tonight. How does that sound? No problem. Although this matter is quite significant, the timing isn't too urgent. Waiting a day or two is fine, but you must not leak this information. After all, we are dealing with a deity. Chapter 62. Discussing compensation. This is, of course, I know what can be said and what cannot be said. At this point, a big smile appeared on Li Gang's face. By the way, shouldn't we discuss the compensation? What do you consider to be the boundary of not excessive? The sudden shift in topic caught Zhuo Qing off guard for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face as well. Since Li Gang was willing to take the initiative to discuss compensation, it meant that although he hadn't made a final decision, he was leaning more towards agreeing, which was naturally something he was pleased to see. You can state your conditions first. If they're not too excessive, I can give you a response right now. My conditions? Li Gang raised an eyebrow, his eyes spinning around, crossing his 10 fingers to form cross. 10 Klein-level mysteries, alive, killed by my own hands. Even though Zhuo Qing had prepared himself mentally before arriving, he couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this condition. It wasn't that the condition was too outrageous, but rather that he didn't quite understand the purpose behind Li Gang proposing it. What kind of condition is this? To capture 10 Klein-level mysteries alive for you to kill? What significance does that hold? Of course, it has significance. As a high-ranking member of the Night Watch, you must know my background. My forbidden ruins summon beings called spirits from another world, and this summoning requires communication with the spirits from that world. Only if they agree can I successfully summon them. If I can offer a sufficiently valuable sacrifice during the communication process, the chances of their agreement will naturally increase. So that's how it is, Zhuo Qing realized, nodding his head, but then he shook his head again. Capturing 10 Kleins is impossible. Not to mention that capturing a mystery alive is far more difficult than killing one. Even finding 10 Klein-level mysteries within the entire Great Xia is not an easy task, let alone capturing them all alive. Li Gang knew well how difficult it was to find a Klein-level mystery, let alone capture one alive. The reason he quoted such a high price was that he was waiting for the other party to negotiate. As the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price and settle for a lower one. The reward needed to be negotiated, so he first quoted an outrageous price, waiting for the other party to counteroffer, hoping to ultimately secure a reward far beyond his expectations. Why don't you tell me how much you're willing to offer? Zhuo Qing fell silent and began to think carefully. Finally, he made his offer. If successful, the Night Watchman will give you 1 Klein-level mystery. If failed, you will still receive 1 Wuliang-level mystery. Wow, is this how you negotiate? Just 1 if successful? No way, that's too little. I'm facing a deity here. They could blow me away with a breath. Just 1? Impossible. At least 5. 5 is too many. 3 at most. That's the limit. 3? Fine, 3 it is. But if you fail, you must still give me 1 Klein-level mystery. I'm risking my life here. All right, if you fail, you will still get 1. In the end, the price was set at 3 for success and 1 for failure. Li Gang was quite satisfied with this, and even felt a surge of excitement within. This was a Klein-level mystery. How much experience could he gain from taking it down? How many mall points could he earn? Wouldn't he become wealthy in an instant? Wait for my news. I'll give you a response before tonight. Oh, by the way, give me a contact method so I can call you later. Zhuqing nodded and, having prepared in advance, pulled out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and handed them to Li Gang. This is my phone number, and this is the phone number of the Night Watchman's command office. If you make up your mind, you can call either of these 2 numbers at any time. We will wait for you for 3 days. If you haven't called us by then, we will assume you have declined. All right, can I leave now? Zhuqing nodded, and then Li Gang saw Zhuqing moving away from him. The other party did not walk. Instead, it seemed as if space itself was shifting. Once Zhuqing completely disappeared, the surrounding streets returned to normal, but the previous streets, along with Wei, Li Qingqing, and even Lu Dabiao and that fortune teller, were nowhere to be seen. Li Gang didn't care about the whereabouts of those people. He took a big sip of milk tea and walked towards a deserted corner. After finishing the milk tea, he stepped into the paradise. Thunderbird, Thunderbird, come down for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as he entered the paradise, Li Gang shouted at the sky. Amidst the rolling thunderclouds, the Thunderbird descended and landed in front of Li Gang. What is it? Perhaps the Thunderbird no longer needed to build a nest and had plenty of rest time each day. Or perhaps Li Gang's efforts during this period had paid off. The Thunderbird's attitude towards Li Gang had improved significantly compared to the beginning. Well, Thunderbird, I have something to discuss with you. Although he had already prepared his speech in his mind, when actually facing this divine beast, Li Gang couldn't help but rub his hands, appearing somewhat hesitant. Seeing this, the Thunderbird raised an eyebrow, realizing that Li Gang was seeking something from him. Just say it. What do you want me to help you with? Straightforward. Truly worthy of the Thunderbird, just straightforward. However, your statement is not accurate. I'm not simply asking for your help. We are in this together for mutual benefit. If you don't speak, I'm going to sleep. As he said this, the Thunderbird flapped his wings as if to leave. Seeing this, Li Gang quickly raised his hands to gesture in the air. No. Don't go. I really have something important. Well, I'm planning to take you to pull off a big job. You take me? I want to ask you to take me to pull off a big job. Although Li Gang had no idea why the Thunderbird was being so pedantic about such trivial matters, he still quickly changed his wording since he needed something from the other party. The Thunderbird nodded and said, then go ahead and tell me. It's like this outside. There is a group of powerful individuals wanting to take action against the deity, and I play an important role in this. What important role? Li Gang was just about to eloquently discuss the future in front of the lightning bird when he was interrupted, leaving him stunned. What? I said, what important role did you play? A cough. Bait. The lightning bird fell silent, and Li Gang opened his mouth, wanting to explain and salvage his dignity. But he couldn't find the words because that was the truth, and there was no way to argue against it. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Chapter 63, a strike cough. That's not the main point. The main point is that group of powerful guys outside can completely surpass that deity in combat power. This is an action destined for victory. So I want to ask you to take action. If you can contribute in the process of killing that deity, then we will gain tremendous benefits. So, you not only want to trick me into being your henchman, but you also want to fool me into your game? Have you forgotten the request I made to you? Or is my eyesight bad, and I didn't see that you've already moved Thunder Island over? My words were interrupted again, and the lightning bird's response was so sharp that I almost choked on my own saliva. His mouth slightly opened, and his lips trembled several times before he barely managed to close it. Cough. I was just about to say that. As long as you can play a significant role in this god-slaying battle, then maybe Thunder Island will be yours. Even if it's not enough, it won't be far off. This is absolutely. Did you misunderstand something? Thunder Island was the request I made to you. If I have to work hard for this, then was this request made for you or for myself? And you wanted to take action without offering any benefits at all? Is this what you humans call empty-handedly catching a wolf? Li Gang's expression completely froze, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. He originally intended to use his eloquence to persuade the Thunderbird to serve him first, postponing the promise of Thunder Island for later. This way, he could have a divine beast at his command, making a rapid ascent to success. Even if it was not perfect, the Thunderbird would definitely be top-tier combat power. At that time, Wouldn't the night watchman have to call him Mr. Li? However, he never expected that the Thunderbird, which had just broken free and had never been exposed to the outside world, would not buy into his act at all. Not only was the Thunderbird not foolish, but it was even smarter than him. That was a divine being. He was just a mere figure from the Chuanjing. A single breath from it could kill him. If he acted as bait, he would definitely die a miserable death. Surely, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die, right? Please, just help me. I really can't take it anymore. Well, since the persuasion didn't work, Li Gang changed his strategy and started to play the pity card. After all, he had been raising the Thunderbird for so long. He couldn't just watch it die, could he? Of course, if the Thunderbird saw through this, he would have to reject Zhuqing. The reason he had discussed the reward with Zhuqing without agreeing first was that he had placed all his bets on the Thunderbird. If the Thunderbird was willing to act, he could take the risk to agree, as risk and opportunity coexist. But if the Thunderbird was unwilling to act, as a Chuanjing would never dare to provoke a divine being. Seeing Li Gang's somewhat feigned sorrow in his eyes, which couldn't squeeze out any tears no matter how hard he tried, the Thunderbird fell silent again, and the atmosphere became awkward. As time passed, Li Gang's sorrow became increasingly stiff, and tears were out of the question. Just when Li Gang was about to give up and stop acting, the sound of the Thunderbird's sigh echoed in his mind. Sigh, fine, 50 square meters of electric shock planes. Huh. Li Gang was momentarily taken aback, stopped his fake crying, and looked up at the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird then directly plucked a feather from its wing, and the feather slowly floated in front of Li Gang under the constraint of electric arcs. In this 50 square meter electric shock plane, I will make a move for you once. Deal. Li Gang did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Then, while reaching out to grab the feather in front of him, he focused his mind and opened the store, directly spending 5,000 store points to purchase a 50 square meter electric shock plane terrain. The previous 30 square meter electric shock plane immediately expanded to 80 square meters. But how do I use this? When you need it, you will open the exit, throw out the feather, and then call my name, asking for my help, and I will take action. Remember, you need to clearly say, please help me, otherwise, I might not understand, and if I am late in taking action, you cannot blame me. Li Gang first nodded, but soon became worried. However, this is just a single feather. Although this feather is much larger than the few that fell off when you first hatched, it is still just one feather. The other party is a god. Can this be useful? This feather itself does not contain much power. It is a medium, a conduit, a container. It is a part of my body, and when the time comes, I can project my power onto this feather. This is equivalent to me temporarily leaving here in a clever way. Although I cannot exert my full power, it is still enough. Wow, can it really be like this? That sounds impressive. Li Gang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. This was a violation of the rules here. After all, the rule was that if a sprite wanted to leave, they had to go through a Pokeball. But now, the Zapdos could bypass this limitation to a certain extent, which was something that ordinary sprites couldn't do. Seeing Li Gang's strong reaction, Zapdos proudly raised its head. This was a technique that only gods and some specially powerful sprites could master. After dropping this line, Zapdos transformed into a golden flash of lightning and shot into the sky, instantly returning to the thundercloud that had already expanded by more than double. So, are you really a divine beast? Li Gang's inquiry received no response, but he was almost certain that this lightning bird was a true divine beast. Previously, Li Gang was unsure because lightning birds actually had a community. Although each lightning bird was powerful, only the leader of each group was the true divine beast. After spending some time with his various spirits and exchanging some energy blocks to leave in the paradise, Li Gang left the paradise and reappeared in a deserted corner of the streets of Shanjing City. As he walked out of the empty corner and onto the bustling street, he took out his phone and dialed Zhuqing's number. The phone rang twice before it was answered, and then Zhuqing's voice came through. Who is this? This is Zhuqing. This is Li Gang. I agree to the matter we discussed earlier. We can negotiate the specific details now. Great. On behalf of the Watchers, I thank you. The specific details will be discussed with Mr. Liu. Just order any takeout, and we will use technical means to ensure Mr. Liu receives your order, at which point you can negotiate. It can work like that? All right, I understand. Chapter 64. The colorful ghost see Li Gang didn't waste much time with Zhuqing and immediately hung up the phone. He was very clear that there were more issues in Beijing than just Loki. A lot of mysteries in Beijing were also stirring. The entire Night Watchman organization was likely very tense, and the higher-ups like Zhuqing were probably overwhelmed with work. After hanging up, Li Gang didn't order takeout right away. Instead, he found a hotel and spent 300 yuan to book a room before ordering takeout. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Wuwei delivered the takeout, and Li Gang led him into the room. Should we check for cameras or anything like that first? Although Li Gang hadn't checked for cameras the last time he stayed in a hotel, this time was different. If that previous hotel had indeed had cameras and recorded what happened in the room, he would have an explanation. He could say that he was communicating with spirits from another world, and his body entered a special space that existed between the two worlds, while his consciousness fully entered the other world to communicate with the spirits. Last time, Li Gang was dealing with the Night Watchman, the official authority. But this time, it was different. This time they were facing a god, an unfriendly foreign deity. No need. It was already checked when you placed the order. There are no issues here. Checked? Li Gang was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, after all, there is still a human top-tier figure controlling the national data world on the Night Watchman side. Well then, my preliminary plan is to Li Gang sat by the bed and talked about his plans. Lu Wuwei sat beside him, listening and nodding, occasionally asking a question and sometimes answering some of Li Gang's queries. The entire conversation didn't last long, just over 10 minutes before it ended. All right, then you can proceed with your method. The Night Watchman will cooperate with you. Also, it's best for you to head west toward Shijing. Okay, I understand. Oh, then I'll continue delivering food. Lu Wuwei stood up, stretched, and casually said goodbye to Li Gang before leaving the room. Once the door was closed, Li Gang went to the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room and gazed outside, looking towards the west, the direction of the sword saint of Shijing. Hey, who would have thought that one person delivers food all day while another washes dishes in a restaurant? Li Gang withdrew his gaze and sat by the bed for a while, preparing to take a shower and get some sleep. He planned to start his actions in the evening, but just then, Li Gang's face lit up with joy as he stepped into the paradise. In the paradise, Charizard, a doll-like creature, and Eevee were already gathered around the incubator. Above the incubator, a mass of black mist floated, and at the center of the mist was a purple sphere. The surface of the sphere revealed facial features. It had large white eyes, small black pupils, a big mouth, and a pair of sharp fangs. This was Ghastly, and it was an alternate-colored Ghastly. You finally hatched. Ghastly. Li Gang joyfully walked quickly to the incubator. At this moment, even surrounded by several stronger Pokémon, Gooey's was not the least bit afraid. Upon seeing Li Gang approach, a smile appeared on its face. Though it was not a friendly one, instead, it looked somewhat sinister. Geese. Gooey's let out a low and hoarse laugh, and the dark energy around it expanded slightly, with a faint sweet scent wafting through the air, adding an eerie touch to the surroundings. However, since it was daytime, this small change did not affect anyone. Species name, Gooey's individual name, none gender. Male level, 8, Jean. Experience points, 0-100 type. Ghost, poison ability. Levitate moves, Lick, Confuse Ray. Curse special move. Shadow Master. After checking Gooey's attributes and observing that this Gooey's was actually a shiny variant, Li Gang felt even happier. Not only was this Gooey's shiny, but it was also level 8 right out of the egg, and it had a special move. Although Li Gang did not know what Shadow Master was, the combination of various special attributes was enough to prove Gooey's uniqueness. At the same time, Li Gang understood that the reason this Gooey's was so special was likely due to it absorbing extra power while still in the egg. Gooey's, come be my companion. Tabuni tabuni. Li Gang hesitated not at all and extended an invitation to Jengar. The nearby Chow doll chimed in, pointing to the eerie forest that spanned only 10 square meters, telling Jengar that before its hatching, Li Gang had already prepared a place for it to stay. Jengar. Successfully captured Jengar. You can use a Pokeball to bring it out of the paradise. A prompt sound echoed in Li Gang's mind, indicating that this special shiny Jengar had been captured, and the corners of Li Gang's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. At this moment, Jengar also seemed very happy. It opened its mouth, stuck out a long red tongue, and affectionately licked towards Li Gang's face. Li Gang thought this was Jengar being affectionate, so he didn't think much of it. However, the next moment, his expression froze. It literally froze in a physical sense, as every spot that Jengar had licked became numb. Just like that, Li Gang felt that half of his face was numb, and his muscles completely lost control. Seeing that Jengar was about to lick the other half of his face, he quickly stepped back to avoid the lick. No. I appreciate your kindness, but please don't lick me. Let me give you a name first. You'll be called. Li Gang looked at Gaisai and pondered seriously while pinching his chin. How about you be called Shadow? Gaisai. Species name Gaisai. Individual name, change, successful. Individual name, change to Shadow. This time, Li Gang, who is usually bad at naming, did not casually give a repetitive name because this name was something he had thought of long ago. He wanted a Gung because he was attracted to its ability to hide in shadows as a guardian. Being able to blend into shadows meant becoming a part of it, so Li Gang chose the name Shadow. Gaisai seemed to be quite satisfied with this name as well. After a cheer, it flew around chaotically in the air, then suddenly dove down and crashed into Li Gang's shadow, merging with it. The color of Li Gang's shadow deepened a little. Li Gang stared in astonishment with wide eyes, completely caught off guard that Ghost could actually merge into his own shadow. Then he recalled the mysterious creature they had defeated together with the Phoenix team at that time. Its true form seemed to be just a dark shadow. Chapter 65, By the River. Huh, that's fine. Li Gang smiled and purchased a new Pokeball, aiming it at a shadow. With a flash of red light, something flew out from the shadow and into the ball, and his shadow's color returned to normal. After leaving the paradise, Li Gang released Eevee and Ghastly immediately merged back into Li Gang's shadow. Successfully learned move, Protect. Successfully learned move, Protect. Successfully learned move, Substitute. Successfully learned move, Mean Look. Successfully learned move, Quick Attack. Bubble has learned the move, Protect. The Shadow has learned the move, Protect. The Shadow has learned the move, Substitute. The Shadow has learned the move, Mean Look. Has learned the move, Quick Attack. Li Gang bought 5 more moves in one breath, giving them to Eevee, Jengar, and himself for learning. Because the only Pokémon Li Gang could carry with him at any time were Eevee and Jengar. With one able to disguise as a pet, and the other directly into shadows, there wouldn't be any issues even if they appeared in public. However, these 2 Pokémon were relatively weak and needed to learn some life-saving moves, especially since he would be taking on the role of bait soon. Having more survival skills for his Pokémon would provide additional security. He believed that as long as Loki didn't strike suddenly, having Eevee to defend would allow for some margin of error, even if it was ambushed. Jengar's level was even lower than Eevee's, so in addition to defense, Li Gang also bought a substitute move, both of which were life-saving skills. As for the immobilization move, it was quite versatile. It could be used for defense at critical moments or to surprise enemies from the shadows, making it a great choice. The quick dash move was specifically purchased to improve his escape skills. He spent over 3,000 mall points in one go, and now there were just over 10,000 left. How could it be so easy to spend? Looking at his remaining balance, Li Gang sighed helplessly, lay back on the bed, and prepared to take a nap to conserve energy for the evening. Eevee was very curious about the unfamiliar room and began to wander around. But Li Gang didn't mind, closing his eyes to rest. Although it was still broad daylight, and he wasn't sleepy at all, simply resting his eyes was still beneficial. After an unknown amount of time, Li Gang's consciousness became somewhat hazy, caught between dream and wakefulness. However, Eevee's sudden loud cry startled him awake, and he sensed something. Li Gang jumped up from the bed, and in a few quick steps, he reached the floor-to-ceiling window. Looking outside, he saw an explosion at a nearby building, with visible flames and billowing thick smoke rising into the air. An explosion? No, that's not right. There's something mysterious about it. With his enhanced perception as someone already in the Chuanjing realm, he could sense the mysterious aura from this distance. That explosion was definitely not an accident, but rather a case of mysterious chaos. Mysterious forces dare to cause trouble in broad daylight in Shangjing City? It seems Loki really wants to create chaos in Shangjing. Should you go take a look? Li Gang was pondering by the window when he quickly noticed that his line of sight towards the building where the incident occurred had become slightly distorted. The distortion wasn't significant, like a person with normal vision briefly wearing glasses with a prescription of 100 or 200 degrees and then quickly taking them off. Soon after, Li Gang saw the flames and thick smoke from the affected building gradually dissipating. The night watchman's actions were so swift? No, it should be that the situation hadn't been resolved yet. Instead, they had used an unbounded void to isolate the area, making ordinary people think that it was just an accident and not a mysterious event. This was getting interesting. Let's go. Eevee, let's hit the streets. Li Gang waved at Eeboo, and Eeboo happily climbed onto Li Gang's shoulder. After leaving the hotel, Li Gang did not go to the place where the incident had just occurred, but instead wandered aimlessly on the street. Originally, he planned to take action at night, as he understood that the mysterious beings in Jing City were relatively quiet during the day. Even the restless ones would choose to emerge at night to cause trouble. However, perhaps due to Loki's influence, the mysterious beings began to appear during the day, so there was no need to wait until nightfall. He could act directly in broad daylight. As for whether daytime actions would attract many witnesses, that was a concern for the night watchman to handle afterward. Li Gang's preliminary action plan is to engage in a mysterious battle in the capital and see if the Snake Woman will take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, when he is at a disadvantage. If the snake woman does attack, and it's only her, he will capture her, and that way, the person accompanying her will surely intervene, allowing him to run directly to the west. If the attackers are both the snake woman and that person, he will fight while retreating west, essentially feigning weakness. If the snake woman does not take the opportunity to attack, he will have to actively seek her out, which may seem somewhat forced, but there is no other choice. After all, Li Gang's actions are merely an attempt to reduce losses in the capital. In the end, even if his attempt fails, the Night Watchers will forcibly initiate a battle between the capital and Loki. The deadline given by the Night Watchers is 1 month, during which Li Gang has time to try various strategies. If he cannot lure Loki out of the capital within a month, he will have no choice but to take decisive action. Li Gang set his first attempt to 3 days. He would wander around the capital city for 3 days, not actively seeking out the mysterious, but rather adopting a more passive approach, waiting for the mystery to find him. Only by doing so could he avoid being too deliberate and increase the chances of the snake woman taking the bait. If he actively sought out the mystery, it would be too obvious. Although the snake woman was a bit crazy, he didn't believe she was an idiot with no intelligence at all. After all, how could Medusa choose a fool as her agent, unless she was a fool herself? Unknowingly, Li Gang arrived at the riverside. This was a wide river, at least several dozen meters across, flowing through the entire capital. One could even say that the whole city was built around this river, which provided most of the water supply for the capital. How about we go to the riverside? We will happy to responded. And Li Gang smiled as he walked to the riverbank, stepping onto the concrete embankment. From time to time, he saw people fishing by the river, both old and young. How about I go fishing too? In his previous life, Li Gang didn't have much time to fish due to his busy work schedule, but during holidays, he would occasionally invite a few friends to go fishing together. He quite enjoyed it. Now that he no longer had to engage in the heavy work of his past life, he had more free time. Seeing others fishing made him think about fishing as well. However, after some consideration, he temporarily suppressed this thought. After all, it was not the right time yet. After walking for a while, Li Gang saw a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, approaching him with a fishing rod in one hand and a large fish that looked to weigh over 10 pounds in the other, walking proudly towards him. Li Gang saw the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man also noticed Li Gang. The moment he saw Li Gang, his eyes immediately lit up, and his pace quickened. Oh, the fox you raised is really obedient and quite good-looking. The middle-aged man approached Li Gang in a friendly manner and started a conversation. Li Gang smiled and nodded. Yes, it has always been very obedient. Huh, by the way, do foxes eat fish? Hey, how should I prepare this fish to make it taste the best? Should I use the fish head for soup or chopped chili? Evie looked at the middle-aged man in front of it, showing a hint of confusion. It didn't understand why this person was suddenly talking about a fish while chatting with its trainer. However, Li Gang had no doubts. He looked at the fish and seriously considered it before giving his answer. If it were me, I'd prefer to use it for chopped chili. After all, such a big fish is rare. Ha ha, of course. Hearing Li Gang praise the size of the fish, the middle-aged man held his head even higher. Li Gang just smiled and casually asked, by the way, where did you catch this fish? I'd like to try another day. Huh, just keep going forward. About 20 kilometers more, there's a bridge crossing the river. I fished right under the bridge. 20 kilometers? Although Li Gang understood the mentality of fishermen wanting to share their catch, he was still surprised to hear about the 20 kilometers. This person had actually carried the fish for that long. Huh, that's right. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go. The middle-aged man suddenly hurried away. Li Gang instinctively turned to look at the man's back and saw him quickly walking towards another person who was walking a dog by the riverbank. Li Gang shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and continued forward. After walking about a kilometer, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he frowned as he looked at the river's surface. The originally calm river began to churn under his gaze, as if some colossal creature was about to emerge from below, accompanied by a huge splash. A giant snake as thick as a water bucket raised its head from the river. The snake's gaze immediately locked onto Li Gang, as if it had been waiting for his arrival all along. A snake. A huge snake. The appearance of the giant snake immediately caused a commotion. Some pedestrians were so frightened that they turned and ran. Some sat paralyzed on the ground, while others, undeterred, boldly took out their phones to record the scene. Li Gang did not pay attention to those people. He believed the Night Watchers would handle it. Now, he only needed to focus on the snake in front of him. Hiss! The giant snake let out a roar and opened its mouth, spraying a large amount of dark brown gas at Li Gang. Not daring to be careless, he immediately spread his arms as if to embrace the invisible entity before him. The next moment, a biting cold wind swept out from behind him. The freezing wind not only blew the mist away, but also formed a thin layer of ice on the river surface, even causing the water on the surface of the giant snake's body to start to condense. Almost there, kid. Li Gang threw out the Pokeball, and the doll-like Pokémon appeared beside him. Without needing Li Gang to command, the doll opened its mouth, and a light blue beam with white hues shot out, accurately hitting the snake's head and freezing it solid in a block of ice. Take it down. Tabby and I, Li Gang finally commanded, and the almost doll opened its mouth. Light began to gather in front of its mouth, and soon, a yellow beam with a destructive aura shot out from the almost doll's mouth. The beam shattered the ice chunk and everything inside it. The snake body, which had lost its head, suddenly went limp, and blood stained a large area of the river water. Nine-Eye killed the derivative creature, gaining 480 experience points and 350 Maul points. Nine-Eye gained 500 experience points, and the Shadow gained 20 experience points. What the heck? Li Gang was utterly astonished, with a head full of question marks. In his judgment, this snake should have been a creature of the Chuanjing level, but it turned out to be a derivative creature, and surprisingly, this derivative creature yielded 1,000 experience points. To note, the derivative creature produced by that Klein-level entity only yielded 100 experience points. Another reason for his shock was that Gaisai actually received experience points. Despite not having made a move, it still got 20 experience points. Could it be that Gaisai was regarded as protecting him while in his shadow? So when he participated in the battle, it was as if it had also participated. But since it didn't deal damage to the target, the experience points it received were minimal. Was it really able to earn experience points just by lying around? That seemed too unfair. Li Gang envied Gaisai for a moment. But just for a moment, because he immediately remembered that he seemed to be more cunning than Gaisai and could share more experience points. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Before Li Gang could relax, the river suddenly began to churn, bubbling up a large number of bubbles, as if the entire river was boiling. Then, one after another, giant snakes emerged from the river, with their numbers exceeding 100. Damn! Li Gang swore loudly, not daring to be negligent, and threw out the Charizard again. With Charizard carrying Li Gang, they flew into the air along with the doll and EV, trying to temporarily avoid the danger. Meanwhile, the snakes did not scatter to attack other people in the city after Charizard took off. Instead, they all raised their heads, clearly indicating that their target was very specific. Li Gang's expression darkened. Just as he was about to order Charizard and the doll to attack together, his phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from Zhuqing. Hello. What's up? Make it quick. I'm busy. Li Gang, have you encountered a mystery? Zhuqing's voice was steady, showing no signs of urgency. Li Gang glanced at the over 100 giant snakes below and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At least 100 mysterious entities from the Chuanjing region. I've recalled the Phoenix Squad. They can reach Shangjing in at most 10 minutes. Just hold on for another 15 minutes, and you'll get support. 15 minutes? No. What about your Team 006? What about Xiaopingge? Does it have to be the Phoenix Squad? Can't they come? Zhuqing paused for a moment, but knowing the situation on Li Gang's side wasn't good. He didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly responded. Team 006 has already been dispatched. Mysterious events are erupting all over Shangjing City, and they can't spare anyone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recalled the Phoenix Squad on short notice. Li Gang fell silent for a moment. He leaned forward to take a look at the massive group of giant snakes that appeared and disappeared among the thick fog below, and sighed. Forget it. I don't need support for now. You can send the Phoenix team to assist elsewhere. Even if I can't win, I can still run. Are you sure? Zhuqing was surprised that Li Gang would give such a response. However, Li Gang didn't want to continue wasting time talking with Zhuqing. With every word he spoke, the fog below thickened even more, and who knows what would happen if this continued. All right, let's leave it at that. I'm busy. After saying that, Li Gang hung up the phone. Charizard, use Dragon Breath. Roar. Charizard responded, opening its mouth and unleashing a breath attack that blew away a large area of fog. However, when Li Gang saw the situation inside the fog, his pupils constricted sharply. The snakes were actually converging and merging to form a gigantic figure. A colossal entity covered entirely in snake scales, discernibly female, with hair made up of the necks and heads of those giant snakes. Li Gang, come be my slave. If you kneel and beg me now, I can forgive your previous disrespect. The enormous figure's grotesque mouth opened slightly, emitting a voice that Li Gang had become somewhat familiar with. It was the voice of the Snake Woman. Snake Woman? How is this possible? Li Gang couldn't believe it. He was well aware of the Snake Woman's level. She was merely at the pool realm, and even if she advanced, she would only reach the stream realm. How could she have become like this? Hehehe, are you surprised? The power of the gods is beyond your imagination. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I'll make you kneel before me, kiss my toes, and then slowly torture you until I watch you die in agony. Ha 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 ha. The snake woman laughed loudly, her voice laced with a hint of madness. Fire dragon. Use dragon wave. Seeing more giant snakes gathering towards a massive figure that resembled the snake woman, Li Gang realized he couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave the order to the fire dragon to attack. The flames on the fire dragon's tail expanded slightly under the sunlight. It opened its mouth and unleashed a visible shockwave. The shockwave, carrying immense energy, struck the giant snake woman's head, causing it to drop suddenly as if hit by a giant hammer, with several snake heads on top exploding as a result. The effect of this strike was far better than Li Gang had imagined. However, the snake woman, drenched in her own blood, laughed again, this time with even more delight. Is this all you've got? If this is all you can do, you can't kill me. You're really crazy. You think that showing off in front of me counts as winning? This is Shangjing City. Do you think you can protect yourself with this power you've begged from others? Ha ha, you're right. This is Shangjing City, the headquarters of the Night Watchers. But so what? Who among the Night Watchers can slay a god? No one. The outcome of this war has long been decided. You have no chance of winning. The snake woman continued to laugh arrogantly. The few snake heads on her that had been smashed were already recovering in the process. Li Gang squinted his eyes and didn't rush to order the fire dragon to attack again. At this moment, the fire dragon was just flying continuously in the air, as if performing a unique dance. How ridiculous. You think that because you got some power from Loki, you are a god now? Why did Medusa make you a god directly? The expression on the snake woman's face suddenly darkened, but then a new smile appeared. Loki? Although Loki did provide some help, my power does not come from him. Is that so? Let me guess, if I'm not mistaken, your power should come from Loki's child. Jörmungand, right? The smile on the snake woman's face vanished once more, replaced by a frosty expression. The mist that had been dispersed thickened suddenly, enveloping the giant snake woman. The next moment, a gigantic serpent-eye pattern appeared in the air before Li Gang, and the snake woman emerged from it. Li Gang's skin lost its luster and began to petrify, but before the petrification could complete, a thin layer of stone flakes fell off his skin. The petrification had failed, blocked by Li Gang's defense. Fire Dragon, use all your power. Li Gang's eyes suddenly lit up with blue light. He used his psychic power to lift himself, almost like a doll, along with EV, into the air, creating distance from Charizard. Roar! Charizard let out an angry roar, and the flames on its tail suddenly expanded, enveloping its entire body. The scorching aura swept out, and with a flash, Charizard's speed increased to a level that ordinary eyes could hardly capture. In an instant, Charizard reached the side of the snake woman, its long and thick tail striking fiercely towards her face. The snake woman's pupils constricted, but it was too late to defend herself. She was directly sent flying by the dragon's tail. At this moment, Charizard was not only empowered by the sunny weather. During the time Li Gang was on the phone and talking to the snake woman, it had already completed 3 dragon dances in the air. Although the snake woman's body appeared to be a whole, it was actually made up of numerous snakes. After suffering a heavy blow, these snakes began to separate, and the snake woman's head exploded into countless snakes. Charizard seized the opportunity to unleash flames, which twisted in the air and formed a vortex that engulfed the snake woman's body along with the exploding snakes. The snake woman stabilized her body in midair. She could have rushed out of the flame vortex's range, or even let herself fall into the river to escape the flames, but she did not do so. Instead, she maintained her flight, choosing to linger in the fire, watching as her body was slowly burned to ashes. A very nice sense of impact. Well then, the greeting has been given, and the next time we meet will be serious. Ha 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 ha. Look forward to it, fear it, or seek the protection of the Night Watchman. You will ultimately kneel before me. Chapter 68. Subtle Nini killed a powerful derivative creature, gaining 5,421 experience points and 4,512 shot points. Li Gang's level has increased to level 22, with a current experience of 77,716,000. Nini gained 5,947 experience points, and Shadow gained 223 experience points, increasing Shadow's level to 10, with a current experience of 13,200. Shadow learned the skill, Shadow Ball. The giant snake woman is dead. But Li Gang knows that the real snake woman is not dead, nor has she been harmed. Just as she said, this time it was only to say hello. Li Gang is well aware of her purpose, to inform the Night Watchman that there is not just one Loki in the capital, but also Loki's child, Jormungand. With the help of Jormungand and Loki, she could temporarily elevate herself to a terrifying level. In that case, even if the Night Watchman leaves one ceiling-level being in the capital, it won't be enough. They must leave more. Their goal has never changed: to put enough pressure on the Night Watchman headquarters to ensure that more human ceiling-level beings remain in the capital, allowing Loki to obtain the Shakti of Shiva more smoothly. But why did the Snake Woman die so decisively? Even if it was just to say hello, she should have continued fighting while she still had combat power. Yet the Snake Woman chose to die, to actively die, which Li Gang finds perplexing. However, perplexing as it may be, the Snake Woman's voluntary death is definitely a good thing for Li Gang, as it allows him to gain experience without a difficult battle. By this count, this is already the second time the Snake Woman has given him experience. It must be said, if the Snake Woman were not a member of the ancient god cult, and not so insane, she could actually be quite nice, at least from my perspective. Unfortunately, you are ultimately a cult member, and a mad one at that. Li Gang shook his head, using telekinesis to control his descent along with the two sprites. The Charizard flew over voluntarily, catching Li Gang and the two sprites on its back. Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. You can go back now. You're a bit too conspicuous right now. Roar. Charizard responded and dived down to the ground, letting Li Gang off before entering the gates of the paradise. Tabinai, the doll, called out from behind and followed into the paradise. Its steps hurried as if it was eager to do something. Li Gang didn't pay much attention to it, shaking his head and leading Eevee away from the riverbank. After walking for a while on the street, Li Gang arrived at a normal street where pedestrians were still bustling about. Although it wasn't far apart, the people here seemed unaware of what had just happened by the river. Suddenly, Li Gang stopped and looked at a store by the street. It was a hamburger shop. I'm a bit hungry. Li Gang patted his stomach and walked in, directly ordering a 5-person family bucket set, then found a corner seat to sit down. Naturally, he couldn't finish so much food by himself, but he had many little elves. After sitting down, Eevee didn't choose to sit on the soft sofa against the wall with Li Gang, but instead sat directly on the table. Perhaps it was because it wasn't mealtime yet. There weren't many customers in the store, and soon Li Gang's number was called. After picking up the food, Li Gang first put more than half of it into the paradise, and then shared the rest with Eevee, occasionally tossing chicken nuggets and fries onto the floor, which would then sink directly into Li Gang's shadow. How does it taste? Eevee responded while nibbling on a fried chicken leg. Li Gang smiled and took a big bite of the hamburger in his hand. The two of them, or rather two elves, were eating quickly, but because of the generous portions, they had been eating for half an hour and still hadn't finished the food. Just as Li Gang was thinking of simply stuffing the leftovers into the paradise, since Charizard was so big and had a large appetite. Eating more wouldn't be a problem at all. But at that moment, Li Gang's gaze involuntarily turned towards the door. He saw a woman with an attractive figure, exquisite features, and long hair flowing down walk-in. The moment he saw her, Li Gang couldn't help but narrow his pupils, because the person who came in was actually Medusa. Damn, she found him so quickly. If a battle broke out here, this store might not survive, and the customers would have to go out to fight. Li Gang's expression was somewhat unpleasant, while the Snake Woman began to look around as soon as she entered the store. Soon, she spotted Li Gang and gave him a sweet smile. After that, she went to the front desk to place her order and walked towards Li Gang. Li Gang was quite surprised at this moment. He originally thought that the Snake Woman was here to cause him trouble, even if it was just a chance encounter. Normally, the other party should choose to take action after seeing him. But what was the situation now? The Snake Woman had ordered food, which meant she didn't intend to attack. Otherwise, ordering food would be meaningless. Hee, handsome boy, do you mind if I sit here? Although the Snake Woman was asking, she didn't wait for Li Gang's response and had already sat down opposite him. Li Gang maintained a serious expression, staring intently at the Snake Woman. While Eevee had long jumped onto Li Gang's shoulder, its back slightly arched, displaying an attacking posture. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Li Gang spoke coldly, and at the same time, the color of his shadow underfoot darkened a bit. A pair of eyes opened on the shadow, staring intently at the Snake Woman. The Snake Woman glanced at Li Gang, then looked down at the ground and laughed, her laughter very beautiful. I have so many hostages, what am I afraid of? And even if you destroy this body, you still can't truly kill me. But I can gain experience. Li Gang silently added a sentence in his heart. But on the surface, he still slightly changed his expression to show that he was genuinely threatened. It seems you're not here to fight. So what are you here for? Don't tell me, you simply came to have a meal. Ha ha. The Snake Woman suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had heard a funny joke. Her reaction, combined with her stunning appearance and figure, immediately drew the attention of other customers in the restaurant. The snake woman paid no attention to the gazes focused on her. She gradually reined in her smile, resting her right elbow on the table and supporting her cheek with her hand. I should go, or else I'll attract attention. After saying this, the snake woman stood up and walked towards the counter. After waiting a short while in front of the counter, she took her packed food and left without looking back. Li Gang watched the silhouette of the snake woman leave until she completely vanished before slowly retracting his gaze. So, what is the relationship between Loki and the snake woman now? Cooperation? Exploitation? Or control? Chapter 69. Taking advantage of the situation. Although the snake woman didn't say anything overtly during her visit, she sent Li Gang a very important signal. The relationship between her and Loki is actually not harmonious. In fact, judging from a snake woman's recent behavior, she is currently in a rather passive situation, to the extent that she is even willing to temporarily set aside her grievances with Li Gang. How could I so easily trust someone from an ancient god cult, especially someone who is with the god of trickery? Li Gang shook his head, dismissing his guesses. He had no intention of further contact with the snake woman. In Li Gang's view, she was just a crazy woman, and a very dangerous one at that. Only someone with a problem would think of collaborating with such a person. Let's go, Evie. Evie responded with a sound and lay down on Li Gang's shoulder. Li Gang casually put the remaining food into the paradise and quickly left the store. As he walked, Li Gang replayed what had just happened. Although he didn't plan on further contact with the snake woman, he was still willing to utilize her if he could. However, he currently had no clues and could only take it one step at a time. Hey, Li Gang. Suddenly, Li Gang heard someone calling him. He instinctively turned around and saw a woman with golden hair waving at him. Xia Simon? Li Gang called out the other person's name in surprise. When he turned around and recognized her, Xia Simon quickly ran over and slapped him on the shoulder. Li Gang's body tilted, causing the EV resting on his other shoulder to be thrown up. Ouch. Hey, big sister, can you be a little gentler? I'm not built for this. Come on, with you at the Chuan level, how could you be so easily knocked down by me? Honestly, I was stunned to hear that you've already advanced to Chuan level. It's only been a few days, and you've made it. So, how about joining our Phoenix Squad? You're already at Chuan level, so you qualify to join. As the captain of the Phoenix Squad, I sincerely and warmly invite you. Xia Siming stated her purpose for meeting Li Gang, but he shook his head and refused without thinking. I refuse. I still don't want to join. Oh, come on. You're really something. Since you don't want to join so much, then forget it. But aren't you classmates with Lin Xie? I heard that Lin Xie is not just the agent of the Archangel Michael anymore. He is also the agent of the Night Goddess Nyx. That's a dual deity agent. A one-of-a-kind dual deity agent. And then? Li Gang had known long ago that Lin Xie would have the title of dual divine agent. So he was not the least bit surprised. He calmly replied with a question. Xia Siming did not expect Li Gang to be so composed. For a moment, she was taken aback, but she quickly reacted, moved a little closer to Li Gang, gently nudged his chest with her elbow, and lowered her voice. Aren't you classmates? Think of a way to get him to join our Phoenix team. So, the reason you're being so enthusiastic toward me is still because of Chia, right? Li Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes, but Xia Simeng remained expressionless. You can't say that. Your rapid promotion has already proven your talent and potential. My invitation to you is sincere, but you haven't accepted it, have you? Li Gang pondered under Xia Simeng's ing gaze, thinking for over 10 seconds before speaking again. What benefits can you give me for helping you? Seeing that there seemed to be hope, Xia Simeng's eyes brightened instantly, and her smile grew even wider. You can propose conditions, as long as they're not too outrageous. Anything that our Phoenix team can manage is negotiable. Well, about that. Li Gang pondered again while pinching his chin. For a moment, he felt very tempted. After all, the Phoenix team was a special squad with the mysterious power to encircle and kill at the Klein level. Although capturing Klein might be impossible, there was still a chance with Wuyang. He wanted the Phoenix team to help him capture a Wuyang-level mystery, but in the end, he suppressed that thought. He knew very well that Lin Xie could never join the Phoenix team. Before the disappearance of the Cangnan miracle, Lin Xie wouldn't have had the chance to contact the Phoenix team, and after the Cangnan miracle disappeared, Lin Xie would be forming his own special team. How could he possibly join the Phoenix? I can't guarantee success. Although Li Gang hesitated, fearing that the Phoenix team would come back to settle the score with him later. Since the other party had already come to him, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. So, Li Gang showed his inclination towards the matter, but made sure not to give any promises. This way, even if Lin Xie didn't join the Phoenix team afterwards, the Phoenix team wouldn't hold it against him. Oh, as long as you do your best, even if you ultimately don't succeed, I still owe you a favor. How about that? Okay, I'll give it a try. By the way, didn't your Phoenix team come to Beijing to help? Why did you come to find me? And where are your teammates? Oh, they want to meet Boswa. I hurried over to find you for help, so I came alone. Li Gang first nodded in realization, but then his expression turned strange again. Wait, aren't you the captain? Your team went to find Qing Shu for a briefing, and you, as the captain, can be absent? Oh well, it doesn't matter. A briefing isn't a big deal. Besides, on the way here, Boswa even told us to come support you. But later, the order changed to go help Xiaoping Ge. Now that things are wrapped up on Xiaoping Ge's side, I'm here representing the Phoenix team to check on your situation. Is there any problem with that? No problem at all. Even Li Gang couldn't find fault with this explanation. Seeing this, Xia Simeng raised her head a bit proudly, then patted Li Gang's shoulder and casually pointed with her thumb behind her. Let's go. To thank you for agreeing to help us, I'll treat you to a meal. Just eat whatever. Li Gang instinctively touched his stomach and awkwardly shook his head. No, it's fine. I've just eaten. Just eaten? All right then. Maybe next time. The two chatted and unknowingly started walking. As they walked, Li Gang suddenly saw a familiar face. The person was carrying a fishing rod in one hand and a fish in the other. When he saw Li Gang, he paused for a moment and then quickly walked over. Hey, I remember you. I've been thinking about it all the way here, and I believe you made a good point. I've decided to use chopped chili for this fish head. Chapter 70, Payment Received. Although this person had talked to many along the way, his memory of Li Gang was undoubtedly the strongest because only Li Gang had a fox on his shoulder. Good idea. Where are you headed? Li Gang agreed with the person's decision and casually asked. The person grinned and raised the fish in his hand a bit higher. Aren't I just getting ready to head home? If I go back now, I can just make it in time for lunch, and then I can start preparing this fish. Hey, little brother, do you want to come eat some? Huh? No, it's fine. I don't want to disturb you. All right then. The person holding the fish left, and Xia Simeng looked at Li Gang, then turned back to glance at the figure of the person walking away, her face showing confusion. Who was that? Are you familiar with him? Huh? I don't know him. Yes, just a fisherman. I ran into him by the river before and chatted with him casually. A fisherman? Xia Simeng looked shocked, as if she hadn't fully processed it yet. Just then, her phone rang. Oh, I need to take this call. Xia Simeng took out her phone, casually told Li Gang, and then answered the call. Hello? Boss Wahei. Yes, he's fine, doing well. Okay, good, no problem. Got it. After hanging up, Xia Simeng signaled Li Gang to follow her and said as they walked. Boss will want me to take you to the 006 squad's base, saying Xiaoping Ge has something to give you. Something? Li Gang was taken aback for a moment, but then he was filled with joy. Could it be that the generator I wanted has arrived? Didn't they say it would take some time? That was quite fast. Let's go, hurry up. Li Gang couldn't help but urge Xia Simeng, who was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Li Gang to be so excited. Then she waved her hand and stopped the taxi. Get in the car. Are you planning to walk? Xia Simeng opened the car door, but found that Li Gang was just looking at the taxi and hadn't come over. She urged him again, and Li Gang came to his senses, instinctively nodded, and finally got into the car. Originally, he wanted to find a deserted place first, release Charizard, and let it fly him over. Although it was daytime, as long as Charizard flew high enough for ordinary people to not see, it would be fine. But since Xia Simeng had already gotten in the car, he had no choice but to follow. After both got into the car, Xia Simeng gave an address, and the car started moving. An hour later, Xia Simeng paid 200 yuan for the fare and got out of the car. She frowned slightly, looking somewhat confused. Something's not right. If I remember correctly, it shouldn't be that far. It should only take half an hour from there to here. Why did it take an hour? Hearing Xia Simeng's mumbling, Li Gang sighed inwardly and walked into the base of Team 006. Pushing the door open, he entered a courtyard that wasn't bustling with activity, with only two people inside whom Li Gang recognized, Xiaoping Ge and Li Jinjin. At that moment, Xiaoping Ge was leisurely sitting at a table drinking tea, while Li Jinjin had her chin resting on the table, her whole body sprawled out. However, Li Gang didn't pay much attention to these two. His gaze was drawn to two large machines in the courtyard. One was a tower-like metallic device that was larger at the bottom and smaller at the top, standing over 3 meters tall, with an iron rod over 2 meters long and the thickness of a thumb at the top. Two thick cables extended from the machine, connecting to another smaller device that resembled a cabinet, which had a standing display screen on it. Seeing Li Gang and Xia Simeng enter, Xiaoping Ge put down his teacup and smiled while pointing at the two machines. Li Gang, this is what you wanted, the thunder storage device. It can directly withstand lightning strikes and convert the lightning into usable electrical energy through a transformer. However, you need to be careful when using it. This thing is very unsafe. I'm not saying it will leak electricity or anything, but it can be very dangerous when struck by lightning. After all, The intensity of each lightning strike varies, and this machine has a limited capacity. If the lightning is too strong and exceeds the machine's tolerance, it will discharge the excess electrical energy, which can be very dangerous. Of course, this is mainly a concern for ordinary people, but for us owners of the Forbidden Ruins, it's not too big of a problem. Wow, Xiaopingge is not deceiving me. Li Gang couldn't help but step forward to touch the tower-like machine. Then he thought of something and looked at Xiaopingge. How do you use this thing? How do you operate it? Well, the instruction manual is right there. You can look at it yourself. I don't know the specifics. Xiaopingge casually pointed to a thin booklet on the cabinet, and Li Gang followed his gaze. Seeing the words instruction manual, he nodded, then took out a red and white ball. Come out. Fire dragon. A flash of red light, and the fire dragon was released. Xiaopingge had seen the fire dragon when he was dealing with that old man's mysterious situation, so he didn't react to its appearance, but Xia Siming did. Wow, what is this? It's so big, and it has wings. Can fly? Huh, its tail is on fire too? It's Nini, the one you've seen. Xia Siming was first stunned, then immediately began to recall. She remembered that the Nini Li Gang mentioned was a large red lizard over a meter long. But what was in front of her now was a dragon nearly 3 meters tall with huge wings. Did I remember wrong? It shouldn't look like this before, right? Well, Nini evolved. This is a unique characteristic of spirits. Li Gang casually explained, then looked up at Charizard. Charizard, I'll need your help next. Please carry these 2 machines back. Roar. Charizard nodded in response, first walking over to the tower-shaped machine and lifting it with great effort, then walking into the entrance of the amusement park. To others, it seemed like Charizard carried the machine a few steps before disappearing along with it. Then Li Gang released Charizard again with a Pokeball, asking Charizard to move the other machine as well. With that, the electrical energy in the amusement park was settled. Hey, thank you, Xiaopingge. No need to thank me. I just made a couple of phone calls, didn't really contribute anything substantial. Besides, I think there's something I need to tell you. Yuan Gang sent news that last night, the believer Han Xiaoyan launched a surprise attack on the training camp, targeting Lin Xie. However, there were not only Yuan Gang in the training camp at that time, but also the mass squad. Their plan failed, and Han Xiaoyan along with another member of the ancient god sect were killed on the spot. Chapter 71. Self-sufficiency what? The ancient god sect dared to target our Phoenix squad members? That's simply asking for death. Before Li Gang could say anything, Xia Siming suddenly shouted, startling both Li Gang and Xiaopingge. Xiaopingge looked particularly surprised. Since when did Lin Xie become a member of your Phoenix squad? Hey, I'm just making a call out first. Lin Xie is a must-have for me. Right, Li Gang? Li Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes, ignoring Xia Siming and instead looking at Xiaopingge. I understand. Thank you for letting me know. This isn't something that needs to be kept secret. I believe that even if I don't tell you, someone else will inform you later. Well, since your business is done, I should be leaving too. I've been quite busy during this time. Really, take care of the house. With that, Xiaopingge no longer paid attention to the few people in the courtyard and walked away with big strides. Li Jinjin did not respond and continued to lean on the table, looking listless. Li Gang glanced at Xia Siming and casually said, then I'm leaving too. Why are you telling me this? I'm not the owner here. I have to go meet up with my team. After leaving the 006 team S-base, Li Gang headed straight to the market. As for what he was going to do, it was naturally to buy electrical appliances. Previously, in the amusement park, he couldn't buy any appliances due to the lack of electricity. Now that there was a generator, he could start buying them. Li Gang first purchased a refrigerator, freezer, washing machine, rice cooker, an induction cooker in the home appliance market, then went to a hardware store to buy some wires, sockets, light bulbs, and some electrical tools. By the time he finished this round of shopping, it was already afternoon. As soon as he returned to the hotel, he went straight to the amusement park. After connecting the wires according to the manual, Li Gang had Charizard move the tower-like device into the electric shock plane. His idea was to let the device be struck by the lightning that occasionally fell in the electric shock plane, thus generating electricity. So, he began to wait patiently, as he needed to confirm whether this device was effective, which required electricity, and thus needed to be struck by lightning. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Li Gang waited for a full 15 minutes, but still didn't see the device get struck by lightning. Just as Xiaopingge said, this device is not effective. Even in the Thunderstrike plane. During this time, the ground of the Thunderstrike plane was hit by lightning 4 times, but none of them struck the device. So no electricity was collected. Damn, this is really pathetic. No wonder Xiaopingge said this thing is useless. If it were useful, it would be a miracle. If it behaves like this in the Thunderstrike plane, it probably wouldn't get struck even once in a whole year outside. Who on earth designed this thing? Li Gang was a bit frantic. He couldn't take it anymore. So he opened the store, and among the many electric-type Pokémon eggs, he chose to purchase the Thunder move. Although the price of a move was roughly the same as that of a Pokémon egg, buying an egg meant he would have to raise it. He already had many Pokémon to train and didn't want to buy another one for now, mainly because he hadn't decided what kind of electric-type Pokémon he wanted for himself. Moreover, hatching a Pokémon takes time, and even after hatching, it might not immediately have electric-type moves, so he would have to train it first. In comparison, directly purchasing the electric-type move and learning it himself was much more convenient. Thunder. As Li Gang raised his hand and swung it down forcefully, a thunderbolt as thick as his arm fell from the thunderclouds in the electric shock plane, striking the device perfectly. In the next moment, the cabinet-shaped device connected to it lit up. The display showed that the previous strike had stored 17.62 degrees of electricity in the device. Useful. That's great. Li Gang was very happy and immediately started fiddling with the appliances. By the time he finished, it was already late at night in the amusement park. This is life. After getting everything ready, Li Gang did not leave the amusement park. Instead, he entered the 5-square-meter hot spring he had just purchased. He bought this hot spring specifically for soaking, so it was naturally impossible to leave it unused. Having just worked hard for half a day and sweating all over, he chose to soak in the hot spring. As soon as he lay down, Li Gang felt all the pores in his body open up, and he was completely immersed in warmth, feeling the fatigue of the entire day dissipate. At the same time, he used his psychic power to make drinks and snacks float in front of him for easy access, which was both an enjoyment and a way to train his mental strength and control over psychic power. Not far from him on the lawn, the almost doll and Eevee were conversing. Tabby Tabby. The almost doll widened its eyes, which immediately lit up with a faint glow. Eevee nodded and tried to widen its eyes as well, but no light appeared in its eyes. Dabune. The almost doll shook its head, indicating that Eevee was doing it wrong, and then demonstrated again. Eevee nodded and continued to try, and the two Pokémon engaged in their own communication. Plop, plop, plop. Accompanied by a series of splashes, all the items that were floating around Li Gang fell into the hot spring. Li Gang had already fallen asleep in the hot spring, even letting out soft snoring sounds. Bubu learned the move, round eyes. A prompt sounded in Li Gang's mind, but the completely asleep Li Gang did not hear it. In the hotel, in Li Gang's room, the doorknob suddenly turned halfway on its own, and then a man wearing a night watchman's cloak walked in. He first glanced around the lit room and then looked at the card slot by the wall. He made no sound, gently closed the door, and then sat quietly in the chair, waiting for Li Gang to appear. Time passed second by second, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After more than 3 hours, Li Gang still had not appeared, which made the waiting man furrow his brows. Beep, beep. Accompanied by the ringing sound, he took out his phone from his pocket. It was a very old-fashioned phone, with only the function to make and receive calls. Hello, this is Yi-Fan. After the call connected, he spoke first, and only then did a voice come from the other end. Yi-Fan, how's the situation? Why has it taken so long? The person who arrived here was the night watchman Yi-Fan from Daxia. Clearly, he was here to find Li Gang, but he had not been able to locate him. At this moment, Li Gang was already asleep in the hot spring of the amusement park. Li Gang was missing, but it wasn't due to Loki's actions. There were no remnants of divine power in the room, so it should have been that he left through some means. However, I currently do not know what exactly that means is. Chapter 72. The departing and the arriving. What should we do then? Forget it. I'll have to talk about it later. I need to find my master. You can take care of things in the capital for now, Zhuqing. After saying that, Yi-Fan didn't care about the reaction on the other end of the call, directly hanging up. He then got up and left the hotel room, and throughout the process, no one noticed, and he left no traces, as if he had never been there at all. How did I fall asleep? When Li Gang opened his eyes again, he found that all the spirits in the paradise had already fallen asleep, except for the ghost floating in the night sky over the grassland. Li Gang shook his head, crawled out of the hot spring, and found that the pads of his fingers and toes had turned white. TSK, how long did I sleep? I should have asked the little doll to wake me up. It's my fault for not mentioning it in advance. After putting on his clothes and pants, he casually bought some energy cubes to place in the amusement park, and without disturbing the various spirits in the park, he left and returned to his hotel room. He lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. However, before he could close his eyes, his phone rang. Who's calling me at this late hour? Li Gang was somewhat confused, but he immediately took out his phone from his pocket. The caller ID showed it was Zhuqing. Hello, Director Zhua. What is the matter at this late hour? Li Gang, what's going on with you? Why have you suddenly disappeared for more than 10 hours? We thought you had fallen into Loki's hands. Zhuo Qing's roaring questions came from the other end of the line, and Li Gang instantly woke up, shaking off his drowsiness. Huh, I've been missing for more than 10 hours? Li Gang finally remembered that after buying the home appliances. He went directly to the amusement park to charge his phone. After finishing, he soaked in the hot spring and fell asleep. When he went in, it was just afternoon, but now it was already past 4 in the morning. How did you know I've been missing for more than 10 hours? Nonsense. What are you doing now? Do you think I sent you to your death? Zhuo Qing's anger did not dissipate just because Li Gang changed the subject. As an attempt to deal with Loki's avatar, and playing such a dangerous role as bait, the night watchman would naturally keep a close eye on him. Because of this, when Li Gang suddenly went missing and all means of contact failed, Yi Fan personally came to check the situation to confirm whether Li Gang had fallen into Loki's hands. But no trace of Loki could be found. As soon as Li Gang came out of the amusement park, his phone signal was restored, and Zhuo Qing immediately called to get in touch. Li Gang patted his head, realizing that he had not thought things through. After entering the paradise, if he did not close the entrance, he could still communicate with the outside world. He could even access the internet on his phone. However, once he closed the entrance, he would be cut off from the outside world. At the same time, he finally understood why Zhuo Qing had called him when he encountered a large group of snakes by the river during the day. Zhuo Qing probably knew about his situation right away and judged that he might not be able to handle it, which is why he called to inform him that the Phoenix team would provide support, only to be rejected later. Well, directors, I believe you also know the characteristics of my restricted area. After all, the entity I'm facing this time is quite dangerous, and I'm really scared for my life, so I need to find a way to protect myself, right? I just went to communicate with the powerful spirits from another world. Oh, is that so? So, what was the result of your communication? Can you summon the powerful spirits from another world now? After hearing Li Gang's response, Zhuo Qing's attitude noticeably improved. While Li Gang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Not really. The more powerful the spirit, the more arrogant they are. I'm just a small figure in the Chuanjing. How could I possibly summon them? I put in a lot of effort, crying and begging, but they still didn't agree. However, seeing my pitiful state, they did give me something. Oh, what is it? Zhuo Qing became interested upon hearing that Li Gang had gained something. It wasn't that he wanted to claim it for himself. He was just purely curious. By the way, Director Zhuo, when can you fulfill the benefits you promised me? You said that if I succeed in capturing 3 clients, even if I fail, I would still have one. I have already started taking action, and even if I fail, I should at least have one, right? Can you give me that one you promised? Zhuo Qing on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before speaking again. The situation is so tense right now. The clients in Beijing absolutely cannot be moved. The weaker the mysterious entities are when facing Loki's manipulation, the less resistance they can muster. Currently, the situation in Beijing has not completely fallen apart, thanks to Xiaoping Gu holding the fort and some clients assisting. If we disturb those mysterious entities in the Klein realm now, the situation in Beijing will collapse instantly. So, for now, don't think about this matter. We can look for it elsewhere after things settle down. I see. Well, okay then. Li Gang did not hide his disappointment. He was really very disappointed. If he could get a Klein reward right now, the available resources in his hands would increase significantly, and in that case, he would have more assurance. But he also knew that Zhuo Qing was speaking the truth. It was indeed not easy to do this right now. Well, there shouldn't be anything else, right? I'm hanging up. As he said this, Li Gang was about to hang up the phone, but at that moment, Zhuo Qing spoke again. There's something I think I still need to tell you, just to remind you in case something unexpected happens. What is it? Li Gang, who was originally about to hang up, stopped his actions, while the other end of the phone fell silent, seemingly hesitating, not fully making up their mind. Yi Fan had urgent business and left the capital, so for the next couple of days, it's best for you to hold off on your actions. Otherwise, we might not be able to rescue you in time. What did you say? Li Gang shouted in disbelief, but on the other end, Zhuo Qing had already hung up the phone. Li Gang stared at his phone, momentarily unable to react. How could Yi Fan leave Beijing at a time like this? It didn't make sense. What could possibly be more important than dealing with Loki right now? If Loki made a move at this moment, I would be the first to suffer the consequences. Damn it. Li Gang couldn't help but curse, taking several deep breaths before managing to calm himself down. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, in Zhuo Qing's office, Zhuo Qing casually put down the phone and looked up at the young man standing in front of him. The young man appeared to be just in his early 20s, dressed in cheap street clothes, but the sword he held was quite extraordinary. Chapter 73. The Visitor Sword Saint. I'll have to trouble you to stay in the capital. There is no choice. The training camp was attacked, and Yi Fan is getting anxious. He doesn't want to continue playing this cat-and-mouse game with Loki, so please hold down the fort at the Night Watch headquarters for the next few days. Sword Saint Zhou Ping nodded, looking through the window at the brightly lit capital city, even at 4 in the morning. It's all right. I just need a place to sleep. Don't worry about that. I've already prepared your accommodation. Also, I've arranged for someone to help at your uncle's store. There will be people going to the store these days. Damn it, whatever, I'll just stay in the paradise for a few days. If you fan isn't worried, why should I be? After feeling frustrated for a while, Li Gang lay back on the bed and chose to give up. It wasn't that he was irresponsible. He understood what kind of person Yi Fan was. Since Yi Fan could leave the capital at such a critical moment, there must be something more important than this matter. Moreover, Zhuo Qing had informed him about this and clearly told him to take it easy, meaning he shouldn't act rashly during this period. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't force any actions, as his life was his own after all. Just as Li Gang was about to sleep, he felt unsafe, so he decided to dive into the paradise. This way, he could prevent being ambushed, and to avoid a repeat of the previous situation, he didn't close the entrance, allowing for continued information exchange between the inside and outside. Forget it, time to sleep. Li Gang lay on his bed, but because he had taken a nap in the hot spring earlier and was now burdened with worries, he couldn't fall asleep at all and only dozed off when dawn broke. Captain, is Li Gang staying here? Early in the morning, Xia Siming brought 2 team members to the hotel where Li Gang was staying. Their purpose was quite simple, to find Li Gang. Of course it's confirmed. I still can't believe it. The usually stingy leader suddenly became generous and gave us so many days off. Although we can only vacation in Beijing, it's still a holiday. Let's go. We're going in. Xia Siming waved her hand and led her 2 team members into the hotel. They seemed to already know which floor and room Li Gang was in, so they didn't need to ask the front desk and went directly to his door. Knock, 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 knock. Xia Siming tried knocking on the door, but there was no response from inside, which puzzled her. She knocked again, this time louder, but still got no answer. That's strange. Could he still be asleep? But even if he's asleep, he should have woken up with how loudly I'm knocking. Maybe he went out? One team member suggested, but Xia Siming immediately shook her head, not even considering that possibility. Impossible. Can't you feel it? There's a very obvious presence behind this door. It's not human and is very different from mysterious. It's clearly the aura of Li Gang's spirit. If he had gone out, he would never leave the spirit here. So he must be inside. What should we do then? Keep knocking? The member asked again. However, at that moment, Xia Siming revealed a mischievous smile, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a card. This was the room card for the hotel. It belonged to Li Gang's room. Hey, I was prepared. We could just open the door. Lao Kong, you go first. If he sleeps without clothes and I see him, that wouldn't be good. The member called Lao Kong instinctively took the card, but his expression turned strange. Captain, where did you get this? This. Don't worry. It was given to me by Leader Zhua. Hiss. Wait, why does Leader Zhua have this? At this moment, Xia Siming realized something seemed off. Lao Kong looked at the card in his hand, and then at the door, shaking his head. Who cares? Even if something goes wrong, it'll be Zhuo Qing's responsibility. What are we afraid of? Saying this, Lao Kong pressed the card against the door lock. With a small electronic sound, he turned the doorknob, and the door opened. However, the moment the door opened, a tangible darkness surged out like a tide from the crack, startling the 3 members of the Phoenix team, who instinctively stepped back from the ominous darkness. What the hell is this? Li Gang's spirit? Xia Siming cursed, looking for answers, but her 2 team members couldn't respond. Hey, hey, hey. At that moment, they heard a deep, hoarse, and somewhat sinister laugh. The flowing darkness began to swirl, and a face floated out from the shadows. It was a human face, Li Gang's face. Only, this Li Gang was just a face. This. Xia Siming frowned. Golden flames began to spill from her body, and a powerful aura erupted. As the captain of the Phoenix team, her strength had long surpassed the infinite realm. Gooeys, gooeys, gooeys. The face crumbled, the darkness retreated back into the room, and the door was pushed shut forcefully by an invisible force. The earlier darkness was somewhat intimidating, but in reality, it was just for show. If ordinary people had come, they might have been frightened, but the elite of the Night Watch, the Phoenix team, would never be scared by such things. Gooeys originally just wanted to play a prank and scare these uninvited guests. As they tried to open the door without their trainer's permission, which Gooeys thought was no different from a burglar breaking in. However, it didn't expect to hit a tough spot. It had just hatched not long ago, at level 10, equivalent to a beginner in the pool realm. How could it withstand the pressure of the infinite realm? So, Gooeys backed down, retracting all the darkness and dove back into its paradise. Top, 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 top. Li Gang, who had just fallen asleep, dreamt he was on a deserted highway with no village in front and no shop behind. Then he saw a large group of people running wildly towards him, divided into 3 columns, with each column of people identical. Li Gang recognized these 3 people. They were members of the Phoenix team, with the middle column being Captain Xia Simeng. At that moment, all these people were wearing black leather shoes, running on the road, the shoes clashing heavily and chaotically against the pavement. Chapter 74. Team building a sudden. Inexplicable fear rose in Li Gang's heart, and he instinctively took a deep breath before opening his eyes to see Guis floating in front of him. Guis? Didn't I tell you to keep watch outside? How did you get in? Guis! 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 Guis shouted in a panic, and Li Gang roughly understood what it meant. So that's it. Someone came to find me, and the timing couldn't be worse. I just fell asleep. Although a bit annoyed, Li Gang got up and didn't delay. He immediately left the paradise, and just as he stepped out, he heard the sound of the door lock moving, and then the door was open from the outside. As the door slowly opened, Li Gang saw the 3 people coming toward him, the same 3 from his dream, but this time there were only 3 individuals. Not many identical ones. What are you doing here? No, how did you get in? Even though Li Gang had just heard from Guis that someone was looking for him, he hadn't expected them to be able to open his room door directly. But thinking about it, he understood. After all, this was a hotel, and it wasn't too difficult to open the door without the residents' consent. The front desk or the cleaning staff could do it. Hey, I knew you were definitely here. Stop sleeping. The sun is already up. Let's go eat. Xia Simeng no longer treated Li Gang as an outsider and directly urged him to follow her. Li Gang, however, looked confused. Eat? Were we eating? Hey, didn't leaders would give us a few days off? We, the Phoenix team, are going to relax in Beijing for a few days, and I was counting on you to help, so I thought I'd bring you along. Let us go. They've already ordered over there. Hurry up. Seeing that Li Gang had not moved, Xia Simeng immediately urged him. Li Gang nodded thoughtfully, did not refuse, and followed Xia Simeng and the others out of the hotel to a Haidaleo restaurant. The 8 members of the Phoenix team, plus Li Gang, made a total of 9 people, sitting at the most prominent large round table in the Haidaleo hall. The table was filled with a large array of dishes, and there was also a waiter standing by, ready to serve at any time. Haidaleo is known for its service, and this table was definitely a big spender, having ordered several thousand yuan worth of items combined, so a dedicated waiter was assigned to them. Everyone eat and drink well. This meal is on me. At this moment, Xia Simeng exuded the demeanor of a captain, standing up to speak while everyone else was seated and taking responsibility for the expenses. The members of the Phoenix team immediately applauded, some even cheering and proposing toasts. In other restaurants, this might have seemed a bit noisy, but at Haidaleo, it was just right. Even the waiter beside them joined in the applause, as the blonde beauty in front of them was the one footing the bill, and showing support was a basic quality of a Haidaleo staff member. The atmosphere at the table became incredibly lively, while Li Gang appeared somewhat out of place. Although he raised his glass and clapped along, anyone could see that there was a slight distance between him and the others, as if he did not quite belong. However, no one mentioned it, as it was just a meal and drinks, and there was no need for too much thought. After a sumptuous meal, Li Gang was once again pulled to a KTV, where the members of the Phoenix team began their second activity. Under the lights of the KTV private room, even those who were not good at singing would belt out a few lines, but Li Gang leaned back in the corner of the sofa reading a book, completely unable to get into the mood. Hey, Li Gang, come sing a few songs? We're at KTV. How can you not sing? After finishing a song and handing the microphone to someone else, Xia Simeng approached, wanting to drag Li Gang to sing a few songs. But she quickly noticed that Li Gang was actually reading a book at that moment. Reading a book in a KTV private room is definitely not a good choice. The noise is one thing, but the main issue is the glaring lights. You little guy, I didn't realize you were such a studious person before. What are you reading? Xia Simeng was stunned when she saw the cover of the book in Li Gang's hand. At first, she even doubted her eyesight, considering she had drunk quite a bit before and the lights in the KTV were quite blinding. However, after rubbing her eyes and focusing, she realized she was not mistaken. The book that Li Gang is carefully examining at this moment is called Dairy Cattle Breeding and Milking Care. If Li Gang were looking at some study materials, novels, or even certain inappropriate books in KTV, Xia Simeng wouldn't be particularly surprised. But what is this? Dairy cattle breeding? Xia Simeng really can't understand why Li Gang would want to read such a book. Huh? Is there something wrong with this book? Li Gang showed little reaction, instead feeling puzzled as to why Xia Simeng was so surprised. Is there a problem? Of course, there's a problem. What use does this have? Are you planning to set up a farm to raise cows? No, that's not it. I'm just referencing it. I'll need it later. Need it? For what? Xia Simeng was even more shocked, but Li Gang remained indifferent, nodding slightly. Yeah, I'll need it. After saying this, Li Gang ignored Xia Simeng's astonishment and continued to read seriously. After the ghost egg hatched, he had already incubated the milk tank's egg. According to his experience, it wouldn't take long for a Pokémon egg to hatch, just a few days. Although the milk tank wasn't a real cow, there were many similarities, so he needed to look up related books to at least know how to milk it, right? After all, he was raising a milk tank for its milk. Need it? How could this be useful? Xia Simeng still couldn't understand what Li Gang meant by needing it. After thinking for a while without coming to an answer, she decided to stop pondering it. After finishing karaoke, it was already afternoon, so everyone took Li Gang out for dinner. This time they had hot pot, and by the time they finished, it was already evening. The Phoenix team returned to the hotel with Li Gang, and they also checked into the same hotel. Lying on the hotel bed, Li Gang replayed the day's events in his mind. He was well aware that the Phoenix team had intentionally chosen to stay close to him. It was a form of protection. Regardless, given the current situation, it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 75. The situation: all 8 members of the Phoenix team checked into the hotel and stayed on the same floor as Li Gang. So he didn't have to worry about being ambushed and didn't enter the amusement park to sleep. The next morning, Xia Simeng knocked on Li Gang's door right on time, pulling him out without a word. It was another team-building day for the Phoenix team, but this time they brought Li Gang along. The same happened on the 3rd and 4th days. In the evening, an electric scooter stopped in front of a high-end hotel. Lu Wuwei hummed an unknown tune while carrying takeout inside. He navigated the elevator to the 5th floor and knocked on room 506. Hello, takeout, Lu Wuwei called out casually, not too loudly. Soon, a voice came from inside, and the door opened with a soft click. The one who opened the door was a stunning woman with a curvy figure and beautiful features, her long hair cascading down. If Li Gang were here, he would immediately recognize her as the Snake Woman. Behind her stood a man in a suit, looking refined, with black-rimmed glasses. The man smiled at Lu Wuwei and adjusted his glasses. Lu Wuwei's pupils suddenly contracted. An electric scooter suddenly burst out of the hotel's 5th floor, crashing through the wall and driving through the air. Both the scooter and the rider were enveloped by an invisible force, entering a peculiar state that made them seem somewhat illusory and less real. The scooter sped through the skies of Shanjing City at a speed surpassing that of an airplane. However, no matter how fast it went, it was always followed by a man in a suit, holding a pair of glasses, his face sporting a pleasant smile. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can escape? You think I came to Shanjing just to stall one? What's the use of stalling one? Of course, killing one is the most effective. To wait for you, I've ordered dozens of takeouts these past few days. Lu Wuwei looked at Loki following behind him in the rearview mirror, his expression unchanged. But his hand had already twisted the throttle to the max. Want to kill me? If your true self were here, there might be some possibility. But what's here is just a clone of yours. Why do you think you can kill me? Ha! A mere human dares to say such things. Today, I'll let you see what a god is, Loki emphasized, reaching out to grasp Lu Wuwei's back. Suddenly, Lu Wuwei and the scooter flickered, as if their reflections in water were disturbed, about to shatter, but quickly returned to normal. Loki, you're nothing special. Want to kill me? This level isn't enough. My helper has arrived. Lu Wuwei seemed unaffected by the previous encounter, speaking calmly, even with a hint of leisure. Loki sensed something at that moment, and turned to look. In the distance, a somewhat illusory palace appeared, with a plaque boldly stating Yama Hall. Xiaopinga had made his move. As the captain of the team stationed in Shanjing City, he not only possessed Klein's realm, but his strength was also top tier among the Klein due to his forbidden ruins. The moment he sensed the commotion, he immediately took action. Ha! Is this all? Jérôme, Loki casually called out, and the next moment, a giant serpent appeared in front of the palace, crushing a tall building as it emerged. Just raising the front quarter of its body was enough to surpass the height of a skyscraper. This was Loki's child, the giant serpent Jérôme. Your helper might be considered strong among humans, but unfortunately, compared to Jérôme, there's still a gap. Even if he can't deal with Jérôme in the short term, he definitely won't lose. Ha! Now that Yefan is not in Shanjing, who else can come to save you? And I brought more than just Jérôme. It's your turn now, Snake Woman, Loki called out again, and the next moment, a giant woman covered in snake scales, with hair made entirely of snakes, inflated like a balloon. This was a colossal snake woman, much larger than the one Li Gang had encountered before. Just standing there, she was taller than an average skyscraper. Casually waving her hand could topple a building. This was the snake woman who had absorbed Jérôme's power. The snake woman's strength was highly compatible with J. Remungander's. So Loki had used tricks to allow her to temporarily utilize J. Remungander's power. As a result, the originally mere Pool Realm Snake Woman temporarily became a strong Klein Realm warrior, and aside from lacking some battle experience, she almost had the strength to rival Xiaopinga. Boom! The situation did not stabilize with the appearance of the Snake Woman. It worsened. The mysteries that had originally settled down under Xiaopinga's suppression suddenly began to riot. Among these mysteries were even a few Klein Realm entities. In the blink of an eye, countless mysteries appeared throughout Shangjing City. Ha ha ha! How about it? Do you like my masterpiece? Lu Wuwei, you are too self-righteous, attempting to guess the thoughts of the gods, trying to use that human to lure me out. And that snake woman isn't very obedient either. Huh, when I captured her in the suburbs of Shangjing City, she was extremely devout to me. Humans are indeed unreliable, but it's okay. I only intended to use her anyway. The situation in Shangjing City spiraled out of control in an instant, and Lu Wuwei's expression turned extremely grim. But he didn't speak, still gripping the handlebar tightly. At this point, do you think you can still escape? Loki flashed and appeared right in front of Lu Wuwei, blocking the electric bike. Lu Wuwei finally came to a stop. At this moment, he had brought Loki to the suburbs of Shangjing, specifically to the eastern suburbs. Just as Li Gang and the Phoenix team returned to the hotel and prepared to rest, they suddenly froze in place and rushed to the window at the end of the corridor. What they saw outside was a giant snake confronting a massive, eerie palace, which was Jormungandr and Xiaopinga. Phoenix team, move out immediately. Yes, Xia Simeng gave the order after just a glance, and all members immediately responded in unison. They smashed the glass at the end of the corridor and jumped out of the window. During their fall, one of the members transformed into a phoenix engulfed in golden flames, carrying the others as they flew away, leaving behind a fading trail of golden light. Chapter 76, The Real Bait. Li Gang was a beat slow by the time he used his telekinesis to fly out the window and onto the roof. The Phoenix squad had already flown away. That was Emer. That was the Snake Woman. And so many mysteries. Damn, is the capital going to be destroyed? In just a moment, Li Gang had already assessed the current situation and concluded in his mind that it was very bad. The situation was quite dire at this moment. The city of Shangjing was already in chaos. Even with the addition of the Phoenix squad, they could only contend with one Klein-level mystery in the short term. But the number of rampaging mysteries in Shangjing had already exceeded 100, among which there were 3 Kleins. Was that Lu Wuwei over there? Soon, Li Gang noticed that far away, 2 even more powerful presences were facing off, one of which he was somewhat familiar with, seemingly belonging to Lu Wuwei. Although he had never seen Lu Wuwei in action, he had encountered him a few times and was not unfamiliar with his aura. At this moment, he could almost confirm that it was indeed Lu Wuwei over there, and the presence opposing Lu Wuwei was unfamiliar to him. But that aura was even more powerful than Lu Wuwei's. There was no doubt that whoever could stand against Lu Wuwei at this time and was even stronger than him was Loki. Loki? So that means Loki is currently confronting Lu Wuwei? That direction is the eastern suburbs. So that's it. So it's like this. Yes, it should be like this. Li Gang suddenly realized and understood many things in an instant. He understood that he, as the bait, was merely a facade placed in plain sight. The real bait was not him, but Lu Wuwei. Upon careful reflection, it became clear that the Night Watchman, as an official organization capable of making decisions that could affect an entire city or even the whole of Daxia, would never put all their bets on a border figure who wasn't even one of them. That's why Zhuqing specifically reminded me to refrain from acting these past few days, which is also why the Phoenix team has been by my side. This is both a form of protection and a restriction, ensuring that I won't act recklessly during this time, because Lu Wuwei will be the one taking real action. Judging by the current situation, he has succeeded in luring Loki to the eastern suburbs, far from the city. But if that's the case, why did Yi Fan leave the capital at such a crucial moment? How can Lu Wuwei alone contend against Loki? Buzz. Just as Li Gang was filled with confusion, a clear and crisp sword sound rang out, a sound that seemed to come from very far away, yet also felt like it was ringing directly in his ears. Then Li Gang saw a streak of light soaring from the center of the capital straight towards the eastern suburbs, carrying an aura that even seemed to exceed that of Lu Wuwei. A sword? Could it be the Sword Saint? Li Gang stared intently at the streak of light, his pupils dilating as if trying to absorb more light to see better. However, he was unsuccessful. The speed of the streak was simply too fast. The Sword Saint had also arrived, which meant Loki had no chance of winning. What he didn't expect was that the Sword Saint was actually in the capital. It seemed that this plan was intricately laid out, making me a bait on the surface to divert Loki's attention while secretly setting up the real scheme. Huh. Now that makes sense. Li Gang's mouth curled into a smile, but in the next moment, his smile vanished, replaced by a complex expression. It seems my worries were unfounded, and I even want to trade with Zapdos for this. Now, it seems it won't be of much use. Li Gang sought to trade with the Zapdos, hoping that the other party would act to give him the ability to resist when facing Loki, so he wouldn't be crushed like an ant. However, now he didn't need to confront Loki, as Lu Wuwei and Zhou Ping had already managed to suppress Loki. At this point, summoning Zapdos seemed unnecessary. Therefore, he decided to hold off on that for now. Ultimately, Li Gang decided to save the opportunity for Zapdos to act for later use, as he had a larger scheme in mind. He then released Charizard, Togepi, Eevee, and Gengar. Charizard, Togepi, you two team up to deal with the mysterious ones. Remember, know your limits. Don't push yourselves, and don't take on opponents you can't beat. Our goal is to take down as many mysterious ones as possible. Pick on the soft targets. Roar. Tabunai. After Charizard and Togepi responded, Togepi climbed onto Charizard's back via its lowered wings. Charizard then flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the nearest mysterious target. Eevee. Gengar, follow me. Eevee. Gengar dove into Li Gang's shadow, darkening its color, while Eevee happily jumped onto Li Gang's shoulder. This division of action was an experiment for Li Gang. Although he could command 4 Pokémon simultaneously, defeating the mysterious ones was not a typical Pokémon battle. There were no rules stating how many Pokémon could participate from each side. Once he encountered an enemy, Li Gang could release all the Pokémon he owned. Currently, he had only 4 battle-capable Pokémon, but it was foreseeable that there would be many more in the future, especially since he had already purchased Pokémon eggs, and those were far from the end. When the number of Pokémon increased significantly, there would inevitably be situations where he couldn't command them all, and, at that point, the Pokémon would need to act on their own. Right now, Li Gang was attempting just that, allowing the Pokémon to act independently without his direct command. Despite the chaotic situation in Beijing, Li Gang was very confident in the combination of Charizard and Togepi. Charizard could fly, and its speed was impressive, while Togepi was skilled in healing. This combination had a clear advantage against the mysterious ones in the Sea Realm, and even if they encountered those from the Infinite Realm, if they were determined to escape, it would be difficult for the opponents to stop them. As for Klein, the number of Klein-level mysterious ones in the current uprising was limited. Li Gang also clearly stated that one should pick soft persimmons to squeeze, and as long as they actively avoid it, he believes that Charizard and similar Pokémon are unlikely to encounter the mysterious Klein realm. Let's go. Li Gang leaped directly from the rooftop, and as his body descended, a layer of blue light enveloped him. Then, he stopped his downward trajectory and flew up. This flying speed was naturally not comparable to that of a Charizard, and his endurance was even more inadequate, but it was enough for the purpose of seeking the mysterious. Soon, Li Gang locked onto his target, which was a giant black spider measuring 4 meters, including its legs. At that moment, the spider had woven a large web of several dozen meters between 2 buildings, directly spanning across the road, looking extremely domineering. Chapter 77, Split Up and Act. As soon as Li Gang landed, he immediately launched an attack. He took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled. Hot flames surged from his mouth, forming a large character in the air. This character did not hit the spider, which had already dodged, but the flames still ignited the web. In an instant, this giant net, spanning dozens of meters, was engulfed in towering flames, spreading rapidly and threatening to burn down both buildings and the surrounding structures. Squeak! The spider let out an angry cry and directly lunged at Li Gang, intending to kill him with its massive size and strength. Li Gang would naturally not sit idly by. His figure suddenly flickered, and he moved out at a speed that left a trailing shadow, not only dodging the pounce, but also positioning himself very close to the side of the spider. Without needing any specific reminder from Li Gang, Eevee and Gengar both sprang into action. Eevee stood upright, and its 2 front paws threw forward in succession, causing a clump of mud and a pile of sand to fall onto the spider's head, hitting its 2 eyes. At the same time, a pitch-black ball suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath Li Gang's feet. This ball was the size of a basketball, as if it had been directly separated from the shadow, and it smashed straight onto the spider's leg. However, the effect this time was not as good. Squeak! The spider missed its attack and was ambushed, immediately letting out a piercing scream. It quickly spun its body to face Li Gang, preparing to launch a second attack. But how could Li Gang give it the chance? Earthquake! Li Gang hesitated not for a moment, directly raising his foot and stomping down hard. The ground immediately shook and trembled, even causing cracks to appear beneath the spiders, trapping several of their legs. After doing this, Li Gang did not pause. He crossed his 10 fingers in front of his nose, making a gesture of prayer. In the next moment, heavy rain poured down, covering not only Li Gang and the spiders, but also dousing the raging flames. Freezing wind. Having successfully summoned the rain, Li Gang immediately spread his arms, as if to embrace an invisible entity in front of him. At the same time, a biting cold wind swept out from behind him, freezing the raindrops into tiny ice beads. These ice beads, carried by the wind, all fell onto the spiders, and the surface of the spiders' bodies crystallized into a layer of ice due to the arrival of the cold wind. Thunder. Li Gang did not stop. He withdrew his hands, ceased maintaining the cold wind, and then swung his hand down forcefully. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the rain clouds. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. The lightning accurately struck the spider. The thunder and the rain had a bonus effect, and this strike directly shattered the spider's body into pieces, each fragment smoking and charred. Killed the enemy. Gained 1032 experience points. Gained 405 maul points. Bubu gained 261 experience points. Shadow gained 184 experience points. I seem to be quite impressive. Li Gang judged, based on the experience gained, that this should be a mysterious creature from the Chuanjing region, although it was among the weaker ones in that area. However, he was somewhat surprised that he could kill it so quickly. Let's go. For the next one, Li Gang flew to the top of the high building using his psychic power, searching for the next target. On the other side, Charizard and the doll were also locking onto their own targets. This was a mysterious being of the infinite realm, a big white bear. Even though Li Gang had said he wanted to find easy targets, Charizard still chose the mysterious being of the infinite realm because, in Charizard's view, this mysterious being was currently an easy target. At that moment, 2 Night Watchers were already fighting this mysterious being, and it had been injured. It was the perfect time to strike from the air. Damn, this bear's hide is really thick, Lao Qin. Attack its eyes first. Blinding it will make things easier. One of the Night Watchers, fighting the bear, shouted to the other. The Night Watcher, called Lao Qin, immediately responded, then pulled out a pistol from his waist. He didn't aim. He just fired 5 shots in the direction of the white bear. The 5 bullets didn't fly out immediately, but hovered in front of Lao Qin. With his control, 4 of the bullets dropped, while the last one shot out at a speed far exceeding normal. Poof! Blood splattered as the bullet hit the white bear's eye, and not only that, it even penetrated the bear's head directly. Well done! The other Night Watcher exclaimed upon seeing this. Lao Qin was a bit out of breath, but couldn't help but smile at his achievement. Hey, what a pity. I rushed out and only brought a pistol. If only I had brought a sniper rifle. While Lao Qin was happy, he also felt a sense of regret. Just then, he heard a gasp. What the hell? Lao Qin, look at that. What? Lao Qin looked up in confusion, and then he saw a dragon. A dragon with flames burning at its tail. Moreover, he vaguely saw something on the dragon's back that looked like a child's favorite stuffed doll. Lao Qin, is that an ember dragon? Hiss, not quite. I think I've heard of it. It seems to be a sprite, yes. That's the name. Sprite? What is that? The person asked in confusion, but Lao Qin didn't answer because the enraged white bear was already charging at him. Roar! At that moment, the dragon in the sky let out a roar, followed by 2 beams descending from the sky, one a scorching red flame, the other a yellow light beam filled with a sense of destruction. The flames enveloped the white bear's body, and the yellow light beam fell, causing an explosion. The shockwave slightly dispersed the flames, but they quickly closed in again. Roar! Before the flames could dissipate, the white bear let out an angry roar, braving the flames. And with its remaining single eye, it looked up at the sky. A violent aura erupted from it, dispersing the flames with just its presence. Roar! Charizard refused to back down and also roared, unleashing flames once more. This time, the flames were even larger and hotter than before, and they twisted in midair, forming a massive fiery vortex as they descended. What the hell? This is too ruthless. The 2 Night Watchers had to back away due to the high temperature of the flames, and the bear in the center of the vortex let out a painful howl. However, this alone couldn't kill a mysterious being of the infinite realm. The white bear suddenly slammed its paws on the ground. Instead of shattering the earth, it quickly caused it to bulge up. The soil broke through the concrete and rapidly stretched and morphed, forming a semicircle that blocked the flames coming from above. Chapter 78. Trap, let's go too. The 2 Night Watchers, seeing this, disregarded the intense heat of the flames and charged towards the white bear. They had already confirmed that Charizard was there to help them, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Bubu leveled up to level 17, current experience 941,000. Bubu learned the move, Body Slam. Shadow leveled up to level 13, current experience 45,500. Shadow learned the move, Dark Shadow. After consecutively killing several mysterious beings, EV and Jengar's levels had both increased, and not just by one level. Li Gang was very happy, but at that moment, he needed to rest, because he had been the main force in taking down those mysterious beings, and now his mental energy was greatly depleted. He could no longer deal with the mysterious beings of the River Realm. EV, Jengar, soon we'll go find weaker mysterious beings. You two will be the main force then. Bubu, Jengar. EV and Jengar responded in unison. Both of them felt they had grown significantly during this process. So they were very excited. Li Gang didn't delay and rushed into an old community. He sensed that there was a mysterious entity here, which wasn't strong. He judged it to be at most in the pool realm, and even among those, it wouldn't be considered strong. At best, it was at a mid-level. EV and Jengar's could easily handle it. What surprised Li Gang was that as soon as he entered the community, two acquaintances unexpectedly ran in from another path, Lu Dabiao and Old Wang. Old Wang, are you sure there's a mysterious entity here that we can deal with? I'm telling you, if you're wrong, I won't wait for you when I run. Hey, don't worry. Have I ever been wrong in my fortune-telling? Trust me, it's reliable. Old Wang, holding a compass in one hand and a long knife in the other, was about to speak confidently when his voice suddenly halted because he saw Li Gang. What's wrong? Is it the mysterious entity? Oh, little brother, it's actually you. Upon seeing Li Gang, Lu Dabiao immediately rushed over with shining eyes. His gaze so intense that one might think he had some issues with his orientation. Why are you two here? Li Gang never expected that these two people would appear here at this time. When Lu Dabiao heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he proudly raised his head. Little brother, you probably don't know yet. I and Old Wang have already joined the Night Watchmen, although we are still just temporary members. We are officially recorded. As long as we participate in one training session, we can become full members. So that's how it is. But can they really accept him as a Night Watchman? Li Gang pointed at the old man Wang, both surprised and skeptical. This old man was already so old. Even if there was a forbidden area, the Night Watchers shouldn't take him in. After all, he didn't have many years left to live, and his future improvements would be limited. There was simply no need for it. Upon hearing Li Gang's question, Lu Dabiao's smile suddenly vanished, replaced instead by jealousy. Huh, this old man. He wasn't even a temporary member. He was directly accepted as a formal member and was directly under the jurisdiction of the headquarters. What a stroke of luck. Damn, is he really that impressive? Li Gang stared in disbelief, while Old Wang chuckled awkwardly, not becoming arrogant due to his change in status. Instead, he appeared somewhat obsequious when facing Li Gang. Hey, isn't it because you're a noble person? This old man owes his current status to you. May I ask, what is your Forbidden Ruins? It's so special. My Forbidden Ruins is naturally fortune-telling. Let me calculate something for you. Although I can't derive a solution, making simple judgments about good and bad fortune is not a problem. That's why I was specially recruited directly into the Night Watch. Because I'm older and my Forbidden Ruins is special, I only need to stay in the rear and don't have to charge in a battle. So I don't need to participate in any training. Then why did you come here? According to Old Wang's own words, he was a special talent who didn't need to charge in a battle. Yet he now appeared in this community where mysterious things occurred, which puzzled Li Gang. After hearing Li Gang's question, Old Wang immediately cast a mournful glance at Lu Dabiao beside him. I was dragged out by this kid. Li Gang did not respond and turned to Lu Dabiao, who had a serious expression, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. In today's world of rampant mysteries and the capital in peril, as night watchmen standing before millions, how can we remain indifferent? However, my cultivation is still shallow, and I need to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. All right. Stop. That's enough. I already understand. You don't need to say anymore. Li Gang really couldn't hold back and forcefully interrupted Lu Dabiao's words. Lu Dabiao immediately felt like a goose suddenly having its neck squeezed, his eyes bulging, almost choking. Little brother, this is a line I've thought about for a long time. Can't you let me finish? I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. Well, you can tell others later, but we need to get down to business first. That's right, let's get down to business. Although Lu Dabiao felt it was a pity that his line was interrupted, he could distinguish between the seriousness of the situation and knew it wasn't the time to dwell on lines. So he just nodded. Li Gang shook his head helplessly and led the two people and two spirits deeper into the community. In the eastern suburbs, Loki had lost his previous arrogance. A long wound, deep enough to see bone, marred his chest, with Lu Wuwei and Zhou Ping flanking him. When did you come to the capital? Loki asked Zhou Ping with a twisted expression. Zhou Ping held his sword with one hand, standing in the void, his expression restrained, making it difficult to discern his current state of mind. A few days ago. Damn it. Good. Very good. I didn't expect to be set up like this. Sooner or later, I will settle this score. Loki declared fiercely, preparing to flee. After just a brief encounter, he knew that with this avatar, it was impossible to do anything further in the capital. The only option now was to leave, otherwise, this avatar would die here. Although it was just an avatar, it was still part of his divine power. If he lost it, his main body would also be affected, and he didn't want to bear such consequences at this critical moment. So fleeing was the best choice. With that thought, he turned to look in the direction of the capital, toward Jormungandr. At this moment, the colossal Jormungandr was being obstructed by Xiaoping Ge. Although it was not in a losing position, given another 10 minutes, or even just a few minutes, the situation would change, because at this moment, it was Zuiqing who was entangled with the giant snake woman. Chapter 79. Betrayal. Even though the snake woman had temporarily become Klein and possessed divine remnants, facing a half-step ceiling was still too much to bear. She was already in a downward spiral, and defeat was foreseeable. Jormungandr, let's go. Loki did not want to abandon Jormungandr. After all, this was his child and also a strong fighter. If it was lost here, it would be a great pity. As for the snake woman, she was merely a divine agent he had captured casually, without substantial value. Jormungandr, although somewhat unwilling, still roared in response. While the snake woman seemed to be waiting for this opportunity, she glanced toward the eastern suburbs, and then her massive body suddenly exploded apart, not in a shower of flesh and blood, but breaking into countless snakes. Most of these snakes surged toward Jormungandr, while small portions scattered, slithering into corners, diving into sewers, or fleeing directly outside the city. Zuiqing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately made a decision, following the tide of snakes toward Jormungandr. Snake woman, what are you doing? Seeing that the snake woman had stopped her confrontation with the night watchman at a critical moment, even leading Zuiqing toward Jormungandr. It was clear she intended to do away with Jormungandr, which left him both shocked and furious. However, he had no way out. After all, his situation was not optimistic. Good, very good. Snake woman, night watchman, I will make you pay for this. Loki was not blinded by anger. At this point, he knew that Jormungandr was likely to fall here. All he could do now was to protect himself as much as possible. Pay a price? I don't know if we will pay a price, but I know you will definitely pay a price. Another voice rang out. The moment Loki heard this voice, his expression changed drastically. He instinctively looked toward the source of the sound, and then saw a golden light shining toward him. The golden light was as brilliant as the sun. Just by looking at it, he seemed to hear the sound of chanting. In that golden light, there was a man wearing a night watchman cloak and holding a standard straight sword. The commander of the night watchmen, Yi Fan. You actually came back so quickly? Upon seeing Yi Fan, Loki's expression became even uglier. He knew that this time, his avatar would probably not even be able to escape. Come back. Huh? No, I didn't come back. I've been waiting for you here for several days, braving the elements. Fortunately, the mysteries of the eastern suburbs were cleared in advance. Although you commanded the mysteries of the capital, there are no mysteries left in the eastern suburbs, so you didn't discover that I was hiding here. Loki, this time, you lost. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. It seems I have indeed lost this time, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can win next time, that's enough. The deadlock was set, and Loki instead began to laugh, doing so with great satisfaction, as if he were not facing a carefully arranged encirclement, but participating in an interesting event. Next time? You lost this time. Do you still think you can win next time? Yi Fan scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Loki was not angry, still smiling. In the community, Ghost C and EV had already resolved the mysteries, but he did not rush to leave. Instead, he flew into the air with telekinesis, looking at the golden light that filled the east. He knew that the turmoil in the capital was about to come to an end, or rather, had already reached its conclusion. Even though the city was still plagued by mysteries, most of these mysteries were being driven by Loki. Once this avatar of Loki died, these mysteries would immediately awaken, and by then, there would be no need for anyone to specially suppress them. They would dissipate on their own. There was no time left. He had to seize this last wave. Otherwise, there would never be such a good opportunity again. Li Gang quickly made a decision. He fell from the sky and looked at Lu Dabiao and Old Wang. Things are about to end soon. You guys should leave first. I have to go too. Huh? Little brother, you're leaving already? Do you need my help? Although I'm not an official night watchman yet, I still have some strength. No need. What I have to do is quite dangerous. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the two of them. He put Evie back on his shoulder and rushed out of the community, while Ghost was already hiding in a shadow. Once outside the community, he immediately launched a large firework into the sky. The fiery letters soared up and kept expanding, making the character increasingly large and clear. This was the rendezvous signal he had agreed upon with Charizard. As long as one side sent out the firework signal, the other side would rush over to meet up as quickly as possible, which also helped avoid any delays in case something truly went wrong. Roar. Not long after, a massive dragon roar echoed in the sky as Charizard descended with a nearly injured doll. Despite the healing from the doll, Charizard was still covered in wounds, some of which were not fully stopped bleeding. Li Gang had anticipated this. After all, he had already received several large amounts of experience points and shop points, as well as upgrade notifications for Charizard and the doll. However, seeing Charizard's miserable state with his own eyes still shocked him. Didn't I tell you to pick on easy targets? How did it end up like this? Roar. Charizard slightly raised his head and exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from his nostrils, indicating that these were just superficial wounds and that he had indeed chosen easy targets. Li Gang could only shake his head helplessly. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to lecture Charizard now. Everything had to wait until later. Can you still fight in this condition? Li Gang didn't ask, but once he did, the Charizard immediately got anxious. It picked Li Gang up with both hands and placed him on its back, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky, roaring and breathing fire to show that it was indeed fine. Good. Since you're feeling so spirited right now, let's go do something big. Charizard, let's go kill Yimengade. After realizing that Loki's defeat was a foregone conclusion, Li Gang recognized that the turmoil in Beijing was about to end. In this final moment, even if he exerted all his strength to kill more mysterious entities, it wouldn't yield much benefit because he was already tired and Eevee and Jengar hadn't grown yet. Given that, it would be better to go after Yimengade. After all, Yimengade was already being suppressed by Shayaping and Zhuoqing, so he could safely engage from a distance. Even if these mysterious entities retreated later, they would still be in Beijing, just a bit more subdued, which wouldn't prevent Li Gang from hunting them afterward. Old Zhuo, something seems off. Are these snakes having an internal conflict? Chapter 80. Fairy. Shayaping, who was confronting Yimengade, looked puzzled at Zhuoqing, who had just arrived. Zhuoqing also found the situation strange. He had followed the snake swarm over and initially thought that the snake women transformed into snakes were there to help Yimengade escape, especially since he heard Loki shout. However, after the snake swarm arrived, they didn't help Yimengade but instead started to attack it. Forget it. Let's just kill this big snake first. This is Loki's child. Taking it down will make us stand out. Hey, that makes sense. Let this snake taste the flavor of the underworld. Zhuoqing and Shayaping struck together, unleashing several attacks that quickly landed on Yimengade, simultaneously slaying dozens of transformed snake women. However, there were just too many of them, so losing a few dozen snakes didn't matter much. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed in the air, and the two saw Charizard flying in from a distance. Even from afar, a thick flame had already landed on Yimengade. Li Gang, why is it you, kid? Zhuoqing and Shayaping were both surprised, slightly restraining their attacks, as they wanted to wait for Li Gang to approach before continuing, to avoid accidentally harming him. However, Charizard did not come closer and attacked from a distance instead. Haha, this kid is clever, but such an attack won't have much effect on Yimengade. Shayaping smiled after sensing Li Gang's intentions and gave his assessment. Then he intensified his assault. Hit hard. Use every technique you have. On Charizard back. Li Gang watched as Yimengade sustained more and more injuries from the combined assaults of Zhuoqing and Shayaping, its eyes turning green. This was Loki's child, a demigod about to ascend to godhood. How much would it be worth to take it down? Even just getting an assist would be satisfying. Li Gang was controlling the sunny weather, while the Charizard was relentlessly spitting fire at Yveltal without any cost. The Duskull was using Shadow Ball, but due to Yveltal's enormous size, even a random throw would hit, yet it barely caused any damage. Li Gang didn't mind at all. As long as he could tag along, it didn't matter how much he contributed. He himself wasn't attacking anymore, after training with Eevee and Duskull. His mental energy was almost depleted. Now, he could only maintain the sunny weather, and he didn't have the strength left to attack. In fact, if he hadn't leveled up during the battle and regained some energy, he might not have even been able to maintain the sunny weather. Roar. After more than 10 minutes. With a mournful cry, Yveltal's soul was captured by the white impermanence and dragged into the underworld, while its head was severed by the left chin. Yveltal, the child of Loki, was dead. Assisting in defeating the enemy, gained 146 experience points, 468, 452 shot points. Li Gang's level has increased to level 24. With current experience points of 542, 320, 000. Nini gained experience points of 84, 751, and Nini's level has increased to level 33, with current experience points of 1, 245, 131, 000. Nana gained experience points of 45, 124, and Nana's level has increased to level 29, with current experience points of 854, 112, 000. Nana learned the move, Kiss a Drain. Shadow gained experience points of 3, 481, and Shadow's level has increased to level 17, with current experience points of 541, 300. Shadow learned the move, Tooth for Tooth. Bubu gained experience points of 8, 421, and Bubu's level has increased to level 21, with current experience points of 5, 423, 000. Bubu's evolution conditions have been met. Bubu's species name is changing, Bubu's attributes are changing, and Bubu's abilities are changing. Accompanied by a series of prompt sounds. A white evolution light shone on Eevee, and Li Gang couldn't help but widen his eyes. The light quickly disappeared, and a beautiful, elegant Eevee appeared before Li Gang. Individual name, Bubu. Species name change successful. Species name, Eevee, change to Fairy Eevee. Individual name, Bubu. Attribute change successful. Attribute normal change to Fairy. Individual name, Bubu. Ability change successful. Ability adaptability change to Charming Body. Bubu learned the move, Cuddling. Bubu learned the move, Moonblast. Bubu learned the move, Misty Terrain. Bubu learned the move, Misty Explosion. Bubu learned the move, Magical Shine. Species name, Fairy Eevee. Individual name, Bubu. Gender, female. Level, 21. Experience points, 5, 423, 000. Attribute, Fairy. Ability, Charming Body. Moves, Tackle. Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Swift, Mud Slap, Takedown, Shadow Ball, Protect, Round, Cuddling, Moonblast, Misty Terrain, Misty Explosion, Magical Shine. What huge profit! Listening to the pleasant prompt sounds, Li Gang felt both his body and mind relaxed. Not only did he and all his Pokémon level up several levels, but Eevee also evolved directly into Fairy Eevee, and his shot points exceeded 100,000, reaching 104, 294 points. Although Eevee evolving into Fairy Eevee was not part of Li Gang's plan. After all, his plan was to evolve Eevee into Leafeon or Sylveon. Now that the evolution has happened, what else is there to say? Besides, who can refuse the beauty of a Fairy Eevee? Most importantly, evolving into Leafeon would require buying a Leaf Stone, which costs tens of thousands. Now that's saved. 100,000. That's 100,000. I need to think about how to spend it. Buy Mega Stone? Ugh, that's not possible. I don't have a Keystone. To Mega Evolve, I'm still short of 100,000. TSK, this is troublesome. Should I buy a Z Crystal? No. Z moves are strong, but it's only one time. In terms of cost effectiveness, Mega Evolution is better. Sigh, I guess I'm still poor. Li Gang, who initially thought he had suddenly become wealthy, immediately frowned after calculating his expenses. But it's not certain. As long as Klein from Zhuiqing agrees to the mysterious deposit, I can't afford it. Huh, that makes sense. Let's save up first. Li Gang's previously drooping face suddenly brightened up, filled with an uncontrollable smile. The Fairy Eevee joyfully called out, and its voice was even more cheerful and pleasant than that of an ordinary Eevee. You've all worked hard. Charizard, land first. Roar. Charizard replied and slowly descended, while Zhuiqing and Xiaopingge had already been waiting at the landing point. The two looked at Charizard as it descended and then turned their gazes to Li Gang. Chapter 81. Inner Journey. You really are bold. Do you know who that snake is? How dare you get involved? The first to speak was Xiaopingge. Compared to Zhuiqing, he understood Li Gang better. After all, when Li Gang first arrived in the capital, it was he who sought him out and later gifted him a mysterious map of the capital. Of course I know who that snake is, isn't it, Yamoja? Oh, you know, and still dare to get involved? Hey, I just wanted to see the world, you know? Li Gang casually brushed off Xiaopingge's questions, and Xiaopingge didn't press the issue, as Li Gang had indeed contributed significantly to the recent confrontation with Loki. In the eastern suburbs, the moment Ymir died, Loki sensed it and let out a helpless sigh, ceasing his defense. He was merely a projection, surrounded by 3 peak human fighters, and it was a dead end. The reason he had resisted for so long was to buy time for Ymir to escape, but this was Shangjing, the place with the most powerful night watchers. And Ymir ultimately couldn't escape. Now that he was dead, there was no longer any meaning in prolonging the fight. Sighing lightly, Loki was suddenly enveloped by golden Buddhist light, just as a sword aimed for his neck. To the south of Shangjing, a pale-faced, disheveled snake woman emerged from a thicket. She seemed to sense something, gazing toward the eastern suburbs and the grand golden light with her snake-like eyes. The corners of her mouth curled into a smirk, her gaze filled with hatred, resentment, and a hint of pleasure. Ha ha ha, the god of trickery? Just like that. How dare you treat me this way? One day, I will pull you down from your divine throne. She had been pursuing Li Gang from Sangnan to Shangjing, but she was alone. Han Xiaoyan had not followed her to complete the task of the ancient god sect. Having suffered at Li Gang's hands, she was well aware that she was no match for him, so she sought an opportunity to assassinate him, ideally while he was sleeping. However, after several days of stalking, she found no chance, as Li Gang always disappeared whenever he needed to rest. This puzzled and intrigued her, but fearing discovery, she dared not approach, leaving her in the dark about the situation. Later, when Li Gang encountered the Phoenix team, she realized she had completely lost her chance to assassinate him on the road. So she followed the direction he was heading and arrived at Shangjing. She understood what Shangjing was, and she didn't dare enter, only wandering the outskirts in search of an opportunity. However, during her wandering, she encountered the god of trickery, Loki. In the presence of a true god, she, as a mere pool-level divine agent, had no chance of resistance, so she chose to submit. Loki initially looked down on a human of only pool level, but upon learning that the snake woman was Medusa's agent, he had an experimental idea to bestow Ymir's power upon the snake woman through trickery. Ultimately, this experiment succeeded. The compatibility between Medusa's power and Ymir's power was excellent, allowing the snake woman to temporarily become Klein. Only then did Loki finally start to regard the snake woman with interest. However, this experiment was not a good thing for the snake woman. A pool level being forcibly containing Klein's power, even with the help of a god, was immensely painful and perilous. Several times, the snake woman even contemplated suicide, but in the end, she endured and successfully gained power, even if it was only temporary. Now, she had won. Loki's projection was dead, Ymir was killed, and before being slain, the snake woman had devoured a significant portion of Ymir's body, gaining considerable power. As long as she could fully digest this power, her strength would see a tremendous boost in a short time. Thanks to your experiment. If it weren't for your attempt, I would never have been able to take power from Ymir. Shouldn't I thank you for that? Just wait. One day, I will use this power to pull you down from your divine seat. Feeling herself gradually digesting Ymir's power and her strength slowly growing, the snake woman laughed again, then quickened her pace to leave Shangjing faster. With Loki's death, the tricks he had cast on those mysterious beings vanished, and the crazed entities immediately realized what they had done. Regardless of strength, they all scattered in a panic, actively distancing themselves from the city and retreating to the suburbs. Yet they did not dare to leave Shangjing directly. They understood that if they behaved themselves, perhaps the Night Watchers would let them off this time, due to the circumstances. But if anyone dared to leave Shangjing, the Night Watchers would surely hunt them down, as that would violate the rules and lead to certain death. Hey, Baswa, Li Gong. With the mysterious beings retreating, the Phoenix team also halted their battle. Xia Simeng descended from the sky, slowly retracting the Phoenix flames around her, and called out from a distance. Li Gang, Zhuqing, and Xiaopinga all looked up at Xia Simeng after hearing the shout. Once Xia Simeng landed, Xiaopinga spoke up. Xia Simeng, if you only greeted Zhuqing, that would be fine. After all, he is your direct superior. But why did you also greet Li Gang and not me? Do you look down on me? No, how could that be? Xiaopinga, I just have bad eyesight and only saw those two, right? You were blocked by Long just now, so you didn't see. Xia Simeng awkwardly offered a reason that everyone present found hard to believe. However, Xiaopinga didn't press the issue. The reason he said that wasn't because he truly cared about whether Xia Simeng greeted him or not, but rather to lighten the mood, especially after just going through a fierce battle. His approach was undoubtedly successful, as the atmosphere instantly relaxed. What is the situation now? Zhuqing asked seriously, not allowing the relaxed atmosphere to affect him as he inquired about Xia Simeng. Xia Simeng smiled and waved her hand, signaling Zhuqing not to be nervous. Don't worry, Baswa, the mystery has been resolved. This time, our Phoenix squad took down 3 Wuliang and 1 Klein. How about that? Remarkable achievements, right? Not bad. The crisis in Shangjing brought by Loki has been resolved. The Phoenix squad should rest for half a day and then leave. Xia Simeng's smile suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Zui Qing in disbelief. Wait a minute. Boss Sua, we put in so much effort, and you're only giving us half a day off? Haven't you all been on leave for several days already? What's wrong? Not enough time off? Xia Simeng was momentarily speechless. Feeling deflated, Li Gang twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh, but knowing it would be inappropriate to do so at this moment. He forced himself to hold back. All right, there are many internal affairs of the Night Watchers to handle. I need to get back to deal with them. So I'll take my leave. Zui Qing didn't give Xia Simeng a chance to bargain, leaving behind a sentence before quickly departing. Xia Simeng reached out to grab at the directions Zui Qing was leaving, but in the end, she couldn't catch anything. Zui Qing, I could just strangle you. After Zui Qing's figure had completely disappeared, Xia Simeng finally exploded, shouting angrily in the direction Zui Qing had left. However, both Li Gang and Xiaoping knew that Xia Simeng only dared to shout like this now and would never do so in front of Zui Qing, especially since she still needed to think of ways to ask for leave from him later. Since Zui Qing has left, I will too. Xiaoping shrugged, not intending to get involved in these matters, and turned to leave. Li Gang looked at Xiaoping's departing figure, then at Xia Simeng, and shrugged as well. Well, I'll take my leave too. Xia Simeng sighed, not saying anything, just nodding. Come on. It's time to eat. As soon as they returned to the hotel, Li Gang went back to the paradise and brought a bag of fish food to the creek, scattering it into the water. The Cho-Cho fish and king carp immediately popped their heads out of the water and started eating enthusiastically. During these few days of team building with the Phoenix squad, the Cho-Cho fish, king carp, and Big Milk had all hatched, but Li Gang had no plans to take these 3 Pokémon out of the paradise. Especially not the Big Milk can. If the Cho-Cho fish and king carp could evolve, they could become decent combatants to be taken out. But the Big Milk was purely a functional Pokémon, and Li Gang had no intention of using it for battle. In fact, Li Gang didn't know what fish food the Cho-Cho fish and king carp ate, so he went to the market and bought a bunch of goldfish food. After all, both the Cho-Cho fish and king carp had incredibly strong vitality. They could survive even in a stinky ditch, and this fish food could keep goldfish alive. So it would definitely be fine for the Cho-Cho fish and king carp as well. After feeding them some fish food, Li Gang also gave each fish a piece of energy cube to ensure their nutrition, as he hoped both fish could evolve. After feeding the fish, Li Gang went to milk the Big Milk can, heating the milk and pouring into several cups, giving 1 cup to each Pokémon and keeping 1 for himself. Finally, Li Gang purchased an EV egg and placed it in the incubator. Unexpectedly, this time the EV evolved, but no one said there could only be 1 EV. After evolving 1, he could just raise another. He just needed to pay a bit more attention afterward to ensure this EV didn't learn fairy-type moves. Otherwise, it might evolve into a Sylveon before he knew it, which would be a bit of a waste. After finishing his tasks, Li Gang soaked in the hot spring, accompanied by Charizard. Although Charizard was huge, the hot spring was 5 square meters, so it didn't feel crowded. Suddenly, a high-pitched bird call rang out in the paradise as Zapdos flew down from the thunderclouds and landed beside the hot spring. Zapdos' appearance was rare in Li Gang's experience. Zapdos, what brings you here? Want to soak in a hot spring? As he spoke, Li Gang moved aside to make room for Zapdos. But Zapdos didn't enter the hot spring. Have you finished your business? It seems you didn't ask for my help. After saying this, Zapdos used its long beak to groom its feathers, and Li Gang suddenly realized why Zapdos had come on its own. At that time, the outcome was already decided, so I changed my mind at the last minute. Coincidentally, I have a question I'd like to ask you. A question? A look of human-like surprise appeared on Zapdos' face. And within that surprise, there was even a hint of vigilance, as if it thought Li Gang was trying to trick it. Yes, a question. I want to ask you, if you were to face the Thunder God, would you have a chance of winning? Thunder God? I am the Thunder God. Zapdos raised its head proudly, showing off its arrogance, while its tone seemed to subtly reveal some dissatisfaction with Li Gang. Li Gang naturally understood what the lightning bird meant. He smiled awkwardly and used his telekinesis to send the bird snacks he had prepared earlier to the side of the lightning bird's claws. I am referring to the Thunder God from that outside world. Among the many gods, he is not considered strong. Do you think he can handle it? The lightning bird glanced at the snacks next to its claws without leaving a trace, staring at Li Gang with its pitch-black eyes, seemingly in thought, but in the end, it just shook its head. Before actually meeting the opponent, I cannot give you a definite answer. However, if it is the Thunder God, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to defeat me, even if it is not my true form, but only the power I project. When saying this, the lightning bird was very certain and appeared extremely confident, causing Li Gang's eyes to light up and an uncontrollable smile to appear on his face. All right, at that time, please help me deal with him. Since I promised to help you once, I will naturally do so and will not go back on my word just because you did not use it this time. Although the lightning bird did not explicitly agree, the meaning was already clear. After hearing this, Li Gang's smile became even wider, but then he showed a hint of hesitation. Well, you see, if it really comes to needing you to confront the Thunder God, I'm so weak I'm a bit afraid of being affected. Do you have any way to handle that? After saying this, Li Gang licked his lips, looking at the lightning bird with anticipation. The lightning bird's eyes fixed on Li Gang, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy, with small sparks of electricity jumping in the air at some point. Roar, the fire dragon, also in the hot spring with Li Gang, sensed the increasingly violent aura accumulating around the lightning bird and immediately got up and ran away without looking back. Do you still want my eggshell? Finally, as Li Gang clearly felt the electric current falling on him, causing his body to tingle, the lightning bird spoke, and the atmosphere relaxed considerably, making Li Gang let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 83. I don't lose hair, how can you say that? Right? Li Gang was plotting to get his hands on the shell of the Zapdos egg. He had seen the introduction of that eggshell when the Zapdos had just hatched. Originally, the eggshell was kept in the nest, but after the Zapdos built its nest in the thundercloud, it took both the nest and the eggshell away. I can only lend it to you. It's my property. Oh, yes. Whatever you say goes. By the way, I remember when you hatched. You left behind 6 feathers, right? Now I only have 1 left. Can you give me a few more? Li Gang, how come I never noticed how thick-skinned you are? The Zapdos could no longer hold back and directly retorted. Li Gang didn't mind at all. Since the Zapdos had already spoken up, he expected to be rebuffed. In fact, he was pleasantly surprised that the Zapdos had only made such a mild retort. I'm just preparing for a big score. I'm a bit tight on resources and wanted to secure a bit more. What do you think? Are you losing hair? The Zapdos suddenly asked this question out of the blue, leaving Li Gang stunned. No, I'm not losing hair. I'm not losing hair either. After dropping this line, the Zapdos transformed into lightning and instantly disappeared, taking with it the dense small sparks in the air and that bag of snacks. What does that mean? Li Gang still hadn't fully reacted at this point. He instinctively ran his hand over his damp head, and then he saw 2 strands of hair left on his hand. Actually, it wasn't completely hair loss. The next day, still in the hot spring, Li Gang held a bag of spicy strips in one hand and a large can of milk in the other, with his phone floating beside him, wrapped in a layer of pale blue light. As the call connected, the voice of Zhuqing came through the phone. This is Zhuqing, Li Gang. What do you want? Hearing that Zhuqing finally picked up his call, he immediately placed the spicy strips and milk onto the tray, floating in front of him, and put on a smile. There was no helping it. This was already the 4th time he had called Zhuqing today, and the previous 3 times had gone unanswered. Hey, Director Zhua, you really are a busy person. It's not easy to get through to you. Do you think I'm as free as you? Beijing just encountered an attack from Loki, and there are a bunch of things waiting for me to handle. I only squeezed out some time because it's mealtime. Hurry up and say what you want. I still have to get back to work after eating. Zhuqing's tone was obviously impatient, and Li Gang suddenly realized. However, no matter how busy Zhuqing was, he had to say what he needed today, as he was in a hurry. Director Zhua, you see, the Loki incident is over. Shouldn't we settle the payment we discussed earlier? Where am I supposed to find you a client mystery right now? Let's talk about it later. Beep, 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 beep. The call was hung up. Li Gang first twitched the corner of his mouth. Then his entire face twisted up. Damn, later? By the time later comes, the flowers will have wilted. Li Gang was in such a hurry to collect the debt, not because he was afraid that the Night Watchers wouldn't fulfill their promise, but because he was planning to make a big score in Songnan. Right now, he only had a little over 100,000 mall points, enough to buy either Super Evolution Stone or Keystone, but he couldn't achieve Super Evolution at all. If the Night Watchers could settle the debt before this, he might just be able to gather enough mall points for 1 Pokémon to undergo Super Evolution. Having a Super Evolution Pokémon would make his trip to Songnan much more secure. Previously, he had absolutely no intention of getting involved in the murky waters of Songnan. After all, that battle was far too advanced, and he believed he wasn't qualified to participate. But now it was different. He still had 1 chance to use Zapdos. And if Charizard could undergo Super Evolution, it would definitely get close to infinity, if not directly reach it, combined with the support of other Pokémon. Such combat power could definitely make a splash in Songnan. Making a splash meant seizing a lot of benefits. At the very least, Indra would likely die in Songnan if nothing unexpected happened, and there were also a massive amount of mysteries summoned by Loki, which meant experience points and mall points. Moreover, if Li Gang could contribute in Songnan, it would benefit both the Night Watchers and the entire Great Xia, when he had no ability before. Missing the opportunity was just a missed opportunity, but now that he had the ability, if he missed it again, he would probably lose sleep for 3 days. No, I need to urge them again. Since reaching out to Zhuqing didn't work, I'll go directly to Yifan. After making this decision, Li Gang used his psychic power to retrieve his clothes and quickly found Yifan's phone number. At the Night Watcher's headquarters, in Commander Yifan's office, Zhuqing had just put down his phone and looked somewhat helplessly at Yifan, who was sitting in the main seat. This kid Li Gang was definitely not someone who would suffer losses, and he had indeed helped out this time. Commander Yi, what should we do? Yifan pinched the bridge of his nose, appearing a bit troubled. The mysteries in the capital city had just settled down. If we stirred up the Klein mysteries in the capital at this time, those mysteries would think we were settling scores, and they would inevitably revolt again. Therefore, we absolutely cannot touch the Klein in the capital. Let us delay it a bit longer. The time for Tsongnan is approaching, and the master absolutely cannot leave Tsongnan. You say that so easily. Why don't you go talk to him? Yifan fell into silence, and just then his phone rang, with Li Gang's name on the caller ID. Seeing the caller ID, Yifan's eyelids twitched, and Zhuqing, noticing the caller ID, immediately pressed his lips tightly together, struggling to suppress his laughter. Yifan's finger hovered between the hang-up and answer buttons for a moment before finally pressing the answer button. This is Yifan. What is the matter? Hey, Commander Yi, it seems you're a bit better than Director Zhua. You picked up my call on the first try. So, when can you settle the reward we discussed earlier? I'm quite anxious. Yifan looked at Zhuqing helplessly when he heard Li Gang directly asking for his reward without any preamble and sighed silently. Wait a bit longer. The Night Watchers have a lot of matters to deal with right now, and I truly don't have time to get you the mysteries. If you really can't wait. Yifan's words were cut off abruptly as Li Gang on the other end picked up on the hint. Chapter 84. Returning to Tsongnan, what if I can't wait? Yifan didn't respond, but fell into a long silence, hesitating, thinking, weighing his options. Hello, Commander, are you still there? Commander Yi? If you can't wait, then go to Tsongnan. The master has a Klein on hand. After you get your reward, hurry and leave Tsongnan. It's not a safe place. Hearing this, Li Gang was stunned for a moment before he finally reacted. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Li Gang hung up the phone and slowly lay back in the hot spring, leaving only his head above water as he fell into thought. Yifan told me to go to Tsongnan to get my reward from the master, which means the Night Watchers indeed have the reward prepared, and it's in the master's hands. The instruction to leave quickly after getting the reward implies that there isn't much time left in Tsongnan. But why? Why did he remind me that Tsongnan isn't safe? This is classified information. Why tell me, an outsider? The more he thought, the tighter Li Gang's brows furrowed. Meanwhile, in Yifan's office, Zhuqing also looked puzzled. Commander Yi, what is with this? Yifan first shook his head, and then his expression became serious. Zhuqing, how do you view Li Gang's potential? Very high. Zhuqing answered without hesitation, and Yifan nodded, slowly standing up. Yes, very high. Over the years, he is the second most talented person I've seen, second only to Zhou Ping. The future of Great Xia needs him. Then why are you still letting him? Before Zhuqing could finish, Yifan shook his head to interrupt him. If Li Gang gets caught up in this, I will ask the master to protect him. Moreover, there is something I've always been concerned about, so I want to ask the master to help me confirm it. Forget it. I'm going to sign on anyway. So, isn't this just the right time? After thinking for a while, without coming to a conclusion, Li Gang decided not to dwell on it anymore. He got out of the hot spring, dried himself off, put on his clothes, and left the amusement park. He planned to buy some more supplies before leaving the capital and returning to Tsongnan. In the evening, accompanied by a dragon's roar, Li Gang rode Charizard and left the capital, heading straight for Tsongnan. With Charizard's current flying speed, he could make it back to Tsongnan before dawn. Standing on Charizard's back, Li Gang used his psychic power to create a shield to block the howling wind. Watching the scenery rush by below, he couldn't help but stretch out his arms and shout with excitement. Oh, this feels great. Charizard, fly low when we're out in the wild, but fly high when we pass through cities. We can't let anyone see us. Roar. Charizard responded and gradually lowered its altitude. This made the scenery pass by even faster, and Li Gang slowly dispersed the psychic shield, enjoying the wind on his face and relishing the freedom of the moment. In the deep of night, a huge shadow carrying a ball of flame landed in the old town. Li Gang jumped off Charizard's back, stretched his arms to loosen up his body, and then ran his hand through his hair, trying to flatten his bangs that had been blown up by the cold wind. But he was unsuccessful. It seemed he would have to wash his hair to fix his hairstyle. Since it was so late, he decided to go home first. Charizard, you should head back now. You've worked hard. Roar, roar, roar. No, you're too big now. You can't fit in my house. Be a good boy and go back. Charizard lowered its head in disappointment, took a few steps forward, and entered the amusement park. Once inside, it saw the almost all Fairy Eevee and the big milk cans sitting around a brightly lit lawn, playing cards. Roar! Charizard quickly ran over, wanting to join the fun, but was stopped by the almost all. Dabuni, dabuni. Roar, roar. Tabunai. Roar. Charizard was driven away because this card game was a competition for the female fairy to become the leader, and Charizard, being a male Pokémon, was not accepted. After Charizard stepped out of the light, Ghastly emerged from the darkness, and the two Pokémon began to converse in the shadows. Soon, Charizard returned to the light and strode confidently in front of Nearly Dull. Roar! Tabunai. Roar! Charizard shot a flame into the sky, causing Nearly Dull to throw down the cards in its hands, stand up, and stare up at Charizard. The two Pokémon instantly entered a standoff. Ghastly, Ghastly. Ghastly floated behind Charizard to cheer him on, while Sylveon and Blissey first backed away to create distance from Nearly Dull, then cheer from afar. Roar! Tabunai. The two Pokémon roared in unison, and Charizard suddenly clenched his fist, flames erupting from it, while Nearly Dull also showed no weakness, clenching its fist with a chilling aura. Boom! The Fire Punch and Ice Punch collided, creating a massive shockwave that sent the three observing Pokémon flying. However, this was just the beginning. After exchanging punches, the two Pokémon retreated, then Charizard unleashed a flamethrower, while Nearly Dull spat out an ice beam. Fire and ice collided once again, producing a large amount of white steam that obscured the figures of both Pokémon. Since it's rare to be home, and after the miracle of Tsangnan disappears, my home will probably vanish too. I won't stay in the amusement park tonight. I'll just stay at my own home. Li Gang tidied up his room a bit and lay down on his now simple bed, ready to sleep. However, before he could close his eyes, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Nine gained 300 experience points. Nine gained 100 experience points. Nine learned the move, Fire Punch. What's going on? How did the doll get so much experience all at once? And it even learned a move? This sudden notification made Li Gang realize that something seemed to be happening in the paradise, so he quickly entered it. At first glance, he saw a Charizard that had lost its dream lying motionless on the grass, and even the flames on its tail had weakened a bit. Meanwhile, the doll stood with its hands on its hips, looking very pleased with itself, while Sylveon and Blissey were gathered around it, clearly treating the doll as their leader. What's going on here? Li Gang asked in surprise, and as soon as the almost doll saw Li Gang, it happily ran over. Tabunai, 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 what? You said the Charizard challenged you and ended up being defeated by you? Chapter 85, Reminiscing Tabunai, a cough. Alright, well, good job, this is your reward. Saying this, Li Gang handed 3 energy cubes and a bag of chips to the almost doll. The almost doll took the reward and joyfully ran off to share the spoils with its 2 younger sisters. Once the 3 little ones had run far away, Li Gang approached the Charizard. Alright, Charizard, they've all gone far away. You don't need to pretend anymore. I know you were letting your little sister win, right? Roar, roar. The Charizard, which had been lifeless until now, immediately stood up upon hearing this, slightly raising its head, and the flames on its tail returned to normal. Cool, me. You have a reward too. Saying this, Li Gang also gave the Charizard 3 energy cubes and a bucket of spicy beef noodles. Roar. The Charizard took the reward and happily ran towards the big pot by the water. It was going to soak the noodles. Every day like this, can I also do some Pokémon battles or something? Ding. Welcome. On a cold winter morning, the biting wind blew as the door of the Peace Affairs office was pushed open, accompanied by the sound of prompt. Zhao Kongqun and Hong Ying, who were roasting by the fire and having breakfast inside, both looked towards the door, and then they saw Li Gang, whose nose was slightly red from the cold. Wow. It wasn't cold yesterday, but suddenly it dropped in temperature overnight. What a strange weather. Li Gong, what brings you here? Zhao Kongqun's eyes widened, almost choking on the bun in his mouth. He quickly took a big gulp of soybean milk to swallow it down. Li Gang smiled at the two and casually moved closer to the fire pit, placing his hands over the charcoal. Isn't this just me finishing my bait work and coming back? What's so strange about that? Well, it's good that you're back. Good that you're back. By the way, have you eaten? Want something to eat? As he spoke, Zhao Kongqun picked up an uneaten bun from the table and offered it to Li Gang, who shook his head in refusal. He wasn't rejecting the bun because he disliked it. He had already eaten breakfast, and it was breakfast made by the almost all. Since the amusement park got electricity, Li Gang had gradually bought many electric appliances, including a TV and tablet. He was even considering whether to install a desktop computer in the park, but for now, there was no rush since he rarely used those things there. and the one who loved using them the most was the almost doll, as long as they were in the park. The almost doll enjoyed watching TV and play on a tablet, and then it learned to cook, play cards, and even play games. By the way, why are there only you two? Where are the others? Li Gang looked around a few times. He had mainly come to find Chen Mai. After all, he needed to get his reward from the teacher, and the only person he knew who could contact the teacher was Chen Mai. Oh, them? Some haven't arrived yet. Some are training, so it's just me and Hong Ying who have a bit more free time. As he spoke, Zhao Kongcheng leaned back slightly to show his relaxed demeanor. But Hong Ying rolled her eyes at him. No, don't drag me into this. I'm not like you. I only just broke through the day before yesterday, so I wanted to relax a bit. Breakthrough? You're already at the Chuanjing level? Li Gang was taken aback and asked, while Hong Ying immediately raised her head upon hearing this. That's right, little Li Gang. If you encounter any mysterious beings that you can't handle in the south of Song, just come find me. As she spoke, Hong Ying patted her chest, looking very confident. Great. Li Gang nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious. Oh, by the way, Li Gang, your lizard. Where's Nini? Why don't you let it out? On this cold day, I want to feel the taste of sunshine, Zhao Kongcheng said, while taking out a cigarette case from his pocket and nodding towards Li Gang. Li Gang first looked around, then raised his head to look at the ceiling, and finally shook his head. This might not work. Nini has evolved again, and now it's quite large. This room is a bit low. Evolve again? Still very large? Is that true? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? How about we go outside and take a look? As he spoke, Li Gang pointed outside, but Zhao Kongqing shook his head in refusal without thinking. No way. You said it's very large, and there are people coming and going outside. It's too easy for passersby to see it. Then there's no other way. But we can wait until tonight when there are fewer people and find a deserted place for you to see. Zhao Kongqing took a cigarette out of the pack, lit it using the charcoal in the fire pit, and, after placing it in his mouth, waved his hand. No need to show me specifically. Let's talk about your matters instead. You braved the cold wind to come here early in the morning. You can't just be here to warm yourself by the fire, right? Hey, you know me well, old Zhao. I'm mainly here to find Chen Mai. When is he coming? Here, to find the captain? After exchanging glances with Hong Ying, Zhao Kongqing took a deep drag of his cigarette, but didn't rush to exhale. Instead, the smoke slowly emerged from his mouth and nose as he continued speaking. The captain left early in the morning. He might be gone for a while. Left? Where'd he go? He went to the training camp. Oh, you might not know. The training camp is specifically for training new night watchmen. Strictly speaking, only those who have passed the training can be considered official night watchmen. Chia is currently participating in training at the training camp. Li Gang nodded in realization. He could vaguely guess what Chen Mai was doing at the training camp at this time. Meanwhile, Hong Ying took over the conversation and continued from Zhao Kongqing's earlier words. Originally, official night watchmen are not allowed to enter the training camp. But yesterday, the captain suddenly received a notice from the capital, asking him to go in to handle some matters. Because of this, I even rushed to buy something for Xiao Yi last night. This aligns perfectly. I left the capital yesterday afternoon, and Chen Mai probably received the notice around the same time. This means that the master is most likely in the training camp right now. Hey, what are you thinking? Seeing Li Gang suddenly lost in thought, Zhao Kongqing called out sharply to bring him back to reality. Li Gang instinctively shook his head and smiled. It's nothing, just a bit curious about what the training camp is really like. Huh, what? Do you want to go in? Well, you can forget about that. Without permission. Even official night watchmen can't get in, let alone you, who aren't a night watchman. If you want to go in, you'll have to join a night watchman first. Chapter 86. Anqing Yu. Is that so? That's really a pity. By the way, did Chen Mai say when he'll be back? Li Gang could naturally hear the guidance in Zhao Kongqing's words, but he didn't take the bait and instead changed the topic. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, flicked some ash from his cigarette, and picked up a bun, taking a bite out of it. It seems he won't be back anytime soon. Probably not until the afternoon. You don't have anything urgent, do you? Not really, just some routine matters. A delay of a day or two doesn't matter. That's fine then. Once the captain returns, I'll call you again, or you can tell us about your matters first, and when the captain comes back, I can inform him. That way, it might get done sooner and save time, right? Li Gang could tell that Zhao Kongqing had absolutely good intentions, but he knew that the matter regarding the master was probably still confidential. Since Chen Mai hadn't mentioned it to Zhao Kongqing and the others, he naturally thought it best not to say anything either to avoid unnecessary complications. No need, just let me know when Chen Mai is back, and I'll come find him then. All right, since Chen Mai isn't here, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now. You're leaving already? All right, you're always welcome to come by any time. Zhao Kongqing stood up and escorted Li Gang to the door. Li Gang waved goodbye to Zhao Kongsheng and walked alone on the streets of Songnan. He had nothing particular to do. He just wanted to stroll around, especially to see some of the older places. After all, once the miracles of Songnan disappeared, those places would be gone. As for the buildings or areas that looked like they were built within the last 10 years, he wasn't interested in those anyway. He could always see them later. Before he knew it, Li Gang found himself outside an old-style community. This community looked slightly better than the one he lived in, but it was definitely over 10 years old. In the near future, this community would also disappear along with the miracles of Songnan. Li Gang stood outside the community, looking inside for a while. He shook his head, not planning to go in, and was ready to leave directly for the next place. However, at that moment, he suddenly looked down at the ground, and at the same time, the color of the shadow beneath his feet darkened a bit, and his shadow opened a pair of eyes. Ghosto, is there something in the community that you care about? Ghost. Anyway, there's nothing else to do, so let's go take a look. Li Gang didn't expect that Gaisai would suddenly appear and let him enter the community. However, since he had nothing else to do, it didn't matter to him to go in and see what was going on. So, Li Gang strode into the community. As an old community that had been around for more than 10 years, there was no access control. He simply walked in through the main gate. Under Gaisai's guidance, Li Gang arrived at a small alley. There was nothing in the alley. Looking around, he only saw 2 gray, dirty rats and a sewer manhole cover. Gaisai, the shadow under Li Gang's feet suddenly stood up, as if a person who was originally lying down had gotten up. At the same time, the shadow, corresponding to the position of the eyes, opened a pair of eyes with a lot of white and small pupils. Gus's eyes. Squeak. 2 mice screamed and tried to escape, but the next moment their bodies were enveloped by a layer of deep purple light. This was Gus's immobilization technique. Is what you care about this? Gus. Gus gave a positive answer, and Li Gang raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something. Could the mice be in Xingyu? That is quite possible. But why would Gus be interested in Xingyu? That doesn't make sense. Li Gang looked at the mice that had been immobilized by Gaisai, his brows gradually furrowing as he thought. Are you interested in the person behind these 2 mice? To ensure his guess was correct, Li Gang asked confirmatively, and the shadow that stood up slightly nodded, emitting a dark, hoarse voice. Gaisai, you really know how to give me a challenge. Let's see if we can find out. Li Gang currently has no interest in Xingyu at all. On the contrary, he is somewhat wary of the other party. After all, that person is a dissector. If the current in Xingyu saw his spirit, who knows what ideas he might have. However, since Gaisai is interested, it doesn't hurt to take a look. Anyway, even if Xingyu is really interested in his spirit, the other party doesn't have the ability to take it away from him for dissection. As Li Gang's thoughts moved, the 2 mice that were held in place by Gaisai were covered with a layer of blue light again, and then the 2 mice regained their ability to move. However, they still couldn't escape because they had already floated into the air before they could take a step to run away. Immediately afterward, Li Gang used his telekinesis to open the entrance of the sewer and jumped in, not forgetting to cover the lid again. Cough, cough, cough. Damn, the smell here is really cough, cough. Quite strong. As soon as he entered the sewer, Li Gang couldn't help but pinch his nose. Although it wasn't at the point of being unbearable, the smell was indeed unpleasant. However, he didn't delay and immediately moved forward along the sewer. How about coming out and seeing? I'm not a night watchman, and I mean you no harm. The only reason I'm looking for you is that my companion is quite interested in you. Hiding won't help. My companion can sense you. Instead of waiting for me to find you and exposing your lair, it will be better for you to come out yourself. This way, you can still protect your lair, right? What do you think? Li Gang walked while talking to the 2 mice floating beside him. He believed that Xingyu could hear his words through these 2 mice. And since Xingyu was a smart person, he trusted that the other party could make the right judgment. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a figure appeared in front of Li Gang, a person cloaked in a black hooded robe. The hood was large enough to cover almost his entire face, and with the poor lighting in the sewer, Li Gang could not see the person's features at all. However, he was very clear that the person who suddenly appeared before him was Xingyu. Hey, you really showed up. Upon seeing the main figure, Li Gang ended his telekinetic control over the 2 mice. The glow around the mice disappeared, and they fell to the ground, quickly darting away and vanishing in an instant. Who exactly are you? What do you want with me? And Xingyu was extremely cautious of Li Gang, and at the same time, Li Gang noticed something moving in the deeper part of the sewer behind Xingyu. Something was lurking, ready to strike. Chapter 87. Let's settle this first. You don't need to be so nervous. I told you, I'm not a night watchman, and I mean you no harm. I'm here to find you simply because of my Li Gang hadn't finished speaking when his expression suddenly changed as he looked to the side. And Qingyu, who was intently watching Li Gang, instinctively followed his gaze, but to his eyes, there was nothing there. However, in Li Gang's eyes, a door appeared, connecting to the Pokémon paradise. Zapdos had somehow appeared on the other side of the door, its bird-like eyes peering through the door at Qingyu. Even though Qingyu could see nothing, his body inexplicably tensed up, and the hair all over him stood on end, as if he were being targeted by something unknown and terrifying. At the same time, Li Gang also sensed something unusual in his arms. The inner pocket of his clothing was vibrating noticeably. Li Gang knew what was there, a jewelry box containing the last feather from Zapdos when it hatched. This time, the feather didn't wait for Li Gang to open the jewelry box. It transformed into a golden lightning bolt that pierced through the box and Li Gang's clothing, flying toward Qingyu and landing on him. And Qingyu let out a scream, his body covered in erratic silver lightning, and he convulsed like an epileptic before falling backward. Damn it, Li Gang was quite scared. After all, that feather had the power of a strike from the sea realm. And this time, it was the lightning bird itself that took action. With such a situation, wasn't Qingyu likely to be struck dead? With this thought in mind, Li Gang hurried over to check. He found that although Qingyu's body was still twitching, his eyes were somewhat rolled back, and there was even some drool at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be out of immediate danger. At the same time, he noticed that there was a yellow light on the back of Qingyu's left hand, which formed a lightning pattern. As time passed, Qingyu's consciousness gradually returned. His body stopped twitching, his eyes regained focus, and the light on the back of his hand gradually dimmed, leaving behind a distinct scar that resembled a lightning pattern. Are you okay? Seeing that Qingyu seemed to have regained some composure, Li Gang asked, half concerned and half feeling guilty. However, what answered him was a surge of vines and a sharp ice cone aimed directly at his face. And Qingyu had struck back. Li Gang twitched the corner of his mouth, but helplessly took a step back to create distance from vines. The ice spike that was aimed directly at his face shattered instantly, bursting into colorful fragments, and Li Gang managed to block this attack. Upon seeing this, and Qingyu's pupils, covered by the hood, slightly constricted and emitted a faint glow. However, the next moment, a large amount of blood erupted from his eyes. And Qingyu cried out in pain again, covering his eyes. He had just tried to analyze Li Gang using his abilities, but failed. Not only did he fail, but he also suffered a backlash. Even so, he did not stop controlling the vines, which continued to surge toward Li Gang. Damn, do you really have to go all out like this? I mean, no harm. You have to believe me. Li Gang felt completely numb. He really didn't want to fight with Qingyu, but unfortunately, the lightning bird suddenly went crazy and attacked Qingyu. To Qingyu. It seemed like Li Gang was the one who had struck first, especially since there was no one else around, and the lightning had shot out from Li Gang himself. It couldn't be brushed off just because he claimed he meant no harm. Freeze. And Qingyu certainly wouldn't believe Li Gang's feeble explanation. Seeing that his ice spear had no effect and that the vines couldn't restrain Li Gang in the short term, he slammed his hand down on the ground. Immediately, the surface of the sewer began to freeze at a visible speed, rapidly spreading toward Li Gang's direction. Fine, since you want to fight with me, then I'll just beat you up first. Li Gang knew that no matter how he explained himself at this moment, it wouldn't matter. Since that was the case, he decided to subdue his opponent with force first and explain later when the other party calmed down. In a flash of lightning, Li Gang, who was entangled with the vines, suddenly approached Qingyu at a speed that left an afterimage. Before Qingyu could react, Li Gang threw a punch right at his nose. Although this punch was just an ordinary one, Li Gang had accelerated himself with the flash of lightning before throwing it. And this punch carried the speed of that acceleration. As the saying goes, speed is power. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Li Gang's punch landed solidly on Qingyu's nose, sending him flying backward, with blood gushing from his nose during the flight. However, before he could hit the ground, Li Gang again caught up to him at a speed that left an afterimage and delivered another punch to his stomach. Crack! And Qingyu's eyes widened, his mouth agape, letting out a sound of pain, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. And Qingyu lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, his body twisting in agony, his face contorted in immense pain. At this moment, he not only lost his fighting capability, but was also unable to stand up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just when Li Gang thought it was over, a series of squeaks echoed from the sewer, followed by a wave of thousands of rats surging out from deeper within the sewer. These rats weren't looking to fight Li Gang. They were trying to retrieve Qingyu. So naive. Li Gang let out a cold snort, spreading his arms towards the rats as if to embrace them. However, the next moment, a bone-chilling cold wind swept out from behind him. The force of the wind alone was enough to blow the rats away, and since it was a freezing wind, by the time the rats that had been blown through the air fell to the ground, they were all frozen stiff. Some even broke their limbs or tails upon falling due to the impact. Cough! Who exactly are you? And Xingyu's last resistance was also dissolved, and he gritted his teeth in pain, unwillingly asking. Li Gang shook his head helplessly, using telekinesis to make Xingyu float up and slowly return in the direction they came from, following his pace. What is the point of this? I've already said I mean no harm. Look, you were just taking a beating for nothing, and it's you who is hurting. Just wait. Once we're out of the sewer, I'll treat you. Huh, no harm intended. You certainly didn't hold back, did you? And you struck me with lightning the moment we met, and now you say you mean no harm? Chapter 88. Guarantees and Compensation. And Xingyu completely scoffed at Li Gang's explanation, feeling a bit aggrieved. If it weren't for the initial surprise attack with lightning, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. He even thought he could escape, but unfortunately, that first lightning strike was just too brutal. How can I explain this to you? Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain. You and T believe me anyway. Ultimately, Li Gang gave up on explaining. After all, he had won. So whatever happened next didn't matter. Following the manhole cover they came from, Li Gang didn't taken Xingyu out of the alley, but had Gaisai guard the entrance. You wait here, I'll treat you first. Purchase of the move, Healing Wave successful. Move learned, Healing Wave. Li Gang originally planned to let the almost doll come out to treat Xingyu, but then he thought, what if Xingyu set his sights on the almost doll and wanted to dissect it? That would be a disaster. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who covets. So, Li Gang simply spent 750 mall points to buy the Healing Wave for himself. Since it could heal, it was worth it. After all, there was only one almost doll, and he couldn't rely on it to treat him later during split missions. Learning it himself might just save his life at a critical moment. After gently placing Xingyu on the ground, Li Gang crouched down and placed his hand on Xingyu's stomach. A visible pale pink wave spread from Li Gang's palm, covering Xingyu's entire body. The painful expression on Xingyu's face immediately eased, and the healing effect was very apparent, but Li Gang felt a bit disappointed. Because his healing wave was nowhere near as good as the almost doll's, it didn't even seem like the same move. Moreover, his current big character explosion was also inferior to the Charizard S during its fire dinosaur phase, being more than twice as small. As the healing progressed, the pain on Xingyu's face faded, and it became easier for him to speak. You really aren't a night watchman? Really not. And I truly didn't intend to harm you. Everything that just happened was an accident. You have to believe me. Give me a reason to believe you. Although Xingyu had taken a beating, he still appeared quite tough, showing no signs of backing down. Li Gang sighed inwardly and shook his fist in front of Xingyu's eyes. The reason is that my fist is bigger than yours. Is that persuasive enough? Xingyu twitched his mouth twice, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. All right, here's the deal. As an apology and compensation, I absolutely want to tell the night watchman about you. Also, you can propose one condition for compensation. As long as it's not too excessive and I can fulfill it, I'll agree. How's that sound? I want a mysterious corpse. And Xingyu said his condition without even thinking, and Li Gang wasn't surprised he would propose this. He just didn't expect him to be so direct, without even pretending to think about it. But soon he understood Xingyu's intention. Huh, are you testing me? Don't worry, I'm really not a night watchman. I'll agree to your request, and we'll give you a mysterious corpse afterward. A glimmer flashed in Xingyu's eyes, and he added, I want one that can fly. Go on, do you think you can just order it like a restaurant? Whatever you get is what you get. Fine, when will you get it to me? Although Xingyu was still lying on the ground, as soon as the topic of the mysterious corpse came up, he seemed to transform into a different person, as if the earlier unpleasantness no longer mattered. How would I know? Of course, I'll give it to you once I take down the mysterious one. All right, you've been treated enough, get up and feel it. Li Gang stopped the healing wave and gently patted Xingyu's shoulder. Xingyu sat up, first touching his stomach and then his nose, nodding after confirming that neither hurt anymore. It was indeed healed, so I'll take my leave now. As he said this, Xingyu got up to leave, but was called back by Li Gang. Hey, don't rush to leave. Xingyu froze in his tracks. Even his body stiffened. It was no wonder he was nervous, mainly because he still didn't understand what was going on with Li Gang. He had previously tried to analyze Li Gang using the Forbidden Ruins, but ended up suffering a backlash himself. Is there anything else? You don't need to be nervous. I'm not looking for you because of something I need. At this point, Li Gang paused for a moment and then shouted towards the alley entrance. Ghost, do you have anything else? If not, He is going to leave. A shadow quickly darted in from the entrance of the alley, merging with Li Gang's shadow. And then Li Gang's shadow opened its eyes. Ghost! All right, you can go now. Although Li Gang had already said Qingyu could leave. At this moment, Qingyu was no longer in a hurry to go. He looked down at the shadow under Li Gang's feet that had opened its eyes, instinctively pushing his nose with his right middle finger. However, there were no glasses on his nose at that moment, as his glasses had been shattered by Li Gang's punch earlier. How strange, what is this thing? Hey, no, don't even think about it. All right. And Qingyu did not insist, turned, and walked towards the sewer entrance. Just before he was about to jump into the sewer, he turned his head to look at Li Gang one more time. You seem to know me well, but I can be sure we've never crossed paths before. Hey, I'm in the same class as Lin Chiye, and we're even desk mates. I've seen you. So that is how it is, and Qingyu murmured, jumped into the sewer, and then reached out from the sewer to close the manhole cover. Li Gang looked down at his shadow, which had returned to normal, and sighed helplessly before quickly leaving the community, heading in the direction of his home. As soon as he got home, Li Gang immediately entered the paradise. At that moment, the lightning bird was not in the thundercloud's nest, but was standing by the stream, watching the king carp and the ugly fish swimming in the water. I thought you would come in earlier. The lightning bird didn't look up, still staring at the fish in the river. Li Gang lay down on one of the 3 lounge chairs he had placed in the paradise. There's no rush. I just wanted to ask why you suddenly made a move. Gaisai said it sensed a strange aura on the onching fish, so I wanted to find the source to check it out. What about you? The lightning bird finally raised its head to look at Li Gang, and its eyes seemed to have lightning flickering within them. Chapter 89. Black Internet Cafe. I saw disaster on that human, saw endless mist, and saw a forbidden door that must not be opened. Wow. Li Gang, who had already lain down, suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe that the lightning bird had seen those things from the onching fish. But he was even more incredulous that the lightning bird could see those things at all. How? How did you see that? Does the lightning bird have that ability? Huh. The lightning bird suddenly laughed, and it was the first time Li Gang had heard it laugh. There was a hint of joy in its voice. The ability to see those things does not come from me. Do you want to know? But I don't want to tell you right now. Wait until you get Thunder Island, and then I'll tell you. To be honest, I was quite worried that you would kill him in one blow. But I didn't expect that, even after seeing disaster on him, you didn't strike to kill. I've already left a mark on that human. As for why I didn't kill him, I don't want to tell you the reason right now. Let's wait until you get Thunder Island to discuss it. Li Gang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he weren't outmatched, he would have loved to grab the other person's neck and shake them until they spoke. Why does it have to be Thunder Island? I just don't get it. It's only an island. Why do you keep emphasizing it? Is there nothing else? Then I'll head back to sleep. After saying that, the Thunderbird ignored Li Gang's reaction and transformed into a bolt of lightning, entering the thunderclouds of the electric plains, with only a golden feather slowly falling from the sky. Before the feather landed, Li Gang reached out and caught it. This feather was from the Thunderbird's abdomen, and it wasn't filled with electric energy. It looked very ordinary. But it was an item that could reveal information. Item, Thunderbird's feather description. The feather of the Thunderbird, which has a very high affinity for electric energy, can absorb external electric energy at an incredible speed and transmit it into the Thunderbird's body through its base. If the feather has already fallen off, the absorbed electric energy can no longer return to the Thunderbird's body, thus being stored within the feather. Note: this is a fragile item, and once damaged, the stored electric energy will lose control and explode. Please handle it with care. At least I should be reimbursed for this. Li Gang let out a breath and placed the feathers into a nice jewelry box. The box he had been carrying was already broken, but he still kept the one he had bought before to store the feathers. After leaving the amusement park, he checked the time on his phone and found it was only a little past 11 in the morning, with plenty of time until the afternoon. After some thought, Li Gang left the old town and arrived at the commercial area, which was only separated by a road from the old town. Although it was called a commercial area, it actually resembled a vegetable market, with vegetable vendors being the most numerous stalls here, while the rest sold kitchenware and daily necessities, which were few in number and variety. Li Gang hadn't come here before because of this, but now he was just looking to pass the time and take a final look at the old things in Songnan, so he walked in. It really had a lively atmosphere. Li Gang was wandering around the vegetable market, sighing, when suddenly he stopped in front of a shop. Above the shop hung a very shabby sign that read 6 cents Internet Cafe. An internet cafe? It had been a long time since I last went to one to play games. Why not go in and have some fun? It would be a good way to pass the time. With this thought in mind, Li Gang entered the internet cafe, which looked like it had been around for quite some time, and then he realized that it was actually an illegal internet cafe. Normally, Legitimate internet cafes require an ID for online access, but this one did not. The computers in this cafe were numbered, and you didn't need an ID to go online. You simply had to look for an available computer and tell the front desk staff which number you wanted and how much time you needed, without any additional registration or age verification. Li Gang then noticed that there were a lot of students in the cafe, high schoolers, middle schoolers, and even elementary school kids. Wow, this internet cafe. Number 47, give me 10 yuan. Although Li Gang was quite shocked, it didn't stop him from passing the time here. After paying, he sat down at a computer, put on his headphones, opened the game menu, and found quite a few games. After some thought, he clicked on a game that looked similar to a MOBA he had played in his previous life, registered an account, went through the tutorial, and then was matched with bots. It seems I still have it. After achieving a solo kill against a bot online, Li Gang nodded in satisfaction. However, just then, the staff member who had been munching on sunflower seeds at the front desk suddenly left the counter and started shouting in the shop. Attention! Attention! The teachers from No. 2 High School are here to catch people. Everyone from number 2 High School, hurry out the back door. With this shout, the number of people in the internet cafe immediately decreased by a quarter, all of them students. The staff member casually glanced at those leaving, as well as the still running computers, then returned to the front desk and began operating the computer there. One by one, the computers automatically logged out and locked. All done in one go, clearly indicating that this was not the first time such an event had occurred. Li Gang was shocked once again. He never expected that this illegal internet CAF actually offered such services. However, there must be some reason why this illegal internet CAF could attract so many students. After thinking about it casually, Li Gang stopped paying attention and continued playing the game, preparing to dive into the tower for a spectacular solo kill. Just as he charged into the tower, a hand suddenly slapped his shoulder hard. Li Gang! Damn it! Li Gang was startled by this sudden event and almost jumped up. He instinctively turned around and saw that the person who had tapped him was a woman wearing black-framed glasses, who looked quite attractive and had a well-proportioned figure. Hello, lady teacher? Li Gang recognizes this person. She was his teacher when he was in school. Although he was only a student for one day, he still has a deep impression of her because she was the teacher of his very first class after he crossed over and Lin Xie became his desk mate. He doesn't know what her name is, only that the other students call her Teacher Wang, and she teaches history. Is that really you? How come you are here? Chapter 90. Teacher Wang is also surprised to see Li Gang here. She originally came to this internet CAF to catch students who were skipping class to go online, but unexpectedly, she didn't catch any of those students and instead found this student who had dropped out. My home is nearby. I just came here to kill some time. Although he is now at the Chuan realm and has a fire dragon from the sea realm, his combat power is not weak. But for some reason, he feels guilty in front of this teacher with whom he has only had one class. But I heard that you participated in a national key project and have already left Songnan. How would you be here? Right? I did leave before. But this is a holiday. Yes. I came back for the holiday. Just returned yesterday. Teacher Wang did not feel relieved by Li Gang's explanation. Instead, she showed a very surprised and confused expression. But I heard that the project you participated in is classified, and the holidays throughout the year add up to no more than 10 days. How long have you been gone to have a holiday that allows you to return to Songnan? Li Gang opened his mouth, and even he was at a loss for words at that moment. At the same time, he scolded Zhao Kongsheng fiercely in his heart. How did this guy talk to the school back then? Isn't this just setting him up? Teacher Wang saw that Li Gang was speechless, and after glancing at the black and white computer screen in front of Li Gang, a look of realization appeared on his face. It's okay, Li Gang. Even if you are dismissed from the project, you can still come back to study at number 2 Middle School. Number 2 Middle School will always welcome you. You can report back to school tomorrow, and if you work hard, you can catch up with your classmates, but you can't just wallow in a cyber CAF. Li Gang was completely at a loss for words. It wasn't that the situation was particularly difficult to explain, but rather that he had never encountered anything like it before and didn't know what Zhao Kongsheng had said when he went to take a leave of absence. This left him feeling confused and unable to sort out a clear line of thought. Anyway, let's go. We'll talk after we leave the internet CAF, Teacher Wang said, grabbing Li Gang's arm in an attempt to lift him up, only to find that even with all his strength, he couldn't budge him at all. Li Gang was about to explain again when he realized that his machine had logged off by itself. Then the network administrator came over and handed Li Gang $8.50 in change. Li Gang instinctively caught the money. He realized that his first time going online after this crossing was completely over, so he could only helplessly get up and follow Teacher Wang out of the internet CAF. Watching Li Gang being taken away, the internet CAF manager sighed helplessly. I told you that the teachers from number 2 High School came. The other students all knew to run, but you didn't. Now look where that got you. Caught, right? The manager had seen this kind of situation many times and didn't pay much attention to it. He returned to the counter, and after more than 10 minutes, the students who had originally escaped through the back door returned to the internet CAF. They sat back at the same computers they had used before, and the manager logged those computers back in, restoring the usual calm in the CAF. On the other side, after leaving the internet CAF, Li Gang and Teacher Wang went to a hamburger shop. After ordering, Li Gang and Teacher Wang sat across from each other, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. They remained silent for a long time until Teacher Wang finally spoke first. Li Gang, you can talk about your current situation. If there's anything I can help you with, I will definitely assist you. Although Li Gang had only been Teacher Wang's student for a day, he had been her student in spirit for 2 years. She knew about Li Gang's background and that he was an orphan, so she felt a certain sympathy for him. Therefore, if Li Gang encountered difficulties, she was indeed willing to help, of course, only within her capacity. Li Gang knew that Teacher Wang had completely misunderstood him. After cursing Zhao Kongsheng in his heart once more, he rubbed his forehead with some headache. Teacher, I really haven't been dismissed. I just came back from vacation. Why don't you believe me? I don't need your help with anything. Really? 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 More real than gold. That's good. Teacher Wang nodded, finally believing Li Gang, and his expression softened, easing the atmosphere. Li Gang finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Come on, teacher, you must be hungry too, right? Let's eat quickly. This meal is on me. Li Gang ordered food and warmly invited Teacher Wang to eat, hoping to use this meal to silence her. Teacher Wang initially wanted to refuse, but it was already past 12 o'clock, mealtime, and she was indeed a bit hungry, so she didn't decline and started to eat. Teacher Wang held a hamburger in one hand and reached for some chicken nuggets with the other, but accidentally dropped one nugget on the floor. This wasn't something worth paying attention to. It was just a chicken nugget after all. Teacher Wang initially thought so too, but since she was the one who dropped it, she instinctively looked down at the floor, and then she froze, even stopping her chewing. She saw that the nugget had fallen onto Li Gang's shadow, and then the color of Li Gang's shadow suddenly deepened a bit, creating a noticeable difference from her own shadow. After that, the chicken nugget sank into Li Gang's shadow. Huh? Teacher Wang, are you a local from Songnan or from elsewhere? Li Gang initially didn't notice Teacher Wang's abnormality and seemed to casually inquire about Teacher Wang's household registration, as it was related to the other's fate in the near future. Then he noticed that Teacher Wang was acting a bit unusual. Wang, damn it. Li Gang suddenly realized something and quickly looked down at his shadow. At that moment, the hamburger in Teacher Wang's hand fell to the ground. Li Gang watched in disbelief as a shadow opened its eyes, reached out with a pitch-black hand, grabbed the hamburger, and gradually covered it until the hamburger completely disappeared. Li Gang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The situation was about to pass, but now, thanks to Ghost, he was in trouble again. Ghost, being a ghost-type spirit, always enjoyed scaring people. If he hadn't been reminded in advance, this situation wouldn't have occurred. Li Gang's thoughts had been so chaotic earlier that he overlooked this point, and now it was obviously too late to explain. Li Gang quickly stamped his foot to make Gue Si behave, and Gue Si immediately understood Li Gang's meaning. Li Gang's shadow then returned to normal. Wang, Teacher Wang? Chapter 91, Master Chun. Li Gang tentatively called out, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang seemed startled, suddenly shivering. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled awkwardly. Hee, I might be a bit tired lately. I just had an illusion. What do you think? Is it funny? I just saw your shadow eating a piece of popcorn chicken and a hamburger that I had bitten into. The more Teacher Wang spoke, the slower she became, until her voice completely faded away. Her expression turned blank again as she swallowed hard, trying to gulp down the remnants of the hamburger that she hadn't chewed well. But her throat was very dry at that moment, and she couldn't succeed. I still have hamburger in my mouth, but there's none on the ground. So what I saw just now wasn't actually an illusion. Teacher Wang was a bit incoherent, looking at Li Gang with earnest eyes, hoping he would deny her guess and tell her that it was indeed an illusion. However, what she saw was Li Gang's face looking constipated. Teacher Wang, please calm down. It's not that bad. Actually, this is part of a national key project. The project I'm involved in is studying extraordinary powers. What you just saw was actually using a magnetic field to influence a person's mind, creating an illusion. It's just an illusion. Li Gang was already cursing in his heart, but he still organized his words in the shortest time possible, trying to persuade Teacher Wang. However, it was clear that this impromptu reasoning had little persuasive power. But where did my hamburger go? It's over. No matter how I explain it, I can't clarify anything. I can only borrow the dream whisper from the night watchman. What the hell is going on? Li Gang was somewhat frantic. He took out his phone to prepare to call Zhao Kongcheng. But just as his finger hovered over the dial button, ready to make the call, Teacher Wang spoke up again. Li Gang, a while ago, several students suddenly died at the school. The official explanation is that they died in a terrorist attack. Do you think it could be a terrorist attack? Li Gang's Finji, about to press down, stopped. He looked at Teacher Wang, remaining silent for a long time, lost in thought. Seeing Li Gang's reaction, Teacher Wang seemed to understand something, smiled, and picked up a chicken roll again. What did you just ask me? I didn't hear it clearly. Oh, it's nothing. Just asked if you were a local from Songnan. I'm not from Songnan. I'm from Shijing. I was assigned at Songnan after graduating from normal school 5 years ago. That's good. Li Gang nodded, said nothing more, and picked up a hamburger to eat. The two of them tacitly remained silent, and after finishing the meal, they each left. After taking a final glance at Teacher Wang's back, Li Gang took his phone out of his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the back button and exited the dialing interface. After such a commotion, Li Gang completely lost the desire to look around Songnan any longer. He returned home, collapsed onto the sofa, stared at the slightly worn coffee table in front of him, and gradually lost focus in his eyes, zoning out. It finally came. After an unknown amount of time, Li Gang's dazed eyes regained focus, and he sighed wearily. He sat up and turned to look in the direction of his bedroom, while a dark mist began to rise from the shadow beneath his feet, and Gaisai emerged from Li Gang's shadow. Li Gang's home gradually changed before his eyes. The walls, floor, and ceiling began to fade away, replaced by a scene filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. A carriage slowly came to a stop in front of Li Gang, with a young driver in front and an antique-style carriage behind. Get in. Before Li Gang could speak, a steady voice with a hint of age echoed from inside the carriage. Li Gang raised his eyebrows, did not hesitate, and directly climbed into the carriage, with Gu Si following closely behind, drifting in after him. Master. As soon as Li Gang entered the carriage, he respectfully bowed to the old man sitting inside, who was savoring tea. The visitor was none other than one of the top figures of the great Xia, Master Chun. Please sit, Master Chun said, casually pointing to the seat opposite him. Li Gang was not polite at all and directly took a seat. You're quite unreserved, Master Chun chuckled, casually picking up the teapot and pouring a cup of tea to hand to Li Gang. Would you like to taste it? Then I won't be polite. Li Gang smiled as he picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go. What a good tea. Li Gang put down his teacup and sincerely exclaimed. But Master Chin couldn't help but shake his head. This is tea, not wine. Drinking tea requires savoring. I'm a rough man and don't know how to appreciate tea. I'm afraid I'll embarrass you, Master. Enough. While shaking his head, Master Chun took a shallow sip from his own teacup. During this process, the carriage was moving quickly, passing through building after building and street after street, distancing itself from Songnan. Master, where are we going? Despite the scenery outside not changing much, Li Gang could still feel that the carriage was moving forward, so he curiously asked. Master Chin glanced out the window. His gaze wasn't obstructed by the outside scenery and could directly see the real scene outside. I'm sending you away from Songnan. Huh, isn't that a bit hasty? I just returned to Songnan from the capital, and it's barely been 24 hours. Then that's not something I should be concerned about. If you don't want to leave, it's fine. You can get off the carriage now. Saying this, Master Chun waved his hand casually, and the back door of the carriage opened. At this moment, Li Gang only needed to take a few steps outside to get off the carriage. Li Gang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Of course, he couldn't get out of the car at this moment. That would be a joke. He came to Songnan to collect his reward, and if he got out now, where'd he go to claim it? Master, you must be joking. Since you want me to leave Songnan, I will obediently leave. After all, I have no relatives here anyway. Compared to whether I'm in Songnan or not, I'm more concerned about where my reward is. No need to rush. Once this old man finishes this cup of tea, I'll give it to you. Master Chun chuckled a few times, then took a small sip of tea. Li Gang took a furtive glance and saw that there was only half a cup of tea left. With that little bit, he could finish in one gulp. Even if Master Chun sipped it slowly, it wouldn't take much time, so Li Gang immediately felt at ease and waited quietly. I heard you participated in the operation against Rocky in the capital? You played quite a role? I was just a bit of support, didn't really help much. You flatter me. Li Gang was being very modest at this moment. After all, not only was his reward in the other person's hands, but he himself was already in the other person's heart. If he accidentally offended the other party, he would definitely suffer. Chapter 92, Chicken Snake. Listening to Li Gang's humble words, Master Chin smiled and shook his head. Just assisting? If it were really just assisting, Yifan wouldn't specifically ask me to catch 3 Klein-level mysteries as a reward for you. Li Gang opened his mouth to shout out the words 3, but managed to hold it back. He had always thought his reward was just one Klein Realm mystery. After all, the agreement was that if he succeeded, he would receive 3. If he failed, he would get 1. Although he did successfully lure Loki to the eastern suburbs, that was due to the efforts of Lu Wu Wei and had nothing to do with him, so he didn't consider it his own success. Now, however, Master Chun said there were 3 rewards. Huh? What's wrong? Seeing Li Gang's expression of barely contained surprise, Master Chun asked with some confusion. Li Gang immediately came to his senses and tried to compose himself. No, nothing. Yifan told me that you had 1 Klein mystery. I didn't expect you to have 3. Hee. What are you thinking? I only have 1 Klein in hand right now. The other 2 will be discussed when the opportunity arises. After all, Klein Realm mysteries are hard to come by and can't just be captured whenever one wants. Yes, you're right. Although there was still only 1 mystery, Li Gang's mood was completely different at that moment. There would still be 2 more in the future. Even if it was just an IOU, he was very happy, as this was an unexpected income. Master Chin's cup of tea took longer to drink than Li Gang had imagined. Although he didn't take out his phone to check the time, he felt that at least 10 minutes had passed. It was only after the last bit of tea was finished that the carriage came to a stop. Let's go. We've arrived. Oh, yes. Li Gang saw Master Chun suddenly get up as if he was about to leave the carriage, and he quickly stood up as well. After getting off the carriage, Li Gang's feet landed on the soft, lush grass, and he inhaled the fragrant scent of flowers. In front of him was a clear stream flowing through the grass, and on the opposite bank was a dense forest. Deep within the forest, a huge figure was lurking. It appeared to be a chicken with orange feathers and a comb, but instead of eyes that should have captured attention, there were 2 snakes flicking their tongues in its eye sockets. The end of its tail was not a long tail feather, but rather a writhing mass of colorful snakes. Li Gang knew that this chicken snake was probably the reward for him. No wonder Yifan entrusted this task to Master Chun. After all, capturing a Klein-level mystery is no easy feat, and even if one is captured, it's difficult to confine them. Master Chun is just suitable for this task, not only possessing the strength of the human pinnacle, able to easily defeat Klein-level mysteries, but also capable of directly imprisoning the opponent in their heartscape to ensure there are no issues. That mystery is your reward, and now it has lost its way in that forest. What are you planning to do? Do you need my help? Master Chin's voice resounded beside Li Gang. Li Gang quickly turned around and respectfully cupped his hands in a salute to Master Chun. Thank you, Master. If possible, please protect me, but do not harm the mystery directly. Ha. If it were another request, it might be a bit difficult, but as for defense, I dare say I'm the best in the Great Xia. Just leave it to me. You go ahead. Thank you, Master. Li Gang bowed once again, then extended his hand into the empty space in front of him. His entire palm disappeared, and when his arm retracted, he was holding a ball that was half red and half white. It looked quite impressive, but in reality, Li Gang had simply reached into the paradise and used his telekinesis to bring the ball from inside the paradise to his hand. Finally, he pulled his hand out from the entrance of the paradise, and that was the effect. Come out, fire-breathing dragon. Li Gang first released Charizard, then continuously reached out to take out other Pokeballs, successively releasing almost all, Fairy EV, and finally, Jengar floated over on its own, lining up alongside the 3 Pokémon. Let's go. Li Gang jumped onto the back of the Charizard and gave the command. Almost immediately, the doll and the Fairy EV also jumped onto Charizard's back, while Jengar's let out a sinister laugh and dove into Li Gang's shadow. Charizard flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the chicken snake. The young attendant brought over a low table and a cushion, respectfully placing them in front of Master Chun. Master Chun nodded, sat down on the cushion, and the attendant promptly brought over the tea set, respectfully pouring a cup of tea from Master Chun. After taking a shallow sip from the cup, Master Chun looked up, squinting at the Charizard that had already flown into the forest. What an interesting young one. Let me see for myself. Did you see that chicken? Hit it hard. Use whatever moves you have. Don't hold back. Go all out. Roar. Tabunai. Bui. Jengars. The 4 Pokémon responded in unison and began their attack. Charizard opened its mouth and unleashed a vortex of flames, which completely engulfed the giant figure the moment it hit the ground. The originally lush forest was instantly ignited, turning into a sea of fire. The doll gathered energy and then released a yellow beam of light infused with a sense of destruction, which pierced through the flames and struck the chicken solidly. Fairy EV first radiated an unbearable bright light, which then transformed into countless rays shooting towards the chicken. Jengar's distanced itself from Li Gang's group, then suddenly expanded its body turning into a constantly shifting mass of darkness. Black shadow balls flew out from the darkness, heading toward the chicken. Oh, oh, oh. The chicken snake, after being attacked, naturally would not sit still. It let out a loud cry, and soon after, a blood-red sun appeared in the sky, casting a crimson light over everything. Huh, this is my heart's landscape. How dare you, a mere poultry, act so recklessly? Master Chun, who had just taken a sip of tea, snorted coldly and slammed the teacup down on the table. In the next moment, the blood-red sun vanished, the blood-red light disappeared, and time seemed to rewind to just before the blood-red sun appeared, leaving no trace behind. Oh, oh, oh. Almost without any interval, the chicken snake once again let out a high-pitched cry. This time, no blood-red sun rose, but the sky turned pure red, as if it were entirely made of blood. Oof. Unrepentant. Chapter 93. Killing the chicken master, Chun snorted coldly, directly throwing the cup away. The cup transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the sky at an almost untraceable speed. In the next moment, the blood-red sky was pierced like a mirror by the cup, and spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across it. Finally, with a loud bang, the blood-red sky completely shattered and collapsed, revealing blue skies and white clouds behind it. Master, the attendant immediately replaced the cup on the table and poured tea into it. Master Chin nodded, leisurely taking a sip, as if the previous events had never occurred. The chicken's domain and Master Chin's domain were somewhat similar, both capable of affecting the environment. However, Master Chin's was more special. And since Master Chan was at the top while the chicken was merely a cline, the difference was enormous. Thus, the chicken was almost completely suppressed, with no chance of turning the tables. This was also one of the reasons Master Chun dared to speak so boldly. However, while Master Chin remained at ease, Li Gang was not having an easy time. Although the blood sun and red sky lasted only a brief moment, together not exceeding 2 seconds, Li Gang felt his blood surging within him, and his breath carried a hint of blood. If Master Chin hadn't acted in time, allowing the blood sun or red sky to exist a moment longer, Li Gang's blood would have flowed from his 7 orifices and pores. Is this what it means to face a client head-on? Truly powerful, on a bright sunny day, Li Gang didn't dare to delay any longer. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky. In the clear sky, the white clouds seemed to have a will of their own, actively moving away from above Li Gang. The piercing sunlight poured down, making it particularly noticeable even on this already clear day. Oh, interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. Klein's chicken is one thing, but you, a mere Chuan Jing, can actually influence this old man's heartscape. Truly impressive for someone so young. This is Master Chin's heartscape, and any disturbance within it cannot escape his notice, including the sudden sunlight that fell. Thunder. Li Gang raised his hand high and then swung it down violently, unleashing a thunderbolt the thickness of an arm that struck right at the center of the fiery vortex, piercing through the flames and hitting the chicken snake. Hiss! The continuous crowing of the chicken was ineffective, so the chicken snake let out a serpent-like roar, which sounded extremely hoarse and deep, possibly due to the flame's influence. In the next moment, 3 blood-red beams of light shot out from the flames, heading straight for Li Gang. The fire-breathing dragon and the almost doll. Tabunai. The almost doll immediately raised its hands and pushed forward, creating a transparent yet visibly discernible wall that stood in front. The almost doll intended to block the chicken snake's attack with the light wall technique, but before the blood-red beams could reach the light wall, they exploded on their own. Master Chun splashed the tea that the boy had just poured for him. As soon as the tea left the cup, it seemed to transform into invisible blades, directly shattering the blood-red beams. Tabunai. The almost doll looked at Master Chun in surprise, and Master Chun responded with a faint smile. Tabunai. Realizing that they didn't need to defend at all, the almost doll no longer held back and began to attack with full force, unleashing wave after wave of destructive beams toward the chicken snake. Oh! Realizing that normal attack methods were ineffective, the chicken snake decisively flapped its wings and flew up, now appearing like a flying fire phoenix engulfed in flames. It wanted to engage in close combat, using its physical advantage to kill these unknown creatures attacking it. Li Gang saw the chicken snake suddenly take off with flames, and his heart tightened. He knew very well what the chicken in front of him wanted to do. It was simply going for close combat, trying to peck him and the other spirits to death one by one. However, the next moment he saw that the chicken snake did not fly straight towards him, but began to spin erratically in the air. It had actually lost its direction. In my mind, how could I allow you to run wild? Chun Fuzi chuckled at the chaotic chicken snake, but at that moment, the chicken snake's perspective was completely different from everyone else's. The moment it took off, it realized that the world began to spin rapidly, and it could no longer distinguish direction, accompanied by more flames and glimmering or dark lights falling on the chicken snake. It plummeted from the sky. Struggling to get up, it instinctively looked towards the direction of the incoming attack, but all it saw was raging fire. Time passed second by second, and with the last unwilling cry of the chicken snake, it fell. Its feathers had long turned to ash, and the entire chicken looked as if it had been roasted to charcoal, becoming a blackened mass that bore no resemblance to a chicken at all. Although this chicken was Klein, it still died under relentless attacks, killed by what it perceived as a weaker opponent. Experience points gained from killing the enemy: 85, 460. Gain Maul points: 117, 650. Li Gang's level has been upgraded to level 27, currently with experience points of 682728,000. Nini gained 114,528 experience points and leveled up to level 36, currently with experience points of 239,794,2000. Nine Eye gained 67,157 experience points and leveled up to level 31, currently with experience points of 196,982,3000. Bubu gained 35,741 experience points and leveled up to level 27, currently with experience points of 383,9100. Shadow gained 18,441 experience points and leveled up to level 23, currently with experience points of 319,558,000. Shadow meets the evolution conditions, and the species name is being changed. Individual name: Shadow. Species name change successful. Species name: Gaisai. Changed to Gizaton. Accompanied by a series of prompt sounds. Gaisai's body is covered by a white light of evolution. Then its body shape begins to change. The originally round head grows spikes, and a pair of hands, not connected to the body, with only 3 fingers appears in front. Shadow, learn the move. Misfortune never comes alone. Shadow, learn the move. Shadow Claw. Species name: Gizaton. Individual name: Shadow. Gender: male. Level: 23, Chuan. Experience points: 319,558,000. Attributes: Ghost. Poison. Ability: Levitate. Moves: Lick, Oddlight, Curse, Protect, Substitute, Bind, Shadow Ball, Revenge. Misfortune never comes alone, Shadow Claw. Special move: Shadow Master. Chapter 94. Young Giratina. Although this is not the first time to gain a lot, Li Gang still finds it hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that are curling up. This time, both experience points and shot points are the most he has ever gained, and the reason is simple. The previous times were all assists in defeating, but this time, all the damage was dealt by Li Gang and the other Pokémon. Chun Fuzi only blocked all of the chicken snake's attacks and did not inflict any substantial damage on it. Now that this matter is settled, it's time for the old man to leave. Before Li Gang and the others descended from the air, Chun Fuzi's voice rang out. His voice was not loud, similar to ordinary conversation, but it spread to every corner of the heart scene, remaining undiminished no matter how far it traveled. Li Gang instinctively looked in the direction of the carriage and saw that Master Chun and the young boy had both gotten into the carriage. As the young boy urged the horse, the carriage quickly drove away, and the scenery also swiftly vanished, leaving only Li Gang and his companions behind. Where am I now? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Li Gang was completely confused. He was currently on a mountain, and, as far as the eye could see, it was lush and green, a place that was completely isolated with no villages in sight. Li Gang let the Charizard land in a place with fewer trees and relatively open terrain, and he began to observe his surroundings again, still without any clues. He took out his phone and opened the map app. Navigation provided by the map. Please select your destination. Looking at the satellite map on his phone, Li Gang roughly understood his current location. He was no longer in the city of Songnan. However, if he wanted to go back with Charizard speed, he could return at Songnan in at most half an hour. But now, Li Gang didn't dare to go back. It was a joke. When he was in Beijing, Yi Fan had personally told him that after receiving the payment, he should leave Songnan. Now, Master Chun, this human pinnacle, had personally sent him out of Songnan. If he dared to return at this moment, he felt that Master Chun might directly throw him into the fasting center. Forget it. Anyway, even if he returned at Songnan now, it wouldn't have much meaning, so he might as well wait here. Li Gang put away his phone and made a decision. After all, even if he returned at Songnan at this moment, there wasn't much he could do in the city. At most, He could hunt a few mysteries below the river boundary, but as his strength increased, his perspective also broadened. The points he could earn from mysteries below the river boundary wouldn't even reach 1,000. With such meager rewards, it was impossible for Li Gang to risk being thrown into a fasting facility by returning to Tsangnan. Since that was the case, he might as well stay here quietly. After all, he usually lived in paradise, and it didn't make much difference whether he was in the wild, in the city, or in a hotel. Moreover, he already had enough supplies in paradise to last him a year, and with the things he had grown himself, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was self-sufficient. Let's go. Time to celebrate. Li Gang opened the gate to the paradise, waving his hand and entering first, followed closely by the other spirits. Meanwhile, in Master Chen's carriage, he was not leisurely sipping tea as usual, but had taken out a mobile phone. "This is Yi Fan, Master." The phone rang once before being answered, and Yi Fan's voice came through, but Master Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a sip from his teacup first. "The task you asked me to do has been completed." That Li Gang is quite an interesting young man. When he summoned the spirits, there were very faint spatial fluctuations, very faint, indeed. Even in my heart scenery, I had to specifically sense it to notice. Isn't it peculiar? Someone was able to forcibly open another space in my heart scenery, and even I, the master of this heart scenery, found it hard to detect. Such a thing is impossible even for the main god, and he is just a Chuanjing. He might become the second Zhou Ping. On the other end of the call, Yi Fan gave this evaluation. Master Chen fell silent for a moment, during which he took 3 sips of tea before speaking again. "Zhou Ping is just a person, but he is different. I must admit, the younger generation is truly formidable." After saying this, Master Chen hung up the phone, put away the mobile, and returned to his usual leisurely state. Species name, Baby Garrido's individual name, none gender, male level, for light, experience points, 040 type, rock, ground ability, sand veil moves, tackle. Lear, rock throw the day after being thrown onto the mountain. The Baby Garrido's egg in the incubator hatched. Looking at this gray-green creature with a long blunt horn on its head and a pair of red eyes, Li Gang directly picked it up, only to find it quite heavy. Surprisingly, it weighed over 100 pounds right after hatching. "Please take care of me in the future, Baby Garridos." Ugu. The Baby Garridos showed no resistance to Li Gang and appeared quite happy to be held, successfully capturing the Baby Garridos. He could use a Pokeball to take it out of the paradise. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Li Gang's eyes lit up, and he immediately fell into thought, as it was time to name it. I'll call you Pei. Cough. No, you'll be called you instead. Ugu. The species name, Baby Garridos. Individual name, change successful. Individual name, change to you. Let us go. We're going out. Li Gang focused his mind and used his psychic power to control several Pokeballs at once, capturing all the Pokemon in the park except for the Magikarp and the Swablu. Then he opened the park's main gate. Just as he was about to leave the park, his gaze involuntarily fell on the riverbank, where there was an incubator with a Squirtle inside that had not yet hatched. Should I get another egg? After some thought, Li Gang bought another Ralt's egg and placed it in the incubator before leaving the park and heading up the mountain. At this moment, Li Gang was in a relatively desolate area of the mountain, with only a few scattered trees around, and the view was filled with exposed boulders. "Come out." Li Gang released all the elves at once. Although the big milk jug had been born for a few days, it was still leaving the paradise for the first time and was full of curiosity about the outside world. Tabby saw that the big milk jug looked a bit confused, so the doll that had already earned the title of Big Sister proactively walked up to it and patted its chest, looking as if to say that anything could be entrusted to her. "Little Giratina, are you hungry? Go ahead and eat. You can eat all of these." Yuki. Li Gang casually pointed to a large rock beside him, looking extremely pleased. Young Gyarados' eyes lit up, and its small body jumped onto the rock, starting to munch on it. The hard stone crunched in young Gyarados' mouth like crispy rice, making a crackling sound. Chapter 95. The mountain collapsed. Li Gang also let the other Pokémon move freely, although they couldn't run too far. So almost all Fairy EV and Milk Tank began patrolling the mountain, which was essentially just walking in a line between the rocks. During this time, Milk Tank would occasionally take a bite of the dry grass growing out from between the stones. Charizard and Jengar flew up into the sky, showcasing their presence like a dominant force. But unfortunately, the area was deserted, and their display went unnoticed. Today is another sunny day. How nice. It was already the 14th day since Li Gang was dropped off at this mountain. Just out of the Pokémon paradise, he felt the warm winter sun and was in a relatively good mood. Although he had spent these days in the mountains, He didn't feel that his quality of life had declined at all because he was eating and living in the paradise. And almost Dale's cooking skills had also improved significantly. Young Garridos, go play but don't run too far. Jengar, stay close to young Garridos to prevent any accidents. Yuki. Young Garridos happily ran off, while Jengar slipped into young Garridos' shadow, acting as its guardian. After the initial novelty wore off, the Pokémon were less willing to come out of the paradise, with Almost All being the prime example. Almost All had become addicted to playing on the tablet, watching TV, and cooking. The only one still willing to come out was young Garridos, as it had a really big appetite. During this time, Ligang had no idea how much young Garridos had eaten. It was either sleeping or eating. Even if it was eating dirt and stones, Ligang found it a bit difficult to raise it. In the paradise, young Garridos would eat from the electroshock plains, although Zapdos didn't mind, as it only cared about the thunderclouds over the electric shock plains. Whether the ground was lacking was irrelevant. However, Ligang found it hard to bear, as this was land he had paid for, so he simply let young Garridos eat outside. During this time, Squirtle and Ralts also hatched, and Ligang named them Kaka and Duo, respectively. Boom! Accompanied by the rumble of vehicles, several military trucks stopped on the road at the foot of the mountain. A large group of young people quickly emerged from the back of the trucks, with several middle-aged individuals coming out of the front vehicle. This is the place. This training was supposed to take place a month ago, but due to the attack from the Ancient God Sect, the training time was postponed and the location changed. Now, assemble. With a deep voice from one of the middle-aged men, the initially chaotic young people quickly formed lines, and one of them raised his hand. Instructeur Hong, is it really just weighted cross-country? Of course, but there are rules. Let me explain them to you. As Instructor Hong explained, everyone gradually understood the training rules for this session. All right, begin. With Instructor Hong's command, the new recruits who had already donned their weights and picked up their tools set off. On the other side, after young Garridos and Jengar left, Ligang furrowed his brows. Although everything around seemed unchanged from yesterday, he felt something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Strange, what exactly is the problem? Ligang became more and more puzzled, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter, until a loud noise pulled his thoughts back. What was going on? Did the mountain collapse? Ligang suddenly had such a thought in his mind, while down the mountain. A group of instructors using drones to observe the new recruits were stunned to see the mountain collapse. It collapsed in a true physical sense. Just as the new recruits reached the halfway point of the first peak, the ground suddenly caved in, forming a large hole that swallowed a small portion of the recruits. Fortunately, these were not ordinary people, and such a fall would not pose any danger. What is going on? The instructors looked at each other, all bewildered. They never expected the mountain would collapse. No, Instructor Hong, what kind of terrible place did you pick? How could it collapse? This is even worse than Jinan Mountain. How would I know? There was clearly no problem when I surveyed the area before. Instructor Yuan, do you have any clues? The person referred to as Instructor Yuan shook his head, equally perplexed. On the mountain, in the giant pit, although the recruits were not injured, the sudden collapse still caused everyone to be thrown around in disarray. Ouch! Jia, hurry, help me, my leg is stuck under a rock. The chubby Bailey was stuck with his leg wedged between stones. He tried to pull out a few times, but gave up due to the pain from the sharp edges. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan immediately came over to help pry the rocks apart, and finally managed to free Bailey's leg. Oh my, this is too harsh, instructors. They even set traps. Freed from his predicament, Bailey sat down on the ground and looked up at the nearly 5-meter-deep pit, exclaiming. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. It was indeed harsh, but after all, it was extreme training, so it could be understood. Let us find a way out first. Although the pit hadn't injured them, it was still 4 to 5 meters deep, almost 2 stories high. The recruits were carrying weights and were restricted by the training rules, so climbing out was not an easy task. However, the recruits quickly formed a cooperative effort, using their small knives and other tools to dig into the rock walls, creating footholds, and eventually managed to escape the pit. Damn, the drones are coming. Run. Just as the recruits climbed out of the pit, a swarm of drones flew over, and the recruits immediately fled in panic, thinking these drones were coming to deal with them, as the instructors had said before the training began. They cursed in their hearts while running desperately, not daring to delay at all, but in reality, these drones were just there to check the situation. Boom! Not long after, there was another loud noise as part of the mountain collapsed again. This time, fewer people fell, as they had dispersed more and formed small groups while running further away. What's going on? The instructors at the temporary camp exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Shall we just start? Chapter 96. Classmates meet again, yes. Forget all that. Let us just start. With one instructor suggesting it, the others quickly agreed. After thinking for a moment, Instructor Yuan slowly nodded. Then let us start. Great. With Instructor Yuan's nod, the instructors controlling the drones became excited and began to attack the recruits. They intentionally spared those who had fallen into the pit. After all, those pits weren't dug by them, and attacking them now would be rather unfair and against the original intent of this extreme training. As the drone attacks commenced, one recruit was soon hit. He collapsed on the spot. However, two instructors, with mischievous smiles, ran towards the collapsed recruit. Just when they were less than 5 meters away, the ground suddenly caved in, and the two instructors fell into the pit. Ha ha ha. Instructors, this is unprofessional. You didn't even know where your own trap was? You actually fell in yourselves. Ha 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 ha. The two instructors, who had also been thrown around in disarray, turned green hearing that distinctive mocking voice. Shun Qingzhu, keep laughing. Just don't fall into my hands. Drones, get them. Damn. Instructor, this is a bit unfair. Shun Qingzhu, who was reveling in the misfortune of others, suddenly found himself targeted by more than 10 drones. He and his two lackeys were forced to flee in panic. But Shun Qingzhu was among the top performers in the training camp, so the drones didn't manage to catch him. In the end, he escaped after sacrificing one lackey. This isn't good. The situation is becoming increasingly strange. I need to check it out. If it were just recruits falling into the pit, the instructors could remain calm. But now even the instructors have fallen into the pit, and things are starting to get out of control. Therefore, Yuan Gang prepared to go into the mountain to take a look. As a strong figure in the Haijing realm, he could handle any unexpected situations. At the same time, Li Gang at the top of the mountain also saw those recruits climbing the mountain and the drones following them. Strange. Isn't this the night watchman's training camp? How did they end up here? Isn't this extreme training? But should the time for extreme training have long passed? What's going on? Li Gang was still talking to himself when he suddenly saw the ground beneath a few new recruits collapse into a large hole. This made the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily. He knew exactly what caused it. Those were the results of the juvenile Tyrannosaurus's eating habits over the past few days. This is bad. This situation is likely to end poorly. Huh? Is that Lin Xie? Soon, Li Gang spotted a familiar figure, Lin Xie. He was contemplating whether to go over and say hello when, suddenly, the trio of Lin Xie vanished, replaced by a small pit that seemed freshly dug. Damn! Li Gang cursed loudly and walked over quickly. Ouch! 7 nights, my butt, it hurts so much. It feels like I sat on something. Hurry, come help me. In the pit, Bai Li Pang Pang let out a miserable cry, his face even twisted in pain. Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan hurried over to help Bai Li Pang Pang up, and then they saw a finger-sized gray-green stone under his butt. The stone wasn't sharp, but because of the awkward position Bai Li Pang Pang had just sat in, the damage was indeed quite high. Pang Pang Yu,